Brother, there's a girl lying here, and her clothes are a little strange. Hamura stood in a place and exclaimed, What's so strange? It's true. The red toad came to the man uninvited, looking at the girl lying on the ground thoughtfully, and Yui also walked over quickly. The girl heard the voice, pursed her lips, rubbed her eyes in a daze, and then slowly sat on the ground. After she opened her eyes, the scene in front of her scared her. Big Toad Sage. And 6th before she finished speaking, the girl seemed to realize something and closed her mouth decisively. The person standing in front of her was the legendary Six Paths Sage Yui, his younger brother Hamura, and the Big Toad Sage Gameru. Well, it's not the Six Paths Sage yet, the girl shouted in her heart and then calmed down. Yui looked at the girl with some doubts, as if the other party knew her. Hey you. The girl ignored him and stood up. She looked around. Her chest rose and fell slightly. She was wearing a very ordinary white robe. The robe was a whole piece. She was the only piece of clothing on her body. She noticed that she was barefoot, but she didn't care. Then she clenched her fists gently. Her eyes fell on her slender and flexible hands with a little redness in her whiteness. Well, this is not the touch of my hands, and it seems that I am not wearing anything inside. The girl lowered her head and looked at her legs. She looked a little embarrassed, but she continued to sort out the clues. She reached out and stroked her long hair and put it in front of her. Gray. She seemed to understand something. She swallowed slightly, as if to verify her guess, and touched her ears directly. The ears were long, pointed at the ends, and very sensitive. Obviously, they were not ordinary people's ears. At this time, the girl's face turned slightly red. After all, this was the first time she touched her ears, so it was inevitable that there would be some reaction. She sighed lightly and slowly uttered 2 words. Elf. The girl already knew her current situation based on the cause and effect. Being able to sort out the information so quickly also shows that she has indeed become her own heroine. And she has also traveled to the Naruto world that has been completed for many years and has been popular for who knows how long. At this moment, the toad next to Yui suddenly shouted, Hey, you are not human. The girl came back to her senses, showing a helpless expression, and said, I am Fubai. It is unknown whether the girl said this to Yui and the others, or to herself. After saying this, Fubai looked into the distance, not wanting to have any intersection with the current character, and then stretched out her hand, and a magic circle appeared under her feet. Teleportation magic. After a few seconds, Fubai's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only the 2 people looking at each other. She has a temperament similar to Kagaya. Todemaru suddenly said, looking deep into the front. Hamura disagreed and said, You mean mother? I don't feel anything. The red toad turned around and said without temper, You definitely don't know the temperament of outsiders. So I suggest you go to the other side of the mountain to see the sacred tree. I believe it will change your mother's opinion. After that, Todemaru walked forward on his own. Hamura was obviously a little hesitant. After all, that place was the forbidden area mentioned by Kagaya. He said lightly, Mother, follow him and see what tricks he wants to play. Yui turned his head, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. He didn't know whether what the toad said was true or false, but he could also feel that his mother was wrong. They only needed an opportunity now. Until the girl was sent to the sacred tree for sacrifice, the Six Paths Sage made up his mind to resist. In the forest hundreds of miles away, a magic circle appeared on a wetland. With a click, Fubai sat down on the wetland, and the mud stained her white robe. At this moment, she was staring at the front with lifeless eyes, but the next moment, her face suddenly changed, and then she covered her mouth with her right hand, tilted her head, and retched a few times. A minute later, Fubai finally cheered up and stood up with her hands supporting the wet soil. She was not afraid of getting dirty. She just clapped her hands, patted her clothes, and walked up the mountain with mud on her feet. The side effects of teleportation are still too great, but because of this, I have a general understanding of the current situation of this body. As Fubai walked forward, she casually waved her hand to summon a staff that was about the same height as her. This staff was made of magic power, as crystal clear as blue stone, and its color was like a starry sky, gradually transitioning from light blue to dark blue. There were also spots of light on it, and there was a ball of blue light on the top of the staff. Fubai tilted her head as if thinking of something. With a slight movement of her mind, the staff flashed with light, and her clothes became extremely clean in the blink of an eye, and the mud under her feet disappeared without a trace. With my current physical strength, I still have to use the staff to assist in casting spells, otherwise there will still be side effects like before. Fubai's mood suddenly became happy because her body became cleaner, and she nodded with satisfaction. Then, she walked along the path up the mountain, still thinking about things before coming to this world. In his previous life, he was writing the outline of a novel and was about to finish it, but suddenly a web page came out of the computer, and that web page only had 12 words written on it. If you traveled through time, how would you write your own settings? He didn't intend to enter it, but the computer seemed to have a virus and directly copied all the settings of the protagonist. In Fubai, this is the name of the protagonist of the novel he was going to write, a rare novel with a female protagonist. In the setting, she is an elf who has lived for thousands of years, but in his novel, many people call her a witch. And in the worldview setting, the number of elves is very small, with a total population of no more than 100. This is not a common fantasy adventure novel, because the hero has long been predicted by the Demon King, and was strangled in the cradle after being discovered in advance, and only Fubai alone defeated the Demon King. This is her fate. The reason why the elves are so rare is caused by the demons, because the meat of elves can increase the upper limit of magic power. In the outline he wrote, the ending of the heroine is not good. Although the heroine is very strong in the setting, she is outnumbered, and no matter how strong one person is, she can't take care of herself. At the moment when the computer submitted the setting, a series of data apertures shot out from the computer screen and flew over his head. Before he could react, an inexplicable and very strong dizziness filled his head, and then his body collapsed and fell directly to the floor. At this time, the character settings of Fubai and other settings floated out from the computer screen, turning into strips similar to codes, flying over his head and entering his brain through the aperture. But strangely, some codes remained in the air and entered his mind after a long time. And these are the settings about the demons. Chapter 2. The magic of life. Upon awakening, she discovered herself transported into the world of Naruto, though now was not the time for contemplation. Fahaku had cast magic only twice. The first instance was the teleportation spell, which revealed her status as a novice fairy. However, being a fairy endowed her with innate magical power. Had she been human, the recent teleportation would have been beyond her capabilities. Furthermore, her mind was a repository of all magical lore, for she was indeed the author. The ability to properly channel magic, accurately depict it, and possess a vivid imagination of its essence were all indispensable. Fahaku sought to evade the watchful eyes of the Sage of Six Paths and the Toad Sage. With her current strength insufficient, becoming embroiled in the conflict against Kaguya would spell disaster. Death would come before she even understood how. Additionally, the fairy race was known for its gradual development. Although Fahaku's soul belonged to a modern individual, she was not immune to the influence of her character design. She preferred not to involve herself in the narrative too soon. Her primary objective remained the enhancement of her abilities. The sun cast a golden radiance as Fahaku ascended to the mountaintop. Behind her trailed a procession of freshly cut trees, dozens in number. Subsequently, the trees began to peel and segment themselves according to Fahaku's thoughts, transforming into pristine timber to construct a dwelling not far away. After a mere glance, she advanced toward the nearby trees, not solely for the purpose of building, but also to leave space for her own sanctuary. She had resolved to settle here, to cultivate her magical prowess and enable her new form to swiftly master fundamental spells. The teleportation spell was merely of intermediate rank, as it required a significant wind-up time of several seconds, serving primarily as a means of swift transportation in the realm of magic. However, the magical energy it consumed was beyond the capacity of an ordinary human, which explained its infrequent use, given the availability of alternative modes of transit. Fahaku employed teleportation to leave no trace behind. As the sun gradually descended, it yielded to a canopy of stars, devoid of the familiar moon. Fahaku gazed at the night sky, unfazed. According to the lore of Naruto, the moon would only appear once Kaguya was sealed. Indeed, it was a peculiar world, where the absence of a moon rendered many concepts illogical. Yet, it was precisely this anomaly that led Madara into deception, triggering the infinite Tsukuyomi through the moon. Who could have imagined that the moon harbored the seal of Kaguya Tsutsuki? After a brief contemplation, Fahaku shook her head and turned her gaze towards her abode. The wooden cabin was nearly complete, with a few stone and wooden furnishings installed, leaving only a few gaps in the roof to be finalized. At that moment, rustling sounds emanated from a nearby thicket. She turned her gaze, her eyes emanating a faint azure glow. Those eyes pierced through the foliage, revealing the hidden occupant, a rabbit. Without hesitation, she pointed her staff towards the thicket, and the rabbit, startled, collapsed unconscious. With a flick of her hand, a sphere of green light enveloped the rabbit and floated before Fahaku. She licked her lips and waved her staff, transforming the green orb into a translucent white sphere, within which the rabbit was disassembled. Its innards were swiftly buried to prevent attracting other beasts with the scent. Next, Fahaku waved her staff again, and the orb blazed crimson. She swallowed, lamenting the absence of salt. Alas, I shall have to make do. In the meantime, she conjured a well nearby, which fortuitously tapped into the underground water supply. This was another reason for her to settle here. The wildlife around the mountaintop was sparse, while the waterside served as a haven for creatures seeking refuge. With a nearby stream not far away, situated halfway down the mountain, Fahaku could easily detect the underground water source connected to it through her magic. Soon, as the rabbit meat cooked within the fiery orb, Fahaku wiped her mouth in anticipation. A gesture sent the meat floating directly to her mouth, and without a hint of feminine grace, she took a hearty bite. Within minutes, the rabbit was reduced to nothing but bones, which she buried to avoid attracting predators. After wiping her mouth, she pointed her staff at the adjacent well, inscribing a circular glyph at its mouth, allowing water to flow into her mouth from the well. This was a common magical array, designed to filter impurities from water, akin to a purification system, yet far superior. It was a fundamental skill for mages venturing into the wild, falling under the realm of life magic. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, Fahaku returned to her wooden cabin, tossing her staff aside, where it dissolved into azure light. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the hard wooden bed, limbs splayed in a starfish pose, and fell into a deep slumber. Today had demanded much of her magic, and her mind had been tirelessly mapping out her future existence, leaving her utterly drained. The following morning, Fahaku groggily rubbed her eyes and rose, having slept for approximately 12 hours, her first restful night in this world. Unlike other transmigrators who often struggled to find sleep on their first night in an alternate realm, she had slumbered soundly. As she stumbled outside, the sunlight illuminated her flawless features, invigorating her. On her exquisitely unblemished visage, coupled with her reticent nature, she exuded an air of aloofness, earning her the title of an icy maiden. With a mere thought, a surge of magic coursed from her crown to her toes, followed by a leisurely stretch. Indeed, all magic operated as per her written specifications, fulfilling their intended purposes. The magic she had just employed was also a form of life magic, capable of cleansing her body without the need for brushing her teeth or washing her face. However, bathing still depended on personal preference, as it could serve a psychological purpose. Fahaku ventured deeper into the forest, soon encountering an unfamiliar flower. Kneeling to caress it, she mused, what a pity. Some plants associated with magic do not exist in the Naruto world. The flora of this realm closely resembled that of reality, with few original creations. And many novel plants were merely adaptations of real-world species, albeit with different effects. For instance, this flower could be medicinal in Naruto, requiring chakra infusion, while in the real world, it served solely as an ingredient for herbal tea. Chapter 3. The Divine Tree. At that moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly illuminated Fubai and Appo's mind, prompting her to act upon her thoughts. A surge of magical energy flowed from her fingertips into the flower before her. Soon, the flower emanated a violet glow, transforming into delicate, thread-like strands of magical fiber that drifted into Fubai and Appo's hands. She was astonished to discover that this spell proved effective. Indeed, anything related to plants seemed to resonate across all realms. There exists a plethora of magical artifacts, categorized into various types such as weaponry, defensive gear, restorative items, and speed-enhancing devices. By harnessing the unique properties of certain special plants, one can craft an array of different magical items. The intricacies involved in this process are exceedingly complex, typically requiring the spellcaster to employ the corresponding magic for their creation. Fubai had dedicated considerable time to documenting the intricacies of magical artifacts. The spell Fubai utilized was designed to convert a portion of the plant into magical fibers. Initially, she believed it would only work within the confines of her fictional universe, yet to her astonishment, it proved functional even in the world of Naruto. With her idea firmly in mind, Fubai promptly sought out several more flowers, transforming them into magical fibers. Subsequently, inspired by an image in her mind, she fashioned for herself a white short-sleeved inner garment, knee-length white undergarments, and a magical storage pouch. Do not underestimate these items. The undergarments crafted from magical fibers possess restorative properties for magical energy. As the name implies, the magical storage pouch serves as a vessel for holding items, containing a void space that can accommodate a vast number of objects, its exterior merely the size of a young person's palm. In the magical realm, few possess the skill to create such pouches, as they typically acquire them from magical associations, given that this involves spatial magic requiring the inscription of special runes. Afterward, Fubai spent a considerable amount of time locating a nearby bamboo grove. Initially, she intended to convert the entire grove into magical fibers, but opted for half to avoid disrupting the ecosystem. She returned to her wooden cottage and began to weave protective magical artifacts using her magical energy. Half an hour later, Fubai exhaled deeply, retracting her hands that had been directed forward. At that moment, a magical robe floated gracefully in the air before her. Composed of 2 layers, an inner black layer designed to mitigate internal damage, providing a degree of resistance against penetrating spells, and an outer purple layer that not only protected against ordinary physical and magical attacks, but also offered resistance to fire and allowed for autonomous breathing underwater, repelling water like a bird's feather, which would slide off effortlessly. Upon donning the magical robe, Fubai's previously unassuming appearance was imbued with an air of mystique, resembling a seasoned sorceress shrouded in enigma. She twirled in her robe, a rare smile gracing her face, revealing her delight. Yet, she still required a magical hat capable of concealing her presence. Unfortunately, such a hat required tangible magical power rather than magical fibers, a feat beyond her current capabilities. After adjusting to the robe, Fubai glanced at the sky, realizing the sun was swiftly descending. A resolve began to solidify within her. She would venture to see the divine tree. Her motivation was not without merit, as this presented a unique opportunity to connect with an immense reservoir of chakra. Waiting for the inevitable conflict between Akatsuki Kagaya and the brothers of the Uchiha clan would mean losing this chance. The next opportunity would not arise until the 4th Great Ninja War. After calming her thoughts, Fubai took a deep breath. She still bore the mindset of a modern individual, unaccustomed to perilous endeavors. Her home atop the mountain was a testament to her desire for safety. After securing her abode, she had set about crafting protective gear. Moments later, she gripped her staff, conjuring it into existence, and, accompanied by a gentle breeze, began to hover in the air. "Oh dear, I certainly need more practice with flight magic," she murmured, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. Just moments ago, she had nearly faltered, and tightening her grip on the staff felt akin to fearing a fall. Her other hand was not idle either. She formed a series of hand seals, her eyes gleaming with a soft blue light as she scanned her surroundings with a serious demeanor. This perception magic required concentration and proficiency, and with practice, she could cast it effortlessly after a dozen attempts. As the perception magic activated, Fubai sensed an energy akin to magical power in the vicinity, drawn toward a specific location. Could this be natural energy? The purity of this magical energy was astonishing. Fubai was taken aback, having never meditated before, which explained her surprise. Its purity surpassed even that of the magical realm she had envisioned, akin only to the legendary Magus Kingdom. Sensing the flow of natural energy around her, Fubai determined her direction and, after inhaling deeply, began to fly toward it, albeit at a somewhat sluggish pace. Not long into her flight, she observed a bird soaring past her, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at being outpaced. As a 17-year-old at heart, her competitive spirit ignited, and she gritted her teeth, exerting herself to gain control of her form, swiftly surpassing the bird. With increased speed, her mastery of flight would surely improve. After flying through the night, she soon beheld a village ahead. Reflecting for a moment, she decided to navigate around it. According to her recollection, this was the village where Akatsuki Kagaya resided. Fearing detection, she resolved to circumvent the village and head toward the nearby mountain. Beyond that mountain lay the location of the divine tree. Before long, she crossed over the mountain and stood before the majestic divine tree, towering over the parched plain. A sense of inexplicable unease washing over her. She quickly identified this sensation as the tree's oppressive aura and forced herself to remain calm, channeling her magical energy to utter 2 words, "Holy Abode." In that instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, dispelling her anxiety. This was a mid-tier Holy Spirit magic, capable of stabilizing one and Appo's mental state, particularly effective for those gripped by fear and often utilized as a form of healing. After exhaling deeply, Fubai and Appo's eyes glimmered with blue light as she attuned herself to the surrounding natural energy. Indeed, the divine tree stood at the eye of the storm, drawing in vast amounts of natural energy. After a moment of sensing, Fubai closed her eyes, solidifying her resolve, and glided toward the divine tree at low altitude. No matter what, she was determined to extract a portion of the natural energy from within the tree, as it would greatly aid in enhancing her magical power. With her current level of magical energy, she could only cast a couple of high-tier spells before reaching her limit. Minutes later, Fubai arrived at the roots of the divine tree, where she discovered the sacrificial individuals cocooned in white bandages, lying beneath the tree. There, the Sage of 6 Paths, Kagaya, and the brothers of the Uchiha clan were present. Upon witnessing this scene, Fubai quickly concealed herself, masking her presence. Inwardly pondering, could today be the day the Sage of 6 Paths uncovers the truth? Chapter 4. Cultivation. After a considerable time, the Sage of 6 Paths departed from this place with Hitaki, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Hidden behind the sacred tree, Fubai observed this scene, particularly captivated by the Rinnegan in the Sage and Appo's gaze. Silently, she pondered, could it be that this follows the narrative of the manga? In the manga, the Sage of 6 Paths was born with the Rinnegan. Her thoughts became muddled, yet she comprehended that this was indeed the authentic world of Naruto, and she could no longer perceive it merely as an observer. Once they stepped beyond the expanse of the plains, Fubai emerged, casting a deep glance at the sacred tree, her emerald eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, such is the marvel of extraterrestrial technology. What a colossal energy reservoir. Scanning her surroundings and confirming the absence of onlookers, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Resolute, she gripped her staff tightly, driving it into the ground. Instantly, a torrent of magical energy surged from within her into the staff, emitting a blinding blue light. Her magical robe billowed without wind, and around the staff, a magical circle began to materialize. However, her casting speed was still insufficient. At such a pace in battle, she would have been caught mid-incantation long ago. Upon activating the magical circle, Fubai immediately directed her hands toward the sacred tree and unleashed 3 spells in quick succession: Strip Magic, Transform Magic, and Compress Magic. An hour and a half later, the surface of the sacred tree manifested 99 blue orbs, each resembling grapes in size. Consequently, the sacred tree and Appo's power diminished by 1/5. Ecstatic, Fubai hurriedly manipulated the 99 blue orbs, swiftly guiding them into her pouch. The Strip Magic she employed was merely a mid-tier spell. Yet Fubai had forcibly augmented it into a high-tier spell through the magical circle. Otherwise, the original Strip Magic would have yielded only about 10 blue orbs. Transform Magic was a low-tier spell, a common energy conversion magic that transformed natural energy into a tangible form, akin to the magical fibers from before, facilitating compression. Had Fubai attempted to absorb this 1/5 of natural energy directly, it would have taken her decades. These maneuvers were simply to ease the process of packing it away. Compress Magic was of mid-tier, but it required meticulous execution, consuming most of the time. Before long, the 99 blue orbs were secured within her pouch. Yet, Fubai appeared unsatisfied, her eyes glistening with blue light, fixated on the sacred tree, even as the magical circle beneath her feet began to dissipate, preparing for her departure. Should she gather more? Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, a potent pressure, akin to that previously emanating from the sacred tree, surged toward her. As the pressure approached, Fubai sensed danger in an instant, swiftly activating the magical circle beneath her feet to cast teleportation magic and vanish from the spot. On the other side of the mountain, in a nearby village, Kaguya Akatsuki gazed toward the sacred tree, having observed the remnants of the teleportation circle. She sensed a trace of spatial energy and remarked with surprise, "What is this? Has the chakra of the sacred tree diminished? Could it be that someone among them arrived early?" However, upon scanning the vicinity and finding nothing amiss, Kaguya seemed to resolve herself, turning her back and entering her dwelling. It appeared that the plan must be hastened. Not far from the sacred tree, upon her arrival, Fubai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her body succumbing to exhaustion, her right hand, which held the staff, drooping limply. "Phew, I hope I wasn't detected," she mused, shielding her eyes from the blinding sunlight with her left arm. Having employed a high-tier spell followed by teleportation magic, this was beyond her limits as a novice who had only recently begun to dabble in magic. Her magical energy was nearly depleted. Although teleportation magic was merely a mid-tier spell, it consumed substantial magical energy and required her to endure the dizziness induced by sudden spatial transition. After resting for a while, Fubai managed to rise, her magical energy roughly restored to 70 or 80%, thanks in part to her attire woven from magical fibers. Once she gathered her thoughts, Fubai picked up her staff and soared toward her home. Meanwhile, in the distant Mayaboku mountain, Yui had embarked on her journey of senjutsu training, heralding the commencement of a monumental battle. As nightfall quietly descended, Fubai finally landed gently in her courtyard, her anxious heart gradually settling. Time to begin my training. She lightly brushed off her garments and stepped inside her home. The next time she would likely re-emerge into the world would be far off. Time flowed unhurriedly, as if no one noticed the quiet departure of these days. In the village of Far, individuals toiled relentlessly, akin to puppets laboring in the fields for sustenance, their lives seemingly preordained. Kaguya Akatsuki gazed into the distance from within her abode, a hint of melancholy reflected in her eyes. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths stood before her, enveloped in a profound aura of natural energy. The impending confrontation between Kaguya and the Sage was imminent. Everything seemed to unfold in a methodical manner, as the two brothers joined forces against Kaguya, the battle stretching on for a full 3 months. Boom, boom. The ramifications of this epic conflict reverberated widely, even reaching the locale where Fubai resided, yet she remained oblivious, seemingly unfazed. At this juncture, Fubai was in the crucial phase of absorbing her second blue orb, her magical energy elevated by 1/5 compared to before, yielding conspicuous results. Had she practiced in the ninja realm, it would have taken at least a year to achieve such advancement, whereas with the aid of the orbs, she had accomplished it in merely 2 months, thus saving a considerable amount of time. However, this was also due to the current scarcity of natural energy in the ninja realm. Should she locate the 3 great sanctuaries for training, her progress could be significantly accelerated. Yet such considerations would wait until her strength increased, for opportunities would arise in due course. But when that would happen was for Fubai to decide. She was, after all, an elf, notorious for her severe procrastination. Currently, her objective was to absorb all 99 blue orbs while simultaneously enhancing her proficiency in magic. After absorbing the first orb, she dedicated 2 days to mastering other spells before proceeding to the second. When she consumed the first orb, the earth-shattering battle had yet to encroach upon her vicinity. Yet at this moment, Fubai could already perceive the distant roars of conflict. Hearing this commotion made her somewhat anxious. Yet she was in a pivotal stage and could not afford to falter. Although she had absorbed the natural energy, without transforming into a stone frog or similar, she remained apprehensive about interrupting the absorption process. Allowing the natural energy to run rampant within her body could yield unpredictable consequences, a risk she was unwilling to take. After a brief interval, the blue orb within Fubai was entirely absorbed. She opened her eyes and, without hesitation, clasped her hands together. In an instant, a magical circle materialized beneath her feet, resonating throughout the room and manifesting similarly upon the land. Subsequently, a protective shield enveloped the entire house, and moments later, the second, third, all the way to the 10th shields layered upon one another, extending outward. After spending a full hour to accomplish all of this, Fubai seemed to deflate suddenly. Although this spell had drained most of her magical energy, it also brought a sense of relief to Fubai. As the magical array vanished, she no longer paid attention to the commotion outside and proceeded to consume the next blue orb. Chapter 5. The Sorceress. The sequential shield belongs to the highest echelon of magic, often cast by multiple sorcerers to protect a city. Typically, an ordinary city would only employ 5 layers of sequential shield, yet one should not underestimate these 5 layers. Even a single layer can withstand extensive magical and physical damage. Even in the face of immensely powerful magical assaults, the shield may only be breached by 1 layer, with the 2 forces neutralizing each other, rendering further damage impossible. In the realm of magic, the Magic Kingdom boasts as many as 24 layers of sequential shield. Fubai, however, could only cast this protective spell on her own abode due to its limited scope, allowing her to maintain so many layers simultaneously. Nevertheless, the preparation time for this magic is excessively lengthy, making it impractical for routine defensive measures. For a vast city like the Magic Kingdom, deploying a shield requires hundreds of sorcerers to sustain their efforts for an entire month, with a maximum of 24 layers achievable. As time quietly slipped by, the turmoil in the shinobi world gradually subsided. Fortunately, the aftermath of the battles did not reach Fubai's residence. At this moment, she continued to absorb her third blue particle, her eyes remaining tightly shut. Thanks to the magical energy within her, she could forego sustenance, merely consuming magic to feel satiated. However, her magical energy was in a constant state of increase, rendering this consumption negligible. The shinobi world began to enter an era of peace, with a bright, resplendent moon hanging in the starry sky. This moon, a colossal creation born of the sealing techniques wielded by the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother, imprisoned Kaguya Otsutsuki within its depths. Kaguya had also split off Black Zetsu, awaiting the day of her resurrection. At this juncture, the Sage of 6 Paths commenced his teachings, founding the shinobi religion, while his brother ventured to the moon to guard their sealed mother. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. The Sage and Appo's 2 sons had matured into adulthood, and the 9-tailed beasts had separated from the 10 tails. Nevertheless, the Sage and Appo's power remained formidable. Fubai seemed accustomed to her tranquil life, venturing out daily to hunt, with an array of game of varying sizes displayed before her dwelling. Beside her house stood a small stone hut, designated for smoking her catches. The mountain was imbued with an unmistakable aura of natural energy. While it could not compare to the 3 great sanctuaries, it surpassed the natural energy found in other regions of the shinobi world, attracting numerous animals to make their home there. Years prior, Fubai had completely absorbed the 99 blue particles, which contributed to the richness of the natural energy in this place. If her total magical energy were to be compared within the realm of magic, it would be nearing the level of an orange sorcerer. In the magical world, sorcerers are categorized by 7 colors, with red-ranked sorcerers being the elite few within the Magic Kingdom. Those below the orange rank could apply through the Sorcerer's Guild for a badge representing their identity, while elevation to the orange rank required recognition from any red sorcerer. Legends spoke of individuals reaching the gray sorcerer level, existing solely in the annals of history. According to Fubai's original narrative, she was the singular gray sorceress capable of confronting the Demon King, yet that was a matter for the story's conclusion. All of this was ancillary. Fubai herself cared little for such accolades, having never sought out these so-called badges. The title of the world's sole gray sorceress was merely a name bestowed by others. Throughout these years, Fubai had masterfully honed a plethora of spells, and even after absorbing the blue particles, she had not neglected her training. She hunted in the morning, practiced magic in the afternoon, and engaged in cultivation by night, her magical power steadily increasing. Elves indeed possess unique advantages, nearly enjoying eternal life with a gradual increase in magical prowess. However, this pertains solely to their magical energy, as elves are still susceptible to death. At noon, Fubai commenced cooking. For these past few years, she had adhered to 3 meals a day, seemingly attempting to compensate for the years she had gone without food. Strangely, Fubai remained unchanged, appearing as she did upon her arrival in this world. Her attire retained the style of 20 years prior, though she now wore a moon-shaped pendant, a magical artifact. Suddenly, while dining, Fubai sensed an intrusion within the bounds of her barrier. Years ago, she had established a large-scale reconnaissance barrier on this mountain. Any living creature ascending would not escape her awareness. Fubai steadied her mind, her eyes emanating a faint blue glow. Within her line of sight appeared a man clad in white. This was Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. What was he doing here? Fubai pondered. Ashura scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. In the next moment, he cast a casual glance up the mountain, as if struck by a sudden realization, his mouth opening as he began to ascend the slope. Seeing this, Fubai furrowed her brow in displeasure, murmuring to herself, "Have I been discovered?" After a moment's contemplation, she sighed, the blue light in her eyes fading. "I might as well meet him. He cannot have come here without reason." With this thought, Fubai swiftly finished her meal. She then waved her hand over the dishes, rendering them spotless as if they had never been used, before stepping outside. Moments later, Ashura had reached the halfway point of the mountain, while Fubai descended slowly from above. Their paths were about to intersect. Ashura, not an ordinary individual, moved swiftly without a hint of breathlessness. After a while, upon encountering a girl walking towards him, he halted, captivated by her otherworldly aura. Her pointed ears and deep green eyes were enchanting, the sunlight casting a silvery sheen upon her gray hair. She wore a purple robe, a simple cloth pouch at her waist, and beige sandals woven from magical fibers. Her gaze bore no flicker of emotion, exuding a calmness that was almost eerie, as if she were detached from the world. Ashura swallowed hard, and was the first to speak. "Who are you?" Fubai hesitated before replying. "I am Fubai, and may I inquire as to your purpose here?" Her voice was soft and tranquil, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, Ashura felt an inexplicable warmth swell within him. His guard significantly lowered as he replied, "I am Ashura, currently training nearby. I sensed the abundant natural energy of this mountain and came to investigate." Fubai rested her chin on her hand, slightly surprised, and mused, "So that is the case." She had indeed not noticed such phenomena, having resided in this place for 20 years without venturing beyond the mountain, thus lacking strong awareness of the outside world. Moreover, she was unaware that the shinobi religion founded by the Sage of Six Paths was not far from here. It was Ashura and Appo's heightened sensitivity to natural energy that allowed him to easily detect the anomalies in this area. Had it been Indra, he might have merely glanced and continued on his way. After a brief pause, Ashura, somewhat apprehensive, stated, "I wish to take you as my mentor." Fubai, taken aback by Ashura's declaration, instinctively turned to him and asked, "Why?" "Because you are incredibly strong, and your mastery of natural energy surpasses even my father's," Ashura replied, closing his eyes to absorb the essence of his surroundings. Before him loomed a colossal sphere of energy, rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths without the 10 tails. Chapter 6. Accepting Ashura as a disciple. Upon hearing Ashura and Appo's words, Fubai was slightly taken aback and instinctively touched the crescent-shaped pendant hanging from her neck. What could be the matter? Was it ineffective? This pendant was imbued with hidden magical properties. However, the materials available on this mountain only sufficed to create a low-tier concealed pendant, and Fubai had crafted it rather carelessly, given that no one had ventured up the mountain for many years. Now that her secret had been uncovered, a wave of frustration washed over her. Feeling exposed, she scratched her head awkwardly, yet she was also astonished that Ashura could sense the magic within her, albeit only a fraction. Nonetheless, this indicated that the pendant had some efficacy, as it had at least concealed part of her magical essence. A regular individual would certainly have been oblivious to the magic she possessed. After a moment of contemplation, Fubai found herself contemplating the idea of taking Ashura as her disciple. After all, he was the son of the Sage of Six Paths, and she had numerous experimental ideas in mind for him. Moreover, her own strength had seen considerable enhancement, leaving her with little to fear. It wasn't long before Fubai turned to Ashura, her expression calm as she stated, "Very well, I agree to take you as my disciple, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Ashura and Appo's face lit up with hope, but as soon as he caught wind of the word and Appo's condition and Appo's, he immediately regained his composure. "As long as it is not an unreasonable request, I shall comply," he replied, a serious expression crossing his face, wary that Fubai might impose an excessive demand. After all, he was a man of his word, dedicated to upholding the vows he had made. Fubai, with a resigned demeanor and unhurried tone, responded, "What do you take me for? It is not an outrageous request. I merely require a few drops of your blood." Ashura hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Satisfied, Fubai nodded back, "Excellent." With that, she approached Ashura, grasping his right hand with her left before raising her right hand to channel her magic, her fingers pressing against Ashura's index finger. Ashura looked on in astonishment, surprised by his master's sudden gesture. The separation spell activated, but this time it differed from previous instances, as it required meticulous control to extract his blood. In no time, 5 crystalline droplets of blood flew from Ashura and Appo's fingertip. At that moment, Fubai released his hand and swiftly pointed at the droplets. The 5 blood drops became enveloped in purple magic and were collected into a small pouch at Fubai's waist. Ashura, still in a state of shock, glanced at his right index finger, discovering that there were no wounds left behind. However, he paid it little mind, for with his divine physique, even a minor injury would heal almost instantaneously. He exhaled deeply, resolutely deciding to follow Fubai up the mountain. After a few minutes, the two arrived at a location near the mountain's summit, where Fubai's humble abode was situated. Sitting on a stone bench in front of the house, Fubai faced the approaching Ashura and instructed, "Come, unleash the power within you." Ashura paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the next instant, he clasped his hands together, and a surge of powerful chakra erupted forth, causing an immediate increase in pressure. Fubai remained unfazed, nodding approvingly as she softly said, "Good. Now compress the chakra you and Appo's unleashed within your body without reducing its intensity." Ashura appeared troubled, responding helplessly, "But how is that even possible?" At this, Fubai chuckled softly, removing the crescent pendant from around her neck. In that instant, a torrent of overwhelming magic erupted from her, forcing Ashura to stagger backward. This is impossible. Stronger than my father." Ashura's face was one of utter disbelief. In his understanding, the Sage of 6 Paths was the mightiest being in existence. Even upon witnessing Fubai previously, he had only perceived her as being on par with his father. Yet now, his comprehension was shattered, and he felt that Fubai surpassed the Sage of 6 Paths in strength. However, this was merely Ashura's perspective. Fubai was acutely aware of the true power of the Sage of 6 Paths. At present, she simply possessed a slightly greater magical capacity. The Sage's strength lay in his spiritual power, his soul, and the force of the 6 Paths. It was precisely this reason that his soul persisted even through the 4th Great Ninja War, enabling him to grant enhancements to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. She understood that, with her current abilities, she could barely defend herself against the Sage, but they were not adversaries, and this was merely a theoretical consideration. Fubai made no outward display of her thoughts. Her gaze turned icy as she retracted the magic that had been emanating from her. Yet the pressure it had generated remained, causing the surrounding natural energies to stir restlessly, even making Ashura slightly unsteady on his feet. The sheer force of Fubai's unleashed magic left Ashura speechless. In his eyes, it was akin to the natural energy, which had vanished in an instant. Yet its effects lingered. Fubai, now adorned with the crescent pendant once more, quelled the magical pressure and stated, devoid of emotional fluctuations, "I am still merely a novice. To achieve perfection, I must learn to control my chakra completely and conceal it with utmost proficiency." Over the years, she had diligently practiced controlling her magic. As a sorceress, the ability to obscure one and Appo's magical essence was paramount. Although she had mastered the perfect utilization of her internal magic, she could only gradually refine her ability to hide it over time, for her magical power was ever increasing, and this training would not cease. The skill she mentioned would ultimately become essential for ninjas, the adept manipulation of chakra and the art of disguise. When ninjas unleashed powerful jutsu, they had to manifest their chakra, akin to a shackle engraved in the minds of people. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, there is little need to conceal one's chakra. Much like formidable magical creatures in the realm of sorcery, there exists no necessity to mask their magical prowess. Magic symbolizes status, while hiding it is the demeanor of the weak. In the real world, individuals of wealth who remain understated are few. The majority openly display their affluence to ensure their social standing. Emerging from his astonishment, Ashura had witnessed everything Fubai had done. "Very well. I shall give it a try." With that, Ashura began to mimic her, attempting to compress his chakra. Fubai, however, shook her head and interjected, "Wait. Let us start from the very basics." With that, Fubai extended her right hand, and a swirl of purple magic coalesced into a spherical vortex in her palm. This technique was inspired by the spiral sphere of Minato Namikaze. It was through replicating the initial steps of its formation that she had learned so swiftly. Fubai shared the 3 steps of the spiral sphere with Ashura, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he attempted it, successfully generating a spiral sphere on his first try. Now it was Fubai's turn to be astonished. She couldn't help but reflect that it had taken her an entire day to fully grasp the concept. Subsequently, Fubai instructed Ashura to follow the first 2 steps of the spiral sphere to practice compressing his own magic. Chapter 7. The Battle of Brothers. As the night descended and the moon rose gracefully, casting its silvery glow, Fubai glanced at the still meditating Ashura and softly uttered, "You should return. Training does not necessitate being here. The comforts of home suffice." Ashura rose slowly, bowing respectfully to Fubai. "Yes, master." Despite having trained the entire afternoon, Ashura's progress was nearly negligible, yet Fubai was not surprised. External cultivation and internal training were entirely different entities, without a couple of months of accumulation. A qualitative leap was unattainable. As Ashura descended the mountain, his gaze remained resolutely fixed ahead. He understood that to safeguard his father's ninja clan, he must become stronger. Fubai sat by the bedside, casually draping her discarded robe aside. She retrieved 5 droplets of blood extracted from Ashura, which had solidified into crimson crystals through magical energy, glimmering softly in her palm. "Is this the bloodline of a celestial body?" Fubai murmured, lifting one droplet, her eyes shimmering with a faint blue light. She held her breath, scrutinizing the elusive golden glow within the droplet. Although she was not particularly interested in the celestial body's constitution after all. No one knew if it bore any side effects. She recognized that Ashura, despite being of celestial lineage, would ultimately succumb to age, if she were to recklessly refine it. She might not even survive to witness Naruto's era. Nevertheless, these droplets could be employed for other magical practices. Fubai's intention was to explore whether the bloodline of the ninja world could yield something akin to contract magic. Naturally, there was no rush. After a brief study, she stored the droplets away and resumed her meditation. 2 months swiftly passed, and Ashura had initially grasped the technique of compressing the chakra within his body. With his keen perception of natural energy, complete mastery was merely a matter of time. During these 2 months, he had reduced the frequency of his visits to the mountain. Having been informed by Fubai that training at home was equally effective, Fubai had only taught him this one technique, and Ashura bore no dissatisfaction. He could feel his strength steadily increasing, with chakra compressing within him, becoming increasingly manageable. The potency of many jutsus had notably amplified, and even his basic techniques had evolved into new forms. One day, the Sage of the Six Paths summoned his 2 sons to choose the heir of the ninja clan. As expected, he selected Ashura. Indra, filled with discontent, abruptly left home. All of this unfolded within Black Zetsu's grand scheme. The following day, Ashura ascended the mountain to inform Fubai of the event. She displayed little interest, merely advising him not to rush and to progress step by step with his training. Ashura nodded, always willing to heed the counsel of those who cared for him. 2 years had elapsed, and Ashura had gained mastery over most of the chakra within him. His power vastly transformed, even inheriting the power of the 6 paths. Upon becoming the leader of the ninja clan, he found himself inundated with responsibilities and, coupled with his daily training, scarcely found time to visit Fubai. She was unfazed by this, having long grown accustomed to solitude. During this period, she had utilized 2 droplets for magical experiments. One failed and one succeeded. The failed attempt was a high-level demon summoning, where she had hoped to see what could be summoned with Ashura's blood, but nothing materialized. The second attempt, however, succeeded with a high-level spirit summoning, bringing forth a golden spirit. This entity shimmered with golden light, its muscular form adorned with a sun-shaped pendant upon its forehead, though it bore no discernible features. Indeed, it was a high-level spirit, and a melee type at that. Fubai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that experiments required multiple trials. The high-level spirit summoning lasted only a day. Unless the blood droplets were used again to extend its duration, the spirit would vanish. Fubai was indifferent to this, viewing it merely as an experiment. She instructed the high-level spirit to hunt some wild game, preparing for a feast later that evening. At night, at the foot of the mountain near the ninja clan, a man coldly stared in the direction of the clan. His Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, flickered ominously in the darkness, and the shadowy chakra emanating from him surged like a tangible force. Ashura was meditating inside when he was abruptly awakened by a loud commotion outside. He hastily rushed out, discovering Indra confronting the Sage of the 6 Paths. The violet Susanoo loomed brightly in the night sky, drawing the attention of the clan members who rushed out to witness the spectacle. Ashura instinctively called out, "Brother." Indra, expressionless, addressed the sage. "After years of training in the outside world and witnessing countless wars, I believe that to attain peace, one must wield absolute power to rule." Ashura vehemently countered, "Brother, you are mistaken. Why can't we discuss this properly?" At that moment, a voice echoed in Indra's mind. "Look, Ashura is still trying to sway you." Indra's eyes turned icy, and he roared, "There is no turning back for me. The path I have chosen is a lonely one." As soon as he finished speaking, the Susanoo transformed from its skeletal form into its complete form, a towering giant standing 100 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Fubai observed everything through her magical mirror, murmuring, "Indeed, the narrative has diverged." According to the animated version, Indra would have long ceased to engage in discourse, and his eyes, as expected, are 3 tomo. She had no intention of intervening, yet considering her proximity to the ninja clan, she worried that the Susanoo's attacks might inadvertently affect her. The protective barrier she had cast only shielded her immediate vicinity, and she had not considered the implications at the time. Fubai stepped out of her abode and made her way to the mountaintop, the magical mirror following closely behind, reflecting the conflict within the ninja clan. Upon reaching the summit, she beheld the colossal Susanoo from afar, appearing no larger than a grape from her vantage point. Suddenly, A flash of golden light erupted as the Ninetales, in a three-headed, six-armed form, engaged in fierce combat with the Susanoo. Ashura stood atop the Ninetales, the power of the six paths coalescing into a black spear, steadfastly countering the Susanoo's onslaught and gradually gaining the upper hand. Fubai nodded in approval. It seems the years of training have not been in vain. She felt a sense of gratification with Ashura's performance. Although the six paths' power and the Ninetales were his greatest assets, his strength had indeed surpassed that depicted in the original narrative. Today, Ashura had become the strongest in the ninja world, while the sage of the six paths had grown old. At that moment, a massive purple blade shot toward the mountaintop where Fubai stood. The residual force from the battle between the Susanoo and the Ninetales had affected the surrounding land. Fubai furrowed her brow, and with a swift motion of her right hand, her staff materialized instantly. She aimed at a position slightly below the descending blade, rapidly gathering her magical energy. A beam of white light erupted from the tip of her staff, surpassing the speed of the blade and striking its lower trajectory. Altering its course, the blade veered diagonally into the sky, slicing through the night. The purple light of the blade illuminated the night sky, splitting it in twain, its dazzling radiance casting a glow upon the entire earth. Chapter 8. Defensive Magic and the Dao Gem. Just moments ago, Fubai had unleashed a type of ordinary attack magic, which is categorized as low-level magic. In the realm of sorcery, such magic serves as a widely embraced method of assault. Its speed is unparalleled, free from unnecessary movements prior to casting, meaning there is no wind-up. The wielder can modulate the output of the attack magic according to their own magical energy, allowing for reductions in power and even the ability to alter its trajectory. This form of magic is universally acknowledged as the most versatile, frequently employed even by the most elite sorcerers. In the distance, Indra, alerted by the commotion, instinctively glanced back. This fleeting moment of vulnerability allowed Ashura's Dao Gem spear to pierce through the arms of Susanoo, shattering them. Cursed be this moment. Indra, now fully focused, felt a cold glint in his eyes as his dark chakra surged violently. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to rotate slowly, indicating the arms of Susanoo were showing signs of regeneration. Seizing the opportunity, Ashura swiftly brought his hands together, conjuring a black, spiraled shuriken that appeared between his palms. With a powerful throw, the black spiral shuriken hurtled towards Susanoo's head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Indra noted that Susanoo's arms had yet to fully regenerate, compelling him to endure the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, Susanoo's exterior shattered like fragile eggshells upon impact. Blood trickled from the corner of Indra's mouth. Yet he secretly rejoiced that he had withstood the assault. However, a sense of urgency struck him. Retreat. The words of Kuroji echoed in his mind, just as a Dao Gem materialized unexpectedly within Susanoo's form. In the next heartbeat, the Dao Gem erupted forth like a porcupine, unleashing a barrage of black spikes. The moment the colossal Susanoo encountered the spikes, it crumbled into oblivion. Indra coughed blood, his steps faltering, and his body weakened, threatening to plummet from the air in mere seconds. Susanoo disintegrated into a cascade of purple shards, scattered upon the earth. Indra staggered and shifted positions, evading the Dao Gem's spike assault, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, falling from the sky. Kuroji, unable to bear the sight, quietly withdrew with Indra. As Ashura remained oblivious to Indra's presence, his body trembling slightly, his face etched with sorrow as he gazed at the shattered Susanoo. He had no desire for this outcome, yet he understood that failure to act would endanger the nearby civilians. Ashura encased the Dao Gem within the spiraled shuriken, utilizing it to breach Susanoo's shell, allowing the Dao Gem to blend within and achieve success. Fubai observed the distant Ninetales, nodding in satisfaction as she remarked, "What a clever idea." Though it is unfortunate that he lacked the resolve to be more ruthless. The battle had concluded with a decisive advantage. Had it not been for Fubai's attack that distracted Indra momentarily, the outcome might not have unfolded so swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Fubai stowed her magic mirror and staff, making her way home. At this juncture, Ashura had also dispelled the Ninetales' form and the power of the Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths regarded Ashura with a sigh, then turned his gaze to the mountain where Fubai resided, his expression contemplative. "Father, let us return," Ashura said, his spirits somewhat diminished, not revealing to the sage that he had a mentor. The Sage of Six Paths withdrew his gaze from the mountain, looking upon Ashura with pride. "You have matured, grown stronger, and now possess the capability to protect everyone." Ashura, now invigorated by his father's words, smiled and scratched his head, replying, "This is all thanks to the power of the Six Paths you bestowed upon me. No, it is due to your own conviction." The Sage of Six Paths began to expound on profound truths, while Ashura listened intently. 2 days later, Fubai was peacefully meditating at home when she suddenly heard footsteps outside. Aware that someone was ascending the mountain to seek her out, she opened her eyes just as the door swung open. "Young man, long time no see." The figure at the door, initially taken aback at the sight of Fubai, soon smiled, saying, I never imagined that decades later, you would still appear so youthful." Fubai rose from her bed and settled on the edge, replying, "Of course. I am an elf. I do not age. Come in and have a seat." The visitor, who was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, entered with a wry smile, taking a seat on the stone bench beside her. Across from him, another stone bench held Fubai and Appo's magical robe, but the sage only glanced at it before returning his attention to Fubai. Fubai, breaking the silence, softly inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have come to express my gratitude. It is you who has guided Ashura, is it not? His strength exceeds my expectations. And I did not anticipate it would be you." Fubai felt a tinge of embarrassment, stammering, "No need to thank me. I suppose you could say that I have struck a deal with your son. How did you know it was I who taught him?" The Sage of Six Paths replied calmly, "You think Ashura always ventured this way, and I would remain unaware? Though I do not interfere with his choices. I still pay attention." Fubai nodded, then shifted the subject, curiosity piqued. "So, you wish to express thanks. How do you intend to repay me?" The sage, with a slightly aged voice, laughed heartily. "You may make one request." Fubai, with a mischievous smile, promptly responded, "Then I would like you to procure several Dao gems for me to study for a few months." Upon hearing this, the sage awkwardly replied, "I am old and frail. It would be quite impossible to maintain several at once for an extended period." Fubai's expression dimmed slightly, yet she kept her demeanor neutral, responding simply, "Very well. I have no other requests." The Sage of Six Paths, rarely flustered, expressed his apologies. "I am truly sorry, but I can manage to sustain one for an extended duration." With a wave of his hand, a dark Dao gem floated into the air. Fubai, seizing the opportunity, raised her hand towards the Dao gem and began her examination. As a day passed and the sun slowly sank in the west, the Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brow and prepared to leave. For he had never witnessed the techniques Fubai had just demonstrated. Meanwhile, Fubai merely conducted a preliminary investigation, testing which magics were effective against the Dao gem and which could resist it. Though seemingly straightforward, these findings were of utmost importance. Should she encounter an adversary wielding a Dao gem in the future without knowledge of which magic could defend against or could not, she would be at a severe disadvantage. The conclusions drawn from her research indicated that standard elemental and defensive magics were ineffective against the Dao gem. Defensive magic would only make fleeting contact. The magical energy within Fubai would dissipate rapidly, and within moments, the defensive spell would shatter into blue light particles. The sole solution was to employ spatial magic to counteract it, though these were merely preliminary studies, and many spells had yet to be tested. Defensive magic is a common protective measure for sorcerers, roughly the size of a palm, appearing as a translucent blue diamond-shaped block, reminiscent of the crystal release in the ninja world. When activated, this magic instantaneously stacks blue diamond blocks, mirroring the agility of attack magic, allowing for preemptive defenses against an opponent and Appo's strikes, thus conserving magical energy. It could also be bent into a spherical shape, enabling a 360-degree defense. Though if subjected to an all-encompassing assault, the energy expenditure would be substantial. Chapter 9, a mere fragment of the elf's prolonged existence as time drifted by. Ashura ascended the mountain to pay a visit to Fubai. However, his stay was brief. It was merely a fleeting glance. Thus, numerous years passed in a rush. One day, the Sage of Six Paths gradually aged, and Ashura remained by his side until the final moment. Even the distant sage Frog, residing in Maiboka Mountain, mourned the departure of the Sage of Six Paths. Time continued its relentless march forward. A new era emerged for the shinobi sect, and the elderly Ashura began his daily visits to Fubai. In truth, Ashura had long ceased to ponder why Fubai did not age. Fubai herself felt no particular sentiment regarding the passage of time. The shinobi world enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. Nevertheless, the enmity between Ashura and Indra persisted. After Ashura and Appo's passing, Fubai finally descended the mountain to visit his grave. Before the tombstone, she gazed silently, as if time itself had come to a halt. Yet, after but a moment, she turned and returned to her mountain abode to continue her cultivation. Fubai seemed to be searching within herself for any lingering emotions toward life. This was the nature of the elves. Her expression betrayed no change, as if her own feelings were suppressed. Time flowed like a gentle stream, day after day. Year after year, countless moments slipped away unnoticed. Fubai had lost count of how many times she had renovated her dwelling, which now resembled a quaint two-story house, adorned with furniture reminiscent of the medieval era. Her footsteps traversed the entire mountain. Every blade of grass, every tree, every creature had been studied by her. She had meticulously documented which plants yielded exceptionally durable magical fibers and which animal's blood could be harnessed for spellcasting. Compiling her findings into tomes stored in the library on the second floor, Fubai gradually forgot the significance of time, unaware of how many years had passed. She continued to lead a life of simplicity, devoid of surprise or joy, free from complaint or worry. Her mastery over magical power reached an extraordinary level. Her magical capacity astonishingly elevated. In the realm of magic, she stood at the pinnacle of sorcery. In this world, it seemed most accepted that the magnitude of magical power was directly proportional to a magician's status. Yet, this was not entirely true. Magic was an extensive system, with many spells yet to be discovered and their weaknesses explored. If the path-seeking jade approached a high-level sorcerer unexpectedly, without proper defenses, it would be obliterated by the overwhelming destructive force of the jade. During this time, Fubai had mastered numerous ultimate spells, alongside all of the elves' unique magics. On this particular day, under the same sunny morning as before, two youths stealthily ascended the mountain. Fubai was not at home. She was meditating nearby in the forest, for she occasionally desired a change of scenery. Leaves fluttered down upon her magical robe, one after another, as if nature offered her a unique gift. She stood there, tranquil as a statue, blending seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Sunlight playfully filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a glow upon her delicate elfin ears, which shimmered like translucent jade, emanating a gentle halo. "Man, come here quickly." A small head peeked out from behind a large tree, glancing in her direction. Uchiha Ben approached reluctantly. "What is it, Hashirama?" Senju Hashirama whispered, pointing toward Fubai. "Look, there is someone." Both boys fixated on Fubai, exclaiming in unison, "So beautiful." At that moment, Fubai's soft elfin ears quivered slightly. She slowly opened her vibrant green eyes, the pupils initially dark green, gradually brightening like the tenderest new buds in the forest. Her hair remained grayish-white, cascading freely over her back, unbound. Throughout the years, Fubai had undergone little change. She still wore that familiar purple robe of magic. However, her aura had shifted slightly. The aloofness remained, yet her elfin charm had deepened. Initially, Fubai had not noticed the two boys' presence, for during meditation, one must immerse oneself entirely, attuning to the energies of nature, as if becoming one with them. It had been a long time since she had spoken. She gazed at them, her voice soft and unfamiliar. "Hashirama and Uchiha-ban, how many years have passed? I have almost forgotten. This is the shinobi world." Nearly a millennium had elapsed since Ashura's death, and the descendants of Ashura and Indra remained in conflict under the influence of Kaguya. Yet for Fubai, a being of prolonged life, it was but a fleeting moment. Her gaze was somewhat languid as she rose and approached the two boys. Uchiha-ban, sensing her movement, warily spoke, "What? What do you want?" Fubai seemed to adapt to conversation seamlessly, responding, "I want to harm you." Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama stood transfixed, staring at her. Moments later, Fubai reached Hashirama's side, gently lowering her head with an innocent smile. "Little one, may I borrow some of your blood for research?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha-ban swiftly drew a kunai from his pouch, aiming it at Fubai's head. A resounding clash echoed as a diamond-shaped block radiating a ghostly blue light appeared, intercepting the kunai with a hardness that numbed Ban's hand. "What is this? Why is it so hard?" Uchiha-ban exclaimed, realizing the kunai had failed to pierce through. He urgently pulled Hashirama back, retreating hastily. Fubai, undeterred, remained deep in thought, quietly observing the retreating figures. Could it be my choice of words was amiss? Why did they suddenly attack me? Long ago, she had borrowed 5 drops of Ashura's blood, which she had quickly depleted. Upon seeing Hashirama, she had wished to borrow more, but Ban misinterpreted her intentions as a threat to Hashirama's life. Before long, Fubai snapped her fingers, conjuring a blue semicircular shield that enveloped the two boys. Upon closer inspection, the shield comprised countless diamond-shaped blocks. "What? This is bad." Uchiha-ban sensed trouble as he beheld the shield. However, Hashirama interjected, "Ban, I believe she is not a villain." Ban retorted, "She wants your blood. How can she not be a villain?" Hashirama remained unperturbed, calmly suggesting, "Let us hear what she has to say." With no other choice, Ban stood beside Hashirama, his grip on the kunai still firm. The next moment, Fubai teleported inside the shield, gazing at the two, cautiously stating, "Do not fear, do not fear. I am not a bad person. If you each provide me with a bit of blood, I can grant you one request." Her voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotional fluctuations. To Uchiha-ban, it felt like a blatant threat, sharpening his gaze further. Fubai noticed his expression and scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. "It has been so long since I spoke. I seem to have forgotten the art of language. My apologies." At this moment, Senju Hashirama extended his right hand and said, "Sister, I can offer you my blood." Upon witnessing this, Fubai revealed a triumphant smile, and without hesitation, she employed the method to extract Ashura's blood, swiftly collecting over a dozen drops of crimson-hued crystal. Uchiha Madara, filled with concern, observed from the side, hesitant to take any further action. Chapter 10. The conditions for awakening. After extracting blood from Senju Hashirama, Fubai cast a meaningful glance at another individual. Uchiha Madara, realizing escape was futile, reluctantly extended his left hand, much like Hashirama. Moments later, Fubai displayed a rare smile, thoroughly satisfied as she collected the blood droplets from both men. She affectionately patted their heads and cheerfully remarked, "Now, each of you may make a request, but do not be excessive." For someone who had not encountered humans in quite some time, she felt a tinge of joy. Her essence remained that of a modern soul, albeit influenced by the temperament of the elven race. For nearly a millennium, visitors had traversed this mountain, yet most merely paused at the foot before departing. Fubai was not one to take the initiative. Though she had embarked on hikes, she had seldom engaged with others. Hashirama appeared momentarily stunned before earnestly asking, "I wish to know how to achieve peace in the ninja world." Fubai responded directly, "Unify the ninja world." Upon hearing this, Hashirama took a few startled steps back. Madara, slightly astonished, regarded Hashirama, surprised by the question, and contemplated the implications of Fubai's 4 words. However, Madara soon shook his head, as Hashirama remained perplexed regarding Fubai's intentions. Unifying the ninja world was an impossibility without formidable strength. Even the conceited Madara believed such unity to be unattainable. Fubai, with her hands clasped behind her back, calmly stated, I merely presented a method. I am not obligated to assist you in unifying the ninja world, for that would be exceedingly troublesome. At that moment, Madara solemnly addressed Hashirama. Strength is essential, Hashirama. Hashirama turned to glance at Madara. Then, Madara articulated his own request, turning to Fubai and saying, teach us how to grow stronger. Fubai rested her chin in contemplation, surveying the two. She was aware that Madara lacked the aptitude for sage mode, while Hashirama could easily learn from her previous teachings to Ashura. After deliberation, she resolutely replied, very well. Subsequently, Fubai first led Hashirama aside, elucidating the principles of natural energy and instructing him on the steps to perform the Rasengan, allowing him to practice at his leisure. After a brief span of time, Fubai approached Madara and said, follow me. She guided Madara to another area and began, your Uchiha clan possesses the inherently powerful Sharingan. The Susanoo is an even greater external force. If you can awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, your strength will increase significantly. Madara, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, how do you know this so well? Fubai pretended not to hear, continuing her monologue. Awakening the Mangeki Sharingan is improbable, but your yang chakra is sufficiently potent. I shall attempt various methods to see if I can help you awaken the single Tomo Sharingan, but you must agree, do not hold me accountable for what follows. Fubai made her stance clear, indicating that if any unforeseen consequences arose, she would not be held responsible. Madara exhaled heavily. Though he trusted Fubai would not go back on her word, a sense of wariness lingered in his heart as he cautiously replied, all right. Each Uchiha possesses unique traits, and the catalyst for awakening their eyes varies from person to person, yet all hinge upon their yang chakra. If the yang chakra is sufficiently dense, awakening can often be achieved with a mere nudge. Madara's first awakening of the single Tomo Sharingan was spurred by the realization that Hashirama belonged to the Senju clan. Ignited by anger and affection for Hashirama, the cost of awakening was minimal. The first emotion was anger. Without warning, Fubai delivered a swift kick toward Madara. Reacting instinctively, Madara crossed his arms to defend himself, yet even so, the force of her kick sent him flying backward, crashing into a large tree, causing its trunk to shudder. Fubai feigned a fierce demeanor, remarking, it seems my taijutsu is rather lacking, as this little rascal managed to react. Madara staggered to his feet, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, muttering angrily, damn, how can this woman possess such strength, despite her slender appearance? Fubai's body had long been enhanced by magical energy, saturating her entirely. One could say she was indeed a witch. However, her martial arts remained quite rudimentary, limited to basic attacks, as her focus had always been on the study of magic. Before Madara could fully regain his footing, Fubai harnessed her magical energy and teleported directly in front of him, her fingers coalescing into a fist aimed squarely at his face. Teleportation magic is a form of intermediate magic, akin to a lower-tier transport magic, allowing short-distance travel within one's line of sight without any preliminary motion. Its sole drawback is the considerable amount of magical energy it consumes, slightly less than transport magic, and it is typically employed to evade attacks. However, the magical energy expenditure was trivial for Fubai. Madara's eyes narrowed as he grasped a kunai, thrusting it toward her fist. A resounding clang echoed as a diamond-shaped blue barrier materialized at the point of impact, granting Madara a moment's reprieve. He swiftly executed a backflip to evade further confrontation, all the while forming hand signs. Fubai's punch missed its target, striking the tree instead, but she managed to moderate her force, preventing it from splintering. Doton. Iwagakure no Jutsu. Madara shouted, unleashing a torrent of rocks aimed at Fubai, burying her beneath the debris. Aware that direct assaults were futile, he resorted to this ninjutsu to restrict her movements. As the rocks enveloped her, Madara seized the opportunity to escape, his mind racing to devise a new strategy. At that moment, a spectral figure of a young woman appeared behind Madara. Clutching a green wooden longbow, intricately engraved with natural motifs, she aimed at Madara's thigh. A pure surge of magical energy coalesced into a green arrow at the bowstring, and her magical robes billowed as if animated by an unseen breeze. Resembling an authentic elven being, her violet magic transforming into vibrant green. With a delicate release of her slender fingers, the green arrow shot forth like a dazzling green laser, leaving behind only the piercing whistle of the arrow slicing through the air, striking Madara's thigh with uncanny precision. As he ran, preoccupied with formulating his battle plan, a flash of green light caught his eye on the ground ahead. Instantly, he felt an inexplicable sensation of levitation, followed by a heavy thud as he crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling. Terrified, he turned to inspect his thigh, only to find a gaping wound had appeared without warning. Pain surged through him, and he could no longer feel his leg. The sensations of tearing agony, numbness from blood loss, and a ringing in his ears overwhelmed him, making him feel like prey. In that moment of anguish and fury, his yang chakra surged toward his eyes, and his ebony pupils ignited with a crimson hue, the two Tomo Sharingan gradually awakening within them. Chapter 11. The Child of Angels. The special magic of the elves, known in the magical realm as racial magic, can only be wielded by specific races, and the Elven clan possesses its own unique spells. Among these is the Bow, a manifestation of Elven racial magic known as the Verdant Bow, capable of conjuring arrows and bows from thin air, accompanied by several complementary spells. What had just transpired was merely a standard attack, comparable in power to a typical offensive spell. Upon witnessing Uchiha Madara activate his two-tomo Sharingan, far exceeding her expectations, Fubai flicked her right hand, causing the bow to disintegrate into 100 leaves scattered across the air. She then raised her right hand, aiming it at Madara, who was still clutching his thigh, and gently spoke, "Do not fear, I will heal you." As she finished speaking, a white light enveloped Uchiha Madara, significantly diminishing his pain. Miraculously, the gaping wound on his thigh began to close at a visibly accelerated pace, and within a minute, his leg was restored to its original state. Seeing his injury healed, Madara staggered to his feet and moved about cautiously. However, he still cast a sullen glance at Fubai, feeling uncomfortable being treated as prey. Nevertheless, he turned his head and muttered, "Thank you." Fubai breathed a sigh of relief and smiled warmly, replying, "It was merely an exchange, no need for thanks." Yet, to Madara, this smile was not a reassuring sign, and he found himself somewhat apprehensive of her expression, murmuring, "What a witch she is." Fubai's ears were exceptionally sensitive. She could hear what most others could not. With a light chuckle, she gradually departed from the scene, leaving Madara in a state of trepidation. As evening approached, Senju Hashirama had already grasped the initial step of the Rasengan, holding in his hands a leather-shelled water sphere, the water within swirling under the influence of chakra before bursting forth. I can proceed to the next step," Fubai remarked, having observed from a distance. After imparting the methods for compressing chakra and several techniques to Hashirama, she sent him down the mountain. Fubai had fulfilled Uchiha Madara's request. Now it was up to them to continue. The following morning, Fubai arrived at an expansive clearing, retrieving 30 drops of blood from her pocket. Half from Senju Hashirama, and the other half from Uchiha Madara. The 30 drops of blood aligned neatly in the air, and Fubai's face illuminated with excitement. For she was about to perform a grand spell. The contract summoning was not classified as a magic of any tier, yet in terms of magical consumption, it surpassed high-tier spells and approached the realm of ultimate magic. Moreover, the more magical power infused, the higher the summoned beings would be. In the annals of the magical realm, it was recorded that the Demon Lord was summoned by 10 great red sorcerers a millennium ago. These sorcerers, in their quest for higher beings, inadvertently summoned the Demon Lord. However, this remained merely a tale. The truth was known only to Fubai. As Fubai meticulously inscribed the magic circle with her magical energy, she murmured, "There was no such foolishness among the red sorcerers. Even if there were, it is improbable that 10 sorcerers would act simultaneously." Immersed in her thoughts, she soon regained focus and continued inscribing the runes of the magic circle. By noon, she had completed the intricate magic circle, which had consumed 1/10 of her magical energy, hinting at the vast amount required for the spell. This was merely an experiment. The high-level summoning allowed for temporary manifestations of beings, while the higher tier, contract summoning, granted the ability for permanent summoning but demanded immense magical power. With few aware of the runes of such a magic circle, in the magical realm, only the Elven clan had employed it. The complexity of this magic circle encompassed many ancient and profound magical runes and rules of power. The arrangement of these runes and the guidance of energy were crucial. Fubai slowly raised her right hand, carefully manipulating the 30 drops of blood to disperse towards the respective locations on the magic circle. Madara's blood floated inward, while Hashirama's drifted outward, with Fubai standing serenely between them. Once the drops reached their designated spots, Fubai's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, her expression grave. She gently lowered her hand, allowing the 30 drops to fall into the magic circle. Without hesitation, she bit her finger, letting a drop of blood, infused with magical energy, fall precisely at the center of the circle. In an instant, the entire magic circle began to hum, as purple magic energy swirled around it like lively sprites, gradually converging towards the center. Simultaneously, Fubai's own magical energy surged forth, rapidly flowing into the circle. As the energy amassed, a remarkable transformation occurred. The color of the magic began to shift. The original purple gradually faded, replaced by a delicate pale yellow. As time passed, the magic enveloped Fubai, its hue shifting from pale yellow to a brilliant golden, emitting a soft golden glow. The magic circle, overwhelmed by the concentrated energy, began to dissipate. Fubai glanced around, pondering, gold? Could it be the celestial triad? As the blood she used was not from the magical realm, Fubai could only speculate based on the color. She had no certainty of what would ultimately be summoned. However, recalling previous encounters with celestial beings, it was highly probable that she would summon a member of the celestial tribe. In the end, the magical energy coalesced around the drop of her blood, forming a white, round cocoon, and the flow of her magical energy ceased. This experiment had consumed a significant portion of her magical power. Crack, crack. Soon, the cocoon began to fracture. Beams of golden light bursting forth from the crevices, akin to sunlight breaking through clouds, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. Fubai gazed intently, her eyes shimmering with a blue luminescence, not diverting her gaze even for a moment. At last, the cocoon shattered into countless fragments, revealing a young girl of about 5 years, lying at the center, completely bare, her golden hair crowned with a halo radiating a sacred light, and a pair of pristine wings unfurled gracefully from her back, perfectly covering her form. She slept peacefully, her purity reminiscent of a lotus blooming upon tranquil waters, untouched by any speck of dust. Overwhelmed with excitement, Fubai could no longer contain her joy. She covered her mouth with her hands to avoid waking the child and exclaimed in exhilaration, "The child of angels." Chapter 12. A simple embrace. A gentle breeze swept through, lightly stirring the wings of the young girl. Her lashes fluttered delicately, reminiscent of a butterfly and Appo's wings, before she slowly opened her eyes. They were crystalline, deep amber eyes, gazing around in a state of innocent bewilderment, as if she had just entered the world. Upon seeing Fuhua, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she began to call out, "Mama, Mommy, Mommy." It seemed the child had already concluded that Fuhua was her mother. Fuhua felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet she gradually moved closer to the girl. She extended her hand slowly, gently caressing the halo above the girl's head, which radiated a holy glow. The child and Appo's face lit up with sheer delight, her eyes gradually narrowing in bliss. It is well known among the angelic kin that the halo is the most potent source of magic. A gentle touch brings immense comfort to an angel. The wings, akin to the sensitive ears of the elven folk, are similarly delicate. The sensation was delightful. Fuhua's gentle right hand repeatedly glided over the halo, her movement soft and soothing. In truth, she found the texture of the halo irresistibly captivating, compelling her to keep touching it. The surface felt remarkably unique, embodying a softness intertwined with a slight firmness, akin to fine silk enveloping a piece of warm jade. As time passed, under Fuhua's tender strokes, the girl seemed to drift into a serene dream, eventually falling asleep. At that moment, Fuhua ceased her caress, realizing that this sensation was indeed somewhat addictive. She mused that she must avoid becoming too enraptured by it. Then, with utmost care, she cradled the girl in her arms and began her journey homeward. As the sun set, Fuhua sat quietly by the bedside, observing the child. On the table beside her lay a large magical hat, which she seldom wore unless venturing far from home. Throughout the millennia, she had only left this mountain a mere 100 times, each occasion solely to procure supplies necessary for her magical studies. With her current immense magical power, the hat served as a magical artifact related to restoring her magic, capable of concealing her elven ears, or aura, and shielding her from the elements. This experiment could be deemed remarkably successful. However, the summoning of a youthful angel had been somewhat unexpected. Typically, contract summoning involves mature beings who would unwaveringly pledge their loyalty to the summoning mage. The issue of youth was not significant, as it merely required nurturing over time. In fact, Fuhua found this aspect quite appealing, reminiscent of a nurturing experience. The lifespans of angels and elves are comparable. Once matured, their physical forms cease to grow. Fuhua had not anticipated that the blood of the Senju clan could amalgamate with that of the Uchiha clan to summon an angel. Her own blood played no critical role, serving merely to establish the contract. There could be deeper reasons at play, particularly the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. Fuhua pondered over the outline she had previously pinned, murmuring, "Angels, born from the union of divine and demonic essence. It appears that is indeed the case." Yet, this concept belonged to a distant past, something she had merely glossed over without delving deeper. The following morning, the soft rays of sunlight flowed through the window, illuminating the girl's face. She drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze immediately landing on Fuhua, who had fallen asleep at the bedside. Fuhua's silvery white hair flowed gracefully over the edge of the bed, exuding an aura of tranquil beauty. The girl gently propped herself up, reaching out with her small hand to lightly touch Fuhua and Appo's delicate face. "Mama." The child and Appo's clear voice resonated in the stillness of the room, like a silver bell breaking the silence. This call pierced through Fuhua and Appo's slumber, awakening her instantly. As she looked to the girl, her previously confused expression softened with warmth at the sight of the child. Yet, beneath the depths of her gaze lingered an unmistakable elven chill. To her surprise, she noticed that the girl's halo and feathered wings had faded away. Such beautiful eyes. "From now on, I shall call you Mingly," Fuhua said calmly, gently stroking the girl and Appo's golden hair, as if discussing with her, or perhaps having already made a decision. "Mingly?" The girl blinked her bright eyes, filled with curiosity, staring at Fuhua in a way that suggested she was only half understanding. "Yes, you shall be called Mingly from now on." Fuhua smiled, her tone still somewhat rigid, yet slightly softened. I am Mingly," the girl exclaimed, suddenly bursting with joy as she lunged towards Fuhua. She wrapped her small arms around Fuhua's neck, embracing her tightly, as if wishing to convey all her trust and affection through this simple hug. At that moment, Fuhua felt a tear escape from the corner of her eye. She had never anticipated that this sudden embrace from the child would evoke such emotion within her. Perhaps, throughout the long passage of time, Fuhua had grown accustomed to the solitude of her own company, believing she could bear it with grace. Yet, when this unexpected warmth approached, she found herself caught off guard. The yearning for warmth and intimacy, long suppressed deep within her soul, was ignited by this simple embrace. She too had once been human. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Shinja clan, Hashirama found himself inexplicably confined within his family home. Though unaware of the circumstances, he continued to train. While Madara had set forth for the battlefield with the clan members, just yesterday he had informed his father and younger brother about the awakening of his eyes, leading to the anticipated outcome of being dispatched to the battlefield for honing. In her room, Fuwa presented several outfits for Mingly to choose from. Garments crafted from magical fibers she had woven the previous night, protective outerwear, restorative undergarments, and a few decorative accessories, each with unique purposes. Fuwa quickly selected a suitable ensemble for the girl. The beige top, crafted from a soft fabric, was adorned with an intricate embroidered emblem at the collar, layered over a blue shirt with puffy sleeves and paired with knee-length black shorts. However, Mingly did not express any fondness for the accessories or pendants. Observing this, Fuwa decided to set those items aside. As she gathered them, the moon pendant around her neck came into view, instantly capturing Mingly and Appo's attention. "Mama, I want that," Mingly exclaimed, pointing to the pendant adorning Fuwa's neck. Hesitant, Fuwa paused. This pendant had accompanied her for nearly 1,000 years. "If you desire it, then it is yours." With that, she removed the pendant and placed it around Mingly's neck. Chapter 13. Learning Magic. Fuwa has devoted considerable thought to the angelic race, and the memories associated with it remain vividly clear in her mind. Even after a millennium, she recalls her past creations daily, as they are intimately tied to her existence and cannot be forgotten. Lying in bed, Fuwa gazes at Mingly's golden short hair and gently inquires, "Would you like to learn magic?" "Magic? What is that?" Mingly looks at Fuwa with confusion, unaware of the concept's meaning. Magic is a wondrous power, akin to a mysterious key that unlocks a world brimming with infinite possibilities, Fuwa explains in an official tone, observing Mingly's bewildered expression. At that moment, she snaps her fingers, and they are instantly transported to a nearby clearing. "Wow!" Mingly exclaims with palpable excitement, as if she has touched something extraordinary. Following this, Fuwa raises her right hand and lightly sweeps it toward the ground. In an instant, the area blossoms with flowers, transforming into a vibrant meadow. However, Mingly does not exhibit the enthusiasm Fuwa anticipated. Instead, her eyes mist over as she gazes at the floral field, her voice tinged with joy. "Mother, is this magic?" "Yes, indeed," Fuwa responds calmly, lost in her own thoughts. What if Mingly does not like magic and has no desire to learn it? She feels at a loss. It is not as if she could simply send her back. Yet, Mingly soon looks at Fuwa with earnest determination and states, "Mother, I want to learn." Thus, magic stirs within the heart of the angel, much like a fish encountering the ocean or a bird soaring into the sky. Once magic is unveiled to an angel, it cannot be rejected, for it is in their very nature. From that day forth, Fuwa begins to teach Mingly the fundamentals of magic, starting with defensive spells. For the angelic race, the most vital skills are defensive magic and teleportation. They have honed the art of attack to perfection, intertwined with their racial magic. Returning to the courtyard, Fuwa initiates the lessons. Time swiftly passes, and in a single day, Fuwa has imparted several low-level spells, while Mingly and Appo's pace of learning is remarkably swift. The angelic race excels in resonating with magical energy, standing on par with the elven kin. The following day, Fuwa takes Mingly to the second floor, where she has documented the plants, animals, minerals, and various magical experiments that can be manipulated with magic, though all the records are inscribed by magic, requiring no effort on her part. As days turn into weeks and weeks into years, a decade slips by unnoticed. Mingly has transformed from a young girl into a graceful maiden, even taller than Fuwa. Her golden hair, not overly long, grazes her shoulders, with two strands cascading naturally along her cheeks. Her attire retains its previous style, albeit tailored with magical fibers to fit her perfectly. The wars of the Warring States period are drawing nearer to Fuwa's mountain. The era of Senju and Uchiha marks the most intense conflict in millennia, though it pales in comparison to the subsequent Great Ninja War. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have not ascended the mountain again, seemingly forgetting this place. "Mom, I'm home," Mingly announces as she enters, slipping into her slippers, her wrist adorned with a golden bracelet, joyfully bouncing inside. Throughout her growth, she continues to share a bed with Fuwa, as this brings her comfort. Yet, she harbors a yearning for the world outside, knowing she has matured. "Welcome home," Fuwa replies, emerging from a side room, leaning against the wall to observe Mingly. "Mother, I have mastered the sword of the starry sky," Mingly exclaims. Fuwa rests her chin in thought, intrigued. How many swords is this now?" Mingly chuckles, approaching Fuwa and taking her hand. "The 223rd, it's already the limit for angels." Fuwa raises her eyebrows in surprise. "Then that means you have fully learned the Angel S-Blade." Hee. Mingly beams, shaking Fuwa's hand in delight. Fuwa affectionately ruffles her hair. Understanding the sentiments of the Sage of Six Paths, a child and Appo's growth truly brings a sense of fulfillment, embodying the charm of nurturing. The Angel S-Blade is one of the racial magics of angels, recognized as their most potent skill. Crafted from the halo of angels, it can store and manipulate up to 223 swords, each a high-level offensive magical artifact, and to manage that many at once is no small feat remarkably. Mingly has mastered this in just 8 years. Though some shortcuts were taken by dividing the storage into 2 halos, one concealed atop her head and the other worn as a bracelet. Within 10 years, she has learned the majority of low to mid-level spells, several high-level spells, 2 supreme spells, and 1 racial magic comparable to ultimate magic. Were it not for Fubai being the author and knowing the angelic lore, she might have doubted the legitimacy of such rapid progress. In the study, Fubai flips through a book, her mind racing with thoughts. She had not anticipated that Mingly had become a capable mage in her own right. Meanwhile, Mingly reads beside her, occasionally gazing out the window. Fubai keenly perceives the longing in her eyes for the outside world and sighs resignedly. It is time for Mingly to venture forth. She can no longer remain a caged bird on this mountain. Without voicing her feelings, Mingly would lack the resolve to make such a decision. With that thought, Fubai sets down her book and approaches Mingly. Shili, starting tomorrow, you may soar through the skies. Upon hearing this, Mingly shivers with anticipation, looking at Fubai and asking, Mother? Understanding Mingly's unspoken fears, Fubai patiently continues, I am not sending you away. It is time for you to explore. You have become a formidable individual in your own right. In an instant, Mingly's eyes mist over. After a wistful glance outside, she bites her lip, falling into Fuhua's embrace. Holding her tightly, tears stream down her face, soaking Fuhua and Appo's shoulder, yet she remains resolute in her silence. At that moment, words feel superfluous between them. It's all right. It's all right. In the future, I too will venture out, and we shall meet again, Fuhua softly reassures her. Really? Mingly lifts her tear-streaked face, her red eyes fixed intently on Fuhua. Indeed, Fuhua replies with serene certainty. She has resolved to descend the mountain, drawing ever closer to the main storyline of the ninja world. Fuhua also intends to settle temporarily in a more bustling place, with Konoha village as her preferred choice. As in days of yore, after a simple meal, Fuhua begins to recount the myriad tales of the ninja world, preparing Mingly for her adventures beyond. Chapter 14. A contest as night descended, Fubai and Mingly found themselves restless, tossing and turning in their beds. Mingly, the child preparing to embark on a journey far from home, was engulfed in anxiety and fear. Fubai, on the other hand, harbored sentiments that were difficult to relinquish. In a millennium, she had never shared her living space with anyone else, having spent merely a decade with Mingly. Yet those 10 years had filled her heart to the brim with emotion. For Fubai, Mingly was undeniably significant. The weight of this affection had transcended the mere bounds of their contractual relationship. On the following morning, Fubai gently styled Mingly and Appo's hair before bidding her farewell. All necessary items were tucked away in the pouch at her waist, and every piece of advice had been imparted. Fubai was not one to cling to sorrow. Mingly did not weep. After all, she had shed her tears the night before. Now, her heart brimmed with longing for the outside world. And this moment was a perfect opportunity for her to hone her spirit. Mother, I'm heading out, Mingly said softly, turning her head with her customary smile. Be careful on your journey, Fubai cautioned. Upon hearing this, Mingly turned and began her descent down the mountain. It is worth noting that she could have utilized the teleportation magic, but this mountain held too many memories for her to abandon. Thus, she chose to meander along the mountain path, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if she wished to etch every blade of grass and stone into her memory. Reaching the mountain's peak, Fubai gazed into the distance. Beside her, a magical mirror floated in the air, revealing a desolate expanse. Within this barren land, 2 teams of ninjas engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Leading them was an adult Uchiha Madara, accompanied by his younger brother, actively participating in the fray. His kaleidoscope Sharingan radiated an enchanting glow, seemingly intent on absorbing the carnage surrounding him. Clutching a bloody katana, Madara danced a macabre ballet across the battlefield, effortlessly reaping lives. Each extinguished life merely a cold statistic in his ledger. This turmoil was less than 100 miles from where Fubai stood, yet the Uchiha clan, under Madara and Appo's leadership, subtly avoided the area, while the opposing ninjas remained nameless and unmentioned in the original narrative of Hokage. Mingly had already descended the mountain for some time. Drawn by the scent of blood, approaching the battlefield's edge, she could clearly discern the entirety of the conflict. The angels were a combative race for them. Battle was a form of existence. Yet, Mingly pressed forward, disregarding the chaos of war. Over the years, she had sparred with Fubai numerous times. Yet she had never emerged victorious. She could hardly fathom the extent of Fubai and Appo's magical prowess. Fubai could even replicate her shadow for combat, matching her skillfully. Moreover, Fubai often employed the blood of animals to invoke, summoning magic, for Mingly and Appo's training, exposing her to various monsters. Even when summoned with her own blood, the real angel had once bested her, and though she had initially been utterly overwhelmed, she had made rapid progress over the past year, managing to withstand an entire day against the summon before it was dispelled. Thus, she regarded the ongoing battle with indifference, resolutely advancing. Who are you? The ninjas near the battlefield glared at her fiercely, weapons poised in her direction. At that moment, Uchiha Madara activated his Susanoo, wreaking havoc at the center of the battlefield. Mingly seemed oblivious, her gaze fixated on the rampaging Susanoo. Is this the Susanoo my mother spoke of? It doesn't seem very imposing. Was it said to be 100 meters tall? One of the ninjas followed her gaze, spotting the Susanoo, and snarled, "What are you looking at? Is that Uchiha reinforcements?" Before Mingly could respond, they swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of water, fire, and lightning techniques towards her. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas stood by, watching the spectacle, entirely oblivious to the reality of the battlefield, for the appearance of Susanoo signified victory. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted, and Mingly stood encased within a blue shield, all ninjutsu thwarted from breaching its barrier. Observing the diamond-shaped shield, the Uchiha clan member exclaimed, "It's a bloodline limit." Yet, in the next instant, Mingly vanished from the shield, and a flash of golden light swept through, severing the throats of those who had attacked her, snuffing out their lives without a trace of resistance. Even the Uchiha ninjas were taken aback, their curiosity evaporating in an instant. Panic-stricken, they scanned their surroundings, hands poised to form seals, just as a chilling voice whispered from behind, "I advise you not to make a move. I am not one who relishes slaughter." Upon hearing that unnerving voice, they instinctively turned around, freezing like statues. Mingly and Appo's amber eyes shimmered with golden light, and those who met her gaze appeared as if their spirits had been shaken, rendered motionless by fear. Her expression conveyed disdain for the weak, with the golden glow merely a passive gift of the angelic lineage, capable of manifesting a tangible aura of dread. Seeing the situation unfold, Mingly chose not to strike those individuals, instead forging ahead towards the heart of the battlefield, as if only the Susanoo could pique her interest. At the center, Uchiha Madara maneuvered his Susanoo, blocking ninjutsu time and again. The ninjas below were powerless against the colossal figure, their techniques rendered utterly ineffective. Madara and Appo's reputation was becoming increasingly formidable as many enemy ninjas fell in battle, bringing the war to its inevitable conclusion. Before the towering 10-meter Susanoo, a figure suddenly appeared. A golden-haired maiden stepped forward, softly declaring, "The war is over, let us engage in a friendly contest." This was one of the pieces of advice imparted by Fubai: should one seek a friendly duel, it must be approached with courtesy, and if the other party declined, the matter would end there. However, should anyone cross the line, they were to respond with unreserved force. "Very well," Uchiha Madara replied calmly, harboring no doubts. He was, after all, a warrior at heart. It was rare for someone to dare challenge him. The Uchiha clan members, having just witnessed Mingly and Appo's terrifying prowess, instinctively recoiled as they laid eyes on her. Chapter 15. Peace. As soon as the words left her lips, Mingly gently touched the golden bracelet adorning her right wrist, and a resplendent longsword materialized in her palm, her most adept weapon. Observing this, Uchiha Madara and Appo's expression turned serious. He drew his katana from his waist, confronting Mingly with determination. The surrounding Uchiha clan members instinctively cleared a space for the impending clash. Mingly was the first to strike, rushing towards Uchiha Madara like a tempest. How swift! The golden blade shimmered in the sunlight, emitting a dazzling brilliance as it sliced through the air with a hissing sound. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, slashing downward at Uchiha Madara. Anticipating her attack, he activated his Sharingan, deftly sidestepping the fierce blow. In the same motion, he swung his katana in a reverse grip, unleashing a chilling wave of blade energy aimed directly at Mingly's face. Calm and collected, Mingly pushed off the ground, propelling herself backward, executing a graceful spin in midair before landing softly on the ground. Without hesitation, she charged forward once more, this time altering her strategy. Her swordplay became increasingly intricate, each thrust imbued with varying trajectories and force, some aimed directly at vital points, others feints designed to lure Uchiha Madara into revealing an opening. Persistently pressing the attack, Uchiha Madara, his Sharingan operating at its peak, responded with equal intensity. His strikes were swift and precise, the katana weaving a nearly impenetrable defense before him. Each clash of Mingly's sword against his blade ignited brilliant sparks. Yet he soon discovered that his katana bore signs of wear. Suddenly, Mingly lunged forward, lowering her body as she swept her sword towards Uchiha Madara's legs. He leaped high into the air, performing a backflip to launch an attack from above, his katana charged with chakra. The moment their weapons collided, a tremendous shockwave surged outward, fracturing the ground beneath them. Having fought in numerous battles, Uchiha Madara possessed formidable strength, yet he was taken aback by the ferocity of his opponent's technique, which seemed far beyond what one of her age should wield. Even the Uchiha bystanders exchanged glances, astonished that anyone could hold their ground against Uchiha Madara. His brother watched anxiously from the sidelines. After several exchanges, Uchiha Madara seized an opportunity, skillfully flicking Mingly's sword to the ground where it lodged firmly, immovable. In an instant, he raised his katana, aiming a furious strike at her neck. Realizing there was no escape, Mingly felt the surge of magical energy within her swell dramatically, releasing a powerful force that radiated outward. Uchiha Madara immediately sensed the energy's disturbance, hastily channeling his chakra. In that instant, the skeletal form of Susanoo manifested around him, absorbing the impact of her energy wave, though it forced him back slightly. The onlookers from the Uchiha clan quickly retreated to a safer distance, staring in astonishment at Mingly. Uchiha Madara murmured, "Such a potent chakra fluctuation." Mingly regarded him with a hint of displeasure. After all, it was his extraordinary techniques that compelled her to unleash her magical power. Had it been a contest of physical prowess, she believed she would not fall short. Uchiha Madara had endured countless wars, employing various unique techniques as mere tools for victory. Mingly, however, had never engaged in battle with a ninja, rendering her combat experience relatively naive. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Uchiha Madara, saying, "Consider me defeated." With that, she withdrew her golden sword and resolutely turned away, striding off without a backward glance. Uchiha Madara, intrigued, called after her, "What is your name, and to which clan do you belong?" Mingly, "Of the angels," she replied succinctly, her pace unwavering as she continued forward. "Mingly? The chakra you emanated bears a striking resemblance to that which..." Uchiha Madara pondered, shaking his head as if to dispel the thought. The Uchiha clan members, witnessing this exchange, took a few steps forward, intent on stopping Mingly. However, at a glance from Uchiha Madara, they abandoned the notion. Fahaka stood quietly in a dim room, her gaze fixed upon the enchanted mirror before her. The surface of the mirror unveiled the unfolding battle, each move and counter vividly displayed. "Let her hone her skills," Fahaka murmured softly, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with satisfaction. It seems Mingly has been training diligently. Her expression remained serene, as if the outcome was one she had long anticipated. As the battle within the mirror began to calm, the surface returned to stillness, reflecting Fahaku and Appo's composed visage. "Now, we await the dawn of Konoha," she whispered. On the distant battlefield, smoke still lingered, and the silhouettes of weary ninjas moved through the ruins, busy and exhausted. War, peace, power, and desire, merely the relentless cycles of human history. Even with the unification of the ninja world, and the sealing of chakra and Appo's power, humanity would inevitably forge new weapons and find fresh justifications for conflict. Peace is but a fleeting illusion, ultimately shattered by new ambitions and hatred. Such is the nature of humankind. Fahaka mused aloud as she descended the mountaintop. The following afternoon, as the sun set blood-red, staining the sky, Uchiha Madara's brother fell on the battlefield, blood soaking the earth, his wound inflicted by Senju Tobarama's merciless blade. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Madara stood beside Uchiha Izuna, his hands trembling, his eyes filled with profound sorrow and rage. "Is this the price of war?" he murmured, his voice hoarse and fragmented. "Brother, transplant my eyes." Uchiha Izuna whispered weakly, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Days later, Uchiha Madara underwent the procedure to transplant his brother's Mangeki Sharingan. The power contained within those eyes awakened within him, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan granting him an unprecedented strength. Yet, this power brought no joy. Instead, it deepened the hatred and pain within his heart. For the honor of the Uchiha, for Izuna's sacrifice, this war must come to an end. Uchiha Madara stood before the Uchiha compound, his gaze piercing, as his clan members stood at attention behind him, awaiting his command. The battle reignited. The Uchiha clan clashing with the Senju clan, the collision of chakra resounding like thunder. This conflict raged on for an extended duration, both sides suffering grievous losses. At last, Senju Hashirama stepped forward, his voice booming and resolute. "Madara, cease this madness. This war has claimed too many lives. Have you forgotten our shared dream? The peace of the ninja world is what we should truly pursue." A flicker of doubt crossed Uchiha Madara and Appo's eyes as he surveyed the devastated battlefield. Gazing at his fallen clansmen, he recalled the question posed by Senju Hashirama before Fahaku, and the hatred in his heart began to wane, replaced by a profound weariness. "If you seek vengeance for your brother, then let me take my own life as atonement." Lowering his head, Uchiha Madara remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Hashirama, enough. You are right. This war has gone on long enough." Senju Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, but soon stepped forward and extended his hand. "Let us together forge a peaceful ninja world. This is our dream, as well as their wish." Uchiha Madara gazed at Hashirama's hand and, after a brief pause, clasped it firmly. The instant their hands intertwined seemed to herald the dawn of a new era. However, from a distance, Fubai quietly observed this scene through the magic mirror, a subtle smile gracing her lips, hinting at a profound significance. It appears that the narrative here has undergone slight alterations, yet they are inconsequential. Chapter 16, Konoha Village in a vast expanse of plains. Uchiha Madara stood shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama. Behind them, the emblems of the Uchiha and Senju clans fluttered in the wind, symbolizing the union of two great families. "Here shall be the birthplace of our dreams," proclaimed Hashirama, arms wide open, his voice resonating with passion. "A village for all ninjas, a homeland devoid of war." Madara nodded slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he gazed into the distance, seemingly envisioning a future of prosperity and peace. "Hashirama, I hope your dream is not merely a fleeting illusion." Hashirama turned to Madara and declared, "The leader of the village shall be known as Hokage." A leaf drifted down into Madara's hand. He picked it up, gazing affectionately at the vast land before him. "Then let this place be named Konoha Village." The news swiftly spread among the surrounding clans: Hyuga, Sarutobi, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara. Various clans received invitations, although some harbored reservations. The formidable strength of the Uchiha and Senju clans compelled them to join this emerging village. With the inclusion of various clans, the construction of the village progressed rapidly. In just over 6 months, houses, streets, training grounds, and weapon stores rose from the ground, the outline of the village gradually taking shape. Standing atop a high point, Hashirama surveyed the bustling activity below, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Konoha Village, a symbol of peace and hope, was officially established this year. In the Hokage and Appo's office, Hashirama was diligently sorting through a mountain of documents piled upon his desk. Letters from visiting ninja villages, cooperation agreements, border reports. Various papers lay scattered around, causing him to furrow his brow. Why do these documents seem to multiply the more I organize them? He muttered, rubbing his temples. At that moment, the air in the center of the office suddenly warped, and a magic circle pulsating with a strange light materialized out of thin air. A powerful wave of magical energy surged through the room, sending the papers swirling like snowflakes in the air. Hashirama abruptly lifted his head, warily eyeing the center of the magic circle. His hands had already begun forming seals, ready to counter any potential threat. As the light from the magic circle began to fade, a figure gradually emerged. A woman clad in a flowing purple robe appeared, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall. Her naturally deep-set eyes were enigmatic, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. She exuded a cold and mysterious aura, as if she were not of this world. "Long time no see, Hashirama," she said with a faint smile, her voice both cool and gentle, imbued with an indescribable allure. Hashirama relaxed his guard a little. Though they had met only once before, the training methods she had shared had greatly benefited him. "Teacher, your entrance is indeed impressive. May I inquire what brings you here?" "Please, do not call me teacher. Our previous encounter was merely a transaction. Additionally, I wish to reside in Konoha Village," she replied calmly, her expression betraying no emotion. Hashirama paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. "If you are indeed a teacher, Konoha Village welcomes your presence. However, I hope you will also abide by the village's rules and order." With a sigh, she replied nonchalantly, "That is only natural. I shall live here as an ordinary resident." Hashirama chuckled heartily. "With you here, Konoha Village's safety is further assured." She nodded lightly, her gaze drifting back to the window. "I never claimed I would always protect Konoha. But, should the village find itself in dire straits, I will lend a hand." A flicker of complexity passed through her eyes before she added with a smile, "Consider it my rent." Hashirama said nothing further, merely smiling as he asked, "Teacher, would you like me to arrange accommodation for you?" "No need. I have already found a suitable place. Farewell," she replied, and before her sentence could fully resonate, her figure transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a faint trace of magical energy. Hashirama stood and walked to the window, gazing at the tranquil Konoha village. "I should inform Madara as well," he thought, turning back to his desk to continue organizing the scattered documents. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman strolled through the streets of Konoha village, her oversized magical hat nearly obscuring half her face. The shadow cast by the brim rendered her deep-set eyes even more mysterious. Her robe swayed gently in the breeze, her gray hair peeking out from beneath the hat, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with her surroundings. Despite her attempts to conceal her elfin ears, her appearance drew the attention of passers-by. Villagers exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. "Who is that? Dressed so oddly. She doesn't seem like a ninja. Could she be a visitor from another village? That hat is enormous. Could it be some kind of special ninja tool? Her clothing is beautiful, yet it feels so different from ours." Unfazed by the murmurs surrounding her, she continued her leisurely walk, her gaze sweeping over the shops and houses lining the street, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "So this is how the initial construction of Konoha Village looks," she mused. Reaching a quiet clearing on the village and Appo's outskirts, she found an idyllic spot, serene and peaceful, with only the gentle rustle of the breeze through the treetops breaking the silence. This location, slightly removed from the bustling streets and close to the village's edge, was precisely where she had envisioned her dwelling while surveying Konoha with her magic. She cherished the tranquility and seclusion of this place, ensuring it would neither disturb the villagers nor attract undue attention. After confirming that no one was around, she raised her hand, fingertips glowing with a faint magical light. As she gestured, a block resembling a building materialized in midair, suspended before her. The surface of the block was inscribed with intricate magical runes, emitting a soft glow. This was a portable house she had designed long ago, previously utilized during her travels. "This shall do," she whispered to herself, with a gentle motion of her finger. The block descended gracefully to the ground. Upon touching the earth, a circular magic circle rapidly expanded around it, the ground trembling slightly as it radiated light. The runes within the magic circle began to spin, seemingly weaving something. Moments later, the brilliance faded to reveal a two-story Japanese-style building standing proudly on the clearing. Two potted plants adorned the steps of the entrance, adding a touch of life to the newly formed abode. She nodded in satisfaction, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The interior of the house starkly contrasted with its exterior. While it bore a Japanese architectural style, the interior was meticulously designed as a two-story Western-style home. A fusion meant to blend into the ninja world's aesthetic, preventing her unconventional design from drawing unwanted attention. Entering the bedroom, she approached the window and gently pulled back the curtain, sunlight flooding the room and illuminating her surroundings. Taking a deep breath, she savored the fresh atmosphere of her new home. "This will be my sanctuary in Konoha," she murmured softly. Chapter 17, The Reincarnation. The following morning, Upon Uchiha Madara's return to the Hokage's office, Senju Hashirama informed him of Fubai's arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village. Madara's brow furrowed slightly at this news. Without uttering a word, he set off directly to Fubai's residence. Her abode was nestled on the village's outskirts, surrounded by serene surroundings that starkly contrasted with the bustling center. Standing before the door, Madara gazed up at the unexpectedly materialized structure, and his eternal Mangeki Sharingan instinctively activated. Although the house conformed to the architectural style of the Hidden Leaf, Madara sensed an unusual power embedded within its walls. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, inquiring, "Is anyone home?" A faint rustle of footsteps emerged from within, followed by the gentle opening of the door. Fubai stood at the threshold, her gaze calm and profound, as if she had anticipated Madara's arrival. "Little brat, it's been a while," she smiled softly. Madara's eyes were sharp as blades. Perceiving something that Hashirama had overlooked, he fixed his intense stare upon her. "Indeed, it is you. You wish to reside in the Hidden Leaf Village? And your appearance has not changed in the slightest." Fubai remained silent, stepping aside to grant him passage. "Please, come in. We can converse at our leisure." Without hesitation, Madara strode into the dwelling. His gaze swept rapidly across every corner, searching for clues. However, despite its exquisite decor, there was nothing amiss. Fubai gracefully approached the coffee table, her fingertips flicking lightly. The teapot seemed to come alive, floating effortlessly to pour steaming tea for both. She slid a cup before Madara and elegantly sipped from her own, the tea warm and subtly fragrant. Observing her, Madara mimicked her gesture, taking a careful sip before placing the cup down, his piercing gaze returning to Fubai. "Why have you come to the Hidden Leaf Village?" Fubai set her cup down, her demeanor unruffled as she replied leisurely. "Uchiha's little one, you are overly anxious. I merely intend to stay for a while. Consider it a retreat for my spirit." Madara snorted derisively, clearly unconvinced. "A retreat? Do you think I would accept such an excuse?" His mind drifted back to the day he had first encountered Fubai alongside Hashirama, his tone growing icy and rigid. "Your presence here in the Hidden Leaf Village surely harbors ill intentions." With an exasperated sigh, Fubai expressed her disbelief at his stubbornness. Shaking her head lightly, she teased, "Hashirama has already consented to my stay. Why do you resist me so? Do you wish to provoke me into another confrontation, perhaps to awaken your reincarnation eye?" At her words, Madara and Appo's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired, "What exactly do you know?" Fubai, growing impatient, retorted, "Care to guess how long I have existed in this world?" Madara and Appo's expression shifted to one of realization. "All these years, and your appearance remains unchanged. You are indeed not human." Fubai blinked, her impatience evident. "I am an elf, possessing nearly eternal life." Madara furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking earnestly, "An elf? Is that a type of summoning beast?" "You truly deserve a beating," Fubai finally snapped, her irritation palpable. The energy around them surged violently, akin to a lit powder keg. Being so close to her, Madara could feel his chakra beginning to tremble uncontrollably, becoming unstable. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Astonished by the intensity of her chakra fluctuations, this mere emotional upheaval rivaled the energy Hashirama could unleash. Changing the subject, he asked, "Have you ever encountered the Sage of Six Paths?" Fubai halted her display of power, her earlier ire dissipating into calmness. "I have seen him." "And do you know of the legendary reincarnation eye?" "I have seen it," she replied without hesitation. Madara sighed heavily, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice. "Is that all? Just seen?" "The Sage of Six Paths and the reincarnation eye are not mere secrets. They are tales woven into the fabric of ninja history." "Indeed," Fubai responded, her expression neutral as she gazed ahead. "Very well, I shall take my leave then," Madara declared, rising from his seat and turning toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, a thought struck him, and he glanced back, saying, "Welcome to the Hidden Leaf Village," as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from sight. Fubai smiled quietly, remaining silent as she tidied the teacups they had used, murmuring to herself, how peculiar for him to express such words. Yet upon reflection, it is rather fitting, for he is indeed Madara Uchiha from the dawn of the Hidden Leaf. A year passed quietly, during which other nations emulated the ninja system of the Land of Fire, establishing their own ninja villages, rapidly developing under the unified strength of their nations. Not only the great powers, but even the smaller neighboring countries began to cultivate their own ninja villages. Madara foresaw that Senju Tobirama would ascend as the second Hokage. Throughout the year, Tobirama covertly oppressed the Uchiha clan. Should Tobirama assume power, the Uchiha would surely face marginalization. Madara had attempted to discuss this with Hashirama, but his brother's naivety paled in comparison to the cunning of Tobirama. Consequently, he urged his clansmen to leave the Hidden Leaf Village, yet none were willing, even expressing their discontent and distrust toward him. Thus, Madara departed the village alone. He journeyed to the South Shrine, where he beheld the stone tablet altered by Kagaya and Appo's will. To initiate the infinite Tsukuyami, the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans were required. Thus, seizing Hashirama and Appo's strength became imperative. An idea formed in his mind, First, he must enhance his own abilities, and then he would confront Hashirama to bolster his strength. Madara's next target was the Ninetales. Meanwhile, Kagaya's scheme had already commenced. Chapter 18. Scheming throughout the past year, Fubai has maintained a consistent demeanor of aloofness. However, a considerable number of individuals in Konoha village have come to know her, as she frequently appears in various shops. Yet, she seldom makes purchases. Primarily due to her lack of funds, she has been engrossed in researching new magic, particularly techniques centered around clones, as she seeks a practitioner of her own. Drawing upon the unique magic of the Angel Clan, namely, the companion magic, she aims to weave a new form of clone magic. One that can exist permanently and will only vanish upon being vanquished, fully adhering to her will. However, this endeavor is still in its developmental stages. Creating new magic is no simple task, and it is only since arriving in Konoha that Fubai has entertained such thoughts. Each year, Mingly contacts Fubai through a form of information magic that allows her to inscribe words that manifest before the recipient, contingent upon possessing a personal item of theirs. Fubai quietly reads the words that float in the air, as if she can glimpse Mingly's silhouette through the lines. Over the past few years, Mingly has traversed the land of water and is currently journeying between the deserts and oases of the land of wind. Her messages brim with joy and regret, painting vivid scenes of fishermen in the land of water's mist village casting their nets at dawn. The resonant sound of caravan bells in the vast deserts of the land of wind, and the mingled aromas of spices and grilled meat in the oasis markets. She has encountered numerous skilled individuals, most of whom are ninjas. Due to the ongoing war, many of the masters from various nations have been sent to the front lines, resulting in Fubai rarely having the opportunity to engage in combat over the past few years. The subsequent passages reveal the harshness and helplessness wrought by war, with the words that appear before Fubai sometimes carrying the weight of blood and tears. Yet, recently, the visible occurrences of war have diminished. To her astonishment, camels do indeed exist in the land of wind. Alas, regardless of the world, it is always the common folk who suffer. Fubai gazes at the words with an air of indifference, her eyes reflecting nothing but apathy. Had it been her former self, she might have vehemently denounced the cruelty of war. However, after millennia of existence, her temperament has become dulled. Nevertheless, Mingly has matured and refrained from excessively interfering in the wars of other nations, adhering well to her advice. With a gentle wave towards the shimmering magical script in the air, the myriad words promptly vanished without a trace. Just as Fubai lifted the teapot, a familiar voice echoed from outside, which, she furrowed her brow, nearly losing her grip on the teapot. Here we go again, this bothersome little monkey. Fubai cast her gaze towards the entrance, grumbling to herself. Lacking the inclination to speak, she summoned her magical energy, unleashing an invisible force that propelled the small boy outside. Ouch! The boy tumbled on the ground, clutching his rear as he stood up, indignantly proclaiming, "Cursed witch! If you wanted Oppos, take me as your apprentice. I'll come here every day." After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he left in a huff. This stubborn boy was none other than the future Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had been knocking on Fubai's door for an entire month, all because someone had mentioned her title as a witch. On his first day, Fubai had even invited him in for tea. Though he was a child, he was destined to become the Third Hokage, and it was predictable that he would try to persuade Fubai to take him on as a disciple, a request she firmly rejected. Finding no fervor in his desire to learn, Fubai sighed in exasperation, resting her forehead in her hand. Now I understand why they call him a monkey. He is truly bothersome. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, "Why is it always children seeking me out?" The Senju brothers are not neglecting his training. She looked up towards the doorway, where the setting sun cast its warm glow across the courtyard, as if reminding her that such days would continue. Well then, let me enjoy this cup of red tea first. Another month passed, and Fubai could no longer endure the incessant interruptions. So she brought Sarutobi Hiruzen directly to the Hokage's office. Not a single guard dared to stop her. Her presence alone conveyed all that was necessary. Which, let go. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suspended in midair by an unseen force, struggling to free himself as he called out. Fubai, however, remained impassive, seemingly deaf to his protests, and pushed open the office door without a word. Inside, Senju Hashirama sat at his desk with a furrowed brow, while Senju Tobarama stood beside him, engaged in conversation. Without hesitation, Fubai unceremoniously dropped Sarutobi Hiruzen before them. Hashirama blinked in surprise, his expression shifting from worry to resignation as he regarded Fubai's frosty demeanor, then glanced down at the boy on the floor. "Hiruzen, what is the meaning of this?" Hiruzen, somewhat sheepish, climbed to his feet, scratching his head as he replied in a subdued tone, "Didn't you say she was stronger than you? Isn't it reasonable for me to ask her to take me as her apprentice?" Hashirama was momentarily speechless, while Tobarama continued to scrutinize Fubai, seemingly lost in thought. The office fell into an awkward silence, with only Hiruzen standing there, embarrassed and hesitant to speak further. Taking a step forward, the latent pressure from the second Hokage began to manifest, causing the air to thicken. "You shall not disturb this esteemed lady's peace any longer, monkey." "Yes, Tobarama-sensei." Hiruzen replied respectfully, holding the second Hokage in high esteem. "You may leave now." As soon as the words left Tobarama's mouth, Hiruzen bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the room. Now speak. You are the one who incited Hiruzen to pester me, are you not? After Hiruzen departed, Fubai stood still. Her gaze icy as it slowly turned towards Senju Tobarama. Her eyes held a glimmer of scrutiny, and the air was thick with an unspoken tension. Tobarama, maintaining a calm demeanor with his hands clasped behind his back, met her gaze unwaveringly. Uchiha Madara has rebelled against Konoha and fled the village. The situation is dire. I implore you to assist us in vanquishing Uchiha Madara. As for your conditions, feel free to state them. Before he could finish, Hashirama abruptly turned his head. Concern etched on his face as he urgently interjected, Tobarama, we have yet to ascertain the full circumstances. Madara may not have reached that point. His eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions, as if struggling to accept that his once dear friend could betray Konoha. Brother, you are being overly naive. Tobarama coldly interrupted. Uchiha Madara's ambitions have long been apparent. We cannot afford to remain passive. Fubai remained silent, her gaze shifting back to Hashirama. Chapter 19. The Art of Cloning. After a brief silence, Fubai finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. Hashirama, you have tacitly allowed Tobarama to incite Sarutobi Hiruzen to seek me out, haven't you? I find it hard to believe that you have been unaware of this over the past month. It was precisely because Senju Hashirama remained indecisive that he permitted Tobarama's actions. Yet, when matters reached a critical juncture, he still appeared at a loss. Fubai cast a frosty glance at Senju Tobarama, her expression serious, laced with sarcasm as she remarked. Moreover, to conspire against me, Tobarama, you possess quite the audacity. As her words fell, the air around them became palpable, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Instantly, an invisible wave of magical energy emanated from Fubai, filling the atmosphere with a suffocating sense of pressure. Tobarama's gaze shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Standing tall, he met Fubai's stare unflinchingly, his tone steady. I do not conspire against you, for you reside in Konoha. I merely hope you can contribute to the future of our village. Fubai let out a light laugh, the magical energy intensifying, causing the air around her to seem as though it were being torn apart, resonating with a low hum. Hashirama, sensing the oppressive chakra in the air, could not help but rise. Please, calm down, Fubai. Tobarama did not intend to offend you. He is merely thinking of Konoha's future. Tobarama stood by, his expression grave, lips pressed tightly together, choosing silence to avoid exacerbating the tension, well aware that his previous words had angered Fubai. Fubai stated firmly, the matter between you and Uchiha Madara must be resolved by the two of you. Should Madara truly breach Konoha, I will intervene. She shot Tobarama a cold glance before turning towards the door. Her voice, imbued with undeniable authority, echoed, let this be a lesson, Tobarama. Do not be so clever. Her figure swiftly vanished beyond the threshold, leaving behind an air of profound silence. Hashirama exhaled deeply, casting a complex look at his brother. Tobarama, you have been too impulsive. After a moment of silence, Tobarama finally murmured, brother, I understand. However, the situation in Konoha leaves no room for hesitation. Hashirama sighed, weariness flickering in his eyes. I know your intentions are for Konoha, but some matters cannot be rushed. Tobarama nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his gaze. He recognized that Fubai's warning was not mere rhetoric, and her power was beyond their easy control. In the original narrative, Tobarama and Appo's strategies and methods, his calmness, decisiveness, and at times, ruthless decision-making profoundly influenced Shimura Danzo. Many of Danzo and Appo's schemes and tactics stemmed from Tobarama and Appo's teachings. Yet, he ultimately chose Sarutobi Hiruzen as his successor, perhaps due to Hiruzen's deep-rooted will of fire. As Fubai walked home, she had anticipated the events that had just unfolded. A calculating individual like Tobarama would certainly seek to exploit her formidable strength. To assert her dominance, she orchestrated the encounter, demonstrating her absolute power to deter him, lest he perceive her as someone easily manipulated. Fubai disapproved of Tobarama and Appo's methods, as he had frequently suppressed the Uchiha clan throughout the year. Nonetheless, she held a degree of admiration for him. Many forbidden jutsu within the shinobi world originated from his ingenuity, marking him as a scientific genius. As an ordinary resident of Konoha, she would indeed lend her strength should Uchiha Madara invade the village. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Fubai overheard whispers from neighbors. Their opinions of the Uchiha clan had grown increasingly negative, tinged with palpable hostility. Uchiha Madara had undergone a drastic transformation in thought after perusing the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. He was no longer the Uchiha Madara who fought for his clan and village, but had begun preparing for a grander scheme, the infinite Tsukuyami, the Rinnegan, and his so-called peace. As expected, not long after, Uchiha Madara, utilizing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, seized control of the Ninetales and made his way to Konoha. The atmosphere in the village turned tense, thick with foreboding. The inevitable clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama erupted, much like in the original timeline. On that fateful day at the Valley of the End, the skies darkened, and the very earth trembled. The two powers collided fiercely, their immense chakra sending shockwaves through the land. Fubai refrained from intervening. She had no reason to engage in their battle. For Madara had not attacked the village but had chosen to confront Hashirama at the Valley of the End. The outcome of the battle mirrored that of the original timeline. Hashirama triumphed over Madara's Susanoo, and the Ninetales with formidable would-release techniques. In a decisive moment, Madara bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh. Madara's demise spelled the complete failure of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, ushering in a brief period of tranquility for Konoha. Yet, this was not the end. Black Zetsu's conspiracy persisted, and Madara's plans had not truly ceased. His Rinnegan and Moon Eye plan brewed in the shadows, while the Ninetales was sealed within Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido. In her room, Fubai gently traced the form of a clone with her magical energy, from shaping to embodying, and finally to the essence of magic. She completed the initial creation of the clone. This art of cloning transcended ordinary techniques. It referred to a permanent cloning method capable of long-term substitution for oneself. The thoughts and consciousness of the clone originated from the original. Thus, the actions of the clone were largely sanctioned by the original. In the realm of magic, cloning spells possessed various appellations. Only certain races could wield them, such as the accompanying magic of angels, the demon splitting of demons, and the unique holy magic of celestial beings. All could perform similar forms of cloning magic. The accompanying magic of angels was particularly extraordinary, as the clones possessed strength equal to that of the original. Unless vanquished, the clone could be summoned indefinitely, requiring only a 7-day cooldown upon defeat, thus rendering it an exceptionally potent and convenient magic. While the Elven race also belonged to a higher tier, they lacked such specialized cloning magic. Their only summoning spell was Elf Summoning, which, while slightly more advanced than ordinary summoning techniques, was bound by time constraints, thus merely qualifying as top-tier magic. Though contract magic bore some resemblance, it ultimately involved separate living entities rather than clones. Of course, one could also create an entirely new form of cloning magic, fashioning a clone from scratch. Based on the cloning arts of other races, the majority were shaped according to one's desires, such as magical energy, form, consciousness, and racial outlines. A clone was akin to oneself, a crucial aspect. For Fubai, this was a significant part of her research. Since her arrival in this shinobi world, she had dedicated herself to the study of magic, a vast ocean of knowledge that, it seemed, could not be exhausted in a lifetime. Chapter 20. The first Hokage is dead before long. The shinobi world convened its first 5 Kage summit. As anticipated, Senju Hashirama proposed a plan to distribute the tailed beasts among other nations, aiming to forge peace treaties. His philosophy was straightforward. If the nations possessed comparable strength, the likelihood of war would diminish significantly. Though he faced vehement opposition from Senju Tobirama, Hashirama remained steadfast in his convictions. A year swiftly passed, during which Fubai secluded herself at home, engrossed in her studies of the shadow clone technique. Once she immersed herself in her magical research, she lost all sense of time. Before her lay a humanoid silhouette, radiating a gentle blue light. While the details of its visage and form remained indistinct, it was evident that this body was crafted in Fubai's likeness. It was indeed a troublesome endeavor, more complex than contract magic. As she channeled her chakra into this vessel to delineate its magical pathways, she couldn't help but murmur her frustrations. Although it took only half a day to master contract magic, the shadow clone technique was a creation born from her own ingenuity, demanding a far greater investment of time. Years drifted by, and Fubai's life gradually settled into tranquility. In recent times, few dared to disturb her. Even Sarutobi Hizashi seldom intruded. He spent most of his time training alongside Senju Tobirama, clearly demonstrating the respect the higher-ups of Konoha held toward Fubai, following the formidable threat she had previously exhibited. Rumors persisted that Senju Hashirama still occupied the Hokage seat. While the nations were aware of the Uchiha clan's fate, Uchiha Madara having been slain by Hashirama, they refrained from rash actions, intimidated by his fearsome prowess. Yet, the truth was that Hashirama had passed away over a year ago. Had it not been for Fubai's instruction on compressing chakra to enhance one's constitution, he would have succumbed to exhaustion after vanquishing Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. Despite this, due to his physical condition, Hashirama did not survive for many years beyond that. Now, Senju Tobirama had quietly assumed the role of the second Hokage, implementing numerous policies, including the establishment of the Chunin exams for promotion and the creation of the Umbu, which he managed directly. He also designated the Uchiha clan as the police force of Konoha, founding a ninja academy to associate them with the criminal element. Tobirama cleverly disseminated false information that Hashirama was still in power, successfully intimidating the other nations and temporarily preserving peace in Konoha. Nonetheless, he understood that this strategy was not sustainable. However, he refrained from disturbing Fubai. For as long as she remained in Konoha, the village's existence was assured. At present, Fubai was focused on the final step of the shadow clone technique, pointing the spirit. This was the most crucial phase, requiring her to infuse a fragment of her consciousness into the clone, bestowing it with independent thought and action. With one hand forming a peculiar hand seal and the other gripping a delicate staff, she emanated a soft green light, her elven ears subtly quivering. Moments later, the green aura enveloping her began to coalesce, ultimately concentrating at the tip of her pointed finger. Her gaze was unwavering, her breathing steady. As if the entire world had come to a standstill at that moment. Now is the time. Fubai silently urged herself, seizing this fleeting opportunity. As her finger darted toward the clone's forehead. At the instant her fingertip made contact, a radiant light surged into the clone's body, flowing through her finger. The clone shuddered slightly, and its previously vacant eyes suddenly ignited with life, as if infused with the brilliance of existence. The clone's gaze transitioned from confusion to clarity, ultimately converging with Fubai's own, mirroring one another like reflections in a mirror. It worked, Fubai whispered, a faint smile gracing her lips. She could sense the clone's presence. As if it were another facet of herself, yet distinctly separate. The clone slowly raised its hand, gazing at its palm before looking up at Fubai and smiling gently. I am Fubai, and I am also you. Fubai nodded, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. This was the culmination of years of research. Crafting a new form of magic was rare in the magical realm, where the existing systems were already well established. Only a quarter of my essence? Fubai mused softly, scrutinizing the clone before her, attuned to the magical energy coursing within. This outcome did not surprise her, rather, it aligned with her expectations. After all, the limitation of the shadow clone technique was precisely that it could inherit only a quarter of the original and Oppo's magical power and vitality, which was already an impressive feat indeed. It should be regarded as a high-tier magic, Fubai acknowledged, feeling content with her research results. Despite the numerous drawbacks of the shadow clone technique, such as excessive time consumption, substantial magical expenditure, and limited magical inheritance, its unique advantages made it worthwhile in her eyes. Over the past few years, Fubai had devoted nearly every day to shaping the clone's form, investing immense time and effort. While the clone's magical capacity was merely a quarter of the original's, it was still significantly weaker than other similar techniques. However, its strength lay in its pure magical essence. This characteristic was akin to the magic of angels. Should the clone perish, it could be restored simply by reinfusing magical energy and performing the pointing the spirit once more. The notion of death pertained only to the destruction of vital areas, such as the heart or head, leading to the collapse of the magical form. Moreover, the unique feature of memory sharing allowed for the mutual exchange of experiences between the clone and the original. For instance, if either fought for a year, they could share their gained experiences through this functionality. Fubai nodded in satisfaction before gently beckoning the clone. The clone's figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a badge adorned with intricate patterns, which delicately fastened to her chest. The badge shimmered with faint magical light, symbolizing the profound connection between it and Fubai. Now, you can manifest at any time, she remarked, glancing down at the badge with a slight smile, reveling in the sense of achievement her years of dedication had yielded. The first Hokage is dead. Unbeknownst to whom, the highest secret of Konoha was uncovered. Within a mere year, the news of Senja Hashirama's demise spread like wildfire throughout the shinobi world. The nations, once intimidated by Hashirama's formidable reputation, now sensed an opportunity and began to stir restlessly. The notion of peace treaties appeared utterly ludicrous. Within Konoha, the atmosphere grew tense. Senju Tobarama stood by the Hokage office window, his brow furrowed and expression grave. He understood all too well what the leak of this news entailed. The specter of war loomed ominously on the horizon. Indeed, a paper cannot contain fire. Tobarama murmured to himself. He had initially hoped that spreading the falsehood of Hashirama's continued reign would buy Konoha more time, but now, that strategy had failed. Simultaneously, Fubai sensed the shifting tides within the shinobi world. Standing in her abode, she gazed through the window towards the distant Hokage rock. The statue of Senja Hashirama remained steadfast. Yet his passing had plunged Konoha into an unprecedented crisis. The first great ninja war is about to commence, Fubai whispered. As anticipated, it was not long before the nations began to mobilize. The wind, earth, lightning, and water countries, once suppressed by Hashirama and Oppo's renown, now appeared to have found their breakthrough, amassing their forces in preparation for an assault on the land of fire. Within the village of Konoha, Senju Tobarama swiftly summoned the high-ranking officials to devise a counter-strategy. At that moment, a figure clad in white gradually approached the Hokage and Oppo's office. Chapter 21. Engaging in battle, what brings you here? The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, lifted his gaze towards the doorway where Fubai stood, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Fubai's attire was markedly different from her usual garb, leaning towards a more modern style reminiscent of Mingly's ensemble, albeit in lighter shades dominated by white. Her long, silvery white hair was no longer left to cascade freely. Instead, it was neatly tied up, exuding an air of professionalism and efficiency. Moreover, her aura and magical presence remained unchanged, retaining their original essence. Most strikingly, she bore a finely crafted bow on her back, devoid of arrows, yet emanating a subtle magical resonance. At her waist hung two ancient-style daggers, their blades faintly inscribed with intricate runes, indicating their extraordinary nature. Fubai entered the room at a measured pace, calmly declaring, I have come to join the battle. Tobarama was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a proclamation from her. He furrowed his brow and inquired cautiously, you actually intend to participate? This is not characteristic of you. Fubai's clone offered a faint smile, feigning nonchalance as she replied, the situation has shifted dramatically. The ninja world war is on the brink of erupting, and I require some practical combat experience. She refrained from disclosing her true identity as a clone and presented herself as Fubai. Although the original Fubai had lived for a considerable time, her actual combat experience was limited. This engagement was precisely intended to hone her skills through real-world practice, while her original self remained at home, immersed in the study of other magics. The combat experiences of the clone would be shared through memory, showcasing one of the advantages of clone magic. Tobarama remained silent for a moment, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. He had initially assumed Fubai would adopt her customary stance of detachment, but her proactive approach to joining the fray surprised him. Very well, in a few days, you will head to the vicinity of the Land of Waves to repel the advance of the Land of Water. He paused, letting out a sigh before adding, however, the battlefield is no trifling matter. I hope you are adequately prepared. The clone of Fubai smiled serenely, exuding confidence. Rest assured, I shall exercise due caution. Tobarama refrained from further comments, casting a lingering glance at her before turning towards the map to strategize the forthcoming maneuvers. Meanwhile, Fubai's clone stood quietly to the side, her gaze sweeping over the markers on the map as she absorbed Tobarama and Appo's strategic outlines. Simultaneously, Fubai and Appo's original self sat in her room at home, cradling a cup of red tea while her gaze drifted out the window towards the distant sky. Let this war serve as a test of my clone's strength. However, it stands to reason that she should not meet an untimely demise so easily. Fubai mused softly, taking another sip of tea. Beside her lay an open book, detailing the rudimentary steps of clone magic, which she still needed to refine further. Every time she delved into magical research, Fubai meticulously recorded her findings for future reference. She had thoroughly explored nearly all magic below the pinnacle tier, though she still had some work left on ultimate magic and the adaptations of special magic from other races. To employ special magic across races necessitated a second construction based on the principles of racial magic, albeit at the cost of diminished potency. Clone magic exemplified such an existence, alongside various other intriguing avenues for research. Her ambitions were clear. As the most formidable sorceress in this realm, her sole objective was to master every magic applicable within the ninja world. A month later, the atmosphere in the ninja world grew increasingly tense as the other four great nations declared war on the Land of Fire almost simultaneously. Their intent was to carve up the fertile lands of the Fire Country, thereby undermining the strength of Konoha. The ominous clouds of war rapidly enveloped the entire ninja world, with Konoha entering a state of full mobilization. The Land of Lightning acted with remarkable swiftness. Their ninja forces had already breached the borders of the Fire Country, racing towards Konoha. The ambitions of the second Raikage were unmistakable. They aimed to seize the initiative in the shortest possible time, catching Konoha off guard. Concurrently, the ninja forces of the Land of Earth were also swiftly assembling, making their way towards the borders of the Fire Country, trailing only slightly behind the actions of the Land of Lightning. In light of such grave circumstances, the second Hokage Tobarama resolved to personally lead Konoha's elite forces into battle. This conflict would not only determine the fate of Konoha but also that of the entire Fire Country. The Uchiha clan was also dispatched to the battlefield, under Tobarama's command. This arrangement was intended to leverage the Uchiha clan's formidable combat prowess while simultaneously keeping them under supervision to prevent any actions detrimental to Konoha. However, the notion of supervision was merely a figment of Tobarama's imagination. Other ninja clans were tasked with repelling the incursions from the Land of Earth. Tobarama's strategy was unequivocal. As long as the ninjas of the Land of Wind did not set foot into the Fire Country, they would refrain from taking action against them, instead concentrating their efforts on countering the threats from the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Regarding the Land of Water, Tobarama entrusted Fubai with an exceptionally bold mission, to lead an elite team directly to the borders of the Land of Whirlpool for an ambush, targeting any enemy attempting to invade. The risks associated with this task were exceedingly high, yet should Fubai succeed in unexpectedly thwarting the advance of the Land of Water, the pressure on Konoha would be significantly alleviated. Fubai, the mission concerning the Land of Water is now yours, Tobarama stated solemnly during the pre-battle meeting, flanked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Under Tobarama and Appo's tutelage, both had surpassed the strength of typical Genin. There were no objections from those present. Everyone recognized Fubai and Appo's stature, and even the first Hokage had held her in high regard. Lady Sorceress, the battle is entrusted to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his demeanor notably serious since the passing of the first Hokage, well aware of the implications of such a loss. Fubai's clone nodded, her expression betraying no emotion. Before turning to Tobarama to inquire, what if the Mizukage arrives? Tobarama pondered for a moment before responding with a wry smile, then we shall welcome him in. Let him have a proper discussion with the Tsukage. Danzo gazed at Tobarama with keen interest, comprehending his intent. Given the enmity between the Mizukage and Tsukage, a confrontation was all but inevitable upon their meeting. After the meeting concluded, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo remained in the room. Can she truly be trusted? Danzo was the first to voice the question lingering in Tobarama's mind. Tobarama reflected for a moment before replying, not entirely. I have never witnessed her true capabilities. My brother, the first Hokage and Appo's perspective was merely one-sided. She has never demonstrated her full power. Then why? Danzo pressed. Tobirama sighed, his gaze drifting towards the window. Given the current situation, having someone is already a boon. He withheld one additional thought. Fubai's mission to intercept the ninjas of the Land of Water was partly a test of her strength. This task was tantamount to pitting her against the entire ninja force of the Land of Water. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, lost in contemplation. You two will accompany me to confront the ninjas from the Land of Lightning. Their strength is formidable, Tobirama stated, reclaiming his focus with a serious demeanor. Understood. They both replied in unison, with Danzo still embodying the spirit of a guardian for Konoha. Chapter 22. Luring the enemy deeper on the 7th morning after the war officially commenced, Fubai led a squad of elite ninjas swiftly infiltrating the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, the main forces led by Senju Tobirama were advancing towards the Land of Thunder, where an encounter was inevitable, resulting in fierce combat. Other ninjas were engaged in drawing out the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, albeit at a significant cost. The bloodshed of the second Tsuchikage was relentless. No ordinary ninjutsu could withstand it, compelling them to rely on evasion and strategic deception to lure the enemy. Among the strategists participating in the battle was the head of the Nara clan, whose various tactics minimized casualties. However, the overwhelming strength of the opposing forces rendered death a frequent occurrence. At the coastline of the Land of Waves, Fubai approached the houses lining the shore, accompanied by several dozen elite ninjas. Among them were a few jonin, while the rest were chunin, each holding their breath in anticipation, as this was their first time participating in such a grand war. Upon reaching the first house, she knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Who is it? Came the voice of a middle-aged woman from within, and the door creaked open. The sight of the ninjas startled her greatly. You are. Fubai offered a reassuring smile and calmly replied, please take refuge. This place will soon be affected by the war. The woman, trembling, had no choice but to comply. Oh, okay. The ninjas exchanged glances and, following Fubai and Appo's lead, dispersed to knock on doors, guiding the residents away from danger. By nightfall, the area had been completely evacuated, showcasing the remarkable efficiency of the ninjas. On the following morning, Fubai stood on a flat expanse, gazing out at the horizon, while the ninjas behind her took the opportunity to rest, leaving her undisturbed. The distant sea was tranquil, devoid of any waves. And as Fubai looked upon the azure waters, her mood began to soften. Days passed, and a group of Mist Village ninjas approached the border of the Land of Fire by boat. On the deck, the second Mizukage, Aoidori Hgetsu, stared calmly at the sea, his expression indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about the impending battle. Fubai's eyes shimmered with a faint blue light, her magical essence swirling in her pupils, allowing her to perceive the distant scene with clarity. She slowly commanded the ninjas behind her, ambush the pursuers here, let this batch of them cross into our territory. The jonin in the squad understood the plan to let the Mizukage go free, but hesitated, asking, how can you see so far? Fubai withdrew her gaze, the blue light fading from her eyes. Turning to the jonin, she answered calmly, magic. Her response was succinct yet left the ninjas puzzled, for the term magic equated to ninjutsu in their realm. The jonin did not press further, merely nodding and retreating back into the formation. The other ninjas swiftly concealed themselves as per Fubai's directives, preparing to ambush the incoming ninjas from the Land of Water. Fubai stood elevated, her form appearing ethereal under the influence of magic. She cast her gaze once more towards the distant sea, her eyes tranquil and profound, her heart unwavering. Her lips moved slightly, as if whispering something. As the boats drew closer, they finally crossed the border, entering the waters of the Land of Fire. The strategy of the Land of Water was straightforward. The Mizukage led the vanguard to penetrate the Land of Fire, paving the way for the supply team and main forces. Their goal was to swiftly breach the defenses of Konoha through blitz tactics, disrupting the defensive arrangements of the Land of Fire. On the Konoha side, it was the Hyuga clan's ninjas who were tasked with luring the Mizukage's vanguard. Using their Byakugan's insight, they could anticipate enemy movements and draw them in. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage's forces, lured by Konoha's ninjas, were not far behind. Understood. Deep within the forest, a jonin from the Hyuga clan murmured softly, the message from Fubai echoing in his ears. Initially startled by her voice, he quickly regained his composure. Upon learning that the Mizukage's vanguard was approaching, he focused intently, commanding his subordinates to prepare for combat. As anticipated, merely half an hour later, the jonin's Byakugan pierced through the dense foliage, clearly detecting the movements of the Mizukage's vanguard. They were advancing rapidly towards Konoha's defenses, completely unaware of the ninjas lying in wait ahead. Here they come. Prepare yourselves, and do not engage unnecessarily. The Hyuga jonin issued a low command, emphasizing that the key to victory lay in luring the enemy, not in direct confrontation. His subordinates nodded in agreement, swiftly concealing themselves behind trees and rocks, awaiting the enemy's arrival. The mission of this squad was to lead the Mizukage's vanguard into Konoha's encirclement, rather than confronting them head-on. In the distance, Mizukage Aoidori Hgetsu stood at the forefront, his expression still calm. His gaze swept across the forest ahead, sensing a faint anomaly, yet he pressed forward without hesitation. Increase your pace. Do not allow Konoha any time to react, Hgetsu commanded coldly, prompting his ninja squad to accelerate. Attack. The voice of the Hyuga jonin reverberated throughout the forest, and at his command, a multitude of Konoha ninjas surged forth from the underbrush. They had already prepared their hand seals, ready to unleash their techniques at a moment's notice. In an instant, a deluge of ninjutsu poured forth like a torrential rain, bombarding the Mizukage's vanguard. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. A myriad of ninjutsu intertwined in the sky, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped the Mizukage's vanguard. Flames erupted within the forest, smoke billowed, and the sound of explosions echoed, as though the very earth trembled beneath the onslaught. Mizukage Getsu remained unfazed at the forefront, his expression still serene in the face of the unexpected assault. Though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, he swiftly raised his hand, commanding, water style, water barrier. At his command, a massive wall of water surged forth from the ground, shielding the vanguard. The ninjutsu from Konoha collided against the water wall, creating splashes, yet failing to breach the defense. Impressive reaction, indeed, Mizukage, the Hyuga Jonin remarked quietly, a hint of gravity in his gaze. It was evident that merely relying on long-range ninjutsu would not inflict significant damage on the Mizukage. However, their objective was not to defeat the enemy. Continue the assault. Do not relent. The Hyuga Jonin issued another command, and his subordinates quickly adjusted their formations, intensifying their attack. As the Mizukage's vanguard defended themselves, they began to counterattack. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, water blade slash. Streams of water-based ninjutsu shot forth from behind the water wall, heading straight for the Konoha ninjas. The battle in the forest escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides exchanging blows, the clash of techniques creating chaos on the battlefield. Yet, the Konoha ninjas maintained their composure. Under the command of the Hyuga Jonin, they combined their offense while gradually retreating, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to lure the Mizukage's vanguard deeper into the forest. Standing behind the water wall, Getsu surveyed the battlefield. A cold smile playing on his lips, Konoha ninjas are not as formidable as they seem. He waved his hand, coldly commanding, pursue. Do not let them escape. The Mizukage's vanguard hastened their pace, chasing after the Konoha ninjas, completely oblivious to their true intentions. However, the ninja team led by Fubai in the Land of Waves remains inactive, patiently awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from Kirigakure. Chapter 23, The First Glimmers on the Third Day. The sun's rays pierced through the mist enveloping the Land of Waves, casting a shimmering light upon the sea's surface. The sunlight even penetrated the crystalline waters, illuminating the sandy seabed and coral below. Yet, Fubai remained perched high above, her gaze intense and unwavering, quietly observing the movements upon the water. In the morning light, her figure appeared strikingly clear, her silvery white hair danced gently in the breeze, while the bow on her back and the dagger at her waist glimmered with a cold sheen in the sunlight. Her eyes still glowed with a faint blue hue, the ripples of magical energy allowing her to sense any disturbances from afar. They're coming, Fubai murmured, an involuntary tension creeping into her demeanor. Her gaze was fixed at the horizon, where countless ships bearing the ninja army were slowly approaching. The supply convoy and main forces of the Water Nation had finally arrived, numbering in the thousands, with the forefront comprised of a modest scouting fleet. Ninjutsu squad, prepare to form the seals, Fubai and Appo's voice echoed along the coastline. In an instant, dozens of leaf ninjas sprang into action, their hands moving swiftly to form the seals, all synchronizing in the method for wind release techniques. The sea breeze howled, as if rallying in support of their actions. The expressions of the leaf ninjas were focused and resolute, their eyes locked onto the ships of the Mist Village drawing closer. As the vessels neared the shores of the Land of Waves, it became evident they had sensed the unusual presence ahead, where dozens of ninjas lay in ambush. Yet, it was too late. Not good. Enemy attack. Fubai stood resolutely, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the scene. Her voice rang out once more. Attack. At her command, the ninjas completed their seals in unison, shouting, wind release, great breakthrough. In that moment, a torrent of powerful wind release techniques was unleashed, the gales roaring like a furious beast, sweeping the waters toward the approaching ships of the Water Nation. The forces of wind and water blended seamlessly, forming a devastating colossal wave. The lead ships of the Mist Village appeared diminutive before this force. The wave easily capsized several vessels, sending ninjas tumbling into the sea, struggling to regain their balance. Yet, the power of the wind release did not relent, as the raging winds propelled the wave further, engulfing more ships in its wake. Steady. Hold on. A jounin aboard one of the vessels shouted, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the roar of the tempest. Fubai remained high above, her gaze unyielding as she observed the unfolding chaos. She did not believe that a mere handful of ninjas could vanquish such a vast army. The overturned ships were merely the scouting fleet at the forefront, also coming to the boundless ocean. As expected, the ninjas of the Mist Village quickly devised a countermeasure. 100 ninjas at the rear directed their techniques at the sea, summoning an enormous tsunami that surged toward the shores of the Land of Waves. They paid no heed to the civilians living along the coast, but fortunately, Fubai had forewarned them, and they had sought refuge elsewhere. Fubai regarded the incoming tsunami with an impassive expression, devoid of any sign of trepidation. On the sea, the threat remained the ninjas of the Mist Village. The combined might of several hundred ninjas conjuring a tsunami was enough to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, in Fubai and Appo's eyes, it was merely a futile struggle. This is disastrous. How could we possibly contend against the forces of the ninja world with just a handful of us? We're doomed. I knew this mission was flawed. Why would they send us to confront so many ninjas? Doubts and excitement mingled among the ranks, with some feeling anger. While others remained silent, yet none chose to flee. The silent majority merely gazed coldly at the advancing wave, all unwilling to retreat. At this moment, Fubai gently raised her hand, channeling her magical energy. An ancient wooden staff appeared in her grasp, its surface adorned with intricate magical runes, exuding a faint aura of power. Unlike the staff she typically wielded, this one was meticulously crafted from special magical materials to reduce energy consumption during spell casting. Fubai tightened her grip on the staff, her gaze steely as she faced the tsunami. Her voice, as frigid as ice, slowly intoned, frost magic. No sooner had she spoken than an invisible barrier of magical energy spread rapidly from her center. Wherever the magic passed, the sea surface froze instantaneously, as if time itself had come to a halt. Even the towering tsunami, reaching heights of several meters, was encased in ice the moment it met the barrier, transforming into a colossal ice sculpture, standing majestically upon the water, a sight to behold. As the freezing effect approached the fleet, the onlookers from the Mist Village were left dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe their eyes. The immense waves conjured by their collective ninjutsu had been so effortlessly nullified. How could this be possible? A Jounin from the Mist Village murmured, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. Is this a bloodline limit? A member of the Yuki clan from the Leaf? From a distant ship, an elite Jounin of the Mist Village turned to glance at the Yuki clan member on board. His eyes filled with confusion and shock. His tone bore uncertainty, as he clearly struggled to accept the unfolding scene. Impossible. No member of the Yuki clan with an awakened bloodline limit could achieve such a feat. A member of the Yuki clan stepped forward, pale and trembling, his eyes wide with terror. Even in history, no one with the ice bloodline limit has ever managed to freeze an entire expanse of sea. This is beyond the power of a bloodline limit. His words plunged the ninjas aboard the ship into silence. The spectacle before them had surpassed the limits of their understanding. The entire sea was encased in ice, even the massive tsunami frozen into an icy sculpture. This power transcended the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Meanwhile, the ninjas of the Leaf stood equally astonished, their shock palpable. While they were aware of Fubai and Appo's unfathomable strength, witnessing her single-handedly freeze an entire sea left them in utter awe. Is this truly something a human can achieve? A Leaf Chunin murmured, his voice laced with unrestrained reverence. Fubai gazed at the frozen surface of the sea, remaining silent. The extent of this magic depended on the amount of magical energy infused. The greater the energy input, the broader the range. However, if the later white were to survive and continue to grow, with sufficient chakra, she could reach such heights as well. Chapter 24. The Experiment. The statue of the elf. The fleet first took a detour to the Land of Fire, leaving a portion of their forces behind to deal with the opposition. Among the ships of the Mist Village, a venerable elder calmly issued orders to the other ninjas. His decisions were resolute, evidently shaped by extensive experience in managing such unforeseen circumstances. His proposal was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Should they be delayed by the ninjas of Konoha, the timing for their assault on the Land of Fire would be significantly compromised, leading to a major setback in the overall strategy. With his command, the ninjas of the Mist Village sprang into action. They employed a mysterious secret technique, transmitting instructions to the other vessels through the fluctuations of their chakra. Soon, a vast number of ninjas soared from the ships, converging towards the coastline like a swarm of bees. The sheer number of 600 ninjas clearly indicated the elite force of the Mist Village, preparing for battle. Fahaka calmly directed the Konoha ninjas beside her, despite the fact that the opposing side had merely dispatched a contingent to delay them. The disparity in numbers was still daunting, 600 against their mere 50. Lady Fahaka, the numerical disadvantage is overwhelming, a Nin quivered, gazing at the approaching horde of mist ninjas. The others fell silent, acutely aware of the imbalance in power between the two sides. Fahaka chuckled softly. Who said you must confront them head-on? Do you really believe we can contend with an entire ninja village with our limited numbers? With that, she raised her staff with one hand and waved it gently. In an instant, a dense fog materialized out of thin air, swiftly enveloping the area within several kilometers. Following this, she implanted magical markers onto each Konoha ninja. Strangely, the Konoha ninjas marked with her magic could see the enemies clearly through the mist. And they could also see one another, though the surroundings beyond the mist remained obscured. What is this? A ninja exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in astonishment. Fahaka nodded, explaining, within this fog, your vision remains unaffected. You can see each other, while the enemy cannot see you. Your task is to delay them, not to engage directly. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas regained their confidence, responding in unison, understood. However, this scene drew mockery from the mist ninjas. Haha. Look at those fools from Konoha, thinking they can play the art of mist before us. A senior mist ninja laughed derisively. Let them witness who the true ninjas of the mist are. Another mist ninja shouted loudly. Before the words could settle, a multitude of mist ninjas charged boldly into the fog, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, the moment they stepped inside, they froze. As if their senses had been muffled by cotton, even the sound of the waves beneath their feet seemed distorted and distant. The Konoha ninjas perceived golden light shimmering amidst the fog, the guiding signal of Fahaku's magical markers. when the first mist ninja swung his blade to cleave through the fog. 3 shurikens, each bearing explosive tags, pierced his throat from different angles. Before blood could splatter, the corpse was consumed by the dense mist. Soon, some ninjas from the mist village sensed something was amiss, shouting, "This fog isn't our mist technique. Quickly disperse it." But the moment his words fell, he formed hand seals swiftly, yet before the technique could be completed, a cold flash sliced through the air. And a Konoha Jonin had already sealed his throat with the sword. The mist ninja's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his gushing throat, collapsing helplessly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Seeing this, other mist ninjas hastily formed seals, their hands moving in rapid succession, attempting to blow away the eerie fog with wind techniques. However, when they unleashed their jutsu, it was as if their efforts had vanished into the ocean. The fog showed no sign of dispersing whatsoever. How is this possible? Wind release is ineffective. A senior mist ninja's face paled, his voice tinged with panic. Within the mist, the Konoha ninjas moved like phantoms. Their vision unaffected by the fog, every strike precise and lethal. In contrast, the mist ninjas floundered like headless chickens, stumbling in the dense mist, struggling to discern even the figures of their comrades. "Be cautious. There's an ambush," one mist ninja shouted, only to be pierced through the heart by a kunai from behind. Fahaku had long since departed the coastal battlefield, grasping her staff with one hand. She soared like a comet above the main fleet of the mist village. Her figure shone brilliantly in the sunlight, her silvery hair billowing in the wind. The magical energy radiating from the tip of her staff causing the air around her to tremble. As she hovered above the fleet, her lips parted, softly reciting an ancient and cryptic incantation. As her voice resonated, a colossal golden magical circle unfurled above the fleet, its brilliance illuminating the sky as if to bathe the entire expanse in gold. What is that? The mist ninjas aboard the ships quickly noticed the anomaly above and looked up in shock and confusion, some instinctively taking a step back. Racial magic, the statue of the elf, Fahaka's voice resonated like celestial music in the air. As her words echoed, an immense golden statue of an elf gradually descended from the magical circle, crashing onto the surface of the sea, unleashing towering waves. The statue, rising hundreds of meters, almost touched the clouds, its eyes closed, exuding a solemn and sacred visage. The golden radiance emanating from the statue illuminated the entire sea, transforming it into a realm of wonder. The ninjas aboard the ships were utterly awestruck by this sight, some unable to resist the urge to kneel in reverence. However, it was not long before someone regained their composure, shouting, "Don't be deceived. Attack quickly." With his call, hundreds of diverse ninjutsu surged from the ships. Water release, wind release, lightning release. An array of techniques bombarded the colossal statue like a torrential rain. Yet, all attacks were repelled the moment they made contact with the statue by an invisible barrier. Fahaka floated serenely in the air, her gaze unwavering as she observed the unfolding chaos. Her magical energy was depleting rapidly, yet her expression remained composed. She murmured to herself, "I never expected a clone could wield such magic. It seems the elf and imp, Apos, special magic is not restricted by the clone." Her gaze then swept over the fleet below, her voice cold as she commanded, "Offer your souls as a gift to the elf." As soon as her words left her lips, a blinding golden light erupted from the center of the statue's forehead, sweeping across the entire fleet in an instant. Where the golden light passed, the figures of the ninjas abruptly froze, then fell silently to the ground. Their souls were extracted by the golden light, transforming into specks of light that soared towards the statue's forehead. In just a heartbeat, half of the ninjas within the fleet lost their vitality, their souls completely devoured. The sea was left with empty vessels and fallen bodies, a silence so profound it was terrifying. The esteemed elder of the mist village stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes filled with horror. His body trembled slightly, his voice hoarse and powerless. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? The golden light gradually receded, and the statue remained silently standing on the sea, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 25, the misty assassin killed in the fog. Fubai floated in the air, her gaze deeply fixed upon the statue before her, before gently shaking her head. She raised her staff and pointed at the statue, which then transformed into countless golden luminescent particles, slowly dissipating above the horizon. The statue of the elves, a unique magic of the elven race, bore some resemblance to the necromantic arts of the undead. This statue could absorb souls and convert them into energy, granting it the ability to move. An elven statue could only absorb 5,000 souls. Once this threshold was reached, it could spring to life. Fubai had previously wielded this magic in the magical realm, using it effectively against the demonic army. It was a quintessential war magic, incredibly powerful, yet taxing on the caster's magical reserves. Surely, they would retreat in the face of such a challenge. The objective had been achieved. Fubai exhaled softly, her gaze sweeping over the remaining ninjas of the mist village, and spoke calmly, "Those who do not wish to perish should leave immediately." With that, a magical circle materialized beneath her, activating a teleportation spell, and she vanished from the air as though she had never existed. Throughout the encounter, the ninjas of the mist village had been unable to catch a glimpse of her true visage, only recalling the divine silhouette and the suffocating might she exuded. On the sea and Apos' surface, the surviving mist ninjas exchanged terrified and bewildered glances. The venerable elder among them finally regained his composure from the shock. Though the fear in his eyes had not completely dissipated, he he suppressed his unease and quickly issued commands. We can no longer advance in groups. Dispatch an elite team to contact the Mizukage, and do so swiftly. The rest must disperse and approach the land of fire from different directions. Yes. The ninjas replied in a trembling chorus. Soon, the fleet of the Mist Village scattered, sailing in various directions. Their actions became cautious and stealthy, fearful of attracting the attention of that enigmatic powerhouse again. Despite their heavy losses, they had not abandoned the offensive. The Mizukage remained within the borders of the land of fire, and retreat was not an option. Fubai's figure appeared on the distant shoreline, standing atop a rocky outcrop. Her serene gaze fixed on the fleeing ships. Dispersing, are we? Quite clever, she murmured to herself. In no time, she returned to the shores of the land of waves. Although less than an hour had passed since her departure, the tide of battle had undergone a dramatic transformation. Of the 600 ninjas dispatched from the Mist Village, nearly one-third had perished, while the Leaf Village, despite being at a numerical disadvantage, had miraculously sustained no losses. Nonetheless, the Leaf ninjas were nearing exhaustion. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and even with Fubai's magical support, the prolonged conflict had left them weary. Fubai stood at the water's edge, her right hand flicking lightly as her staff transformed into shimmering specks of light that vanished into the air. She then drew two ancient daggers from her waist, their blades glinting with a chilling radiance under the sun. Now, it is time to enhance my mastery of physical techniques, she whispered, her eyes glowing with a faint blue light. In an instant, she dashed into the mist. For Fubai, everything that had transpired thus far was merely to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Senju Tobarama. Now, her true objective began to surface. One that was utterly pure, to refine her mastery of physical combat through real-world experience. In the fog-shrouded battlefield, the ninjas of the Mist Village continued to struggle in disarray. Fubai moved through the mist like a specter, her daggers flashing with lethal precision, each glint signaling the demise of an enemy. There, a mist jonin sensed Fubai's presence and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Water release, water dragon bullet." In an instant, a water dragon surged forth, roaring as it charged at Fubai. However, Fubai remained expressionless, her magical energy coursed within her, and a shield composed of several blue diamond-shaped blocks materialized, effortlessly blocking the water dragon's assault. Next, Fubai employed a teleportation spell, instantly appearing behind the jonin, her dagger glinting as it sliced through his throat. The ninjas of the Mist Village descended into utter panic. Within the fog, they could not track Fubai's movements. Here, they could not even sense their allies, let alone the enemy's presence. Fubai's daggers gleamed coldly, each appearance heralding the fall of a ninja, who had no opportunity to retaliate. Retreat. Quickly retreat. A mist chunin shouted hoarsely, yet his voice was swiftly swallowed by the mist. Several arrows, glowing with a green light, had already pierced his chest. Fubai's figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the fog. She sheathed her daggers and gracefully took up a wooden bow, each motion imbued with lethal intent. Every arrow she loosed was impeccably accurate. Her prowess in physical combat did not rely solely on brute strength, but rather on the clever integration of magic, allowing her to toy with her foes at will. Indeed, the mastery of physical techniques can only be honed through real combat, Fubai murmured softly, alternating between bow and dagger. Once more, her dagger cut across the chest of a mist ninja, before she stowed it away and knocked another arrow. Magical energy rapidly coalescing along the string to form a glowing green arrow, claiming several more lives among the mist ninjas. The brutal slaughter of the mist ninjas in the fog would surely provoke gasps of disbelief if it were to spread beyond this battlefield. The enemies confronting the leaf ninjas grew increasingly sparse, thanks in large part to Fubai, who had alleviated considerable pressure from her comrades. At the battle and Oppo's onset, the Mist Village had sensed the numerical inferiority of the Leaf side and attempted to stall for time. Yet now, as they noticed their own numbers dwindling, thoughts of retreat began to take root in their minds. Half an hour later, over 100 ninjas, like startled birds, fled in terror from the mist. At that moment, the fog began to dissipate slowly. The Leaf ninjas were now panting heavily from exhaustion, yet one brave ninja stepped forward to inquire, "Lady Fubai, shall we not pursue?" Fubai, gazing at the fleeing ninjas of the Mist Village, replied with an indifferent demeanor, "No need to pursue. Let us return and support Tobarama." Understood. The Leaf ninja's perception of Fubai had undergone a profound transformation. During these past few days, she had vividly demonstrated her formidable strength. Her initial meticulous evacuation of civilians had further showcased her benevolent nature. All of this silently conveyed that Fubai was a ninja of both immense power and noble virtue. Now, the Leaf ninjas seemed captivated by Fubai's unique charm, instinctively placing their trust and admiration in her, willingly following her directives. However, they were oblivious to the breathtaking scene unfolding upon the horizon. Had they been fortunate enough to witness it, their regard for Fubai would have soared, perhaps even rivaling that of the first Hokage. But at that moment, they were obscured by the mist, fully engaged in fierce combat with the ninjas of the Mist Village, utterly unaware of the extraordinary events transpiring just beyond their sight on the shimmering sea. Chapter 26, Impure World Reincarnation within the Land of Fire. A distinguished team from the hidden Mist Village, tasked with notifying the Mizukage, encountered unforeseen peril during their hurried journey. Ninjas from the hidden Stone Village launched a sudden assault, swiftly encircling the Mist Village team. A fierce battle ensued. Despite their desperate resistance, the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries led to their annihilation on the road. Simultaneously, the situation between the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage unfolded as Shinji Tobarama had anticipated. The moment they crossed paths, the air seemed to solidify, and chaos erupted in the form of combat. Their gazes were sharp and filled with murderous intent, plunging into battle without a moment's hesitation, each harboring the resolve to eliminate the other. The earth became a ravaged expanse, marred with craters, resembling the pockmarked surface of the moon. Even those ninjas observing the fierce clash from a distance found themselves inevitably swept into the maelstrom of conflict. The battle resembled two colossal war machines colliding, producing an incessant cacophony, unleashing overwhelming energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. This earth-shattering confrontation persisted for most of the day as both sides exerted their utmost strength. Ultimately, the two combatants met a fate akin to that of their original timeline, achieving a mutual destruction, albeit sooner than anticipated. Had it not been for Fubai's suggestion, the second Hokage would not have conceived such a strategy so promptly, though the butterfly effect had taken flight. It seemed as if the wheels of fate coldly crushed this moment, leaving behind a landscape of shock and silence. 3 days later, on the battlefield at the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning, smoke billowed, and the cries of battle echoed. Shinji Tobarama stood at the heart of the conflict, swiftly forming hand seals as chakra coalesced at his fingertips into enigmatic runes. His gaze was resolute and unwavering. Despite his inner turmoil regarding this forbidden technique, he had no alternative for the victory of Konoha. Impure world reincarnation, he intoned, and with his call, the ground fissured, and countless undead emerged from the crevice. Their forms were composed of dust and paper, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, reminiscent of warriors returned from the depths of hell. Though their visages were contorted, one could still faintly recognize the countenances of formidable figures from their past. The impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique developed by Shinji Tobarama, once expressly prohibited by the first Hokage, Shinji Hashirama. Yet at this moment, it became the linchpin for turning the tide of battle. The resurrected spirits swiftly joined the fray, their bodies capable of reconstituting even when shattered, as if they were immortal. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, their formation collapsing in an instant. Enemies we cannot kill. How is this possible? Exclaimed a Jainin from the Land of Lightning, his eyes wide with terror as he unleashed lightning jutsu upon the undead, only to temporarily repel them without inflicting any fatal injuries. Shinji Tobarama, stationed at the rear of the battlefield, observed the unfolding chaos with a steely gaze. While the power of impure world reincarnation was formidable, it was fraught with immense risk. He had not perfected it entirely. These undead were not fully under his control, their wills still intact, potentially capable of rebelling against their summoner. However, in this critical juncture, he could afford no further hesitation. For Konoha, I must proceed, he murmured resolutely. Under the command of the reincarnated spirits, the ninjas of Konoha swiftly turned the tide. The forces of the Land of Lightning were forced into retreat, and Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief before immediately releasing the technique. The following midday, the second Raikage personally led an elite force into the battlefield of the Land of Fire, their assault as swift as lightning, rapidly launching an offensive along the border. Concurrently, Fubai arrived at Tobarama's encampment with a contingent of Konoha ninjas to report. Her timely arrival invigorated the atmosphere within the camp. Fubai, back so soon? Tobarama, engaged in strategizing with several Jainin, was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Fubai, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, yes. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist village can no longer stir significant trouble. Their logistical support has been nearly eradicated by our team. She understated her report, and the Konoha ninjas beside her exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of when they had dismantled the enemy and Appos as support team, yet they refrained from questioning further. Fubai chose not to mention her solitary effort in decimating half of the Hidden Mist and Appos as forces. Tobarama nodded, his expression remaining composed. Excellent. At least we need not commit too many resources towards the Mist village anymore. He paused before continuing, however, we must remain vigilant regarding the Hidden Stone village. Although their leader has fallen, their forces remain formidable, particularly their earth release techniques, which pose significant pressure on our defenses. His analysis was astute. Even with the Hidden Mist's full ranks, Konoha required only a few additional personnel for defense. The situation with the Hidden Stone village was different. Their earth release not only provided robust defense but also created complex terrain advantages on the battlefield, causing considerable concern for Konoha's ninjas. Fubai, having absorbed Tobarama's insights, slightly nodded. You must have dispatched Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to temporarily hold back the Hidden Stone forces, as the situation with the Land of Lightning seems more urgent. Tobarama smiled at the mention of his two disciples, feeling a sense of pride, yet his expression soon turned serious. Indeed, the second Raikage is personally leading the charge, and their onslaught is exceedingly fierce. Moreover, legendary ninjas, Kin and Jin, are involved. The front line is becoming increasingly precarious. The second Raikage? I vaguely recall. Wasn't and Appos, Tihi slain by Kin and Jin? After pondering for a moment, she chose not to dwell on it further. A millennium had dulled her memories of the Hokage. Fubai remained silent for a moment before stating, "In that case, I shall handle the second Raikage." Tobirama regarded her with a complex expression. He recognized the depth of her strength, but the second Raikage was no ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, Konoha had exhausted its available personnel, deploying all capable fighters. "Very well. I entrust this task to you. The rest of us will confront Kin and Jin," Tobirama said earnestly. Fubai nodded and turned to exit the tent. Shortly thereafter, she appeared on the approach of the land of lightning and Appos, advancing forces, standing atop a high ground. Her gaze cold and resolute as she observed the swiftly approaching ninjas from the land of lightning. Chapter 27. The thrill of battle. Fahaka stood at the forefront of the battlefield, slowly drawing forth 2 daggers from her waist. Under the enhancement of her magical power, the surface of the daggers emanated a violet glow. Her figure was enveloped in a faint green light, a protective barrier formed by her magic that bolstered her defense and augmented her overall capabilities. Beside her, nearly 1,000 leaf ninjas stood on high alert, their kunai and ninja tools primed for action. Their eyes were intently fixed on the front, awaiting Fahaku and Appos as command. In the distance, the silhouette of the second Raikage gradually became clearer. He was surrounded by a tempest of lightning chakra. Each step he took resonating with thunderous roars. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the battlefield and finally settled upon Fahaku. The audacity of the Leaf Village to send a woman into battle? How dull, ha ha ha. The second Raikage laughed heartily, his expression rife with derision, and the surrounding Cloud Village ninjas joined in his laughter. Indeed, the second Raikage bore a striking resemblance to the third. Fahaka thought this to herself, disregarding his gaze. She then spoke softly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. Yet it resonated with remarkable clarity across the tranquil land. Attack. No sooner had her words fallen than she vanished in a flash. Activating her teleportation magic and traversing several dozen meters in an instant, her daggers aimed straight for the Raikage and Appos' throat. The Leaf Ninjas, inspired by Fahaku, surged into the fray. The Raikage snorted, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, lightning armor. In an instant, he was encased in a layer of lightning armor, the ferocious chakra enhancing both his speed and defense to their utmost limits. His fist, wrapped in violent lightning, hurtled toward Fahaku, the wind howling as if to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, Fahaka gracefully twisted in mid-air, effortlessly evading the lethal blow. Her daggers traced a beautiful arc, aimed at the Raikage's waist. Clang! A sharp metallic clash rang out as her daggers were repelled by the Raikage's lightning armor, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Humph! With such a feeble attack, you cannot breach my defense, the Raikage sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. His right hand, enveloped in lightning chakra, transformed into a razor-sharp lightning blade, swiftly slashing toward Fahaku. A flicker of seriousness crossed Fahaku and Appos' eyes. She sensed the gravity of the situation. She quickly employed her teleportation magic, vanishing from her original position. However, the Raikage's speed and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas, and nearly instantaneously, he locked onto her new positions, pursuing her with incredible swiftness. Teleportation magic comes with distance limitations, and with the Raikage's extraordinary reflexes, he soon located Fahaku's figure. As she landed, the Raikage was already closing in. His lightning armor shimmered with blinding brilliance, resembling a rampaging lightning beast ready to tear Fahaku apart. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Cloud and Leaf villages had already clashed in combat. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of fire, wind, and lightning techniques. The cacophony of battle cries, explosions, and the clashing of weapons surged in a tumultuous symphony. Yet, they all wisely cleared a space for Fahaku and the Raikage, whether by chance or design. Fahaku had no time to spare her focus. Her gaze remained fixed on the Raikage. Even her magically enhanced weapons could not penetrate his defense. It seemed the second Raikage's lightning armor had indeed reached its peak. As the Raikage's hand strike was about to connect with Fahaku's head, a blue diamond-shaped block materialized out of thin air, precisely intercepting his attack. The Raikage strike landed heavily against the diamond, producing a sharp crack as a fissure appeared on its surface. Nevertheless, the diamond block steadfastly absorbed the full force of the Raikage's lethal blow. Both Fahaku and the Raikage expressed surprise. Fahaka swiftly retreated, putting distance between herself and him. She immediately dispelled the cracked defensive magic and concentrated her power once more, conjuring a fresh blue diamond block before her. It actually cracked? The Raikage's attack possessed such power? Fahaka murmured to herself, her brow furrowing slightly. She understood well that the strength of defensive magic was not merely a matter of magical power, but rather contingent on the nature of the opponent's attack. The Raikage strikes were exceptionally sharp, concentrating all force at a single point, making it nearly impossible for any technique to fully withstand his full force assault. Despite the fissure in her defensive magic, it had still successfully blocked the Raikage's attack, which was a testament to its formidable protective capabilities. The Raikage smirked, a flicker of battle intent in his eyes. Interesting. His hands swiftly formed seals, chakra coalescing into violent lightning at his fingertips. With a fierce shout, a massive tiger made of lightning leapt from behind him, roaring as it lunged toward Fahaku. The speed of the lightning tiger was astounding, closing in on Fahaku in an instant, its lightning swirling as if to engulf everything. Yet, Fahaku remained calm. She raised her hand, aiming at the floating blue diamond block. Magic coursed through her fingertips, and the diamond instantly expanded into a spherical shield, enveloping Fahaku entirely. As the lightning tiger lunged at the shield, it erupted with blinding light. However, when the brilliance faded, the shield remained unscathed, completely nullifying the tiger's force, which dissipated into mere sparks in the air. What? The Raikage pupils constricted, clearly taken aback that his attack could be so effortlessly thwarted. The next moment, the shield in front of Fahaku quietly vanished. She sheathed her daggers, drawing forth a rustic wooden longbow from her back. Swiftly, she knocked an arrow, magical energy coalescing into several arrows that glimmered with green light along the bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew through the air, propelled by fierce magical energy, hurtling directly toward the Raikage. Their speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously closing in on his form. However, the Raikage's reflexes were equally remarkable. He sneered, his figure flickering as he employed the lightning body flicker technique to evade the arrow's assault. Lightning flickered around him as he dashed across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, swiftly closing in on Fahaku once more. Just as his fist was about to strike her, her internal magic surged suddenly, causing her form to shimmer. The Raikage's attack passed directly through her body as though it struck sand, devoid of substance. Fahaku's figure dissolved into ash, vanishing into the air. What? The Raikage's pupils narrowed. He had not anticipated that the Fahaku before him was merely a clone. At that moment, a sharp sound akin to a dagger slicing through steel echoed from behind him. The Raikage whirled around, only to find Fahaku's true self had appeared behind him, hands gripping the violet glowing daggers, aiming directly for his abdomen. The Raikage's reflexes were lightning quick, instinctively striking down toward Fahaku. Yet, Fahaku seemed to have anticipated his attack, swiftly crouching to evade the blow while driving her dagger forcefully into the Raikage's abdomen. Clang. The dagger struck the Raikage's lightning chakra armor with a metallic clang. Though it penetrated slightly into the armor, it could not advance any further. Seeing this, Fahaku wasted no time, delivering a powerful kick to the Raikage's chest, using the recoil to create distance. Her figure danced across the battlefield like a rogue, her daggers once again aglow with violet light, aimed at the Raikage's throat. You insufferable woman, that was a clone technique, wasn't it? When did you cast it? The Raikage inquired coldly, his tone laced with irritation, clearly taken aback by Fahaku's strategy. Chapter 28. The present cut of magic. Fahaku remained silent, her dagger slicing through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike precise and lethal, compelling Raikage to focus entirely on defense. Her movements were fluid and swift, as though she had anticipated every action he would take. Raikage activated his lightning release chakra cloak, the surrounding electricity becoming increasingly violent, blue sparks dancing across his body, emitting a crackling sound. His speed and strength surged as he sought to overwhelm Fahaku with an aggressive onslaught. However, Fahaku's magical energy flowed around her, and each evasion was impeccably timed, as if she had seen through his intentions. Indeed, battling a taijutsu ninja like Raikage was a true test of her abilities. Though she had inherited only a quarter of her original physical strength, the augmentation from her magical energy allowed her to confront Raikage in his lightning release chakra mode head-on. The exchange had persisted for several rounds, and Fahaku began to feel the strain of exertion, her breath growing labored from the intensity of the combat. Swiftly, she cast a teleportation spell, distancing herself from Raikage, and exhaled deeply. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, yet her gaze remained composed. In contrast, Raikage seemed unfazed, his stamina seemingly inexhaustible, growing more fervent with each clash. He sneered, taunting, woman, are you about to give in? Ignoring his provocation, Fahaku scanned the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas showed signs of fatigue after prolonged combat. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her weariness and addressed Raikage coolly, you have entertained me. If you wish to avoid death, take your people and leave this place. Raikage paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, woman, what jest is this? Retreat? Unless you Konoha surrender and cede your land to us. Fahaku's eyes hardened. She sheathed her dagger and with a flick of her wrist, a wooden staff materialized in her hand. Magical energy surged within her, and the tip of the staff began to emit a faint glow. She spoke coldly. Then do not leave. As her words fell, numerous white beams of light suddenly appeared in the air, flowing towards Raikage from various angles, sometimes curving, sometimes straight, rendering it impossible to predict the points of impact of the magical assault. The speed of the beams was astonishing, nearly reaching Raikage in an instant. What? Raikage's pupils constricted, and before he could mount a defense, the beams struck his location. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, smoke billowing forth, shaking the ground, causing the surrounding ninjas to halt their actions, staring in shock. Lady Fahaku has gone serious, exclaimed a Konoha ninja, his eyes brimming with excitement. He was one of the ninjas who had previously accompanied Fahaku in the Land of Waves, and his presence on this battlefield indicated that Konoha had deployed all available personnel. As the smoke began to clear, Raikage re-emerged into view. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Although his lightning release armor had not been completely shattered, it was now reduced to a thin layer, clearly indicating that Fahaku's attack had inflicted internal injuries. Raikage! The Cloud Village ninjas cried out in alarm, rushing to his side. Raikage wiped the blood from his mouth, a grave expression crossing his face. He had not anticipated the sheer power of Fahaka's attack, which had nearly breached his defenses. Drawing in a deep breath, he began to gather lightning energy once more. Woman, you certainly possess some skill, Raikage stated coldly. Fahaku remained silent, her staff slightly raised, magical energy swirling around her as her gaze remained calm. Her control over the situation absolute. Raikage, should we retreat? A Cloud Village ninja inquired softly, acknowledging the fatigue among both Konoha and Cloud Village ninjas. Raikage snorted dismissively. His gaze resolute. Retreat? Impossible. The Cloud Village ninjas never backed down. Before he could finish speaking, Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Fahaku at breakneck speed. In an instant, he closed the distance, his fist, crackling with electricity, aimed directly at Fahaku's chest. Fahaku's expression sharpened, and she swiftly retreated, swinging her staff to conjure a blue barrier before her. Raikage's fist collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Cracks appeared across the magical shield under the force of his attack, yet it did not shatter completely. Just as I thought, your strongest assault amounts to this, Fahaku remarked. Resting her chin on her hand, her tone nonchalant. Raikage's brow furrowed, disbelief flickering in his eyes. His fists rained down upon Fahaku's magical barrier like a tempest. Each strike infused with overwhelming force, yet the fractures on the shield showed no sign of expanding. How is this possible? Raikage and Appo's attacks cannot breach her defenses? The surrounding Cloud Village ninjas stared in astonishment, grappling with the surreal scene. Raikage's reputation in the ninja world was legendary, acclaimed for possessing both formidable offense and defense. Yet here he stood, cornered by an unassuming woman. Fahaka remained poised within the azure magical shield, her expression as tranquil as a still lake. Though her magical energy diminished with each of Raikage's assaults, she appeared unperturbed, the depletion well within her limits. Distance is sufficient, Fahaka murmured softly to herself. Gradually raising her staff, magical energy surged into the staff like a tide, and the ground beneath her feet began to manifest a complex purple magic circle. Its patterns glimmering with an eerie light. Purple energy overflowed from the tip of the staff, coalescing into a massive blade resembling the scythe of death, exuding a chilling aura. Fahaka gripped the scythe forged from magical energy, her gaze locked onto Raikage. Not good. Raikage sensed the immense energy fluctuation within the barrier and immediately halted his assault, attempting to create distance. Yet, it was too late. Fahaku's movement was effortless, as if merely waving her hand, the scythe slicing through the air, trailing a purple arc. Present cut of magic, Fahaku's voice was cold and steady. In an instant, Raikage's body seemed to be severed by an invisible force, where Fahaku's scythe had passed. He was cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth around him. Raikage! The ninjas from the Cloud Village cried out in anguish. Their eyes filled with shock and despair. They could hardly believe that the revered strongest shield, Raikage, had fallen in such a manner. The Konoha ninjas were equally stunned, many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had fallen prey to an illusion. The scene before them was so astounding that they struggled to accept it in that moment. Chapter 29, The Demon Clan, Current Severance Magic, is an exceedingly advanced spell. Developed by sorcerers emulating the warrior's skill, Spatial Slash. Its power is formidable, capable of slicing through space in an instant, rendering any physical defense meaningless. However, this magic bears a fatal flaw that necessitates a substantial accumulation of magical energy prior to casting and imposes strict distance limitations. Typically, sorcerers must rely on defensive or control spells, or require the protection of their allies to successfully execute it. Otherwise, they become easy targets for the enemy during the casting process. Fubai adeptly exploited this weakness. She first employed a magical barrier to fend off Lei Ying's attack, securing enough time and distance for herself before unleashing current severance magic, thus decisively concluding the battle. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, save for the sound of the wind rustling across the ground. Fubai retracted her staff, the violet arcane scythe gradually dissipating into the air. Although her complexion appeared somewhat pale due to the immense magical energy expended, it remained within acceptable limits, and her gaze remained calm and resolute. Lei Ying has fallen? A ninja from the hidden Cloud Village murmured, disbelief saturating his voice. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Fubai surveyed the battlefield and coldly declared, Ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village, should you wish to continue this fight, I would not hesitate to send you on your way. The ninjas exchanged glances, their morale plummeting instantaneously. The fall of Lei Ying plunged them into despair, while Fubai's overwhelming power instilled fear within their hearts. Retreat. A senior ninja from the hidden Cloud Village gritted his teeth and commanded, his voice laced with reluctance and helplessness. The ninjas began to hastily withdraw from the battlefield, while the ninjas of Konoha erupted in thunderous cheers. In that moment, Fubai's name and visage were indelibly etched into the minds of all present. The death of Lei Ying signified the cessation of the hidden Cloud Village's offensive. Subsequent reinforcements would aid Senju Tobarama in thoroughly repelling the hidden Cloud Village, followed by engaging the hidden Stone Village, thus bringing this war in the ninja world to a close. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Konoha, the clock edged closer to midnight. In the serene night of Konoha Village, Fubai and Appo's true form sat before a desk, pen in hand, absorbed in writing. Her demeanor was tranquil, as if the world outside bore no relevance to her. Yet, in that instant, a sudden wave of dizziness surged through her consciousness, as if something was being forcibly stripped from her memory. Fubai furrowed her brow and rubbed her temples in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. She sensed a portion of her memories had vanished, as if erased by an invisible force. What is happening? She murmured softly, a flicker of unease igniting within her. She endeavored to recollect, striving to pinpoint the gaps in her memory, but to no avail. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the bookshelf behind her, laden with an array of tomes, and her eyes locked onto the volume titled Comprehensive Compendium of the Magic World. Rising to her feet, she reached for the book, which she had authored herself, containing various settings and knowledge regarding the magical realm. She had long ago made copies of her family's library and brought them to Konoha. She flipped through the pages, scrutinizing each one, as though verifying something. After a considerable time, she arrived at the chapter concerning the demon clan. However, upon reading the contents, her pupils constricted sharply, and disbelief etched itself across her face. This cannot be. Why has all memory of the demon clan vanished from my mind? She stammered, her voice quivering, a powerful surge of emotion washing over her for the first time. She distinctly recalled possessing an intimate understanding of the creatures, capable of detailing the abilities of each. Yet now, her mind was a void, as if this knowledge had never existed. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. She began meticulously reading the contents of the book, diligently noting the details regarding the demon clan. As she read, fragments of knowledge gradually returned to her memory, as if being filled anew. However, when she closed the tome, confusion and contradiction still lingered on her face. This doesn't make sense. What exactly transpired? Fubai whispered, her gaze lost in the starry night sky beyond her window. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she experienced memory loss coincided precisely with midnight. Today marked the 1000th year since her arrival in the ninja realm, while she retained clarity regarding other matters. The conceptualization of the demon clan had inexplicably vanished from her mind, and even now, as she attempted to fill that void, she remained somewhat unsettled. On the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire, the night deepened, the moon obscured by dark clouds, and tension hung thick in the air. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was locked in fierce combat with the duo Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. The reanimated ninjas under his command launched relentless assaults. Yet the power of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, wielding the Six Paths weapons, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, midnight quietly arrived, and the figures of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao suddenly faltered, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Their eyes became hollow, only to rapidly regain a chilling glimmer. Yet it bore a disquieting indifference. This is not right. Tobarama's brow furrowed, a wave of intense unease swelling within him. He keenly discerned an anomalous fluctuation in the chakra emanating from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. It was not the power of the Ninetales, but rather a foreign energy, laden with oppressive force. This is not the power of the Ninetales, Tobarama muttered softly, a hint of caution flickering in his gaze. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao slowly raised their heads, their cold gazes fixating on Tobarama as though he were an inconsequential insect. A sinister smile crept across their lips, and they began to emanate a powerful magical energy, saturating the air with a suffocating pressure. Disregarding the Six Paths weapons, they appeared to disdain the use of human tools. Retreat, Tobarama commanded without hesitation. He understood all too well that the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao before him were no longer the foes they once knew, but rather a far more terrifying existence. However, before his order could fully resonate, Jin Jiao's form vanished like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Tobarama, his right hand aglow with darkness, striking down with ferocity. Tobarama's pupils dilated in shock. He instinctively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his position and reappearing at a distant marker. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as fear gripped his heart. This is not an ordinary body flicker technique. There were no hand seals. Could it be a different type of body flicker? Tobarama murmured, a tremor of astonishment in his tone. He had clearly observed that Jin Jiao's movements bore no signs of spellcasting, as if he merely moved at will, traversing the chasm of space. Jin Jiao missed his mark. Yet he bore no trace of disappointment, instead donning a playful smile as he slowly turned to face Tobarama again, as though relishing the struggle of his prey. What exactly are you? Tobarama inquired coldly, having dispelled the reanimation to conserve chakra, unable to divert his focus to utilize it further in the current predicament. Chapter 30. But I am the author. Jin Jiao remained silent, merely raising his hand, as a dark luminescence began to coalesce in his palm once more. Yin Jiao stood beside him, coldly observing the battlefield as if it were a feast. In a flash, he seized a ninja from the hidden cloud village, draining the chakra from his very being, extinguishing his life without a struggle. In another blink, he siphoned the chakra from a leaf ninja. Monster! Attack! Quickly! We cannot catch his shadow. Lord Yin Jiao, what is happening to you? The cries of ninjas echoed around them. Yet they failed to impede Yin Jiao in the slightest. Their attacks were futile. A profound sense of peril surged within Senju Tobarama. He understood that the enemy before him transcended his comprehension, and he must swiftly devise a countermeasure, lest not only he, but every ninja on the battlefield, descend into despair. Everyone, Retreat immediately. Do not linger. Senju Tobarama commanded loudly once more, while hastily forming hand seals. However, Jin Jiao seemed disinclined to grant him such an opportunity. His form vanished yet again, and in the next moment, the dark radiance was already bearing down upon Senju Tobarama's face, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Senju Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, flickering across the battlefield in an attempt to evade Jin Jiao's assault. Yet, Jin Jiao's speed was astonishing, each of his strikes narrowly grazing Tobarama's body. This cannot continue. Tobarama thought anxiously, aware that he must find a breakthrough quickly, or this battle would be futile. At that moment, a sudden surge of magical energy rippled through the distant sky. Tobarama looked up to see a green light slicing through the night, heading straight for the battlefield. Is that Fubai? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tobarama's eyes. Fubai appeared above the battlefield, clad in a purple robe, her garments rustling in the wind, her gray-white hair billowing gently. Her gaze was frigid, as if she had long anticipated these events. Senju Tobarama, you should leave this place. Fubai's voice was as piercing as the cold wind, calmly stating, leave this to me. Without hesitation, Tobarama retreated swiftly to the side. He understood that Fubai's power surpassed his own. Perhaps she alone could confront the foe before them. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao turned their attention toward Fubai, their indifference punctuated by a hint of wariness. They seemed to sense the formidable magical energy radiating from Fubai, yet the extent of her power eluded their understanding. Fubai hovered in the air above the battlefield, her gaze sharp and unyielding. Indeed, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao have become demons, she murmured softly to herself, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. She had been drawn by the aura of the demons, arriving swiftly through teleportation magic, and subsequently employing flight magic without wasting a moment. In her memory, there existed demon brothers named Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao within the world of magic. Had it not been for her sudden loss of memory today, she would not have recalled this so immediately. Fubai sighed deeply, a swirl of complex emotions flooding her heart. She had never imagined that the demon character she had once created would manifest in the world of Naruto in such a manner. It seems the similarly named demons have arrived in this realm, Fubai murmured. She remembered spending an entire month crafting the worldview of the demons. With over 100 named characters, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were merely two among them, and names like Kaguya had also appeared in her demon lore. However, the original Kaguya had exhibited no signs of being a demon, which is why Fubai had never given her demon creation much thought. In simpler terms, the similarly named characters of the demons had descended upon the Naruto universe, potentially replacing even some of the lesser-known characters within this world. Fortunately, it appeared that the magical power of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao was calculated according to the rules of the Naruto world, remaining within the realm's capacity, which granted Fubai a measure of relief. Furthermore, only a portion of the demon names were relatively simple. You should not exist here, Fubai coldly proclaimed, an outpouring of magical energy surging within her. She raised her right hand high, and hundreds of white beams of light coalesced in midair, striking down upon Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao like divine retribution. Jin Jiao raised his hand, dark magic gathering in his palm, to form a blue barrier, attempting to withstand Fubai's assault. Boom! The clash between the white beams and the blue barrier erupted in a deafening roar, a powerful shockwave sweeping across the battlefield, uprooting surrounding trees and tearing the ground asunder with countless fissures. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao swiftly separated, teleporting to different positions in an effort to distract Fubai, avoiding being struck by her attack all at once. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, clearly indicating long practice in combat. An elf, this magnitude of attack magic. Jin Jiao and Appo's countenance darkened, his voice tinged with a hint of retreat. He had evidently realized Fubai and Appo's formidable power, and thoughts of withdrawal began to fester within him. Fubai remained unresponsive, her demeanor calm and collected, as if all was within her grasp. She had arrived hastily, even neglecting to don her signature magical hat. Yet this did not hinder her prowess. Clearly, they are merely initial constructs of demons. They do not recognize me, Fubai mused internally. She realized that these demons existed based on the framework she had originally established, lacking detailed backgrounds and combat experiences, and thus knew nothing of her. With a swift motion, Fubai split into a dozen ethereal elves, all resembling flat-chested maidens, identical in height and form to Fubai herself. These elves floated in the air, each extending their right hand, an ancient green longbow appearing in their grasp. Simultaneously, hundreds of magical circles unfolded in the air, densely covering the entire sky, with wisps of white runes drifting through the localized area shrouded by the magic circles, creating a breathtakingly grand spectacle. On the ground, Yin Jiao's visage turned pale at the sight, his eyes brimming with terror. This is bad. It's elf magic, he cried out. Jin Jiao, too, recognized the imminent danger, immediately attempting to cast a teleportation spell, only to be repelled. Stunned for a moment, he quickly rushed to Yin Jiao and Appo's side, rapidly conjuring a blue magical shield. He turned to Yin Jiao, disbelief evident in his tone. Impossible. Wasn't the tome of elf magic destroyed by the demon lord? Yin Jiao gazed despairingly at Fubai in the sky, murmuring, there are indeed records of this elf magic in the annals of the demons. There is no escape. The area is filled with runes of spatial confinement. Evidently, Yin Jiao is a character who relished delving into ancient texts within the magical realm, while Jin Jiao, as the elder brother, had always protected him. Their understanding of elf magic stemmed from those ancient accounts. Fubai's elves simultaneously drew back their bows, magical energy coalescing into arrows that shimmered with a green glow, while the magical circles in the air resonated with a humming sound. Indeed, the elven realm has been destroyed. But I am the author. As her despairing words fell, a torrent of arrows surged forth from the magical circles, pouring down like a torrential rain. The arrows sliced through the air, trailing streams of green light, hurtling toward Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. The blue shield of Jin Jiao trembled violently under the onslaught of arrows, on the brink of collapse. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, desperately striving to maintain the stability of the barrier. Yin Jiao, think of something. I can end Appos. Hold on much longer. Jin Jiao shouted, urgency lacing his voice as cracks began to form in the blue barrier. Yin Jiao's complexion paled, and he swiftly retrieved an ancient scroll from his bosom. Biting his finger, he let his blood drip onto the scroll. Instantly, it emanated a fierce black light, releasing a powerful surge of magical energy. Demonic secret technique, high-level defense. Yin Jiao murmured as the scroll unfurled dramatically. A tidal wave of black magic surged forth, coalescing in the air to form an enormous black barrier that enveloped both Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao completely. The arrows from the magic array struck the black shield with a thunderous roar, yet the barrier remained steadfast, as if capable of devouring all forms of attack. However, the magical energy within Yin Jiao was rapidly depleting, and the failure of the barrier was merely a matter of time. Jin Jiao hastened to position himself behind Yin Jiao, hands firmly supporting him, channeling his own magical energy continuously into Yin Jiao in a desperate attempt to uphold the black barrier. His heart echoed a singular thought, to endure just a little longer. Yet, fate seemed to mock them cruelly. The arrows unleashed from the magic array, despite their imposing appearance, were but ordinary attacks. The true peril lay hidden in the hands of the elves wielding bows. One elf slowly released the bowstring, the arrow flying forth in an instant, so swift that even shadows could not capture its passage. This arrow bore no light and made no sound, merging seamlessly with the air as it pierced through the black barrier, striking Yin Jiao's heart with deadly precision. Thud. Yin Jiao's body jolted violently as he glanced down at his chest, eyes filled with disbelief. His lips quivered, as if attempting to utter something, but ultimately he collapsed helplessly. Yin Jiao, Jin Jiao and Appos. Pupils dilated, tears flooding from his eyes. He could not comprehend the reality before him, clutching Yin Jiao and Appos' body tightly, his voice imbued with despair and anguish. Yet, before he could fully grasp the situation, another elf and Appos' arrow silently flew forth. This arrow pierced Yin Jiao and Appos' body, striking Jin Jiao and Appos' heart with a heavy blow. Jin Jiao and Appos' body stiffened, the light in his eyes swiftly extinguishing. His hands fell limply, and Yin Jiao and Appos' form gradually slid to the ground, their bodies lying together on the cold earth. There was no struggle, no resistance. Everything had long been predetermined. Fubai slowly lowered her bow and transformed into a flurry of leaves, the elves and the magic array in the sky gradually dissipating. She hovered in the air, her gaze cold and detached as she regarded the fallen Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, her heart devoid of any turbulence. Silence enveloped the battlefield as the ninjas of Konoha and a small contingent from Kumogakure beheld the scene from afar, their hearts filled with shock and reverence. Thanks to the timely retreat of the Konoha ninjas, they suffered minimal losses, whereas Kumogakure was left with merely a handful of ninjas. They had never witnessed such formidable power and could hardly fathom that Fubai alone could vanquish such terrifying foes. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, his expression complex as he addressed Fubai. Fubai, thank you. Fubai gave a slight nod, saying little more, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield before finally resting on the bodies of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Instead of triumph, a faint worry stirred within her. The demon race, with their low-level members relishing in murder, and their higher-tier kin thriving on siphoning the energy of sorcerers, shared one common proclivity, the insatiable desire to devour the souls of ordinary mortals. None knew their origins, only that they had existed since the dawn of the continent, residing in the far west of the magical realm, following their suppression by a coalition of nations. The demon race had sacrificed half of their kin to summon the demon king. Upon his birth, he provoked the ire of several crimson sorcerers, all of whom were predictably annihilated. It was as if he foresaw the calamity, extinguishing the brave in their cradle, leading his kin to invade the lands of the elves, assaulting the magic kingdom, claiming a quarter of the continent for the demon race. The author and Appos' portrayal of the demon race seemed invincible, foreshadowing Fubai and Appos' eventual fate. Fubai took possession of 2 of the 6 paths treasures from Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, witnessed by the Kumogakure ninjas, who could do nothing but retreat, having seen her prowess firsthand. This war diverged significantly from the original narrative, as the second Raikage did not perish at the hands of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was spared by Fubai's intervention, remaining active on the battlefield. In subsequent skirmishes, Iwagakure swiftly fell to the counteroffensive of Konoha ninjas and the formidable manifestations of Fubai. Sunagakure merely engaged in harassment along the borders of the Land of Fire, refraining from large-scale assaults. Despite this, the war endured for 8 long years. Ultimately, as resources dwindled, nations were compelled to concede victory to Konoha, temporarily signing a peace treaty. The second Hokage, utilizing the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, aided Konoha in securing numerous critical victories, earning the moniker of the fastest in the shinobi world. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also played pivotal roles, successfully stalling Iwabakure and Appo's advances, granting time for Fubai and Appo's manifestations to support. Throughout the war, Fubai's manifestations lingered on the battlefield for several years, continually honing their combat prowess. The attrition tactics of Iwabakure left a lasting impression, as they persisted in resistance even after their leader had fallen. During the Shinobi World War, Dreamly had not participated from the outset, by sheer happenstance. She had stumbled into an isolated realm, ultimately returning from one of the 3 great sanctuaries, the Whetbone Forest, re-entering the Shinobi world. Hence, the Shinobi World War was merely ninjas engaging in trivial disputes during times of abundance, accumulating resources anew when they ran low, preparing for the next inevitable conflict. Fubai gazed quietly out the window at the thriving Konoha village. Behind her, a dense array of text floated in the air, all pertaining to Dreamly's experiences in the Whetbone Forest. With a casual wave of her hand, the words dissipated into the ether. Adorning her chest was an emblem inscribed with runes, faintly glowing with a purple light, as Fubai shared the combat experiences of her manifestations. The shinobi world is indeed a series of cyclical reincarnations, Fubai murmured. From Dreamly's accounts, Fubai discerned that she had neglected to mention the natural energy of the Whetbone Forest, instead devoting considerable attention to describing wondrous phenomena. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she remarked, Dreamly squandered her opportunity for cultivation, but it matters not. She may pursue her own desires as she pleases. Subsequently, she penned a letter to Dreamly, urging her not to neglect her training and to remain vigilant regarding the demon race. Now, 8 years had passed, yet no news of the demons had emerged. Whether this constituted good news remained uncertain. Fubai picked up her pen, continuing to document her latest research on ultimate magic, murmuring to herself, perhaps one day, I shall visit Mount Myaboku. Chapter 32, the third generation in the Hokage office. Senju Tobarama sat before his desk, meticulously examining various battle reports from the First Shinobi World War. His attention was particularly drawn to the pivotal battles in which Fubai had participated, the War of the Land of Waves, the conflict against the Second Raikage, and the battle against the Brothers of Gold and Silver. Could there be 2 Fubais? Tobarama murmured softly, a frown of confusion etched upon his brow. Beside him stood a ninja who had once fought alongside Fubai on the battlefield of the Land of Waves and at the borders of the Land of Fire against the hidden Cloud Village. Upon hearing Tobarama's question, the ninja shook his head and respectfully replied, I am not aware of the specifics, but Lord Fubai indeed killed the Second Raikage. Tobarama nodded, his expression betraying little astonishment. He had long been acquainted with Fubai and Appo's prowess and understood that her abilities far surpassed those of ordinary shinobi. The feat of single-handedly slaying the Second Raikage, while remarkable, seemed less surprising in light of Fubai and Appo's capabilities. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, standing nearby, interjected. According to intelligence from our undercover agents in the Hidden Mist Village, their forces suffered a 50% casualty rate while en route to the Land of Fire, ultimately necessitating a retreat. Tobarama and Appo's frown deepened at this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, This is highly likely to be Fubai and Appo's doing. Her emergence appears to have introduced numerous variables for Konoha, altering many previously destined outcomes. The strength and methods of Lord Fubai are indeed elusive. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing beside Danzo, softly remarked that he felt both gratitude for Fubai's victories for Konoha and unease regarding her enigmatic nature. Danzo nodded coldly at Tobarama, stating, Though Fubai and Appo's strength is formidable, her origins and intentions remain a mystery. Should we not conduct a more thorough investigation? Tobarama remained silent for a brief moment before shaking his head. There is no need. Fubai's contributions to Konoha currently far outweigh any potential threat. Danzo refrained from further comment, yet his gaze lingered with lingering suspicion, clearly indicating that his wariness of Fubai had not been entirely dispelled. Tobarama rose and approached the window, gazing out at the distant Konoha village. The streets bustled with busy shinobi, while children frolicked joyfully in the sunlight, creating an atmosphere of prosperity and tranquility. One must not become overly reliant on her strength, yet neither can we afford to neglect it, Tobarama murmured, fully aware that Fubai and Appo's capabilities rivaled those of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. The presence of such a powerful and unpredictable individual was indeed perplexing. With a sigh, Tobarama turned back to his desk and took a seat. The image of Fubai surfaced in his mind, an ever-calm, composed woman with unfathomable strength. Fubai maintained a consistently ambiguous stance, neither fighting for the honor of Konoha nor accepting any form of accolades, as if she had never truly belonged to Konoha. Even the village's forehead protector was never worn by her. She fought solely for herself. Due to Fubai's overwhelming strength, Tobarama's attitude towards the Uchiha clan underwent a subtle transformation. In the original narrative, Tobarama's choice to suppress the Uchiha was partly due to the inadequacy of the Hokage lineage to fully contain the latent threat they posed. However, with Fubai's presence bolstering Konoha's overall strength, the Uchiha, serving as the village's guard, had consistently performed well, leading Tobarama to feel a slight easing of his vigilance towards them. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Kagami stood in the clan leader's chamber, gazing gravely out at the village. His heart was laden with conflicting emotions. A sense of belonging to Konoha intermingled with helplessness regarding his clan's plight. After surviving the war, he had been esteemed as the clan leader. The first new leader following Uchiha Madara and Appo's demise. As both Tobarama's bodyguard and the Uchiha clan leader, Kagami grappled with the reality of his clan being marginalized within Konoha. His disposition was akin to that of Uchiha Shursui, embodying a more moderate stance within the Uchiha clan, willing to sacrifice for the peace and stability of Konoha. Nevertheless, this dual identity often placed him in a predicament. What path lies ahead for the Uchiha clan? Kagami pondered softly, expressing his resignation. The shinobi world entered a relatively peaceful period, with various nations recuperating and preparing for potential future conflicts. Meanwhile, Konoha began its preparations for the election of the Third Hokage. Unlike in the original narrative, Tobarama did not meet his end in battle. Rather, he resolved to step down and pass the mantle to a younger successor. Having guided Konoha through its most arduous times and charted a new course for the village, he believed the moment had come to relinquish control and allow the next generation to assume their responsibilities. Seated in the Hokage office, holding a scroll in hand, a hint of ease graced Tobarama and Appo's features. He shared a kinship with Fubai, both drawn to the study of forbidden jutsu and the exploration of the unknown. Even during Hashirama's tenure, he had not ceased his research into forbidden techniques, developing many fearsome ninjutsu, such as the Impure world reincarnation and flying thunder god technique. At last, I can devote myself to the study of my forbidden techniques, Tobarama remarked, his expression imbued with anticipation. Hiruzen, standing nearby, could not suppress his smile at Tobarama and Appo's words. Lord Tobarama, you truly have a penchant for forbidden techniques. Tobarama raised his gaze, meeting Hiruzen and Appo's eyes, and patiently explained, Hiruzen, do not underestimate forbidden techniques. Though perilous, they are also a source of Konoha's strength. Hiruzen nodded, yet his expression shifted to one of concern as he inquired, I understand. However, are you truly resolved to step down? Konoha still requires your leadership. Tobarama waved his hand dismissively, his tone serene. The future of Konoha ultimately rests on the shoulders of you younger generations. I have fulfilled my duties, now it is time to let go. Hiruzen refrained from further protest. Yet his eyes reflected a hint of reluctance as he understood that Tobarama and Appo's decision was aimed at the long-term development of Konoha. 2 months passed in a seemingly orderly fashion, as Hiruzen and Danzo participated in the Hokage election. Ultimately, Hiruzen emerged victorious, succeeding Tobarama and becoming the Third Hokage. Tobarama retired, assuming the role of an elder within Konoha. Yet akin to Fubai, he spent his days in the research room, perfecting the Impure world reincarnation technique. Meanwhile, Danzo, having lost the election, began to cultivate his own faction, preparing to reclaim the Hokage position in the future. Chapter 33. Jiraiya years have passed, and the village of Konoha has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. Various clans have begun to showcase their prodigies, with the new generation of ninjas gradually emerging as the backbone of the village. During this time, the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are also starting to shine, destined to become the village's most celebrated stars. However, behind this facade of prosperity, Fubai remains shrouded in mystery. Her abode is nestled at the edge of the village, within a tranquil forest, isolated from the world. Despite her rare appearances in public, her legend has never faded from memory. On this particular day, a commotion erupted once more at Fubai's doorstep. Hey, witch, take me as your apprentice. A vibrant voice called out, infused with the youthful enthusiasm and determination of a boy. Fubai, seated indoors with a book on demon clans in hand, sighed and rubbed her forehead upon hearing the voice, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. Last time it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now it's Jiraiya? She murmured softly to herself. Setting her book aside, she slowly approached the door and opened it to find a boy standing there. Jiraiya, hands on his hips, wore a confident smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You must be the legendary witch Fubai. I've heard of your exploits, single-handedly defeating the second Raikage and vanquishing the Gold and Silver Brothers. It's incredible. I must become your disciple, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Fubai regarded the spirited youth before her, a complex emotion stirring within her. She recalled the time long ago when Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at this very spot, albeit under the pretense of Senju Tobarama's directive, while Jiraiya appeared earnest in his intent. Now, Hiruzen had ascended to become the Third Hokage of Konoha. Why do you wish to study under me? Fubai asked, her tone markedly different this time, tinged with a sense of detachment. Jiraiya scratched his head and replied with a grin, because I want to grow stronger. I want to protect my village and my comrades. Also, your ninjutsu is so cool. I want to learn it. It was evident that Jiraiya had not been spared from tales of Fubai's magical prowess. Fubai fell silent for a moment, her gaze lingering on Jiraiya's face. She could sense the fervor in his heart and the innocence in his eyes. My ninjutsu is not as simple as you imagine, she said softly, shaking her head in resignation. Yet, Jiraiya remained undeterred. No problem. I'm the genius Jiraiya. I can learn anything. No matter how difficult. Fubai, observing his unwavering confidence, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Very well, but I have a condition. With a hint of slyness. She nodded in agreement. Jiraiya, oblivious to the potential stipulations, eagerly responded, what condition? I can agree to anything. Come inside, Fubai said. Casting a cool glance at the sky before turning back into her home, Jiraiya hurriedly followed, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the window of the Hokage's office, his gaze sweeping over the village streets. I never imagined she would notice. But that rascal Jiraiya has gone to seek Fubai as his master, he mused quietly. Before him lay a crystal ball, frequently used to observe the happenings throughout Konoha. Seated across from him, Senju Tobarama remarked casually, Hiruzen, your crystal ball is quite fascinating. However, if you dare to spy on her home, you will surely be held accountable. A bead of sweat trickled down Hiruzen's brow as he replied nervously, Haha, Tobarama-sama, you worry too much, how could I dare? Orochimaru, standing beside Tobarama, couldn't resist teasing. Jiraiya is always so reckless. Tsunade, nearby, chuckled and added, yet, Fubai's strength is indeed formidable. If Jiraiya can learn even a fraction of her skills, it will benefit him greatly. Within Fubai's tea room, the air was infused with the delicate aromas of tea and coffee. She invited Jiraiya to take a seat and personally brewed a cup of black tea for him, the fragrance rising warmly. As they sat near the entrance, Jiraiya was immediately enveloped in the inviting scents. Thank you, he said, accepting the teacup, an unusual shyness crossing his face. After all, it was his first visit to the home of the legendary witch, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Fubai nodded, pouring herself a cup of tea and sitting beside him. She took a gentle sip, her gaze calm as she awaited him to speak. Taking a sip of the tea, Jiraiya's face lit up with surprise. This tea is delicious. Fubai smiled slightly, then calmly stated, my request is for 2 tickets to enter Mount Myaboku in the future. Sure. Jiraiya replied without hesitation, setting down his teacup with enthusiasm. However, a moment later, a puzzled expression crossed his face as he scratched his head and asked, Mount Myaboku. Where's that? At that moment, Jiraiya had never heard of such a place. He worried that his ignorance might cost him the chance to become her disciple. Hence his immediate response. Seeing his distress, Fubai reassured him, it's all right. You will naturally come to know it in due time. It is there that you will hone your skills. Really? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face brimming with hope. He had always felt overshadowed by Orochimaru's genius and Tsunade's formidable lineage, yet hearing Fubai speak of his future training at Mount Myaboku ignited a flame of ambition within him. When can I go to Mount Myaboku? He eagerly inquired. Fubai raised her hands in a gesture of calm, her tone steady as she replied, not now. The time is not yet right. Disappointment flickered across Jiraiya's face, but he quickly rallied, clenching his fist as he asked, then what should I do now? Fubai regarded him thoughtfully before stating, for now, I can teach you only the fundamentals. Rising, she walked to a corner of the room, retrieving a simple rubber ball and a small water balloon. Jiraiya watched curiously as she presented the items, unable to contain his curiosity. What are these? Placing the rubber ball and water balloon on the table, Fubai explained in a calm tone, these are basic tools for training. You will need to use them to master your control and application of chakra. Jiraiya blinked, a hint of confusion crossing his features as he asked, this seems so simple? Fubai smiled slightly, teasing him. Simple? Then why don't you give it a try? She handed the rubber ball to Jiraiya, encouraging him to attempt to burst it using his chakra. Chapter 34, The Spiral Sphere. Jiraiya took the rubber ball with a confident demeanor, ready to channel the chakra within him. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, the ball remained immobile, showing no signs of rupture. How could this be? A look of astonishment crossed Jiraiya's face, clearly taken aback by the unexpected difficulty of what appeared to be a simple task. Fubai observed him calmly and remarked, controlling chakra is not a trivial matter. It requires continuous practice to master the intricacies involved. Jiraiya nodded, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. I understand. I will strive to improve. Fubai regarded him, recalling 2 other prodigies she had taught in the past, who had grasped the concepts with minimal guidance. For them, reaching the second step sufficed, as they could effortlessly apply it thereafter. However, Jiraiya was different. For him, the spiral sphere represented an offensive technique, and he lacked both the lineage and the innate talent of a genius. Thus, it was imperative to first teach him the basics of forming the spiral sphere. Very well. We shall conclude today's lesson here, Fubai stated lightly. Upon your return, you must practice chakra control daily until you can effortlessly burst this rubber ball. Jiraiya solemnly nodded, carefully stowing the rubber ball away, then rose to bow to Fubai. Thank you, Teacher Fubai. I will certainly do my utmost. As Jiraiya reached the doorway, a thought struck him, and he turned back to inquire, by the way, teacher, why do you need 2 tickets? Fubai gazed at him and replied nonchalantly. One is for me, and the other is reserved for a girl named Mingly. Jiraiya, puzzled, asked, who is Mingly? Fubai and Appos, S lips curved into a faint smile as she replied. You will encounter her in due time. Given Jiraiya's future travels throughout the ninja world, it was likely he would cross paths with Mingly, even if they did not meet. There would be opportunities to summon Mingly to Mayaboka Mountain for training later on. Jiraiya committed Mingly and Appos. S named him memory, affirming, understood, master. I shall take my leave now. Fubai nodded, watching him depart. She reminisced about the messages Mingly had left her over the years, murmuring to herself, Mingly is currently exploring the land of waterfalls, nearly traversing half of the ninja world. On the third day, at the break of dawn, Jiraiya eagerly sprinted to Fubai and Appos' doorstep, his face lit with a confident smile. In his hands, he held the now damaged rubber ball and a water balloon, clear evidence that his efforts overnight had not been in vain. Master, I have learned it, Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Fubai, hearing his voice, descended the stairs slowly. Today she wore no signature magical robe but opted for a simple, white short-sleeved top, exuding a refreshing aura. She glanced at the tattered rubber ball and water balloon in Jiraiya and Appos' grasp and nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Well done. It seems you have indeed put in the effort. Jiraiya raised the damaged rubber ball triumphantly, grinning as he declared, Of course. I am the genius Jiraiya. How could such a minor task possibly challenge me? Fubai regarded him with a hint of teasing in her gaze. Do not be too hasty in your pride. This is merely the beginning. What follows will be the true challenge. Jiraiya blinked in curiosity and asked, What comes next? Rather than answering directly, Fubai slowly raised her right hand. As she did so, a surge of purple energy began to coalesce in her palm, gradually forming a rapidly spinning sphere of energy, the spiral sphere. The purple orb radiated a dazzling light, seemingly imbued with boundless power. What is this? Jiraiya and Appos' eyes widened in awe, fixated on the spiral sphere in Fubai and Appos' hand, filled with astonishment and intrigue. The spiral sphere. A rank in ninjutsu that does not require hand seals, Fubai explained coolly, with a gentle squeeze of her hand. The spiral sphere instantaneously transformed into countless purple specks of light, dissipating into the air. Watching the spectacle, Jiraiya and Appos' excitement shimmered in his eyes. He nodded vigorously, gazing at his right hand. Can I do it too? Fubai smiled softly, affirming, of course. With that, she proceeded to relay the secrets of the spiral sphere to Jiraiya in detail. She elucidated that the essence of the technique lay in precise chakra control and rapid rotation. Although no hand seals were required, the demands for chakra mastery were exceedingly high. First, you must concentrate the chakra in your palm and then allow it to spin at high speed. As she spoke, she demonstrated the flow of chakra, the purple energy swirling in her palm like a vortex in the sea. Jiraiya listened intently, his eyes gleaming with focus. Master, why is your chakra purple? I heard Lord Tobirama say your chakra is green. Fubai replied unhurriedly. I possess two types of chakra simultaneously. The color varies based on usage. This is the simplest explanation. A more complex one would take quite some time. Moreover, many forms of magic exhibit different colors of energy. Perhaps only the spiral sphere can reflect the color of a mage's power. Following Fubai's guidance, Jiraiya began to attempt gathering chakra in his palm. However, he soon discovered that achieving a stable rotation was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Initially, the chakra fluctuated erratically, either moving too slowly or dispersing uncontrollably. Do not rush. Take your time, Fubai advised, resting her chin on her hand. Controlling chakra requires patience and concentration. Jiraiya nodded, inhaling deeply as he endeavored once more. This time, he slowed his pace, attentively sensing the flow of chakra. Gradually, he felt it beginning to rotate in his palm. Albeit at a sluggish pace, yet it marked a preliminary progress. I think I and Appos, am starting to get the hang of it. Jiraiya exclaimed, a delighted smile gracing his face. Fubai acknowledged his progress, saying, Indeed, continue practicing. Once you can stabilize the rotation of your chakra, the embryonic form of the spiral sphere will emerge. Jiraiya nodded earnestly, immersing himself in his practice. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he paid them no mind, wholly devoted to his training. Fubai snapped her fingers, and a chair materialized behind her. She retrieved a book from her waist pouch and settled down to read quietly. After 2 to 3 hours, a small chakra sphere finally appeared in Jiraiya's palm. While its rotation remained slow and its size modest, it unmistakably represented the nascent form of the spiral sphere. Chapter 35 The Final Lesson Master. Look, I did it, Jiraiya exclaimed, his face brimming with a sense of achievement. Fubai glanced at the chakra sphere in his hand, nodded slightly, and replied in a calm tone, It seems you have grasped the fundamental technique. Next, you must continue to practice until you can stabilize a complete Rasengan. Jiraiya vigorously nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will definitely succeed. By the afternoon, sweat covered Jiraiya and Appos' cheeks, and a blue Rasengan of normal size had formed in his palm. I did it. Fubai observed him with no surprise, thinking to herself, as expected of Jiraiya. He truly has a talent for forming the Rasengan. In the original work, he learned it in just 3 days, but by then, he was already quite famous. With a gentle clap of her hands and a hint of a smile, Fubai softly congratulated him. Congratulations, you have learned the Rasengan. Jiraiya, holding the newly formed Rasengan in his right hand, scratched his head sheepishly with his left, a simple grin spreading across his face. Hiki, thank you, master. Without elaborating further, Fubai raised her hand and summoned her inner magic. As she moved, a rock resembling a dirt wall rose from the ground, standing firm before them. Now, try using the Rasengan on this rock to test its power, Fubai instructed calmly. Before her words faded, she waved her hand gently, conjuring a semicircular blue barrier that enveloped herself, Jiraiya, and the rock within. This was her protective shield to prevent debris from scattering. Jiraiya nodded, swallowing hard. Feeling a bit anxious. Taking a deep breath, he decisively pressed the Rasengan against the rock. Boom. The moment the Rasengan made contact with the rock, it shattered into countless fragments. The pieces crashed against the blue barrier, yet failed to stir even a ripple. The shield remained unyielding. Jiraiya gazed at his creation, filled with awe and a profound sense of accomplishment. He looked down at his right hand, almost unable to believe that such immense power had been unleashed by him. Could I truly master a technique of such might? Jiraiya mused inwardly, lost in a brief reverie until Fubai and Appo's voice drew him back to reality. Fubai surveyed the broken rock, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the Rasengan is formidable. Ordinary elemental defenses are utterly inadequate against it. Hiki, master, what shall we learn next? Jiraiya inquired excitedly, coming back to himself. Fubai raised her gaze to the sun, which was beginning to set, turning to head home while speaking. We'll call it a day for now. Rest well. For tomorrow marks the beginning of true training. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, his face alight with enthusiasm. Yes, master. I will not disappoint you. With that, he bounded down the mountain, his back radiating vitality and anticipation. The next morning, Jiraiya arrived bright and early at Fubai's doorstep. Master, I'm here, he shouted, his voice brimming with vigor. Fubai opened the door and nodded softly at Jiraiya standing at the entrance. Come in. She led Jiraiya into her living room, where he began to observe his surroundings. The space connected to the bedroom, exuding an aura of spaciousness, with several medieval-style chairs scattered about. The walls were adorned with her hand-painted portraits of magicians and demons, enveloping the environment in a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Jiraiya's eyes widened in wonder as he took in the scene. Having only stayed in the tea hall at the entrance before, he was now captivated by the richness of the surroundings. Wow, master, your home is truly grand. Who are those depicted on the walls? Jiraiya asked curiously, his gaze lingering on the lifelike images. Fubai casually pulled a chair closer and replied nonchalantly. Just some paintings I made out of boredom. Jiraiya scratched his head, slightly puzzled by her response, but quickly shifted to excitement. Master, what will you teach today? Fubai did not respond directly, but instead retrieved a thick tome of magic from the side and placed it on her lap, speaking in a calm tone. This is the final lesson. Once I finish teaching this, you need not seek me out again. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting shock. Why? Seeing his crestfallen expression, Fubai smiled slightly and explained, because what I am about to teach you is something you will never fully master. Taken aback for a moment, Jiraiya's confidence surged back. Having learned the Rasengan made him feel like a genius. He thumped his chest and said with conviction, Don't worry, master. Just teach me, and I will not let you down. Fubai nodded and addressed him. This will involve compressing your chakra within your body. Do you remember the first 2 steps of the Rasengan? The principle is to control the chakra and condense it in your palm. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean? Fubai pondered for a moment before standing up, bringing the book with her to Jiraiya's side. She gently placed her right hand on his shoulder, calmly instructing, Now, release your chakra. Jiraiya complied, and his chakra burst forth, a vibrant blue energy radiating from his body. This is what you will be training next. Fubai stated matter-of-factly. When releasing chakra, it must not manifest outward. Instead, you must compress it within. Jiraiya looked at Fubai incredulously, a hint of exasperation in his tone. How is that even possible? Fubai chuckled softly, magic flowing from her palm into Jiraiya's body. As she did so, the chakra fluctuations around him were suppressed and vanished completely. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at his body. Although the chakra waves had disappeared, he could still feel the flow of chakra within him and even release jutsu. Let me try, he thought, sensing an epiphany, and sat down to begin controlling the chakra within him. Fubai's hand left his shoulder, and his chakra erupted once more, the blue energy reappearing around him. Chapter 36. Foundation. The difficulty of a ninja fully compressing the chakra that is exposed on their body surface is akin to absorbing natural energy, Fubai mused softly. She had previously taught this method to others, all of whom were exceptionally gifted individuals, one being Ashura and the other Senja Hashirama, both of whom possess sage bodies, making the practice of sage techniques relatively effortless for them. Although Jiraiya had commendable talent, Fubai harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to achieve this feat. Shaking her head, she settled into a nearby chair, slowly opening the book in her hands, and remarked gently, Take your time. With his eyes closed, Jiraiya focused intently on the flow of chakra within him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating that this process was far from easy. A day slipped by swiftly. Yet Jiraiya's training yielded no discernible progress. Though the fluctuations of chakra on his surface had diminished slightly, this was merely due to his prolonged maintenance of the state. leading to excessive consumption of chakra rather than truly mastering the technique of chakra compression. Fubai closed her book and glanced at Jiraiya, interrupting his training. This practice cannot be mastered in just a day or two. Return to me in a month. For now, focus on your own practice. Upon hearing Fubai's words, Jiraiya immediately halted his training. Weariness marked his face, clearly indicating the toll that such intense chakra control had taken on him. He nodded dejectedly, responding in a subdued tone. Yes, master. With that, he turned and exited Fubai and Appo's home, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Once Jiraiya departed, Fubai rose and made her way to the study on the second floor. The book she had been holding was titled The Complete Magic Compendium, containing all types and principles of magic that resided in her memory. The spell Heart Grasp was an exceptionally rare necromantic magic, classified as ultimate magic. Its effect allowed the caster to crush the target's heart from a distance, rendering it a unique instant death spell. Fubai had begun her research on this magic upon arriving in Konoha, yet her progress had been less than satisfactory. She anticipated that even if she fully grasped the principles of this magic, she would only be able to cast it at the level of high-tier magic, as she was not of the necromantic lineage. Nevertheless, her passion for studying magic remained undeterred. The more challenging the magic, the more intriguing it became. A month passed quietly, and Jiraiya returned to Fubai's doorstep as promised. However, an expression of embarrassment clouded his features. Throughout the month, he had diligently practiced, yet he felt no substantial advancement. Sensing Jiraiya's presence, Fubai led him to the living room. Observing the hint of disappointment on his face, she said softly, "No progress at all?" Jiraiya hung his head, silently standing there without uttering a word. A profound sense of defeat filled his heart, as if he had let Fubai down. Without further comment, Fubai's eyes suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. She directed her gaze inwardly, scrutinizing the flow of chakra within Jiraiya's body. Soon, she perceptively noted that his meridians were somewhat stronger than those of an ordinary person. Though this change was subtle, it indeed existed. It seemed that physical constitution was a crucial factor in practicing this method. Fubai thought to herself, yet, this method hasn't resulted in any damage to the meridians. Perhaps the slow enhancement is the reason? The two disciples she had taught previously possessed sage bodies and inherently robust physiques, thus enabling them to gradually compress the chakra on their surfaces. In contrast, Jiraiya was merely an ordinary individual, necessitating a foundational enhancement of his physique. With this realization, the brilliance in Fubai's eyes began to fade. She nodded and calmly addressed Jiraiya. Do not be disheartened. This method is indeed aiding your training. Your physique is gradually improving, albeit the changes are exceedingly subtle, and you may not perceive them. You must dedicate some time each day to practice. Upon hearing Fubai's words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Jiraiya's eyes. He lifted his gaze to meet Fubai's and fervently nodded. Yes, master, I will persevere. Fubai smiled gently, encouraging him. Go forth and train diligently. Once your physique reaches a certain level, compressing chakra will become much easier. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, his face alight with renewed confidence. He then turned and exited Fubai and Appo's home, embarking on his extended journey of training. The art of nurturing is truly beneficial. Yet I still dread the hassle. When will my character ever change? Fubai shook her head, dispelling her thoughts, and rubbed her face, forcing herself to remain composed as she continued her magical studies. Seated in the study on the second floor, surrounded by a myriad of magical tomes and scrolls, the air was imbued with the faint aroma of ink and the essence of magic. Fubai and Appo's gaze fixed intently on the spellbook in her hands, her fingertips gliding over the runes on the pages as her mind continuously processed the principles of magic. As time flew by, Fubai and Appo's research finally reached a groundbreaking milestone. On this day, she closed her book, a faint smile illuminating her face. At last, it is complete, Fubai exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sense of accomplishment. She had successfully developed a high-tier magical version of Heart Grasp, which she named Heart Caress. While this spell could not directly crush the target and Appo's heart like the ultimate magic, it incorporated principles from illusionary magic, allowing the caster to caress the opponent's heart from a distance. Imagine, if one's heart were to be caressed from afar, such a profound psychological assault. Fubai stood and approached the window, her gaze drifting toward the distant Konoha village. Although this magic lacked tangible harm, it served as an effective means of shocking adversaries. Especially for those of timid disposition, such psychological attacks could potentially frighten them to death. She murmured softly, a hint of resignation in her tone. However, this magic can only be used to intimidate opponents. As her magical energy stirred, a swirl of black magic enveloped her fingers, resembling tadpoles circling around them. She turned back to her desk, began organizing her research notes, and documented this new spell. In her study lay two magical tomes. One was the original spellbook written from her memory, and the other contained the magic she had researched over the millennium in the ninja world. Though the effect of Heart Caress did not quite match her initial expectations, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement. Chapter 37. Time is merely a cold number in the 35th year of Konoha. The situation within the ninja world began to grow tense once more. Over the years, the land of lightning, the land of water, and the land of earth, endowed with abundant resources, commenced the transition to their third generation of Kages. With the ascension of new leaders, these nations appeared restless, seemingly intent on reigniting conflict. Particularly notable was the Land of Wind, having suffered little depletion of military strength during the First Great Ninja War. They had begun preparations to assault the village hidden in the rain, seeking to seize this strategically advantageous location. Moreover, the long absence of Fubai had led them to believe they might exploit the situation to their advantage. Across the ninja world, skirmishes of varying magnitudes erupted, seemingly heralding the onset of the Second Great Ninja War. Master, are you home? Now an adult, Jiraiya had not visited Fubai and Appo's doorstep in quite some time. Gazing at the residence, he felt an unexpected wave of nostalgia. His current life revolved around a triad of tasks, undertaking missions, training in Myoboka Mountain, and refining his chakra at home. The last time he had visited Fubai, it was to inform her of his commencement of training in Myoboka Mountain, promising that he would take her there should she wish to visit in the future. He had also vowed to bring along Dreamly, should they meet again. At present, Jiraiya's physique had grown significantly stronger than in the original narrative, nearing the level of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, he still struggled to fully compress the chakra on his surface. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for the changes to his body were tangible, although his progress was exceedingly slow. He adhered to Fubai's teachings, dedicating time each day to chakra training. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and Jiraiya had matured into a seasoned ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to exhibit signs of aging, while Uzumaki Mito and Appo's lifespan hung by a thread. Konoha was in dire need of the next Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Senju Tobarama had also passed away in his old age, leaving behind his disciple Orochimaru. Under the joint research of Orochimaru and Tobarama, numerous forbidden techniques had been refined, particularly the reanimation jutsu. Hiruzen, though aware of this, felt powerless. After all, Tobarama was the renowned second Hokage, the architect behind many of Konoha and Appo's policies. Hiruzen merely walked the path laid down by Tobarama, unwilling to voice any grievances. He turned a blind eye to the many times Tobarama praised Orochimaru, hailing him as a genius of research. Following Tobarama and Appo's death, it was only natural that Orochimaru inherited these developments. Konoha village continued to thrive. Yet Fubai seemed untouched by time, remaining unchanged. She had long grown accustomed to this, perceiving time merely as a number. It's been ages since we last met. What prompted your visit? Fubai said calmly, gazing down at Jiraiya from the window of her study on the second floor. Her attire had not altered in a millennium. Still donning the iconic purple robe of magic, the oversized wizard hat perpetually hanging beside her desk, as if time itself had paused in her presence. Jiraiya looked up at Fubai, astonishment filling his eyes. Master, you show no signs of aging. You remain as youthful as ever. While the third is nearly an old man. Fubai smiled slightly, a hint of playful sarcasm lacing her words. Of course, I am a fairy. This was not the first time she had uttered such a statement. Scratching his head, Jiraiya chuckled. Master, you remain as enigmatic as always. However, I have come with serious business. Fubai nodded, indicating for him to continue. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Recent movements among the nations seem suspicious. Particularly in the land of lightning, the land of earth, and the land of water, they appear intent on provoking war once more. The third sent me to inquire if you have any counsel. Fubai fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the distant sky. Calmly, she replied. War has never been the sole means of resolving issues. However, if they insist on instigating conflict, Konoha must be prepared. This sentiment echoed the official rhetoric she had prepared in anticipation of the imminent Second Great Ninja War, knowing full well that the Third Hokage would seek her counsel. Jiraiya nodded, his tone resolute. I understand. Master, will you take action? Fubai cast him a sidelong glance, responding coolly, it is not I who will act. In due time, you shall know. Ultimately, it is up to you all. Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, nodded vigorously, determination gleaming in his eyes. I will protect the village. Fubai nodded, her demeanor taking on a more authoritative tone. Relay this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall come when the time is right. Do not send others to disturb me. Had anyone else sought me, they would have been turned away long ago. With the constant surveillance of crystal balls nearby, coupled with the Root and Umbu's persistent presence, Fubai had been afforded a degree of peace, and she appreciated the lack of trouble they caused her. Jiraiya, recalling something, responded sheepishly, yes, master. With that, he departed without looking back. Fubai stood at the window, watching his silhouette fade into the distance until it vanished from view. After which she gently closed the window. In truth, she had long anticipated the impending outbreak of the Second Great Ninja War and surmised that the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would dispatch someone to seek her guidance. Nevertheless, Fubai remained unchanged, disinclined to take direct action. She preferred to send her clones to deal with these trivial matters while simultaneously gathering rare plants and animal blood from the ninja world. Over the years, her research in Konoha had consumed vast resources, leaving her reserves nearly depleted. Most critically, would this war see the emergence of the Demon Clan? She would ensure her clones remained vigilant on the battlefield, for despite the passing years, the Demon Clan had yet to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had returned to the Hokage and Appo's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, a document in hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. Upon seeing Jiraiya enter, he looked up. anticipation evident in his voice. What did the sorceress say? Jiraiya recounted Fubai's words in their entirety. As Hiruzen listened, the tension in his brow eased slightly. He nodded, stating, "She is likely to intervene." Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed. However, Master also mentioned that no one else should disturb her. If others were to seek her out, they would have been driven away long ago. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment. He was well aware of Fubai and Appo's temperament. Over the years, he had secretly monitored her movements using crystal balls, which had already posed considerable risk. Yet, he refrained from suggesting the withdrawal of the Umbu and Root personnel nearby. If Hiruzen were open to such advice, he would not have resorted to monitoring her with crystal balls. The primary reason was Fubai's overwhelming strength, which compelled attention. Chapter 38. The list in the tranquil confines of her study. Fubai sat quietly at her desk. A pen poised in her hand as she inscribed the final line in her notebook, Ghost Lantern Grass. Closing the notebook with a satisfied smile, she reflected on the minerals and plants it contained. She then removed the badge from her chest, and in a flash of violet light, a doppelganger identical to Fubai appeared beside her. Over the years, this was not the first time she had summoned her. Some research was conducted together with her doppelganger, which proved beneficial for them to remain outside a bit longer. Fubai handed the notebook to her doppelganger, who promptly opened it, nodded in acknowledgement, and stowed it away in her waist pouch. Fubai had also equipped her with a magical storage bag, as it would inevitably be of use. Perhaps a visit to Konoha village is in order. Otherwise, no one will know of my existence, she mused. The doppelganger said nothing further. With a swirl of magic beneath her feet, she activated a teleportation spell and vanished, leaving Fubai momentarily stunned. She moved swiftly. This initiative is unlike me, Fubai pondered, but soon she came to terms with it. The doppelganger was bound to obey her commands, which accounted for her promptness. Within Konoha village, the streets bustled with life and activity. The scene resembled the vibrant Konoha depicted in the original work, teeming with vitality. Fubai's doppelganger strolled along the thoroughfare, her gaze flitting over the various shops and stalls, her heart brimming with curiosity. The main body didn't specify where to explore. So I shall wander freely, she whispered to herself, pivoting her steps and entering a quaint eatery. The air was suffused with the sweet aroma of treats. And as she approached the counter, she softly inquired, "Boss, may I have a serving of 3 colored dumplings?" The proprietor smiled and nodded, preparing to hand her the dish when Fubai suddenly patted her storage bag, a hint of embarrassment crossing her features. It dawned on her that she had very little money on her person. Alas, the main body has ventured out much in recent years, naturally leaving me short on funds, she lamented inwardly. At that moment, a gentle, youthful voice wafted from behind her. "Sister, do you lack money?" Turning around, Fubai beheld a golden-haired boy standing there. His hair gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, even more so than the radiant locks of Dreamly. Fubai recognized him immediately. "Naruto Uzumaki?" she said, a note of surprise in her voice. The boy blinked, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Sister, do you know me?" At this juncture, Naruto had yet to attend the ninja academy and, thus, did not know Fubai. She smiled softly, a hint of mischief in her tone as she asked, "Would you be so kind as to cover for me, dear child?" Naruto scratched his head, his expression turning sheepish as he glanced at the coins in his hand. "Oh, I can just about cover the cost of another serving of dumplings," he replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Fubai and Appo's face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you, young one." Nodding, Naruto handed the money to the proprietor and, after receiving the dumplings, presented them to Fubai. "Here, sister," he said with a bashful smile, taking the dumpling. Fubai savored a bite, a look of contentment gracing her features. She gazed down at Naruto, praising him. "You were truly a kind-hearted child." Naruto, feeling a touch of bashfulness, replied, "It's nothing, just a small gesture." He then ordered a dumpling for himself, taking a bite and relishing the sweet, glutinous texture that brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. When he looked up again, however, he found that Fubai's doppelganger had vanished, as if she had never been there at all. "That sister is truly mysterious," he murmured, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Fubai's doppelganger had arrived near the gates of Konoha village, where a traditional medicine shop stood, one frequented by her main body in the past. Standing at the entrance, she scanned the street and suddenly noticed a group of ninjas entering the shop. Oh, her curiosity piqued. Her gaze lingered on a little girl with red hair among them. "Kushina Uzumaki," she whispered, a note of nostalgia lacing her voice. Time had truly flown, and she was now amidst a familiar storyline. Years of magical research had dulled the memories of the Naruto saga in Fubai and Appo's mind, yet the sight of Kushina stirred reflections on the passage of time. She should soon be taken to Minato. Only after a while will their paths cross, Fubai and Appo's doppelganger contemplated. As she had surmised, the group of ninjas led Kushina directly toward the Hokage building, a scene that signified the near annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Their powerful sealing techniques had drawn the envy of other ninja villages, ultimately leading to tragedy. The word sealing techniques flashed through Fubai's mind. As a passionate researcher, she had long been intrigued by the sealing techniques of the ninja world. "I shall need to acquire several scrolls when I visit the Hokage," she mused softly. The sealing arts of the ninja realm were worthy of study, their principles remarkably akin to the intricacies of magical array crafting. Yet, as for when she might visit, the passage of time remained uncertain. Nevertheless, she had more pressing matters at hand. Turning on her heel, Fubai's doppelganger entered the medicine shop to gather the herbs listed on her list. Inside, the air was imbued with the faint scent of herbs. Approaching the counter, she presented the list filled with names of the herbs to the shopkeeper. "Could you please prepare these herbs for me?" she requested calmly. The shopkeeper took the list, scrutinizing it, and nodded. "Certainly, please wait a moment." Fubai and Apos' doppelganger stood at the counter, her eyes wandering over the myriad of herbs displayed within the shop. After a brief interval, the shopkeeper returned with a bag brimming with herbs, accompanied by a price list for the items. Fubai and Apos' doppelganger smiled faintly, signed for the herb bag, and departed from the shop. With this list in hand, the shopkeeper could procure funds from the Konoha treasury. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the village, Kushina Izumaki was being escorted toward the Hokage building, her eyes clouded with confusion and unease, yet more so with sorrow. "Is this where I am to live from now on?" she whispered to herself. Following a kind encounter with the Third Hokage, Kushina was taken to the residence of Minato, commencing her training as the host of the Ninetales. Chapter 39, The Ring That Blocks Prophecies. As night fell, Fubai's doppelganger returned home, handing a pouch of herbs to her original self before descending the stairs directly into her bedroom, where she collapsed into a deep slumber. Observing the drowsy demeanor of her doppelganger, Fubai couldn't help but press her temples in exasperation, shaking her head resignedly. She lifted the pouch of herbs and turned to enter one of the rooms on the first floor. This room was filled to the brim with various magical artifacts and garments, all meticulously crafted for her. The magical items encompassed a wide array, including rings, bracelets, and pendants. Some of these artifacts were single-use magical tools, dissipating after a single application. Thus, Fubai typically prepared two, one for experimentation and the other for safekeeping against unforeseen circumstances. Fubai placed the herbs on a long wooden table in the center of the room and, surveying the materials, murmured, "The possibilities with these herbs are rather limited." Most herbs with magical properties were primarily utilized in the production of restorative elixirs or enhancements to agility. Skillfully, she categorized the herbs and commenced the alchemical process. Her movements flowed gracefully, a surge of magical energy emanating from her fingertips, tracing a violet arc in the air as if orchestrating the materials. In her left hand, she held a red sphere of magical energy, a spell she had employed upon her arrival in this realm, enabling her to manipulate the temperature of the sphere. Under her guidance, several herbs merged into the crimson orb. After a few minutes, Fubai began compressing the magical energy and solidifying it, resulting in various pills. Additionally, some concoctions were directly compressed into liquid form, collected in several vials. In total, these comprised mainly restorative elixirs, enhancement potions, and antidotes. Fubai could be regarded as a hoarder, her storage pouch brimming with such potions and pills. However, these herbs could only achieve so much. To forge magical artifacts, she would need to gather some ores, which, when processed with magical energy, could initiate the creation of such items. The herbs served primarily as auxiliary components. As she contemplated her journey to Myaboka Mountain, Fubai resolved to craft a ring, an artifact that would shield her from the constraints of prophecy. She was unwilling to have her fate foreseen by others, regardless of whether the forecasts were favorable or dire. During her quest to vanquish the Demon King, she had previously fallen into an ambush due to her path being predicted, narrowly escaping with her life. It was that harrowing experience that fortuitously led her to acquire a ring capable of preventing prophetic foresight. Since then, it had been a constant companion. However, the ore required to forge such a ring was exceedingly rare. Fubai recalled reading in her tome of magical artifact forging that this particular ore formed only after prolonged exposure to energy. In the ninja world, the most probable locations to find this were within the habitats of tailed beasts or the energy-rich regions of the three great holy lands. Alternatively, one might cultivate the environment with magical energy daily, possibly yielding such ore, yet Fubai found the notion too cumbersome, abandoning that thought. In hindsight, she mused that it would have been prudent to leave behind a fragment of the chakra when extracting it from the divine tree. If she had utilized magical energy to further process that high-purity concentrated chakra, it could have sufficed as a material for the ring. Of course, such reflections were mere hindsight, especially as her initial intent had been to enhance her own power, resulting in no fragments being retained. Seated beside her bed, Fubai's gaze fell upon her doppelganger, who was soundly asleep. A faint smile touched her lips tinged with resignation. She whispered to herself, "Perhaps I should allow the doppelganger to pay attention during the ninja war and gather the usual items." Prophecies. She was well aware that the predictions of Gamamaru were remarkably accurate, with most prophecies in the ninja world manifesting as foretold. Yet, Fubai harbored a profound aversion to having her fate foreseen by others. Thus, she resolved to prepare in advance by creating a ring to avert prophetic constraints. Meanwhile, deep within Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya stood before Gamamaru, listening intently to its prophecy with a serious demeanor. Despite his notorious lecherous nature, Jiraiya was destined to become the teacher of the prophesied child and write a book. Gamamaru and Apos, voice resonated deep and slow, imbued with an enigmatic power. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. His mind clouded with uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and asked earnestly, "The prophesied child? Will they bring monumental change to the ninja world?" Gamamaru nodded, its gaze piercing as it regarded Jiraiya. "I have seen this in my dreams. The prophesied child will usher in an unprecedented era of peace, or perhaps destruction. This is transformation." Jiraiya's gaze grew resolute, inhaling deeply before continuing, "Will my choices determine all of this?" Gamamaru replied slowly, "Your choices hold great significance. In a pivotal moment, you will face a monumental decision, one that will cost you your life." Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya and Appo's heart jolted, yet almost immediately his expression hardened with determination. He nodded firmly, his tone laced with resolve, "I understand. Regardless of the outcome, I shall shoulder this responsibility. In your dreams, you will traverse various realms." Gamamaru proceeded to reveal the tasks that lay ahead for Jiraiya. After inquiring about some details, Jiraiya lingered for a moment before departing Maiboka Mountain, his two-toed mentors silently following in his wake. However, at the instant of their departure, new fragments unexpectedly flashed through Gamamaru's mind, entirely distinct from its previous prophecies. Even surpassing its expectations, it glimpsed a golden-haired maiden, whose appearance seemed to alter Jiraiya and Appo's fate. Did the golden-haired maiden change his destiny? Gamamaru pondered softly, a hint of uncertainty in its tone. It endeavored to discern the details of these fragments, but soon fatigue enveloped it, prompting Gamamaru to gently close its eyes and succumb to slumber. Over a year passed quietly as Jiraiya journeyed in accordance with Gamamaru's predictions, seeking the fated child destined to revolutionize the ninja world. He traversed numerous locales, encountering an array of people and events, yet the prophesied child and Appo's whereabouts remained elusive. However, on this particular day, while strolling through the streets of a small town, a communication frog suddenly leaped onto his shoulder. "Lord Jiraiya, the Third Hokage urgently summons you back to the village," whispered the communication frog. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him as he nodded in acknowledgement. Responding, "Understood. I shall return at once." He swiftly gathered his belongings and embarked on the journey back to Konoha. Throughout the journey, his heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. The Third Hokage would not call him back without reason. Something significant must have transpired. Chapter 40. The Second Great Ninja War. A few days later, upon his return to the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya was struck by an atmosphere of palpable tension. The ninja hustled about with grave expressions etched upon their faces. He made his way directly to the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door to find Sarutobi Hiruzen seated at his desk, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Jiraiya, you're back," Sarutobi said, lifting his gaze, his expression softening slightly upon seeing his old friend. "Third Hokage, what has happened?" Jiraiya inquired directly. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi replied solemnly, "The Second Great Ninja War is about to commence." Jiraiya felt a jolt of apprehension at these words. Though he had anticipated the outbreak of war, he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Sarutobi, seated with a grave demeanor, his gaze piercing, continued. "Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war against the Land of Iron, the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, and the Land of Wind's Sand Village. And the Sand Shinobi have already begun their incursion into the borders of the Land of Rain." Jiraiya's face contorted in disbelief. "What? That Hanzo harbors such ambitions?" Sarutobi nodded slightly, his tone icy. "It is to be expected. His strength is formidable. Naturally, he would not wish to confine himself to a small nation. The resources of the Land of Rain are scarce, and he seeks to expand his territory, with the Land of Fire as his target." Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya fell into deep thought. Hanzo was indeed one of the most elite shinobi in the ninja world, often referred to as a demigod among many. His grand ambitions could be said to be a significant catalyst for the Second Great Ninja War, not only for the sake of the Land of Rain, caught between the three great nations, but also for his own vision of peace akin to that of the first Hokage, namely, the unification of the ninja world. Albeit he lacked the requisite strength. After a moment of pause, Sarutobi continued, "You, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade, are to head into the Land of Rain, collaborating with the Leaf Ninja there to repel Hanzo and the Rain Ninja's assault." Jiraiya nodded but soon expressed his concern. "What about the Sand Ninja? Have they not gathered significant forces at the border?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Sarutobi's eyes as he spoke with a stern tone. "I have already dispatched Kakashi with a contingent of elite shinobi to the border of the Land of Wind. That area requires vigilant defense. The threat posed by the Sand Village must not be underestimated. During the First Great Ninja War, the Sand did not allocate substantial forces to attack the Leaf. Currently, the Land of Wind is markedly fortified, and coupled with the relentless sandstorms that plague their territory, they covet the Leaf Village." Upon hearing Kakashi and Appo's name, Jiraiya felt a slight sense of relief. "I understand," he affirmed, fixing a determined gaze upon Sarutobi. With a sigh, Sarutobi added, "Your mission is to delay Hanzo's advance and minimize the losses for the Leaf as much as possible. Remember, do not confront him head-on. Preserving your strength is paramount." Jiraiya nodded vigorously, confidence radiating from him. "Rest assured, Third Hokage, we shall accomplish our task. You will depart in a few days. Time is of the essence." Shortly after Jiraiya and Appo's departure, a clone of Fubai appeared silently in the Hokage and Appo's office. Her feet flickered with the light of a teleportation magic circle, as if she had stepped forth from the void without any warning. Upon arrival, she addressed Sarutobi directly. "Monkey, I am heading to the Land of Wind." Sarutobi, having just sipped his tea, nearly sputtered it out at her sudden declaration. Regaining composure, he swallowed and looked at her. "Ahem, what brings you here?" Although Sarutobi had anticipated Fubai's potential involvement in the war, her abrupt appearance before him caught him off guard. Fubai frowned slightly. "I am here to obliterate your crystal ball." Sarutobi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. I trust the lady sorceress wouldn't hold such matters against me." With an impatient glare, Fubai retorted, "Child, does the Land of Wind have any need of me? If not, I shall go myself." In truth, she had no desire to seek Sarutobi. Yet her original form commanded her to participate in the Second Great Ninja War and collect materials for a list, as well as to study Kakashi and Appo's taijutsu, which compelled her to make this trip. With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi acquiesced. "Very well, you may accompany Kakashi to the Land of Wind." Fubai nodded, satisfaction evident in her expression. "That is more like it." As she turned to leave, she suddenly halted, casting a glance back at Sarutobi. "Do not use your crystal ball to spy on my home again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be merely the crystal ball that faces destruction." Sarutobi, feeling a bit sheepish, chuckled. "Haha, I understand, Lady Sorceress." With a dismissive huff, Fubai's feet glimmered once more with the light of a teleportation magic circle. Seconds later, her figure vanished from sight as if she had never been there. Meanwhile, Kakashi was leading an elite team in one of the camps along the border of the Land of Wind. Just then, Fubai's figure appeared beside him, announcing, "Kakashi, I am here to assist you." Kakashi blinked in surprise before quickly responding with respect. "Lady Fubai, what brings you here?" "Sarutobi summoned me to help you. Thus I have arrived," Fubai stated nonchalantly. "Ah, I see. With your presence, we now have confidence against the Sand Ninja," Kakashi replied, clearly convinced by Fubai and Appo's words. Fubai scrutinized him for a moment before calmly suggesting, "I have heard that your taijutsu is quite impressive. Do allow me to witness it when you have the opportunity." Kakashi smiled slightly, confidence shining through his demeanor. "I shall not disappoint you." Half an hour later, Fubai found herself alone at the edge of the desert, standing at the interface between the golden sands and the oasis. Her gaze swept over the seemingly endless expanse of desert before her. A wave of heat rushed towards her, the air thick with dryness, and the grains of sand shimmered under the glaring sun. She frowned, an impulse to escape rising within her. "Ugh, I detest the scorching desert." While complaining, Fubai retrieved a deep blue magical robe from her storage pouch. This robe harbored an inherent chilling enchantment, though it appeared somewhat worn and tattered. It was an essential piece for her to navigate through the sweltering environment. Swiftly donning the robe, the ample cloak billowed gently in the wind, enveloping her in a veil of coolness that instantly shielded her from the oppressive heat outside. Fubai and Appo's attire may have resembled that of a decrepit mage from a gang, but for her, practicality far outweighed aesthetics. Chapter 41. Konoha's White Fang. After donning her enchanted cloak, Fubai retrieved a notebook from her satchel, filled with a comprehensive list of ores and materials required for her undertaking. She gazed toward the rocky outcrops at the desert's edge, contemplating her forthcoming course of action. Her eyes scanned the rocky terrain, swiftly identifying several glimmering ores emitting a faint luminescence. Recognizing their potential as magical components, Fubai, having encountered many materials over the millennium, promptly crouched down and extracted a petite magical pickaxe from her bag, beginning her meticulous excavation. Although the quality of these ores was mediocre, they were sufficient for her needs. As she worked, she murmured to herself, her movements deft and practiced, indicating her familiarity with such gathering tasks. Suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Fubai lifted her head, her gaze alert as she directed it towards the source of the noise. A group of sand ninja was approaching, evidently on patrol. "How bothersome," she muttered quietly, swiftly concealing her pickaxe and the oars, vanishing into the shadows of the rocks. The sand ninja reached the spot where Fubai had been, scanning their surroundings but finding nothing amiss. "Strange, I could have sworn I saw someone here," one of the sand ninja remarked quietly. "Perhaps it was an illusion. Who could possibly be here?" Another shrugged dismissively. After a brief search, they turned and departed, hidden in the darkness. Fubai exhaled softly in relief. It seemed she needed to exercise more caution, as the patrols from the sand village were more frequent than she had anticipated. It was imperative that Konoha and Appo's whereabouts remained undisclosed. Should she eliminate even 2 individuals here, it would surely raise alarms in the sand village. Returning to the rocky area, she resumed her collection of ores. Despite the discomfort of the desert environment, she persevered for the sake of fulfilling the task assigned by her entity. Several hours later, her satchel brimmed with various ores and materials. Standing at the desert's edge, she surveyed the rocky expanse. "At last, I have gathered all the ores from this area," Fubai murmured, fatigue evident in her voice. Gradually, her figure faded into the desert's periphery as she made her way toward the Konoha camp. Within the Konoha encampment, Shikaku stood vigilant, scanning the desert and Appo's edge. At that moment, Fubai and Appo's silhouette emerged. Shikaku regarded her with cautious eyes. "Welcome back, Fubai." Fubai approached Shikaku, her demeanor calm and composed. Rest assured, I left no traces. I merely gathered some ores exclusive to the desert and Appos, as periphery. Shikaki nodded, his expression softening slightly. He noticed that Fubai wore a deep blue cloak, which, though somewhat worn, did not prompt further inquiry. Although he understood her enigmatic nature, he refrained from interference as long as her actions posed no threat to Konoha. Fubai appreciated Shikaku and Appos' vigilance, despite the reputation she held among Konoha and Appos' ninjas. The current times demanded utmost caution. Being permitted to mine ores alone was already a significant privilege. As night fell, Fubai arranged to meet Shikaku in a nearby forest, beside a narrow river several meters wide. Were it not for this river, the area might have succumbed to the desert and Appos' grasp. With a green longbow slung over her back and 2 daggers tucked at her waist, she appeared unchanged from her first encounter in the ninja world. Save for the magical cloak that offered her comfort in the heat, akin to a person reluctant to leave the coolness of an air-conditioned room. Drawing her 2 daggers, she spoke softly, "Let us begin." Shikaku regarded her weaponry intently, nodding as he unsheathed a short blade, his expression grave. "Fubai, we are still at war. Let us keep the noise to a minimum." Fubai nodded, her serene demeanor now tinged with seriousness, for Shikaku was none other than Konoha and Appos' White Fang. His reputation rivaled that of the demigod Hanzo, and every ninja who had witnessed Shikaku's swordsmanship had offered him high praise. As soon as the words left her lips, Shikaku vanished from sight. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, as he suddenly appeared to Fubai and Appos' left, his short blade gleaming ominously as it aimed at her shoulder. What incredible speed! Fubai thought, momentarily taken aback, yet her reaction was equally swift. She parried Shikaku's advancing blade with her left dagger, producing a sharp metallic clash. Simultaneously, her right dagger lunged toward Shikaku, slicing through the air with a gentle breeze trailing behind. Shikaku remained remarkably composed, slipping into a state of flow as if battle was second nature to him. Using the force of Fubai and Appos' dagger, he arched his short blade and deftly sidestepped her right-hand strike, simultaneously launching a counterattack aimed at her waist. Fubai leaned back slightly, pushing off the ground and retreating to evade Shikaku's slash. She then surged forward again, wielding her daggers from varying angles against him. Her movements were fluid and agile, starkly contrasting with Shikaku and Appos' fierce and precise strikes. The weapons clashed in midair, producing a series of clear metallic sounds that resonated in the stillness of the night. Drawing a deep breath, Fubai leveraged her momentum to leap backward, creating distance between them as she swiftly reached for her longbow, knocking an arrow with fluid grace. The green arrow soared through the air, hurtling towards Shikaku's chest. His eyes sharpened, and with a flicker, he easily evaded the projectile, closing in on Fubai once more. The tempo of their combat escalated, with Fubai alternating between her daggers and arrows, her assault becoming increasingly unpredictable. Shikaku responded with his razor-sharp technique, each strike precise and powerful, evading or deflecting incoming arrows with practiced ease. The battle endured for an extensive period before both warriors finally withdrew, stepping back. Shikaku exhaled deeply, a feeling of exhilaration washing over him. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a spirited exchange, though he had not fought with his full strength, adopting a mindset focused on training. Meanwhile, Fubai maintained her usual calm visage, though her hands gripping the daggers trembled slightly, a testament to the intensity of their encounter. Chapter 42. The village in the desert. Kikuchi Tsukumo sheathed his short blade, exhaling deeply, a hint of a smile gracing his face. I did not expect Lord Fahaku and Appos' ninjutsu to be renowned across the land, and her physical prowess is equally formidable. Fahaku also put away her dagger, the corners of her mouth curving slightly as she spoke in a tone of commercial admiration, truly worthy of the title of Konoha's White Fang. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. The two exchanged a smile, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Kikuchi Tsukumo had gained a general understanding of Fahaku and Appos' strength, and his heart felt at ease. Such prowess would undoubtedly serve as a great asset for Konoha in the impending war with the Sand Country. With Lord Fahaku on our side, our chances of victory have significantly increased, Kikuchi mused quietly. The following morning, the ninjas of Konoha remained vigilant at the border. Their mission was to gather intelligence and thwart any incursions from the Sand Country. Along the entire border, small teams were stationed every few miles, while additional ninjas were dispatched to the desert settlements primarily for reconnaissance, to prevent a sudden assault from the Sand Ninja village that could breach their defenses. Fahaku had also accepted a task involving both guarding and scouting. However, her motives extended beyond mere duty. She sought to delve deeper into the desert in search of rare minerals. Kikuchi was well aware of her intentions, yet he did not impede her. The last time Fahaku had ventured alone, her reputation and strength had warranted an exception, allowing her to operate near the border. After witnessing her capabilities firsthand, Kikuchi placed greater trust in her abilities, deciding to grant her the freedom to act independently. Lord Fahaku, there are myriad dangers lurking in the depths of the desert. Please exercise caution, Kikuchi said as he stood at the edge of the camp, watching Fahaku depart. Fahaku nodded, her gaze steady as she replied, rest assured. I shall exercise discretion. She turned and walked towards the heart of the desert, her figure gradually vanishing amidst the swirling sands. Kikuchi gazed at her silhouette, his heart awash with reflections. It was not uncommon for formidable individuals like Fahaka to harbor their own plans and pursuits of interest amidst the chaos of war. As long as her actions did not jeopardize Konoha and Appo's interests, he would refrain from excessive interference. Powerful individuals invariably possess their own agendas, Kikuchi murmured with resignation. Fahaka held a magically inscribed map in her hand, gliding low over the desert. Her form stood out vividly against the golden sands, necessitating her choice of low altitude. Although the map was ancient, she had acquired the latest information from Kikuchi. To the southwest lay a settlement featuring a small oasis that supported the local populace. This was her destination. During her flight, Fahaka remained diligent, pausing intermittently to collect various cacti from the desert. These cacti were vital ingredients for crafting antidotes, and she would not overlook them. Within half a day, she reached her objective. Had a typical ninja undertaken this journey, it would have taken at least 3 days. Fahaku's pace was deliberate, primarily to gather materials along the way, for amidst the desert's rocky outcrops lay precious minerals waiting to be discovered. As night fell, Fahaka descended near the village. She walked into the tranquil settlement, her gaze sweeping over the surrounding stone houses. These structures, constructed primarily of stone, numbered fewer than 100 households. The village was strewn with hay and withered trees, exuding an air of desolation. Yet not far from here, a lush grove thrived, vibrant with greenery, starkly contrasting the village's barrenness. Fahaka gazed curiously at the distant trees, pondering why the villagers did not relocate there. Shaking her head to suppress her intrigue, she approached a stone house that emanated light. Upon seeing the house, a ripple of nostalgia washed over Fahaku, recalling the modest stone dwelling she had occupied upon her arrival in the ninja world. How swiftly time passes, a millennium has vanished in the blink of an eye, she murmured softly. At that moment, the door to the stone house creaked open. A mature woman cautiously peered out, a small boy hiding behind her, clutching her leg with an expression of fear, warily observing Fahaku. The woman scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before exhaling in relief. She scrutinized Fahaku, noting her lack of a ninja headband, which eased her anxiety somewhat. Hello, what brings you here? The woman inquired cautiously, her tone tinged with wariness. Fahaku smiled gently, responding, I am a traveler. May I stay here for a night? The woman's face briefly reflected discomfort, as if reluctant to accommodate Fahaku. After a moment's hesitation, she explained softly, it's not that I refuse you. It's just that the ninja have prohibited us common folk from offering shelter to outsiders. Fahaka sighed, her tone tinged with resignation, I can offer compensation. The woman shook her head, her voice laced with regret. It's not a matter of money. We dare not defy the ninja's orders. Feigning contemplation, Fahaku nodded before asking, may I pose a question? The woman hesitated but eventually nodded. What is your question? A glint of cunning sparkled in Fahaku's eyes as she inquired, why do you not move into that grove? It appears far more suitable for living. The woman's countenance paled, fear and hesitation etched in her gaze. That place is home to man-eating beasts and monsters. We dare not approach it. Fahaku frowned, perplexed. Why not request the ninjas to eradicate them? The woman sighed, her eyes flickering with evasion before settling into a resigned expression. Because we cannot afford to hire ninjas. Their fees are exorbitant, beyond our means. Fahaku glanced at the small boy behind the woman, hesitating a moment before speaking. I can help you eliminate those beasts. The woman's expression shifted to one of excitement, hope igniting in her eyes as her voice quivered. Really? You can help us get rid of the beast in the grove? Fahaka nodded, her tone calm and resolute. Yes, I can assist you with this issue, provided you offer me shelter. The woman eagerly nodded, her voice brimming with gratitude. Wonderful. If you truly manage to resolve this trouble, our entire village will be indebted to you. Fahaka smiled gently, reassuring her. There is no need for thanks. It is but a small favor. Her actions were not without purpose. Fahaka aimed to gain the villagers and Appo's trust, thereby extracting valuable intelligence from them, not only regarding the Sand Ninja Village, but these locals often possessed intimate knowledge of the mineral resources in their vicinity. Chapter 43, Civilians in War as Fubai departed. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the woman and Appo's eyes. She glanced back at the boy behind her, and the chill in her gaze softened instantly. Soon, she led the boy back home, the door closing behind them as if nothing had transpired. Yet, she peered through the window, fixating intently on the distant forest, lost in her thoughts. In the desert forest, a faint blue light flickered in Fubai's eyes as she stepped lightly into the woods, her footsteps soundless. However, upon witnessing the scene deep within the thicket, she could not help but chuckle softly. So that is why they are unwilling to leave, instead relocating nearby. Fubai murmured to herself. Not far from her, several concealed camps lay hidden in the shadows of the trees. In the nearest camp, a few ninjas from Sand Ninja Village gathered around a campfire, engaging in hushed conversation. Fubai instantly grasped the villagers and Appo's predicament. They were not reluctant to depart. They simply could not. The ninjas from Sand Ninja Village were evidently using these villagers as a cover, perhaps even threatening them to ensure their compliance. The so-called beasts and demons were merely the ninja beasts of Sand Ninja Village, scaring the locals to prevent them from approaching the woods, thus concealing the presence of the ninjas. Human hearts can be treacherous. Fubai sighed quietly. They cannot be exterminated, Ninjas with such reconnaissance systems maintain regular communication. Should I rashly eliminate them, this village could suffer dire consequences. As Fubai contemplated, resting her chin in her hand, she stood still for a moment before murmuring, "In that case, I shall reside nearby." With that, Fubai's figure shimmered and silently vanished from sight. She chose to temporarily settle not far from the Sand Ninja camp, allowing her to monitor their movements without raising suspicion. Leaning against a massive tree, its trunk wide enough to obscure her form, she emitted a faint white glow and enchantment to ward off insect bites, enabling her to rest peacefully amidst the woods. The night breeze whispered through the leaves, and as Fubai closed her eyes to rejuvenate, she remained ever vigilant. At dawn the next day, the tranquility of the woods was abruptly disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Fubai opened her eyes, her gaze steely as she scanned the source of the commotion. A man dashed into the forest, making his way directly to the Sand Ninja camp. He conversed cautiously with the ninjas, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. Witnessing this scene, an ominous premonition surged within Fubai. That attire belongs to someone from the village, she mused, her instincts warning her that matters were far from straightforward. Indeed, it wasn't long before the Sand Ninja team commenced a thorough search of the entire forest. Their movements were swift and orderly, clearly in pursuit of something, or rather, someone. A cold smirk crept onto Fubai's face as the truth dawned upon her. The villagers were not innocent civilians, they were informants collaborating with Sand Ninja Village. The woman from the previous night had reported the forest stillness to the village chief, and the man before her was the liaison between the village and the Sand Ninja. So that is how it is. Fubai scoffed softly. The village's survival in this woodland was predicated upon a certain accord with the Sand Ninja. Leaning against the tree trunk, her gaze icy as it swept over the distant Sand Ninja team, Fubai felt no anger, only a sense of resignation. The villagers, in their struggle for survival, were compelled to cooperate with Sand Ninja, even betraying outsiders like her. In the war-torn realm of ninjas, the plight of civilians was often the most harrowing. They could neither flee nor resist, merely scraping by in this precarious existence. Such is the life of civilians amidst the ninja war. Fubai sighed wistfully. She had not anticipated that her first reconnaissance mission would result in such betrayal. Yet, she remained composed, analyzing the situation at hand. Rising to her feet, her form flickered, vanishing soundlessly once more. Fubai's movements were light and swift, merging seamlessly with the surrounding woods. Despite the thoroughness of the Sand Ninja search, they remained oblivious to her presence, as her invisibility magic rendered her nearly undetectable. This magic, akin to that of a chameleon, allowed her to blend into her environment. While simple, it proved remarkably effective in the complex woodland setting. After several searches, the Sand Ninja failed to uncover her whereabouts. Ultimately, they seemed to abandon their search altogether, departing the forest with a decisive ease, as if they had lost interest in the area. Fubai stood at the forest's edge, her steely gaze fixed on their retreating figures. Turning towards the village, she noticed the chief standing at the village entrance, staring vacantly at the departing Sand Ninja, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Seeing this, Fubai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Sand Ninja's departure meant the villagers could temporarily reside in the woods, free from their immediate threat. However, Fubai did not entirely lower her guard. She sensed that the Sand Ninja's exit was too abrupt, almost deliberate, which could very well be a ploy to lure her out. Watching the fading figures of the Sand Ninja, she murmured, "I shall follow and observe. They will not detect my presence." With a swift motion, she silently trailed behind the Sand Ninja squad. Fubai melded into the surrounding desert, concealing her aura. Although the Sand Ninja remained cautious, they were utterly unaware of her presence. Half a day later, the Sand Ninja team merged with another group, first surveying the area before speeding off in a different direction. Fubai stood at a high vantage point, observing the distant Sand Ninja reconnaissance team. As time passed, the number of ninjas from Sand Ninja Village increased, ultimately converging upon a prosperous civilian town. The streets buzzed with Sand Ninja, their figures darting busily through the town. Even the patrol team Fubai had encountered while mining at the border was present within the town, hidden atop the roof of a stone house, her form barely discernible. Fubai's eyes glimmered with a blue light as she surveyed the entire town, murmuring, "I estimate around 1,000. It seems this is one of Sand Ninja's strongholds." Extracting a map from her pouch, she scrutinized it closely and marked the town's location with her magic. As she stowed the map away, her mind began to ponder the events of the past few days. The Sand Ninja's sudden withdrawal from the woods, followed by their large-scale assembly here, clearly indicated preparations for a specific operation. Why had they retreated so decisively? The gathering of the reconnaissance team. Could it be? A sense of foreboding enveloped her. The Sand Ninja's retreat suggested they had completed their reconnaissance tasks in the vicinity. The current assembly likely signified that Sand Ninja Village was preparing to launch an offensive. Chapter 44, Preparations for the Siege. This was merely one of their strongholds. They might have already begun to mobilize on a grand scale. Initially, she had intended to gather some mineral resources in the vicinity, but it seemed that time was no longer on her side. Alas, it appeared that the opportunity to collect ores nearby had slipped away. As her gaze swept over the Sand Ninja in the town, a faint killing intent arose within her, yet she restrained the urge to eliminate this outpost. With a resigned shake of her head, she murmured softly, "Perhaps it is best to return for now." No sooner had she spoken than Fubai's figure flickered and she swiftly departed from the location. Within half a day, Fubai hastily returned to the Konoha encampment. Due to the urgency of the situation, she immediately employed a teleportation spell upon leaving the Sand Ninja's vicinity, arriving directly near the Konoha camp. This reconnaissance mission had taken Fubai merely 3 days. At that moment, Kakashi Tsukumo was convening a strategy meeting within the command tent of the camp. Although termed a strategy meeting, it resembled more of a routine weekly report on the border situation. Inside the tent, several elite Konoha ninjas were gathered around a table, deliberating on recent reconnaissance findings and border defense arrangements. Just then, the tent's entrance was flung open, and Fubai strode in with purpose. Her sudden appearance rendered everyone inside the tent momentarily speechless, their gazes fixed upon her. Kakashi Tsukumo, who had been listening to a report from the reconnaissance team stationed in the Land of Rivers, exhibited a look of surprise upon seeing Fubai enter unannounced. Lady Fubai, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? The surrounding ninjas began to murmur among themselves. Is that really Fubai? Indeed, it is she. How did she come to the front lines? Wasn't it said she was not one of Konoha's own? Yet, her contributions during the First Shinobi World War were significant, even saving the life of the Second Hokage. Amidst the hushed discussions, Fubai remained unfazed, calmly approaching the table. She unfurled the map she always carried and pointed to a location marked by magical energy, speaking clearly and with composure. Here lies one of the Sand Ninja's strongholds. Her voice struck like a heavy hammer, instantly thickening the atmosphere within the tent. Kakashi Tsukumo and the other ninjas gathered closely, their eyes riveted on the marked spot on the map. Fubai continued. The Sand Ninja's reconnaissance team has completed their survey of this area and is currently mobilizing en masse. Their actions are exceedingly swift, evidently preparing for an impending offensive. Kakashi Tsukumo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding gravely. Lady Fubai, are you certain this is a Sand Ninja stronghold? Fubai nodded, her tone steady as she replied, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The surrounding ninjas began to converse in hushed tones, each face etched with seriousness. They swiftly immersed themselves in analysis, evaluating the stronghold's location and potential routes of movement. If this was indeed a Sand Ninja stronghold, their supply lines would likely extend from this point. One ninja pointed to a route on the map, suggesting, we could set an ambush here to cut off their supplies. Another ninja added, tracing a line on the map with his finger, no, I believe we should first secure this high ground for better surveillance of their movements. The discussions within the tent surged like waves, each individual contributing their perspective. In the early stages of war, reconnaissance was a crucial element. Possessing knowledge of the enemy's strongholds and movements equated to seizing the initiative in battle. Kakashi Tsukumo listened intently, his expression stern. He then raised his gaze to Fubai, stating, Lady Fubai, thank you. This intelligence is of utmost importance. With a sigh, Fubai replied with a hint of resignation, it is nothing. Merely part of my duties. For her, it was merely a task assigned by her true self. The thought of her true self leisurely seated at home in Konoha, sipping tea and penning manuscripts, filled Fubai with a sense of futility. Shaking her head, she cast aside such sentiments and refocused on the task at hand. Days later, Konoha's battle plans were finally set in motion. After numerous discussions and analyses, Kakashi Tsukumo proposed a strategy of surrounding the enemy while striking at their support. Specifically, the plan entailed launching an assault on the Sand Ninja stronghold and then laying an ambush along the crucial supply routes they would inevitably traverse. Though the desert terrain was vast, the actual paths available for travel were limited. The desert was riddled with impassable terrain, with only a few routes suitable for passage, particularly those that allowed for the movement of larger numbers of Sand Ninja. Standing before the map, Kakashi Tsukumo analyzed with a grim expression. We need only to secure the key routes to effectively stifle the Sand Ninja's reinforcements. After extensive deliberation, he identified 2 routes that the Sand Ninja were most likely to utilize for support. Pointing to a route on the map, he continued, should we directly assault the stronghold, we might fall into their ambush. Furthermore, according to Fubai's intelligence, the Sand Ninja's movements are imminent. Pausing, Kakashi Tsukumo calmly addressed the gathered ninjas. We will lie in wait just outside the town until all the Sand Ninja have emerged before launching our attack. He then turned to Fubai, respectfully stating, Lady Fubai, you will oversee the defense of the 2 routes at the rear of the stronghold. Those are critical passages for Sand Ninja reinforcements. Fubai nodded, responding with serene clarity, understood. Kakashi Tsukumo added, this conflict may very well become a war of attrition. Everyone, remember to coordinate resources, as the logistical team and Oppo's burden will be considerable. Days later, the ninjas of Konoha had completed their preparations. They silently surrounded the Sand Ninja stronghold, patiently awaiting their adversary and Oppo's movements. Over 800 warriors, under Kakashi Tsukumo's command, lay in wait behind the yellow sands, while a small contingent followed him, poised just a short distance from the stronghold, quietly anticipating the Sand Ninja and Oppo's assault. Fubai led around 100 individuals, stationed at the edges of the 2 routes, where it was evident that Sand Ninja were on guard. Soon, as the second night fell, the Sand Ninja within the town stronghold began to stir. 100 Sand Ninja, led by two elite jonin, stealthily advanced from the town towards the land of rivers, serving as a vanguard. It would be foolish for them to empty their stronghold entirely. A glint of cold light flashed in Kakashi Tsukumo's eyes as he instructed in a low voice, maintain concealment. Let them pass. We will engage with the ninjas stationed at the border. Simultaneously, the Sand Ninja launched an assault along the borders of the Land of Rain and the Land of Sand, with the Land of Rain being their primary battlefield. Chapter 45. The name of the witch. On the night of the following day, the chilling winds of the desert howled, while the moonlight bathed the golden sands in a silvery glow. The ninjas of the Sand Village began their operations, swiftly advancing towards the Land of Rivers from both flanks of their encampment. Their movements were rapid and orderly, clearly indicative of a large-scale maneuver. The Konoha ninjas, who had long been lying in ambush nearby, stood ready, each gripping a kunai with steely resolve, their gaze fixed intently on the distant Sand Ninja formation. The air was thick with tension, as if even the act of breathing had become laborious. Prepare for battle, commanded Hitaki Tsukumo in a hushed tone, a hint of coldness lacing his voice. His figure loomed prominently above, surveying the approaching Sand Ninjas with a steely gaze. The Sand Force numbered over 1,000, their ranks swarming towards Tsukumo's position like a mass of ants across the desert. Soon, a sharp-eyed Sand Jainin caught sight of Tsukumo. His pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, "Be careful, we are ambushed." However, before his warning could fully escape his lips, an onslaught of ninjutsu erupted from all directions. Fire, wind, and earth techniques intertwined, plunging the Sand Ninjas into chaos. Simultaneously, the Konoha ninjas surged forth from behind the dunes like phantoms, launching a fierce assault on the Sand contingent. An ambush? Konoha ninjas, how could this be? The leading Sand Jainin gasped in disbelief, witnessing the unfolding scene. They had not anticipated being precisely targeted just as they prepared to strike. The Sand formation quickly disintegrated, many ninjas caught off guard, succumbing to the Konoha's techniques and kunai. Hitaki Tsukumo remained poised, coldly observing the battlefield, his short blade gleaming ominously. Like a flash of lightning, he plunged into the fray, each strike deftly targeting the enemy and Oppo's vital points. "Do not panic. Maintain formation," shouted the Sand Jainin, attempting to rally his troops. Yet, the Konoha offensive was too ferocious, disrupting the Sand ranks completely. Meanwhile, Fubai had commenced her own operation, positioned along the rear route of the encampment. She scrutinized the distant commotion with a steely gaze. Upon hearing the sounds of battle ahead, she murmured softly, "It seems Hitaki Tsukumo has begun." With a wave of her hand, the assassination-type ninjas behind her sprang into action, their figures gliding silently through the night as they approached the 20 or so Sand Ninjas guarding the two paths, unaware of the impending attack from behind. The Sand Ninjas were swiftly dispatched before they could react. Within merely an hour, the Sand encampment was in a frenzy, retreating in large numbers, suffering significant losses. A dozen or so Sand Ninjas fled from the outpost, racing towards the rear in search of reinforcements. They passed by the route guarded by Fubai, but no Konoha ninja intervened, allowing them to seek assistance, preparing to encircle the incoming aid. By dawn, the Sand army had nearly been annihilated, while Konoha had sustained only minimal casualties to secure victory. The Konoha troops rapidly occupied the town outpost, commencing the sweep of remaining Sand Ninjas. The speed of their actions was astonishing. Within a single night, the outpost had been entirely dismantled. Fubai, however, had not even had the chance to engage. By noon, the Sand reinforcements finally arrived, but they numbered merely over 700, as the remaining forces of Sunagakure had already been dispatched to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Their true target. Fubai stood elevated, her gaze calm as she observed the approaching army, softly murmuring, "They have arrived." Her tone bore no inflection, as though merely stating an ordinary fact. A nearby Konoha ninja, puzzled, approached Fubai and quietly inquired, "Lady Fubai, should we request support? Our numbers may not suffice to confront." Fubai turned her head to glance at him, then nodded, replying nonchalantly, "Yes, go ahead. I shall practice my skills on them." Before her words fully resonated, her figure vanished like a specter, leaving only a faint trace in the air. The remaining Konoha ninjas exchanged glances but did not impede her. They dispatched one to report to Hitaki Tsukumo while the others maintained their positions, observing the unfolding situation. Fubai flickered across the sandy terrain, akin to a silver flash. Her dual blades glinted coldly in the sunlight, each swing accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Before the Sand reinforcements could react, several had already fallen to her blades, their disbelief palpable as they confronted a lone figure daring to challenge their numbers. "Is that just one person?" One Sand ninja stared at Fubai, momentarily entranced, while behind him, a barrage of ninjutsu rained down upon her. Fubai, expressionless, dispatched a Sand ninja with a swift motion, her action clean and efficient, as if merely brushing aside a fallen leaf. Her internal magic surged quietly, and an ethereal blue semicircular barrier unfurled around her. In the next moment, multiple ninjutsu crashed against the shield, the tremendous force raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the area. "Has she been dealt with?" A Sand ninja whispered, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yet, those who utter such words often find their outcomes less than favorable. As the dust settled, Fubai remained steadfast, unblemished. Her green eyes shimmered with a faint blue luminescence, seemingly brimming with boundless magic as she sheathed her blades and drew forth a verdant longbow from her back with fluid grace. Soon, a dozen green magic circles manifested behind her, hovering in the air, each inscribed with intricate elven runes. This is a sealing technique. She is the Witch of Konoha, exclaimed a seasoned sand ninja, his voice tinged with unmistakable fear. His words rippled through the ranks like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing the faces of those who had endured the first great ninja war to pale with terror, while the younger generation stared in confusion, evidently unaware of the legend of the witch. However, Fubai afforded them no further time for contemplation, releasing her grip on the bowstring. Countless green arrows shot forth from the magic circles, streaking through the air like meteors, striking true against the group of sand ninjas casting their techniques. Chapter 46. The task concluded in the distance. The ninjas of Konoha held their breath as they bore witness to the scene before them, as if the very air had solidified. Is this truly the extent of Lady Fubai's power? One ninja murmured, awe and a hint of disbelief lacing his tone. Fubai and Appo's movements were exceptionally nimble, effortlessly evading numerous attacks with her agility. Only when escape was impossible did she resort to defensive magic. Her figure did not possess the pronounced curves typical of most women, but rather resembled that of a slender, flat-chested girl, a physique that allowed her to dance unimpeded across the battlefield. After half an hour had passed, Kakashi Tsukumo arrived with hundreds of Konoha ninjas in tow. Yet, what greeted their eyes was Fubai, standing alone amidst a mountain of sand ninja corpses. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Her hands, which once gripped her longbow, now hung loosely at her sides. A gentle breeze tousled her gray hair, rendering her an ethereal statue, unmoved by the surrounding carnage. Untouched even by a single drop of blood, a dissonance that sent shivers down their spines. Sunlight filtered through her pointed ears, exuding an elegance and mystery that seemed otherworldly, characteristic of the elves. Upon noticing the arrival of Kakashi Tsukumo and the others, Fubai sheathed her bow and strode toward them. One individual single-handedly obliterated the sand ninja's reinforcements. A Konoha ninja whispered, disbelief trembling in his voice. It was only at that moment that the Konoha ninjas truly comprehended Fubai and Appo's formidable prowess. The expression of battle faded from her face, the blue glimmer in her eyes dissipating. Returning to their profound green hue, she exchanged a few words with Kakashi Tsukumo, her tone unperturbed, as if the recent conflict had been nothing more than a mundane occurrence. Now, the border here is temporarily secure. I shall gather some resources in the nearby desert, she stated softly, her voice flowing like a clear spring, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Kakashi Tsukumo nodded, a wry smile gracing his lips. Lady Fubai, please be cautious on your journey. He had long since grown accustomed to her solitary ways, as though she maintained an enigmatic distance from the world around her. Fubai offered a light laugh before turning away, her figure swiftly disappearing among the dunes. Kakashi Tsukumo successfully led the Konoha ninjas back to the border of the Land of Rivers. He had promptly stationed 3 squads to guard the recently captured town, ensuring that the sand ninja could not mount an effective counterattack in the near future. Meanwhile, in the dense forest bordering the Land of Rain, the closest woods to the Land of Sand, a heavy stench of blood and acrid poison permeated the air, thickening it to a suffocating weight. The sand ninja forces led by Chiyo were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the rain ninja commanded by Hanzo. Both sides suffering significant casualties, with Hanzo's indiscriminate poison techniques being the primary culprit. Hanzo's toxic mist spread across the battlefield like a specter, whether sand ninja or rain ninja. A moment's inattention could prove fatal, as his poison was both lethal and rapid in its onset. The rain ninja had grown accustomed to Hanzo's toxins. Whenever they saw the telltale purple mist rising, they would swiftly retreat to safety, waiting for the poison to dissipate before rejoining the fray. However, the sand ninja remained utterly unprepared and dismissive. Though their tool pouches usually contained antidotes, the miasma was too overpowering for any remedy to be effective. Consequently, the sand ninja and Appo's vanguard suffered grievous losses, many collapsing without ever glimpsing their adversaries. Hanzo, you despicable fiend, Chiyo seethed, her puppet strings deftly maneuvering several puppets to repel the encroaching rain ninja. Her eyes were filled with fury and helplessness. The morale of the sand ninja had been severely shaken, while Hanzo and Appo's poisonous fog continued to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Hanzo perched upon the branch of a colossal tree, coldly surveying the chaos below, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the carnage before him were of no concern. War is inherently brutal, Grandma Chiyo, he murmured, his voice husky and frigid. If one lacks the awareness of this, why step onto the battlefield at all? Chiyo did not respond, gritting her teeth as she continued to direct the sand ninja forces and resistance. She understood that the battle had devolved into a stalemate, and the situation for the sand ninja was growing increasingly dire. What's that purple mist? Dreamily inquired, standing at the forest's edge, her golden hair shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Clad in a simple yet modern white coat, the hem danced gently in the breeze, a garment she had crafted over the years, imbued with magic. Its properties were akin to Fubai's, capable of restoring her energy while maintaining her body temperature, ensuring stability in even the most extreme environments. A small sword charm dangled from her waist, only a few centimeters in length, yet upon closer inspection, it resembled Dreamly and Appos, as favored golden longsword, merely for convenience. Akin to her mother's habit, by channeling her magic into the small sword, it could transform into a gleaming 3-foot-long blade. This mist seems rather peculiar. Dreamly mused softly, her brow furrowing slightly. Without rashly approaching the purple poison, she gently raised her hand, channeling her magic. A faint cyan glow emanated from her fingertips. And with a single motion, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, racing toward the noxious mist. The wind was fierce, instantly reversing the toxic cloud's advance. The rain ninja, who had been retreating from the poison, were caught off guard, swept up by the sudden gale. What? No. A rain ninja exclaimed, his face paling in an instant. Yet, their attempt to escape came too late. The toxic mist, propelled by the wind, surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping them in mere moments. Ah! Cries of terror echoed, as the rain ninja struggled within the poison, but to no avail, the mist swiftly infiltrating their bodies. Mere moments of exposure left them pallid and lifeless upon the ground. Dreamly cast a cold glance at the fallen bodies, her expression devoid of compassion. In the realm of war, not a single ninja remains innocent, she murmured, her tone detached as though stating an undeniable truth. So be it, I am not much different. This, she believed, was the nature of an angel. Amidst the chaos of war, the presence of angels was inevitable. Yet, in this world, Dreamly stood alone as the solitary angel, while the ninja world was rife with conflicts both great and small. Furthermore, she primarily traveled, rarely engaging in combat herself. Chapter 47 Stalemate, not suppressed for Mingly. The death of these ninjas was merely a facet of war. Upon her arrival in this land, she had once been attacked by the rain ninjas, an experience that fostered her disdain for the ninjas of this country. She was, in fact, indifferent to their lives and deaths. Without pausing, Mingly continued on her way, her steps light and composed, as if this blood-soaked battlefield was merely a picturesque landscape along her journey. However, she soon unwittingly stumbled into the battlefield of Hanzo and Chiyo. The dissipating toxic mist had already indicated that she was not far from the epicenter of the conflict. At that moment, Mingly crouched amidst dense grass, her golden hair gently stirred by the breeze. Through the gaps in the foliage, she observed the two combatants from a distance. Hanzo moved like a specter through the poisonous fog, wielding his sickle with deadly arcs, while Chiyo deftly manipulated several puppets, her movements precise and fierce, attempting to corner Hanzo. Yet, Hanzo was no ordinary adversary. Chiyo's common puppets could not withstand him in the slightest. Only when she commanded 10 of the Chikamatsu puppets together could she hope for an even match, relying solely on numerical advantage. Mingly sighed quietly, muttering to herself. Mother once said, one should not recklessly intervene in the battles of strangers. The gentle visage of her mother appeared in her mind. Along with the recent magical message she had received, a person named Jiraiya awaits you. Upon revealing your name, he will lead you to a wondrous place akin to the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya Mingly whispered the name, recalling the description provided by Fubai. Feeling a lingering fondness for the Wetbone Forest, a place imbued with an inexplicable comfort, unbeknownst to her. This comfort stemmed from the abundant natural energy of the Wetbone Forest, though Mingly was not one to relish in training. After all, she had spent a decade cultivating with Fubai on the family mountain, and in recent years, her sole desire had been to enjoy herself. Yet, this was clearly not the time for such thoughts. The magical energy within Mingly began to circulate, and a golden magic circle slowly unfurled beneath her feet. Its runes glowing faintly. It was best not to stir up trouble. Perhaps she should explore other parts of the rain country. Just as she prepared to activate her teleportation spell, both Hanzo and Chiyo sensed the flickering light emanating from the nearby grass. Their movements momentarily halted as their gazes instinctively turned toward Mingly and Appos' direction. However, before they could react, Mingly and Appos' figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint glow that gradually dissipated in the air. Hanzo and Chiyo exchanged glances, a hint of vigilance flickering in their eyes. Someone is spying on us. Is it one of your people? Hanzo asked coolly, suspicion lacing his tone. Impossible, Chiyo scoffed. If someone were present, how could we not have noticed at such close range? The two fell into silence for a moment before simultaneously stepping back, creating distance between themselves. Let us end today's battle here, Hanzo said solemnly. Chiyo nodded, saying nothing more, as she withdrew her puppets and turned to retreat towards the Sand Ninja and Appos' encampment. It had been over 6 months since the conflict between the Sand Ninja and the Rain Country began. Hanzo had retreated closer to the Land of Fire, leaving other Rain Ninjas to fend off the Sand Ninja and Appos' onslaught. Yet, the situation in the Rain Country remained chaotic. The ninjas of Konoha occasionally clashed with the Sand Ninja within the borders of the Rain Country, often engaging in battle without a word. As if this land had become a microcosm of the Ninja World War, Mingly continued her journey through the Rain Country, unknowingly approaching the battlefield of the Land of Fire. Sigh, where could that person my mother spoke of be? Mingly murmured, her white cloak forming an invisible shield that repelled the falling raindrops. At that moment, A fierce battle erupted nearby. The familiar purple toxic mist spread once more, but this time, the adversaries were no longer the sand ninja, but rather the ninjas of Konoha. Mingly let out a soft sigh, her steps unyielding as she moved forward. Her voice was barely audible over the sound of the rain. Here we go again. I truly dislike this country. It rains far too much. As she reached the edge of the battle, she casually glanced at the fray. That as she saw Jiraiya. Tsunade and Orochimaru engaged in a fierce contest with Hanzo. Jiraiya's hair stood on end like a hedgehog as he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive toad to assist. Tsunade swung her fists, guarding Orochimaru from Hanzo and Appo's onslaught, while Orochimaru, with a cold smirk, rapidly formed seals to invoke the reanimation jutsu. Though the summoned ninjas were not top tier, under Orochimaru's control, and with the explosive tag's combined might, they nearly shattered Hanzo's summoned creature, the salamander. Yet, Hanzo's strength was formidable, renowned as a demigod. He effortlessly withstood the trio's assault amidst the swirling fog. Mingly stood at the edge of the battlefield, her gaze steady as she observed the unfolding chaos. The image of Fubai's description of Jiraiya surfaced in her mind, and a faint smile graced her lips. The person my mother spoke of has finally appeared. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet fallen from grace. He still held a measure of reverence for Tobirama Senju and had not recklessly summoned the first and second Hokage from the afterlife. Nevertheless, the trio and Appo's strength far surpassed that of their contemporaries in the original timeline, managing to fight Hanzo to a standstill rather than merely defending themselves as in the original story. Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted. The spiraling sphere of chakra glowing brilliantly as it surged towards Hanzo and Appo's scythe. The tremendous force forced Hanzo to stagger back several steps, cracking the ground beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade leapt into the air and plunged down from above Jiraiya, her fist radiating immense power, aimed directly at Hanzo's head. Not a chance, Hanzo retorted, his body shuddering violently as toxic mist erupted from him, attempting to thwart Tsunade and Appo's attack. However, Jiraiya seemed to have anticipated this moment. His hands flew through the seals as he declared, wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind erupted, dispersing the freshly summoned toxic mist. Before it could fully take shape, it was completely obliterated, yet the remnants lingered around Hanzo, preventing Tsunade from closing in. Chapter 48, Daughter? Meanwhile, the reanimated ninjas under Orochimaru and Appo's control faced Hanzo without fear of the toxic mist, engaging him in close combat. Their immortal bodies could withstand any assault. Even when Hanzo and Appo's side severed them, they swiftly regenerated and continued their relentless struggle. In the distance, the giant summon, the salamander, let out a low growl, its massive form rolling in the muddy earth as it attempted to free itself from the grasp of the large toad summoned by Jiraiya. The clash of the two colossal beasts shook the ground, causing trees to topple and mud to splatter. Hanzo's expression grew increasingly grave. He had initially believed that his skills and poisons would easily handle these three young ninjas, yet their teamwork and strength surpassed his expectations. It seems I have underestimated you, he said in a low voice, swinging his scythe violently to repel the reanimated ninjas charging at him once more. Jiraiya grinned, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Hanzo, your era has passed. Tsunade landed back on the ground and tossed a vial of antidote to Jiraiya, her fist clenched and her gaze sharp. Today, let me show you the true strength of the Leaf Ninjas. Jiraiya caught the antidote and drank from it without hesitation, then concentrated again to form a Rasengan, preparing for the next round of attack. At that moment, however, Mingly emerged slowly from the rain, rarely intervening in the battles of others. Had Jiraiya not been present, she would not have even glanced at this confrontation. Her white windbreaker fluttered gently in the breeze, and her golden hair miraculously remained untouched by the rain. Around her neck hung a crescent-shaped pendant, concealed beneath her clothing, and thus invisible to the eye. Mingly walked straight towards the four combatants, her voice calm and cool. Could you perhaps cease fighting for a moment? If those from the magical realm had heard such a request uttered by her, they would find it utterly astonishing, for the angelic race was renowned for its combative nature, making such a plea almost unfathomable. The three ninjas from the Leaf paused in surprise at her words. Jiraiya and Tsunade turned their heads to Mingly, their eyes filled with caution. Hanzo seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the melee with the reanimated ninjas, his gaze dark as he scrutinized the suddenly appearing girl. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, examining Mingly closely. Noticing that she bore no headband from any ninja village, he was momentarily unable to discern whether she was friend or foe, and thus took the initiative to inquire, "Who are you?" Mingly. Her answer was succinct. Tsunade, upon hearing the name, inadvertently repeated it in a hushed tone. Mingly? Her gaze fell upon Mingly's more radiant golden hair than her own, stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Mingly? Are you the one Master spoke of?" Mingly approached Jiraiya, gently nodding her head in acknowledgement of his assumption. Orochimaru and Tsunade, realizing Jiraiya knew Mingly, both breathed a sigh of relief. If this suddenly appearing girl were an enemy, the situation would have become exceedingly complicated. Hanzo, witnessing this, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. He cast a cold glance at the three ninjas of the Leaf, stating solemnly, "You three are indeed formidable. In concert, you could even best me." After speaking, he shook his head in resignation. The outcome of this battle was now painfully clear. The Rain Country and Apos' ambition to seize the Leaf and Apos' territory was virtually hopeless. The new generation of Leaf ninjas had matured, and their strength was sufficient to alter the course of battle. Hanzo said no more, turning to leave as his figure swiftly vanished into the rain. The three ninjas from the Leaf did not pursue. They understood that this single individual could withstand their combined assault, a testament to his strength. Once Hanzo had departed, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and dispelled the reanimation technique. The summoned ninjas' bodies gradually disintegrated into dust, carried off by the wind. Tsunade stood beside him, her expression pained as she furrowed her brow. Orochimaru, use this technique less in the future. Though it was a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, it still feels somewhat. Her sentence trailed off. But Orochimaru grasped her meaning. He nodded, his voice hoarse as he replied, I understand. I will only resort to it in absolute necessity. Jiraiya sighed, a complex expression in his eyes. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized that had the reanimated ninjas not been immune to the toxic mist, the situation would have been far more dire. Hanzo's power was indeed formidable, Jiraiya murmured. Had we not joined forces, we might have truly struggled against him. Tsunade scoffed, her fists clenched. Should we encounter him again, I will make him feel the full force of my monstrous strength. Jiraiya shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze shifted to Mingly, curiosity lacing his tone. By the way, Mingly, how did you come to be here? Mingly glanced at Jiraiya, puzzled. Did my mother not mention it to you? I am traveling. Jiraiya seemed taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as his voice involuntarily rose several octaves. Master, Fubai is your mother. His reaction left Tsunade equally stunned. She gazed incredulously at Mingly. Fubai? That Fubai has a daughter? Unbelievable. Orochimaru muttered softly, his eyes roving over Mingly as if seeking traces of Fubai within her. Everyone knew of Fubai and Apos' extraordinary prowess. Yet none had ever heard of her having a daughter. It seems I may have spoken out of turn. Perhaps my mother did not wish for them to know of my existence? Mingly pondered, furrowing her brow slightly, a hint of confusion stirring within her. However, the truth was she was overthinking it. Fubai had never concealed her existence. Rather, no one had ever inquired. After all, to everyone else's knowledge, Fubai was always a lone wolf. Who would suspect she had a daughter? She shook her head, pushing the thoughts aside, and looked up at Jiraiya, calmly asking, Do you remember what my mother told you? Jiraiya nodded, his expression earnest. Master once said that if he encountered you, he would take you to Mount Myaboku. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade and Orochimaru directed their gazes towards Mingly, curiosity and inquiry evident in their eyes. Mingly glanced at Tsunade, then at Orochimaru, before returning her gaze to Jiraiya, asking lightly, Are you able to do so now? Jiraiya forced a wry smile, scratching his head. It may have to wait until the war concludes. Although I promised Master, I cannot allow you to venture to Mount Myaboku alone. His tone bore a hint of apology, but more importantly, it was resolute. After all, Mount Myaboku was not a place for ordinary individuals to enter freely, especially during wartime. He could not easily extricate himself. Mingly nodded, her demeanor still composed. I see. Then I shall accompany you for the time being. Would that be all right? Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting his chest. Of course, it's no trouble at all. With you here, our combat capabilities have significantly increased. Tsunade crossed her arms, feigning a raised eyebrow. Accompanying us? Just don't hold us back. Mingly glanced at her, a slight smile gracing her lips. How about we have a spar? Chapter 49. The nature of war. Katsuyu observed Mingly with genuine interest. Her fascination with Mingly's prowess was authentic, not merely a facade. Come, let me witness your skills, she declared, adopting a combat stance with her fists clenched and her gaze sharp and challenging. Jiraiya, noticing the tension, rushed to position himself between them, casting a worried glance at Katsuyu. Katsuyu. In his heart, both Katsuyu, his comrade, and Mingly, the daughter of his master, held significant importance. Yet his primary concern was for Mingly's safety. After all, he had never witnessed Mingly in action, while he had first-hand experience of Katsuyu's formidable strength. Mingly gently placed a hand on Jiraiya and Apos' shoulder, her tone calm and self-assured. It and Apos' all right, Jiraiya. Her voice possessed a certain charm that compelled Jiraiya to step aside. Though he remained vigilant, eyes fixed on the two combatants, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. In the next instant, Mingly vanished, appearing before Katsuyu like a specter. Body flicker technique? Impressive speed, Katsuyu remarked, her brow arching in appreciation. She was not surprised, such techniques were not uncommon in the ninja world. Yet few could achieve such remarkable velocity. Let us go. Excitement flickered in Mingly's eyes, ignited by Katsuyu's provocation. Without hesitation, she launched a punch aimed directly at Katsuyu's face, her movements precise and unyielding. Katsuyu smirked, quickly raising her arm to block the blow. The force of the punch whooshed past, stirring a powerful gust that sent nearby pebbles and raindrops scattering. Even Katsuyu staggered back a step. Not bad, she exclaimed, impressed, before retaliating with a swift hook aimed at Mingly's abdomen. Mingly deftly evaded the strike, though the wind from Katsuyu's fist grazed her side, a reminder that a direct hit would not end well for her. The two figures danced through the rain, their combat rhythm quickening, captivating Jiraiya, who watched in awe. I never imagined someone could match Katsuyu in physical combat, he murmured, a tone of disbelief mingled with a hint of admiration in his voice. Katsuyu's legendary strength was renowned throughout Konoha and the ninja world, yet Mingly, relying solely on her physical prowess, stood toe-to-toe with her, a testament to her extraordinary abilities. Orochimaru observed from the sidelines, his gaze keen and appraising, as if he were evaluating a rare masterpiece. The bout lasted only a moment before both combatants instinctively ceased their clash. They understood that a contest of pure physicality could yield no definitive victor. Katsuyu lowered her fists, laughing heartily. Well done. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Mingly smiled faintly, her demeanor remaining composed. You were quite strong yourself. Through this brief exchange, Katsuyu gained a clearer understanding of Mingly and Appo's capabilities. She turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, waving her hand. Let us go. It's time to return to the camp. Thus, the legendary trio of Konoha, accompanied by Mingly, made their way to the Leaf Camp in the Land of Rain. Along the journey, Jiraiya animatedly described the camp's conditions to Mingly, while Katsuyu interjected occasionally, her tone warmer than before. Orochimaru, however, trailed silently behind, his gaze persistently fixed on Mingly, as if deep in contemplation. Upon their return to the camp, the three ninjas resumed their respective duties, while Mingly was assigned to rest in a temporary tent. She stood outside, quietly observing the bustling Konoha ninjas in the distance. The sky of the Land of Rain remained overcast, a gentle drizzle permeating the air, mingling the scents of earth and smoke. This marked her first profound engagement on the battlefield, not the fleeting skirmishes of the past, but a true immersion into the rhythm and atmosphere of war. She witnessed ninjas hurriedly navigating the camp, some tending to wounds, others organizing gear, while hushed conversations about upcoming missions filled the air. Fatigue etched on every face, yet their eyes radiated resilience. Is this the true nature of war? Mingly whispered to herself, her voice nearly swallowed by the rain. A complex swirl of emotion stirred within her, a blend of disdain for warfare and admiration for the unwavering spirit of these individuals. Perhaps, Mingly was the most unangelic angel. In the realm of magic, her kin were renowned for their martial prowess, where combat was as natural as breathing. Yet, Mingly was an anomaly. This divergence stemmed from Fubai and Appo's teachings, which never shackled her within the cycle of battle and slaughter. Instead, she was encouraged to wander, to experience, and to grasp the world and Appo's diversity and intricacies. This unique approach to education endowed Mingly with a serenity and composure that contrasted sharply with the typical aggression and fervor of her kind. Through her travels, she gradually filled the void within her soul. She learned to appreciate nature's beauty, to feel the warmth of human connection, and to cherish the value of life. No longer was Mingly merely an angel versed in combat. She had evolved into an individual rich in emotion and independent thought. In the Land of Sand, the Suna ninja and Appo's invasion of Konoha had ended in failure. They ceased their attempts to assault Konoha and concentrated their efforts on resisting the invasion of the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Fubai had roamed this vast desert for over 6 months, her objective being to gather minerals from her list, particularly the unique material capable of blocking prophetic rings. However, despite scouring every corner of the desert, she had yet to discover a location abundant in energy, the sole environment where such materials might exist. At this moment, Fubai stood in a section of the desert, wielding a pin forged from concentrated magical energy in one hand, while the other held a hefty notebook. Her focused gaze swept across a mineral deposit before she marked it with a check in her notebook. The quality of this mineral is quite decent. It can serve as a one-time teleportation anchor. She mused softly, satisfaction evident in her tone. This teleportation anchor operated in pairs, allowing direct transfer from one location to another, disregarding distance, requiring only a modicum of magical energy for activation. Closing her notebook, Fubai lifted her gaze toward the horizon. The desert sun scorched the earth, and waves of dry heat rippled through the air, yet she remained unaffected, her attire providing a cooling sensation akin to air conditioning. Well, that and Appo's, about it. These are the mineral materials available in the desert. She tucked the notebook into her enchanted bag, brushed off the sand, and then set forth in a chosen direction. Chapter 50. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. Several months have passed, and the Second Shinobi World War has been ongoing for over a year. Occasionally, Mingly accompanies the legendary Sannin of Konoha on their missions, yet more often, she assumes the role of a mere observer, quietly watching the unfolding chaos of war. Today marks the Sannin's final mission. The offensive of the Rain country has noticeably diminished, and the smoke of battle gradually dissipates. They set forth as usual, with Mingly trailing behind, her expression serene, as though this tumultuous world bore no relevance to her. The mission proceeds smoothly. The prowess of the Sannin sufficient to confront any challenge, leaving Mingly without an opportunity to intervene. After the task is completed, the four of them pause near a cave to rest. Jiraiya produces some provisions he has carried, sharing them with Tsunade and Orochimaru, while Mingly sits quietly, gazing into the distance at the landscape. As they engage in conversation about their aspirations, Jiraiya expresses his desire to wander the world in search of the fabled child of prophecy once the war concludes. Just as they lower their guard, all three Sannin turn their gazes forward, and even Mingly cast her eyes in that direction. Jiraiya observes the shadow ahead with caution, speaking calmly. It appears to be a child. Orochimaru counters, do not underestimate them. Even a child is a part of the rain country. Tsunade then calls out. Stop hiding and come out. A small boy with orange hair steps out from the shadows. His clothes are tattered, his face marred with dirt. Yet his eyes reflect a maturity and resilience beyond his years. He is Yahiko. Who are you? Jiraiya furrows his brow, a hint of confusion in his tone. Could you spare us some food? The boy and Appo's voice trembles as his gaze fixates on the dry bread resting on Tsunade and Appo's lap, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes. Jiraiya scrutinizes the youth and inquires, where are your parents? Yahiko replies with a calm demeanor, they were killed by ninjas in the war. At this revelation, the expressions of Jiraiya and Tsunade grow complex. Mingly, too, feels a stir of empathy, her understanding of war having evolved into a profound recognition of its suffering and devastation. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya reaches into his pocket, retrieving a package of dry bread and extending it towards Yahiko. Here. Yahiko pauses momentarily, then calls out behind him. Nagato, Conan, come out. They don't seem to be bad people. Soon, a brooding boy with red hair and a blue-haired girl cautiously emerge. They take the dry bread from Jiraiya and snatch away the piece Tsunade had been eating. Observing this, Mingly retrieves a paper bag from her pouch. Imbued with subtle magical energy, evidently preserved by freezing enchantments. She produces 3 apples and hands them to the children, saying, here. Under the astonished gaze of the Sannin. The children's eyes light up as they quickly divide the apples. Conan gently bites into one, her face lighting up with a long-lost smile as she exclaims, thank you, sister. Afterward, Mingly and the Sannin depart from that place. However, they remain unaware that the trio of little ones has stealthily followed them. Tsunade turns around abruptly, her tone stern. Why are you still following us? We just gave you food. The 3 remain silent, but Conan steps forward with a smile, reaching into her pocket as if to retrieve something. Tsunade watches her warily, while Orochimaru draws a kunai from his pouch, his gaze icy. Mingly casts a disapproving glance at Orochimaru. Yet, Conan merely produces 2 paper flowers crafted from the bread and Appo's wrapping. She hands one to Tsunade, then hurries to Mingly and presents the other. Mingly accepts the paper flower, her expression laced with curiosity. For me? Conan nods, a pure smile gracing her face. Yes. At this moment, Yahiko steps forward, his gaze resolute. Teach us ninjutsu. You are ninjas from Konoha, right? The Sannin are taken aback by his request. Orochimaru sneers, spinning the kunai on his fingertips, ominously suggesting, shall we eliminate them? Jiraiya promptly interjects, stop it, Orochimaru. You take Tsunade and Mingly and return. I'll stay behind to look after them. Tsunade gazes at Jiraiya in surprise, confusion, and concern evident in her eyes. Sensing her gaze, Jiraiya turns to her. His voice firm, caring for them until they can be independent is a small act of atonement. Orochimaru glances at the 3 children, sheathing his kunai and coldly stating, do as you wish. With that, he turns and departs. Tsunade silently watches Jiraiya for a moment before sighing and following Orochimaru's lead. However, Mingly remains. She stands still, waiting for the 2 to walk far enough before gently asserting, I will stay to look after them as well. Jiraiya blinks in surprise, regarding her with unexpected interest. What? If you wish to go to Myoboka Mountain, I can take you when I return. Mingly does not respond directly, instead. She steps forward and gently brushes her fingers through Conan's rain-soaked hair, her tone tender, I will stay to care for them. Jiraiya studies Mingly for a moment, then ultimately nods, softly conceding, very well. In the days that follow, Jiraiya resides with the 3 children in a small cottage by the river. He teaches them the art of fishing, patiently guiding them on bait selection, water flow assessment, and even how to construct simple fish traps along the riverbank. Meanwhile, Mingly instructs them on hunting, helping them identify various plants and fruits, distinguishing between the edible and the toxic. Her extensive travels throughout the ninja world have endowed her with knowledge far beyond that of ordinary folk. Especially with Conan, Mingly takes particular care. She often brings Conan along on hunting excursions, teaching her the skills of tracking prey and setting traps. At this moment, Mingly stands by the riverbank, quietly observing Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato as they fish. Their laughter resonates along the riverbank, as if the shadows of war had never cast a pall over this land. Jiraiya approaches Mingly, crossing his arms as he gazes warmly at the 3 children. It seems you are particularly fond of Conan, he remarks playfully. Mingly remains silent for a moment, her gaze still resting on Conan, before softly replying, Conan's spirit reminds me of my own in childhood. Jiraiya chuckles, settling onto the grass beside Mingly. Is that so? I'm sure your master would adore you as well. Mingly offers no reply, her thoughts drifting back to a distant past, recalling the 10 years she spent living on the mountain. Jiraiya glances at her but chooses not to press further. The 2 sit in quietude, watching the 3 children frolic by the river, as if time itself has paused in that fleeting moment. Chapter 51. The Child of Destiny, If Only There Were No War. Jiraiya remarked softly, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness and reflection. Such a sigh is common among those who have endured the ravages of war. His thoughts drifted back to a few days prior when Yahiko had expressed his aspirations at the dining table. Yahiko spoke passionately of his ideals, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. We detest war, it steals too much from us. To protect our homeland, We wish to learn ninjutsu and become stronger. Yet, Jiraiya remained silent. He understood all too well that the path of a ninja was fraught with bloodshed and anguish, and he wished for these three children to remain untouched by such fate. I merely hope they can live as commoners, Jiraiya sighed, his tone laced with deep contradiction. Mingler cast him a glance and softly replied, being a commoner is not easy in these tumultuous times. Jiraiya continued to hold his silence, his gaze fixed on Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato in the distance, his heart awash with complex emotions. Days passed, and the weather in the land of rain remained gloomy, with a persistent drizzle. Mingler sat in the small hut, eyes closed in meditation, rekindling her magical training. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sat nearby, pen and paper in hand, striving to find inspiration for his novel. A part of his prophecy. At that moment, Konan burst in, her face a portrait of alarm. It and Appos, Esbat, Sister Mingler, Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko, and Nagato. Jiraiya felt an instinctive urgency and sprang to his feet, rushing outside. Lead the way, Konan. Mingler too sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly followed suit. Not far from the hut, Nagato and Yahiko knelt on the ground, their expressions vacant. Beside them lay the lifeless body of a fallen ninja, the ground stained with blood. Jiraiya hurried to Yahiko's side, helping him up and urgently inquiring, what happened? Yahiko's voice trembled as he replied, it was a remnant of rogue ninjas. They demanded we hand over our food and valuables. Nagato. At this, Mingler and Jiraiya instinctively turned to Nagato. Their eyes fell upon the mysterious, mesmerizing eyes he possessed, and they both gasped, the Rinnegan. A wave of tumult swept through Mingler's heart. This was her first encounter with the legendary Rinnegan. Yet Fubai had never revealed to her that Uchiha Madara had also awakened this eye, nor had she anticipated that he would transplant it to Nagato. After all, Fubai had only provided Mingler with a cursory understanding of the ninja world's history. Konan supported Nagato as they passed by Jiraiya. Nagato's complexion was pallid, and his expression dazed. Clearly still reeling from the recent shock, Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed on the Rinnegan in Nagato's eyes, murmuring to himself, the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths. Could he be the one to bring transformation to the ninja world? A surge of complex emotions welled within him, a blend of shock and anticipation. Moments later, a faint smile graced his lips. Perhaps this is a fateful encounter. The following day, Jiraiya resolved firmly. He gathered Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato together and solemnly declared, from this day forth, I shall teach you ninjutsu. But you must remember, the power of a ninja is not for slaughter but for protection. Excitement flickered in the children's eyes, particularly in Yahiko, whose fist clenched tightly as if envisioning a hopeful future. Jiraiya commenced with the fundamentals of chakra extraction, patiently elucidating the principles of chakra and demonstrating how to sense one's inner energy through meditation and breathing. Chakra is the essence of a ninja. Only by mastering it can one perform ninjutsu. With a serious tone, he instructed, now, close your eyes and attempt to feel the flow of energy within you. Mingler sat quietly to the side, observing the process. She was not cut out to be a teacher, her strengths lay in solitary cultivation and combat, thus leaving the instructive role entirely to Jiraiya. As time passed, the three children gradually grasped the method of chakra extraction. Months later, the flames of war continued to rage. However, Fubai's clone had already evacuated from the Land of Wind, rendering further support unnecessary. Kakashi Hataki's prowess on the battlefield was enough to intimidate the entire Sand Village. And among the list of powerful foes who fell beneath his blade, the parents of the Scorpion of the Red Sand were notably included. At that moment, Fubai found herself deep within the land of water, her sandals sinking into the mire of the swamp, yet her feet remained unblemished. The damp mist coalesced around her, forming delicate droplets of water, which her external magical energy quietly evaporated. The last 3 strands of ghost lantern grass. This was the final material on her list of botanical ingredients, and she was nearing completion. She crouched down, her fingertips brushing the phosphorescent plants at the swamp's edge. Ice crystals spread from her fingertips, accurately freezing the roots without harming the spore sacs. Suddenly, a sound of bubbles bursting emanated from the depths of the mire, and the miasma within 100 meters began to pulse rhythmically. 6 crimson tails broke through the dense fog, pouring forth a viscous, acidic slime like a torrential downpour. Fubai instinctively spun away, her former position instantly carbonized into ash. The 6-tailed beast's compound eyes flickered in the miasma, its mouth exhaling corrosive steam. You. Fubai narrowed her eyes, twirling her staff in her palm, ripples of magic dispersing the fog. She had not anticipated that this cunning-tailed beast would conceal itself within the natural barriers of the land of water. A shadow resembling an ice crystal rune burst forth from the tip of her staff, the moisture in the air condensing into fine icy mist at absolute zero. The 6-tailed beast's compound eyes flashed with confusion as it instinctively inhaled deeply. In that instant, the frigid vapor infiltrated its respiratory system, solidifying into ice shards within its body. Roar. The 6-tailed beast writhed in agony, acidic fluid spraying from its mouth, only to freeze midair into crystal before falling. Fubai lightly tapped the icy surface with her toes, drawing an elegant arc with her staff. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Immediately, a surge of magical energy flowed into her staff, forming a complex purple magic circle beneath her feet. While a side-like blade of purple energy materialized from the tip of her staff, she approached the six-tailed beast and, with a gentle stroke against its tail, the silent severing magic effortlessly sliced through, resulting in the loss of two of its massive tails. The frigid environment numbed its pain receptors, and the tailed beast remained oblivious to its loss. Collect. Fubai raised her staff, the severed tails drawn towards her, compressed, and deposited into her storage pouch. Consider this a small compensation for your actions. Fubai gently patted her storage pouch, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The high-purity energy required for the barrier of the prophecy ring might perhaps be substituted with this tailed beast chakra. Of course, she would need to conduct her own research to confirm this. The six-tailed beast writhed in agony within the icy mist, releasing low growls. Yet Fubai paid it no further heed. She elegantly stowed her staff and turned to leave, icy crystals forming a glistening path beneath her feet. Just 3 more strands of ghost lantern grass, she murmured softly, continuing her journey toward other areas. Chapter 52, Little White in a Distant Land. Fubai successfully harvested the last 3 ghost lantern herbs, marking her notebook and Appos, S-list in completion. Standing at the border of the land of water, she gazed at the undulating mountains in the distance and murmured, "It suffices that there are Leaf Village ninjas at the front lines. My task is accomplished." 3 days later, she unleashed her flying magic, transforming into a streak of light across the sky. Although teleportation magic was more convenient, the magical energy of her clone was merely a quarter of her original, necessitating careful management. During her flight, she took the time to appreciate the scenery along the way, her mind gradually calming. The clone of Fubai did not report back to the Third Hokage but instead returned home directly, tossing the bulging storage pouch to her original self. "Here, the items you requested." Fubai, engrossed in her writing at the desk, looked up at the sound, a slight glint flashing in her eyes. "Well done, Little White." "Little White?" The clone raised an eyebrow at her original. "Indeed, from now on, you shall be called Little White." "Suit yourself." Little White rolled her eyes and tossed 2 grape-sized spheres toward her original. These were concentrated forms of Six Tails chakra. With sufficient purity, Fubai caught the spheres, her fingers gently tracing the delicate energy patterns on their surfaces, a nostalgic look crossing her face. "Ah, how I long for this. Pure chakra." Little White, uninterested in her original's musings, stretched lazily. "I'm off to catch some sleep. This trip has exhausted me." With that, she strode directly into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. Fubai chuckled softly, setting aside her work to put away the storage pouch filled with materials. Holding the 2 spheres, she entered the laboratory. She tossed the spheres into the air and raised her right hand, channeling magic energy into them like a gentle stream. Under the influence of her magic, the spheres began to change, their surfaces glowing faintly as if 2 tiny stars were suspended in the ceiling. After several minutes, the spheres gradually melted into a crystalline liquid. Fubai adjusted her magical input, shaping the liquid into the form of rings. A few moments later, the outlines of 2 indistinct rings began to take shape, with flowing energy patterns faintly visible upon the bands. Fubai halted her magical input, her expression serious as she focused intently on one of the rings, her fingertips glowing softly as she began to inscribe runes with care. Her movements were precise and graceful, each symbol seemingly imbued with life. Half an hour later, a ring engraved with intricate runes was completed. It radiated a gentle rainbow glow, the inscriptions upon it resembling ancient scripts, as if narrating its extraordinary nature. Fubai smiled in satisfaction, beckoning the ring back into her hand with a delicate gesture. The quality of Six Tails chakra was just right, even 5 tails would not suffice. She caressed the ring, feeling the mysterious energy contained within, a force capable of obstructing prophecies. With a deep breath, she adorned it on her right index finger. "Ah, still 1 more to go." Following the same method, she began to carve the second indistinct ring beside her. Another half-hour later, Fubai contentedly stowed away the second ring and murmured, "This one shall be for Little Lee. I will send it using magic." Calculating the time, she realized she would soon encounter Jiraiya. A week later, Mingly sat by a river in the land of rain, quietly observing Jiraiya instructing Conan and the others in chakra training. The river flowed gently, a soft breeze tousling her golden locks, bringing a refreshing coolness. Suddenly, she sensed a new presence in her storage pouch, a familiar magical energy fluctuation. Mingly sighed, a slight smile gracing her lips as she mused, "What has Mother sent me this time?" With a flick of her hand, a crystalline ring leaped from the pouch into her palm. The ring was adorned with complex runes, emanating a faint rainbow glow, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. Just as Mingly pondered its significance, a line of magical script appeared above the ring, shimmering with a soft light. "Ring that obstructs prophecy. Remember to wear it when you go to my Bokuzen." Mingly sighed in resignation, yet a warm smile flickered in her eyes. She gently caressed the ring and murmured, "Oh dear, Mother always has such an air of mystery." After saying this, she slipped the ring onto her right index finger. And as it made contact with her skin, the rainbow glow faded away. 2.5 years swiftly passed. On this day, sunlight streamed through the rare clear skies of the land of rain, illuminating Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan as they stood in the training ground, their expressions focused and resolute. Jiraiya stood nearby, arms crossed and a smile of anticipation on his face. "Come now, let me see your progress." The three exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Yahiko was the first to form hand seals, unleashing wind release, great breakthrough, immediately followed by Nagato's water dragon bullet technique. Konan then waved her hands, unleashing a flurry of paper shuriken that rained down like droplets. The trio and Appo's ninjutsu displayed perfect synergy, swiftly overwhelming Jiraiya and Appo's shadow clone. Jiraiya watched the dissipating clone, a look of gratification in his eyes. Well done, your coordination has become remarkably seamless. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yahiko beamed. Thanks to your guidance, Jiraiya-sensei. Konan nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with gratitude. Though Nagato remained silent, a faint smile graced his lips, indicating his satisfaction with the outcome. Jiraiya gazed at them, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Over the course of 2 years, these three children had transformed from bewildered youth into capable ninjas. He patted Yahiko on the shoulder, a hint of reluctance and pride in his tone. With this, you can stand on your own in this chaotic world. Mingly stood a short distance away, quietly observing the scene. Jiraiya, looking at the three children before him, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He crouched down, gently patting Yahiko's shoulder, ruffling Konan's hair. And finally, looking solemnly at Nagato, he nodded in affirmation. You have all grown. The path ahead is yours to forge. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet filled with determination. Yahiko's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he stood tall, declaring, Jiraiya-sensei, we will grow stronger and change this country. Konan, head bowed and clutching a paper flower tightly, spoke with a quivering voice, thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato remained silent, yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. Jiraiya stood, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. His silhouette stretched long in the sunset, as if bearing countless unspoken concerns. Mingly approached, bidding farewell to each of the three. Her gaze lingered on Konan for a moment, softly saying, take care of yourself. Konan extended the paper flower in her hand to Mingly, her voice gentle. Sister Mingly, this is for you. Mingly accepted the paper flower, a warm smile gracing her lips as she carefully tucked it into her storage pouch, placing it in a corner where it would remain undisturbed. Chapter 53, Temporary Residence at Mayaboka Mountain at the juncture of the Fire Country and the Rain Country. Mingly quietly followed Jiraiya. Upon entering the Fire Country, Jiraiya halted and turned to Mingly, saying, next, I shall take you to Mayaboka Mountain. Mingly nodded, her brow furrowed in slight confusion as she inquired, but I have heard that entering Mayaboka Mountain requires signing a contract with the Toads. Is that not so? Jiraiya chuckled and affirmed, indeed, that is the case. If you merely wish to stroll around Mayaboka Mountain, I can take you there directly. With a resigned sigh, Mingly replied, I was told by my mother to train at Mayaboka Mountain. I see. Jiraiya mused, stroking his chin, then let us first venture into Mayaboka Mountain. After speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging within him, yet only causing a slight ripple on the surface. Clearly, he had been practicing the chakra compression technique taught by Fubai. Subsequently, he bit his thumb, smearing the blood across his palm. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a medium-sized toad materialized before them. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, the toad lazily inquired, Jiraiya? What brings you here? I need you to summon me to Mayaboka Mountain, Jiraiya replied. The toad glanced at Mingly, a flicker of curiosity crossing its eyes, but it did not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. With a soft pop, the toad vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya turned to Mingly, asking, are you ready? We shall depart now. Mingly nodded, and Jiraiya stepped forward, grasping her wrist. With another soft pop, their figures instantaneously disappeared from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves amidst Mayaboka Mountain. The air was thick with abundant natural energy. The distant mountain shrouded in a gentle mist, and colossal toad statues stood solemnly along the path, exuding an aura of mystery. The scenery of Mayaboka Mountain was strikingly different from that of the shinobi world, with colors more vibrant and alive. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Mingly and Appo's amber eyes as she surveyed the area, sensing the immense energy flowing through the air. Her surprise evident. So this is where the energy is so abundant. I was too busy playing in the wet-bone forest earlier. As one of the three great sacred lands, the energy there must also be quite plentiful. Jiraiya, walking ahead, glanced back at Mingly, his tone lighthearted. Let us first seek an audience with the great sage toad. He is the master of Mayaboka Mountain. Mingly withdrew her gaze, the golden light in her eyes fading. She nodded and followed Jiraiya, her eyes still unable to resist examining the peculiar sights around her. Before long, Jiraiya brought Mingly before the great sage toad, who sat upon a massive throne, flanked by Fukasaku and Shima. Little Jiraiya, what brings you back again? Shima squinted, asking, did you not notice the golden-haired girl behind Jiraiya? She must be the prophesied child, Fukasaku remarked with a smile. So that's it. Little Jiraiya, you are indeed swift. Shima teased. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, the image of Nagato's Rinnegan surfacing in his mind as he explained, Fukasaku, Shima, she is likely not the prophesied child. Is that so? Fukasaku pondered, nodding thoughtfully. I brought her to Mayaboka Mountain. Jiraiya hesitated before continuing to train. Mingly, understanding Jiraiya's intention, nodded in agreement from behind him. Fukasaku scrutinized Mingly for a moment before saying, oh, if you wish to train at Mayaboka Mountain, that is certainly permissible. but you must seek the approval of the Great Sage Toad. Jiraiya nodded in affirmation, and Shima gently roused the Great Sage Toad from his slumber. The Great Sage Toad opened his eyes just a sliver as Fukasaku relayed Mingly's desire to train at Myoboka Mountain. The Great Sage Toad regarded Mingly, nodding slightly. Before sinking back into a deep slumber, Fukasaku sighed and turned to Mingly, asking, "Would you like to sign a contract with Myoboka Mountain? This way, you may visit at any time in the future." Mingly pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. I plan to stay here for a while." Jiraiya, taken aback at her response, exclaimed, "Had I known, I would have brought you here sooner." His expression was one of mock despair, but he quickly regained his composure. With Fukasaku and Shima present, along with the Great Sage Toad and Appos, as consent, he felt reassured. However, it was only upon arriving that Mingly decided to stay for a time. After familiarizing herself with Myoboka Mountain for half a day, Jiraiya departed. The Second Shinobi World War was drawing to a close. Yet it merely served as the precursor to the Third Shinobi World War. More than a year passed, and finally, the Second Shinobi World War concluded. The offensives from various nations gradually subsided, and the shinobi world seemed to return to a semblance of peace. During this period, Fubai had converted all the resources at her disposal into magical tools, having crafted 2 sets of such tools that she could produce normally within the shinobi world. Other materials were either scarce or lacked suitable substitutes. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained by her side, serving as her assistant. The purpose of the clone was precisely that. Yet Fubai had grown accustomed to her solitary ways, delegating many external tasks to Xiaobai. One day, the Umbu of the Hokage sought her out. As they approached her door, preparing to knock, Fubai had already sensed their presence through a barrier she had set up in advance. She opened the door directly, calmly asking, "What is it?" 3 masked Umbu stood outside, evidently startled by Fubai's sudden appearance. One of them quickly regained composure and respectfully stated, "Lady Fubai, the Hokage requests your presence." Fubai sighed, glancing back at the door to her bedroom where Xiaobai was still asleep. She turned to the Umbu and said, "Very well, I am rather bored at the moment." Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen graciously invited Fubai to take a seat. In the office, Kakashi Hitaki and Danzo Shimura stood on either side. Kakashi nodded at Fubai, who returned the gesture with a smile. She seated herself without hesitation, fixing her gaze directly on Sarutobi Hiruzen, asking straightforwardly, "What is it? Speak plainly." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently, his tone warm. "It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to invite you for a cup of tea." Fubai cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "Oh? I had thought someone wished to see me gone from Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen broke into a slight sweat, cautiously responding, "How could that be? You are a hero of Konoha. No one would dare to do such a thing." In truth, just moments ago, Danzo had indeed broached this very topic. He believed that the legendary Sannin of Konoha had established their prowess. With Kakashi and Appos, as strength now rivaling that of Akage, rising stars like Minato and Namikaze were also emerging, making it seem as though Konoha no longer required Fubai and Appos as protection. Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless, he would never, nor could he, expel Fubai from Konoha. Chapter 54, Kushina Izumaki Shimura Danzo stood aside, his gaze dark and brooding. He had inherited the ideals of the Second Hokage. If the strong could not be controlled by Konoha, they should be eliminated. Especially those whose power posed a threat to the Hokage level. Those who could not be managed would also be dealt with. And Fubai, evidently, possessed both attributes. In the original narrative, following the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, Shimura Danzo, fearing the formidable strength and reputation of Kakashi Hitaki, spread rumors that ultimately led to his demise. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen still heeded Danzo and Appos as counsel. Fubai let out a light scoff, her tone tinged with impatience. "What exactly is this matter?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and replied, "Can you take care of Kushina Izumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales?" "What? Hiruzen, you never mentioned this to me." Danzo suddenly shouted, his voice filled with shock and ire. "One must not be disrespectful to the Hokage," Kakashi Hitaki remarked coldly, his Hokage insignia gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Danzo inhaled sharply, suppressing his anger, and asked Hiruzen, "Why would you entrust the Ninetales Jinchuriki to her?" Hiruzen's gaze turned icy as he recalled Uzumaki Mido and the first Hokage, asserting firmly, "It's none of your concern. As Hokage, I possess this authority. You, the Elder Council, will not approve of this." Danzo gritted through his teeth. Fubai observed the scene, unable to stifle a laugh, her tone mocking. Hey. I haven't and Appos, T agreed yet. Why are you so agitated?" While Fubai could surmise why Hiruzen suddenly proposed to have Kushina raised under her care, denying her interest would be impossible. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, a creature of immense power, presented an exceptional opportunity for research. However, Fubai opted for a touch of decorum, as agreeing outright might seem too presumptuous. "Please, you must agree. This is Mido's request," Hiruzen spoke earnestly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Fubai raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Oh, but I don't and Appos, T know her, have never even met her." Hiruzen chuckled. "Surely Mido and the first Hokage have spoken of you." Both of them understood that Mito's wish was merely a grandiose facade. Danzo, the cunning fox, could hardly be oblivious to the underlying intent. Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's desire to entrust the Ninetales Jinchuriki to Fubai stemmed from two motivations: to strengthen Fubai and Amp, Appo's ties with Konoha, and to offload the burden of the troublesome beast onto her. To ordinary folk, the Ninetales Jinchuriki was a monster, someone no one dared to approach. As Hokage, Hiruzen lacked the capacity to care for the Ninetales adequately. This was evidenced by Naruto and Appo's lonely childhood, often spent in isolation and discrimination, despite Hiruzen and Appo's occasional attentiveness. At that time, Minato Namikaze was still maturing and unable to shoulder greater responsibilities. Moreover, the kidnapping of Kushina by the Cloud Ninja during their youth underscored Konoha's vulnerabilities. Considering all these factors, entrusting the Ninetales Jinchuriki to Fubai was Hiruzen's well-considered decision. It was not until after the Second Shinobi World War, when Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas praised Fubai's heroic deeds, that Hiruzen resolutely decided to place the Ninetales Jinchuriki in her care. Mito's wish was merely a superficial pretext. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that Danzo was incensed. He had initially intended to have the Ninetales Jinchuriki cultivated by root, believing that only through such measures would she become obedient. Clearly, Hiruzen would never allow Danzo to take charge of the Jinchuriki by assigning her to Fubai. Not only could Hiruzen evade his troubles, but he could also circumvent Danzo's interference. Fubai nodded, her tone nonchalant. Since it is a request, I suppose I must comply. In the conference room, Hiruzen displayed a relaxed smile and nodded in agreement. Kakashi followed suit, yet Danzo remained sullen, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The following morning, sunlight bathed the rooftops of Konoha as the Umbu brought Kushina Uzumaki to Fubai and Amp, Appo's doorstep. An Umbu member stepped forward, raising his voice. Lady Fubai, I have brought the child. Just then, the closed door slowly opened, and Fubai's voice drifted from within. Come in, little one. You may leave now. Yes. The Umbu member complied, placing a moderately sized box at the entrance before swiftly retreating. Kushina stood at the threshold, nervously unsure of where to place her hands. She then picked up the box, her eyes darting cautiously, and stepped into the house. Upon entering, a rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air. The warmth of the scent easing Kushina and Appo's tense demeanor. This mixture of nervousness and caution reminded her of her initial arrival at Mito and Appo's home. Soon, Kushina ventured deeper into Fubai's residence, carefully closing the door behind her. She gently pushed open the door to the bedroom on the first floor, discovering Fubai lying on the bed, sound asleep. The noise from earlier was, Kushina pondered, a wave of unease washing over her. She abruptly turned to find another Fubai standing behind her, her gaze calm and steady. What are you saying? Fubai inquired softly, a hint of frost in her voice. A witch, Kushina exclaimed in fright, collapsing onto the floor, the box tumbling beside her, her face pale. What's all this noise? The slumbering Fubai stirred, rubbing her eyes. This was her first awakening to such a disturbance. At home, she always woke naturally, basking in tranquility. There are two witches, Kushina stammered, her eyes flitting between the Fubai on the bed and the one before her. Despite their differing attire, their faces and figures were identical. All right, that is merely a shadow clone, but it can exist indefinitely. Fubai assisted Kushina to her feet, uninterested in a lengthy explanation, offering a casual justification. While this explanation was not entirely accurate, it was reasonably plausible within the ninja realm. Is that so? Kushina exhaled in relief, her tense body relaxing slightly. She looked up, scrutinizing the girl before her. Fubai towered over her, Kushina's height barely reaching below Fubai's chest. At this moment, Kushina was not yet 10 years old, her youthful face adorned with curiosity and trepidation. Are you the witch Fubai that the teachers spoke of at school? Kushina inquired cautiously, her eyes shimmering with a blend of awe and curiosity. Chapter 55. Kidnapping. Fubai raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue lacing her tone. Oh, so you've already enrolled in the ninja academy? Yes, I've been attending for 2 years now, Kushina nodded. The image of Minato flashing in her mind, the golden-haired youth who always wore a warm smile. How old are you? Fubai asked with curiosity. I and Appo's am 9, almost 10. Kushina paused, her voice clear and youthful. Fubai nodded gently, affectionately ruffling Kushina's hair. You'll be staying in the bedroom next to the study on the second floor. There's a bed there. The second floor comprised 3 bedrooms and a study, while the first floor consisted of a hall, a tea room, and a bedroom. Originally, Fubai had occupied the ground floor bedroom, but since Shiro's return, it had been claimed by her. All right, Kushina replied obediently, following Fubai upstairs. Fubai led her to the second floor bedroom, which, though long unoccupied, was devoid of dust, thanks to magic. The room was simple yet inviting, with a soft bed in the center, a wooden wardrobe beside it, and a desk on the opposite side, adorned with a petite lamp. Kushina took a deep breath, feeling both anxious and excited. From this day forth, this would be her new home. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, being in someone else's house, especially that of the legendary witch, made her feel somewhat reserved. Afterward, Fubai descended the stairs, leaving Kushina to arrange her new room alone. From this day on, Kushina officially resided in Fubai's home. For years, a mere blink in the lifespan of an elf felt like an eternity to Kushina. She had blossomed into a graceful young lady, her crimson hair more vibrant than ever. Though it was a time of peace, skirmishes still lingered outside, and events unfolded as in the original tale, adhering to an unbreakable order. Kushina had graduated from the ninja academy and become a full-fledged ninja. However, that very night, while out for leisure, she was captured by cloud ninjas. Unbeknownst to her, Fubai had been shadowing her, silently observing the events unfold. A sly smirk played at the corners of Fubai and Appo's mouth as she thought, how fortuitous. Kushina just had to be away when she was abducted. I have ample reason to suspect that Danzo and Appo's roots are behind this. Had Fubai not been familiar with this storyline, she would have swiftly dealt with those cloud ninjas. As anticipated, Minato sensed something amiss and followed suit, though he remained unaware of Fubai's presence trailing behind him. Minato often visited Fubai's home, ostensibly to see Kushina, but primarily for her. Fubai was not one to disrupt the atmosphere. In fact, she held deep respect for the original Hokage's spouse, thus choosing to overlook the interactions between Minato and Kushina. For years, Fubai had primarily taken care of Kushina without imparting any special teachings. In those 4 years, Fubai had not rushed to explore the power of the Ninetales. On one hand, it was due to Kushina and Appo's youth. On the other, she had developed a keen interest in sealing techniques due to the seal on Kushina. Consequently, she devoted most of her energy to studying sealing techniques, even learning some from Kushina, who, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed a mastery of sealing beyond that of ordinary individuals. By now, Fubai had become proficient in the most fundamental sealing techniques. Having realized their similarities to the principles of inscribing magical circles, perhaps I shall cultivate a favorable impression with Minato while I remain in the shadows, Fubai thought. A mischievous smile gracing her lips as she concealed herself, her gaze fixed on the determined Minato ahead. At that moment, Minato and Appo's expression was one of lethal intent. His eyes sharp as blades as he pursued the cloud ninjas. Kushina, akin to her original self, cleverly utilized her red hair to leave markers along the way. Clearly no longer the innocent little girl she once was. Before long, they arrived at a forest in the land of fire, where Minato seized the opportunity, his figure vanishing like a specter. In the next instant, he materialized behind a cloud ninja. The kunai struck with precision, the ninja falling before he could even utter a cry. The remaining cloud ninjas, seized with terror, readied their kunai to retaliate. Yet, Minato was swifter. He darted through the trees, each appearance heralded by the collapse of a cloud ninja. Kushina watched in awe and admiration, her heart swelling with emotion. Unlike in the original tale, she did not succumb to despair. Under Fubai's care, she understood she was cherished and protected. Thus, at the moment of her abduction, she secretly hoped for Fubai and Appo's rescue. Little did she expect that the one to appear before her would be Minato. Minato and Appo's movements were fluid and decisive. Within moments, he had dispatched the remaining cloud ninjas. He hurried to Kushina's side, unhesitatingly lifting her in a princess carry. I'm here to save you. Minato's voice was gentle yet firm, concern evident in his eyes. How did you end up here? Kushina asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Minato did not respond directly, swiftly carrying her away from the scene and heading toward Konoha. In his grip was a strand of her crimson hair, a marker she had left behind. Kushina noticed this, warmth flooding her heart. She couldn't help but steal another glance at Minato, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. You didn't Appo's come to help me when I was bullied at school, Kushina murmured softly, a touch of grievance in her voice. Because I knew you were strong, both in spirit and in strength, Minato replied tenderly, his gaze unwavering and warm. But this isn't Appo's like the petty squabbles before. This is a conflict between ninja villages. I don't want to lose you, he added earnestly. Kushina gazed at him, entranced, as if only now did she truly come to know Minato. From a distance, Fubai observed this exchange, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seems I need not intervene. Her gaze shifted to the horizon, a note of gravity in her voice. The cloud ninjas are quite audacious. It seems the third great ninja war is drawing near. But I recall that the catalyst for the third great ninja war was the assassination of the third Hokage by the Scorpion, Wazd and Appo's. Fubai mused quietly, her eyes fixed on the distant forest. Chapter 56, The Companion Magic in the Forest of Myoki Mountain. Mingly sat cross-legged in a clearing, as the surrounding natural energy flowed into her body like a gentle stream. A faint golden glow enveloped her, a testament to her diligent cultivation. She had spent over 5 years practicing here, achieving results equivalent to a decade of training in the outside world. With a sigh of discomfort, she wondered how her mother could endure such lengthy training. Mingly opened her eyes, stretched, and moved her limbs, revealing her lack of enthusiasm for rigorous practice. 5 years should suffice. Her magical power should now be adequate to learn that spell. She glanced at the abundant magical energy within her and nodded in satisfaction. Although it paled in comparison to Fubai's power, it was substantial enough to be considered formidable within the magical realm. She retrieved a moderately sized spellbook from her storage pouch, its pages adorned with unique angelic motifs that radiated a soft golden light. This tome contained all the magical spells of the angelic race. With practiced ease, she flipped to the latter sections, as if already aware of the spell and Appo's location. Her gaze settled on the page, and she softly recited, Companion Magic. also known as twin magic among the angelic kin. This spell allows the caster to summon a perfect replica of themselves, which acts entirely according to the caster and Appos' will and possesses identical strength. However, should the replica perish, a 7-day waiting period is required for its summoning once more. Furthermore, the difficulty of mastering this magic is exceedingly high, with stringent requirements on magical power. And the process often invokes inner demons, particularly as one approaches success. Carefully perusing the detailed information, Mingly inhaled deeply, bracing herself to commence her studies. Once she began, there could be no turning back. She subsequently closed her eyes, entering a meditative state to shape her companion based on her physical form. Once mastered, summoning the companion would require merely a flicker of thought, causing it to manifest from her body, akin to a shadow. It bore no color or emotion, rendering it even more pure and absolute than Fubai and Appos' replication magic. Jiraiya occasionally returned to Myoki Mountain to check on Mingly, for he considered himself her guardian. Days passed, and Fubai invited Uzumaki Kushina to the tea hall for coffee, a routine that had become a daily affair. Kushina descended the stairs with a resigned expression. Complaining, "Sister Fubai, more coffee again? Ken and Appos, tea we switch it up? Then how about?" Fubai began, but was interrupted by Kushina. "Black tea one and Appos, tea do either." Kushina insisted firmly. Fubai nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall explore new beverages later. For now, let us stick with coffee." She poured a cup for Kushina nonetheless. With a sigh, Kushina settled beside Fubai, expertly lifting the coffee cup and taking a delicate sip. "The Ninetales within you has and Appos' tea caused any trouble, has it?" Fubai inquired suddenly. Surprised, Kushina set down her cup and responded softly, "Not really. The Uzumaki clan and Appos' sealing techniques are quite powerful. And the tailed beast doesn't end Appos' tea stir much within." Fubai exhaled gently, her gaze softening as she looked at Kushina. "You must understand. When I promised the Third Hokage to care for you, the primary reason was indeed the Ninetales within you, now grown and more mature." Kushina did not display surprise but instead pondered for a moment before replying, "Sister Fubai, as long as you do not unseal it and endanger Konoha, you may conduct your research as you wish." She paused, her tone resolute as she continued, "I have always known you to be a gentle soul. Though it was Minato who saved me, I could sense your presence as well." Fubai stole another glance at Kushina, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor. Her thoughts were remarkably intricate. "I shall not jeopardize Konoha," Fubai assured softly, a hint of amusement in her voice. "By the way, I am acquainted with the Sage of Six Paths. I wonder if he has ever mentioned me in front of the Ninetales." Kushina and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. "So you have met the legendary Sage of Six Paths? How long have you lived?" "Indeed, I have met him," Fubai replied, nodding with a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. At the time, he had not yet awakened the Rinnegan, and I have lived for over 1,000 years. Her words carried a sense of profound melancholy. 1,000 years. Kushina murmured, seemingly unable to grasp the magnitude of such a span. "Why has Appos' the school mentioned this?" "Because they never asked me," Fubai replied with a smile. "Even if they did, I might not necessarily provide an answer." After taking another sip of her coffee, Fubai summoned a staff that appeared before her. "Now, you simply need to remain seated," she instructed gently. Kushina nodded nervously, acknowledging her fear yet recognizing that Fubai, as a legendary sorceress, possessed the power to ensure her safety. Fubai channeled her magical energy, and the tip of her staff gleamed with a blue light as a fragment of her consciousness entered Kushina's mental space. "Is this the mental realm of Uzumaki Kushina?" Unlike Naruto's mental landscape in the original story, Kushina's space was expansive, with a deep pit at its center where the Ninetales was bound atop a sphere of magma, suspended above the abyss. "You are." The Ninetales squinted its crimson eyes at the sudden intruder in its mental space. Fubai regarded the colossal creature, noting the seals binding its 9 tails, with stakes embedded throughout its body, rendering it immobile. Quite an advanced sealing technique. No wonder it can contain the Ninetales. Fubai mused thoughtfully. The Ninetales, recalling something, spoke in a low, gravelly voice, Appos, SU. "How have you lived for so long?" Intrigued, Fubai appraised the Ninetales, a slight smile gracing her lips. She nonchalantly snapped her fingers, and a simple wooden chair appeared behind her. "Oh, so the Sage of Six Paths has mentioned me?" Fubai elegantly seated herself, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Pray tell, what is his opinion of me?" Her demeanor was calm and composed, as if she were conversing with a mere pet rather than a fearsome beast. Chapter 57. The Third Shinobi World War. The Ninetales gazed intently at Fubai, its eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The Sage of Six Paths had once remarked, "You are not of this world." The Ninetales' voice was low and gravelly as it continued, "You are not employing ninjutsu, nor are you utilizing the techniques of the Akatsuki clan." Upon hearing this, Fubai nodded slightly. After all, the Sage of Six Paths had summoned the chakra fruit for his own study, showcasing various forms of magic. It was no challenge for her to discern these nuances. However, back then, Fubai had only just entered the shinobi world. Now, her mastery of magic had far surpassed ordinary comprehension. "What do you think it is?" Fubai inquired with keen interest. The Ninetales bared its teeth, its crimson pupils fixed on her, shaking its head. "I do not know." There exists no terminology within the shinobi world to articulate your abilities. Thus, you do not inquire of me. Fubai chuckled lightly, her pride evident as she declared, however, I am in a good mood today, so I shall reveal it to you. She rose from her seat, which promptly dissipated behind her. Summoning her staff, she pointed it at the Ninetales and said, this is called magic. As a token of gratitude, may I borrow a fragment of your chakra for my research? What? Before the Ninetales could fully comprehend, a brilliant light emanated from the staff in Fubai's grasp. The magic of separation was enacted, forcibly extracting a moderate amount of red chakra from the Ninetales' being. It felt no immediate disturbance, merely a vague sense of loss within itself. Yet, this chakra was a renewable resource, and it would regenerate over time. The Ninetales regarded Fubai with a deep gaze, surprisingly. It did not express anger or roar in fury, but instead spoke in a calm tone. So this is called magic. Heh. I doubt the Sage of Six Paths even knows this. Fubai looked at the Ninetales in mild surprise, her lips curving into a subtle smile. How unexpected that you do not seem angry. Nevertheless, her actions remained uninterrupted. The red chakra was drawn to her with an invisible force, gliding directly into her hand. In her palm, the Ninetales' chakra coalesced into a translucent red crystal sphere, radiating a fierce and perilous glow. With a flick of her wrist, she seamlessly stowed the sphere into her pouch. Heh, you, a creature who has lived for so long. I have no inclination to resist. The Ninetales' voice carried a hint of resignation, even a sense of acceptance as it continued. Moreover, you seem to have a favorable impression of this Jinchuriki. Fubai tossed her staff aside, watching it dissolve into sparkling stardust. She raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Oh? What does that have to do with you? To an absolute powerhouse, the Ninetales indeed resembled a docile pet, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Yet, to the weak, it never concealed its ferocious nature. Humph, you need not know. The Ninetales huffed, its tone laced with a blend of arrogance and caution towards Fubai. She chuckled softly, waving her hand dismissively as she turned to leave, her voice trailing behind. No matter, I have acquired what I sought, until we meet again. Her figure gradually faded from the realm of consciousness, leaving the Ninetales to float alone atop a sphere of magma. However, this transpired in the blink of an eye. Returning to reality, Fubai distinctly sensed the pulsation of the Ninetales' chakra within her pouch. Remarkable, she murmured, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Fubai in confusion. What's the matter? Fubai smiled as she stood, gently patting Kushina and Appo's head, and replied, nothing to worry about. I've obtained what I desired. With that, she turned and made her way toward the research lab, leaving Kushina to tidy up the cups they had used in the tea room. In the research lab, Fubai seated herself at a spacious table, surrounded by an array of magical artifacts, including the Six Paths tools, albeit placed in an inconspicuous position. The walls were adorned with countless inscriptions, shimmering faintly, imbued with multiple functions such as defense, soundproofing, and preventing magical leakage. She retrieved the Ninetales' chakra crystal sphere and, grasping a nearby mirror, began her meticulous examination. After several minutes, Fubai set down the mirror, contemplating thoughtfully. It seems that the quality of chakra among tailed beasts varies. The Sage of Six Paths truly exhibited favoritism. This reflection led her to recall the earlier experience of crafting the prophecy ring. Thankfully, the quality of the Six Tails chakra was sufficient to forge a ring to thwart the prophecy. The power of the 10 tails had been divided among 9 beasts, with the 9 tails hoarding the lion's share. As the saying goes, 1 portion for the 9 tails, 1 for each of the others, 1 for the 9 tails, 2 for the 2 tails, 1 for the 9 tails, 3 for the 3 tails. Such a sentiment is unlikely to be an exaggeration. In the original narrative, nearly half of the Ninetales chakra within Naruto surpassed the strength of the other 8 beasts combined. With a sigh, Fubai's gaze settled on the Ninetales chakra crystal sphere on the table, whispering softly, now I can attempt to craft some formidable magical artifacts. Although I previously lacked sufficient materials for forging, even should I fail, I can simply procure more from the Ninetales. In truth, Fubai's forging skills were merely at the level of a skilled artisan. To create more advanced magical artifacts, she required continuous practice and exploration. The ring that prevented the prophecy had only been completed due to her skills being just adequate at the time, despite her millennium-long existence. Opportunities to engage with and study high-grade materials had been exceedingly rare. The history of the shinobi world seemed an endless cycle, with war descending upon them once more. Less than a decade had passed since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, and the mysterious disappearance of the Third Hokage dramatically sparked the Third Shinobi World War. Concurrently, the Sand Village's Scorpion also vanished, seeking ways to conquer Konoha's White Fang through the forbidden arts of puppetry. The disappearance of the Third Hokage prompted a notably proactive response from the Cloud Village, whose third Raikage possessed extraordinary strength, reaching a level beyond that of the Kage. Yet, Konoha was rapidly evolving during this period. Even Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, had not fallen, and due to Fubai's presence, most of Danzo and Appo's rumors targeted her. Ironically, all the villagers of Konoha recognized these as mere fabrications. Whispers of her having lived for so long, deemed a monster, claims that her overwhelming strength could obliterate the village. Suggestions that her alliance with the village did not make her a true Konoha citizen, Fubai's reputation had long since rivaled that of the first Hokage. Who would dare question her might and contributions? Now, Konoha had grown to an awe-inspiring level of power, which was one of the reasons the Cloud Village was so eager to ignite war. However, their initial target was the Sand Village, which currently lacked leadership, presenting an opportune moment for attack, something the Cloud Shinobi would not overlook. Chapter 58, The Resurgence of the Demon Clan. How utterly uninteresting. I find myself devoid of the desire to participate in this war. At this moment, Fubai leisurely savors delicacies and tea, completely indifferent to the clamor and bustle beyond. Kushina Izumaki has now reached adulthood. Due to her frequent missions, she has opted to purchase a residence with Minato outside. Fubai harbors no objections, for Kushina has matured. Within Fubai and Appo's storage pouch lie dozens of Kyubi chakra crystal spheres, ample for her studies for quite some time. Over the past few years, Fubai has converted all the Kyubi chakra she acquired into special materials using her magical powers. However, the process of crafting magical artifacts has been fraught with difficulties. Failures have predominated, resulting in significant material wastage. Ultimately, she succeeded in creating only one functional magical artifact, a set of teleportation anchor points. Unlike the one-time use teleportation anchors crafted previously, this set possesses a certain degree of durability, qualifying it as semi-permanent. It allows for approximately 100 round trips without adverse effects, requiring only a mere infusion of magical energy to activate, and does not involve the several seconds of preparation characteristic of teleportation magic. Although this method is considerably more efficient than teleportation magic, it does come with limitations. Notably, it cannot be stored within the pouch. Should any anchor point be placed inside, the teleportation function would become nullified. The success rate of crafting is exceedingly low, diminishing further with the skill level of the artisan. Fubai has expended half of her materials on this endeavor alone. Moreover, she must delve deeper into the properties of the materials themselves, ensuring her magical energy aligns with the materials during the crafting process. Sighing, Fubai feels a profound sense of helplessness. The gap between theory and practice is far wider than she had anticipated. Yet, such challenges are to be expected. In the realm of magic, many mages lack even mid-tier magical artifacts, with most only possessing a set of magical attire akin to Fubai's, which is already considered top tier. The prospect of exploring other magical artifacts in the future brings a slight smile to the corners of Fubai's lips. For her, high-tier magical artifacts represent a novel pursuit. The more failure she encounters, the more her interest is piqued. She fears not failure, but rather the absence of subjects to study. Anything related to magic ignites her passion. Fubai and Appo's current ambition is to construct a high-tier magical artifact known as the Glazed Tree, for which she needs to accumulate further skills. The Glazed Tree shares functionalities with the Divine Tree of the Ninja Realm, capable of gathering energy from its surroundings, albeit not to the same exaggerated extent. Once completed, she intends to place it in Miyaboka Mountain to harvest natural energy. Peering out the window, she observes Kakashi casually strolling with Shikaka Nara, while a short distance away, Obito Uchiha stands in line at a small eatery, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Fubai regards them with interest, her lips curling slightly as she murmurs, "It is indeed them." It appears the world of Hokage is on the verge of entering the main storyline. Simultaneously, the hidden Cloud Village has initiated action. Seizing the chaos stemming from the disappearance of the Third Hokage in the Sand Village, they have declared war. Thus begins the Third Great Ninja War. Fubai will still send Shiro to partake in the conflict. However, the objective will no longer be the tedious collection of minerals. She has thoroughly researched the mundane magical artifacts, and her new target is the chakra of the tailed beasts. A month later, the hidden Cloud Village has commenced a large-scale offensive against the Sand Village, casting a shadow of war over the Land of Wind. Yet, the atmosphere in Konoha remains peaceful. Vendors are busy along the streets, and children play joyfully, as if the smoke of war has yet to encroach upon this place, flourishing in vitality. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of Konoha remain vigilant. As per tradition, reconnaissance is paramount in the early stages of war, especially since no other nations have shown signs of aggression towards the Land of Fire. Leading the reconnaissance of the battlefield in the Land of Wind is Shikaka Nara, accompanied by an elite team. Meanwhile, Orochimaru is tasked with guarding the borders of the Whirlpool country, preventing any sudden incursions from the hidden Cloud Village. Simultaneously, Minato Namikaze officially assumes the role of a leading jonin. His team remains unchanged from the original narrative, consisting of Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and Kakashi Hatake. Months pass quietly, and miraculously, the Sand Village manages to withstand the fierce assaults from the hidden Cloud Village. This remarkable feat is attributed to the emergence of one individual, Gaara and Appo's father, Raza. He commands sand and gold in the desert, repelling the advances of the hidden Cloud Village time and again, as if he were a guardian spirit of the sands. Seeing no success in breaching the Sand Village, the hidden Cloud Village diverts its support to the Third Raikage, who is engaged in fierce combat in the Land of Rock. However, during this heated battle, an unexpected occurrence transpires. A ninja from the Rock Village suddenly transforms into a demon. He is tall and imposing, with a fierce countenance, though his name remains unmentioned in the original narrative. Yet, he possesses a name, one so simple that it coincides perfectly with a character from Fubai's writings. Coincidentally, today is also his birthday. One of the conditions for demon possession is a name collision. And another stipulation is that the individual must be at least 16 years of age. An ominous aura fills the air, and dark clouds swiftly envelop the sky. Hey, are you all right? A nearby rock ninja asks anxiously, his voice trembling. The third Raikage, too, halts his movements, his gaze fixed with grave concern upon the unfolding anomaly. An ominous presence. According to records, the same aura accompanied the betrayal of Kinshu and Ginkaku, the third Raikage muses. Noticing that the adversary has yet to regain composure from the transformation, he unleashes the full might of his lightning chakra. Blue sparks flicker around him, as though the thunder god himself has descended, exuding an overwhelming presence. With his fist imbued with the power of thunder, the third Raikage strikes at the transforming rock ninja. Yet, just as his fist is about to connect, the rock ninja's body suddenly swells, bizarre black patterns surfacing on his skin. His eyes turning a blood-red hue as he emits a low, menacing growl. Roar. The demon-turned rock ninja abruptly raises his hand, effortlessly catching the third Raikage's fist. The collision of their formidable forces results in a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves that push back the surrounding rock and cloud ninjas several paces. What kind of monster is this? A rock ninja exclaims in terror, his voice quaking. The third Raikage's brow furrows deeply as he swiftly retreats, creating distance between himself and the demonized rock ninja. His expression is somber, his mind alert. This power. The demon-formed rock ninja lets out a maniacal laugh, his voice distorted as he proclaims, "Ha ha ha, such splendid power. Truly intoxicating." A swirling black mist begins to emanate from his body, filling the air with a suffocating sense of oppression. Chapter 59, The Butterfly Effect. The third Raikage inhaled deeply, the lightning surrounding him surging once more. The adversary before him was no longer an ordinary IWA ninja, but a terrifying entity. "Everyone, retreat," he bellowed, his voice resonating through the battlefield like thunder. "Leave this fellow to me." The surrounding ninjas hastily withdrew, their faces etched with fear and astonishment. They had never encountered such a formidable foe, and even the third Raikage appeared profoundly serious. Lightning release. Hell piercing 4 fingers. His 2 fingers transformed into sharp bolts of lightning, striking directly at the demonic IWA ninja. This blow had the power to pierce mountains. The demonic IWA ninja raised his right hand, attempting to block the third Raikage and Appo's assault. However, the lightning coursing from 4 fingers swiftly penetrated his right hand, blood gushing forth. Yet, he seemed impervious to pain, a sinister grin still plastered across his face. He suddenly grasped the third Raikage's wrist. His voice hoarse and deep. "I am a warrior of the demon clan, Risa. I acknowledge your strength. Now, reveal your name." Seeing his attack had been effective, the third Raikage felt a slight relaxation. He coldly replied, "Third Raikage, eh." With that, he summoned his strength, the lightning chakra within him erupting, freeing himself from Risa and Appo's grasp. Just as the third Raikage prepared to strike again, a chilling voice echoed from above. "This black mist, you are the demon warrior Risa?" The crowd looked up to see Fubai, adorned with a grand wizard and Appo's hat and draped in a purple robe, floating in midair. Who is she? Due to her attire and hat, none recognized her true identity. After all, the difference between Xiaobai and Appo's disguise and her original form was considerable. Risa, peering through the black mist, scrutinized Fubai with a hint of surprise in his voice. "You are a sorceress?" Fubai raised her hand, aiming it at Risa. Her tone icy. "There is no need for you to know. You shall perish in the next moment." Before her words could fade, a golden beam shot from her palm, striking Risa directly. The black mist evaporated as if it had been consumed by flames. "Holy spirit magic. How do you know this magic can counter me?" Risa and Appo's voice brimmed with fear upon witnessing the holy spirit magic. Fubai remained silent, intensifying the golden light in her hand. Risa seemed ensnared by the radiance, unable to move. Then, with a flick of her other hand, a surge of magical energy erupted, and dozens of white beams emerged from all directions, converging upon Risa. Dust billowed, and chaos reigned on the battlefield. Seeing this, Fubai did not pause. Instead, she pressed her palms together, a golden magic circle materializing amidst the dust, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. High-level Holy Spirit magic, Purification. As her words fell, Risa emitted a pained howl, his body gradually disintegrating within the golden light. Soon, his voice faded, and as the dust settled, only the resplendent golden magic circle remained, quietly suspended in the air. All this transpired within a mere minute. So swift? How can this be? Who is she? The surrounding ninjas stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Fubai did not linger. She turned and departed, as if her sole purpose for coming was to eradicate the demonic entity. In truth, that was indeed the case. Until now. Fubai had diligently perused detailed records of the Demon Clan daily, thoroughly familiar with their weaknesses and strategies for confrontation. Little did she anticipate that after such a long time, the Demon Clan would resurface. Could it be that there were other conditions besides the shared name? Fubai stood in a corner of Konoha, murmuring to herself. She had just returned to the village via teleportation magic, leisurely stepping into her home. Unbeknownst to her, the pivotal moment of the Third Great Ninja War had been altered due to this unforeseen incident. The third Raikage survived, and the thousands of IWA ninjas did not perish. After Fubai and Appo's campaign against the demons concluded, both sides chose to withdraw. Shortly thereafter, IWA and Kumo had not suffered significant losses and were preparing to launch an assault on Konoha. Meanwhile, Suna, having just lost the third Kazekage, opted to stabilize internally. Refraining from joining the offensive, Kiri planned to dispatch the 7 ninja swordsmen, and once more, the situation resembled the first Great Ninja War, with Konoha facing an onslaught from all nations. More than half a year had passed since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Within the Hokage and Appo's office, the Third Hokage urgently summoned Kakashi Hitake and Minato Namikaze. What has transpired? Kakashi inquired calmly. Orochimaru has defected, the Third Hokage replied, his voice heavy with gravity. Minato gasped in astonishment. Lord Hokage, how could this happen? A flicker of coldness passed through the Third Hokage and Appo's eyes as he continued. He brutally slaughtered our comrades in Konoha. And upon my discovery, he fled the village. Orochimaru had become even more engrossed in his research than in the original narrative, making new breakthroughs in the reanimation jutsu. By integrating Hashirama's cells into living bodies, he sought to experiment with the technique, rather than relying solely on ordinary corpses or typical living beings. Coupled with his discord with Danzo, the numerous obstacles within Konoha prompted his premature defection. A glimmer of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Should we issue a pursuit order? No need. Jiraiya has already gone after him. The Third Hokage shook his head, reminiscing about Orochimaru and Appo's childhood, and added, now. Both IWA and Kumo have dispatched significant forces to attack Konoha. I need you two to intercept them. He turned to Kakashi and continued. Uchiha Fugaku will also go to repel IWA and Appo's offensive. Fugaku? Kakashi nodded, recalling the image of Uchiha Fugaku. The Third Hokage then turned to Minato, pondering for a moment. As for you, I will attempt to visit that individual. You should go ahead. If following the trajectory of the original timeline, Minato would be capable of fending off the Kumo duo. However, with the third Raikage still alive, the situation had strayed significantly from the original narrative. Yes, Lord Hokage. Perhaps sensing the Third Hokage's helplessness, Kakashi and Minato refrained from saying more. They both understood that the individual the Third Hokage referred to as none other than Jiraiya. The next day, the Third Hokage personally arrived downstairs at Fubai and Appo's residence. Oh, a monkey, you actually deigned to visit. What a rare guest. As his words fell, the door creaked open. Emerging was Fubai, clad in casual attire. To be precise, she was Xiaobai. The Third Hokage chuckled heartily, then sighed. Heh. If not for the urgent state of affairs, I would not have come knocking. But wait, I recall Konoha was managing quite well during the Third Great Ninja War. Xiaobai pondered quietly, a flicker of doubt surfacing in her heart. Subsequently, the Third Hokage detailed the current situation to Xiaobai. Her expression gradually grew grave, eventually even marred with dark lines. Without a doubt, these unforeseen developments were the result of Fubai's earlier battle. The butterfly effect had quietly set in motion. Chapter 60. A clash of physical arts between the sorceress and the third Raikage on the second floor. Fubai listened intently, her heart filled with surprise. She had believed she was doing her utmost to prevent any deviation from the original narrative, yet she found herself inadvertently instigating such a monumental upheaval. Downstairs, Xiaobai nodded in agreement to Sarutobi Hizashi's request, declaring, I shall assist that young man, Minato Namikaze. A sly smile crept across her face as she mused. Having already vanquished the second Raikage, eliminating the third Raikage will pose no challenge. The following day, armed with Sarutobi Hizashi and Appo's military blueprint, Xiaobai utilized her teleportation magic to arrive near Minato Namikaze. After a few swift jumps, she found herself amidst the main forces. Minato, taken aback, turned to the suddenly appearing girl, dressed in a breezy outfit, her sunshade cloak neatly stowed away. She bore 2 ancient daggers at her waist and a wooden longbow slung across her back. You must be another Fubai, correct? The other Leaf Ninjas. Upon witnessing Xiaobai joining their ranks, felt their spirits surge. Xiaobai calmly nodded, responding, indeed, according to her nomenclature, I am Xiaobai. Minato chuckled wryly, so you are Lady Xiaobai. Each time I visited Lady Fubai and Appo's residence, you were always napping. Just call me Xiaobai, she waved dismissively, then added with a hint of exasperation, laziness? You have no idea how lethargic she truly is. However, Minato, recalling his previous visit to Fubai's abode, realized that Xiaobai was indeed the laziest of the two. Yet, he chose not to elaborate further. Soon, they reached the front line. Minato's strategy was straightforward. He would first confront the formidable enemy ninjas, striving for a swift victory before clearing out the lesser foes. Xiaobai had no objections, even perceiving this as merely a brute force encounter between ninjas. What is the current situation? They arrived at the Leaf Camp on the front lines, where a Hyuga clan Jainin was responsible for reconnaissance. His Byakugan flickered slightly as his expression grew grave. The situation is dire. The Cloud Ninjas are too powerful, and no one can stand against the third Raikage. As he spoke, he unfolded a map, indicating the temporary encampment of the Cloud Ninjas. Glancing at the map, Xiaobai thoughtfully remarked. I recall the AB pairing from the cloud side. Yes? The Hokage Nin, suddenly recalling something, turned to Xiaobai. The AB pairing? You mean those two flanking the third Raikage? One is his son, and the other is the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Xiaobai nodded and then turned to Minato. So, young Minato, can you handle? She paused, sighing. Those two? Leave the third Raikage to me. Originally, Xiaobai intended to confront the AB pairing herself while collecting some Eight-Tails chakra. However, the immediate priority was to assist Fubai in rectifying the original storyline. Otherwise, given the current strength of the leaf, they might not withstand the assaults from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. The AB pairing, you say? Very well, Minato replied without further hesitation. On the morning of the next day, Xiaobai ventured alone to the Cloud Ninja stronghold. Who goes there? The blue glow flickered in Xiaobai's eyes as she scanned the gathered Cloud Ninjas. However, before they could react, a magic circle flashed beneath her feet. Moments later, the teleportation spell activated and Xiaobai and Appo's figure vanished. Where did she go? Where is she? The Cloud Ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, a middle-aged Cloud Ninja, noticing the residual magic circle, trembled as he spoke. That attire, that technique, it and Amp, Appo's, the woman who killed the second Raikage. Simultaneously, Xiaobai reappeared, this time deep within the Cloud Ninja camp. Yet, the instant she materialized, a bolt of lightning surged towards her. Instinctively, she activated her defensive magic, and a shield formed from diamond-shaped blocks unfurled. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck the shield, unleashing a fierce wave of energy. Impressive, you truly are the strongest Raikage. It seems you were prepared for my arrival, Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly. Upon her arrival, she had discarded a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique onto the ground nearby. As the lightning subsided, three figures emerged before her. Killer Bee, and the leading third Raikage. At that moment, a golden flash appeared behind Xiaobai. Minato had arrived at the sight of the Flying Thunder God kunai, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the adversaries. The third Raikage sneered, his voice laced with murderous intent. After all these years, your appearance remains unchanged. Xiaobai shrugged indifferently. You Warren and Appo's present. How could you possibly know what I look like? Naturally, I have seen your portrait. At that time, I was fending off the Hidden Stone Village, those scoundrels truly despicable. Mentioning the Hidden Stone Village ignited fury in the third Raikage and Appo's voice. No wonder he stood resolute against the onslaught of 10,000 stone ninjas. The third Raikage paused, his lightning chakra mode igniting instantaneously, blue electricity crackling around him. I shall avenge the previous Raikage. Before his words faded, his fist, enveloped in lightning, surged towards Xiaobai. Drawing her twin daggers from her waist, she turned to Minato without looking back, saying, You handle those two. No need to eliminate them. Just hold them off for a moment. As her words fell, she charged towards the third Raikage. Minato nodded, swiftly casting several kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique nearby, while gripping one in hand, directly aimed at and Killer Bee. Clenched his fists, diverting his gaze from Xiaobai to Minato. Do you really think you can stop us alone? Disdain lacing his voice. Killer Bee, however, felt a sense of relief. For some reason, he instinctively feared Xiaobai. With my brother and me working together, no one can rival us, you fool. Minato smiled slightly, his voice resolute. Xiaobai has entrusted this to me, so I will not allow you to interfere with her. Soon, the battlefield split into two, and outside, the Leaf Ninjas, seizing Minato and Appo's disappearance as a signal, launched an assault on the Cloud Ninjas. The impending battle ignited fervor across the entire battlefield. Lightning release, hell-piercing stab, 4 fingers. A brilliant blue bolt struck Xiaobai squarely in the face, but fortunately, she had lifted her arms to block with her dual blades, barely managing to hold on. She staggered back a few steps, the immense force numbing her palms and causing a dull ache. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaobai's eyes, to think that merely the 4 fingers technique would be so formidable. He surpasses the second Raikage by far. She silently lamented. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiaobai and Appo's brow. She had merely sought to practice against the third Raikage. Yet his supreme assault clearly transcended the capabilities of physical defense. Chapter 61. The agile application of attack magic. Xiaobai swiftly regulated her breathing, her dual blades radiating a violet luminescence as her gaze traversed towards Minato Namikaze. He fully exploited the advantages of the Flying Thunder God technique, skillfully restraining the two opponents. Not merely on the defensive, his offensive maneuvers were equally commendable, and on several occasions, he nearly eliminated Killer Bee. Lightning release, hell stab, threefold piercing strike. The third Raikage's assault surged forth once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Xiaobai's figure flickered, employing a teleportation spell that sent ripples through the air, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Seizing the moment, she drew her longbow from her back, and as the bowstring resonated, 3 emerald arrows soared through the void. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows collided against the Raikage's lightning-infused armor, ricocheting off as if striking solid steel. However, Xiaobai recognized this as mere harassment. Her ordinary magical enhanced physical attack had proven ineffective against the Raikage's formidable defense, prompting a sigh of resignation. She gradually stowed her wooden bow, shaking her slightly numbed wrist. If only I were a warrior, she mused, I would relish the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. Glancing at her palm, she noted a slight reddening at the base of her thumb. Engaging the third Raikage in close-quarters combat as a mage, she relied solely on her magically enhanced dagger and her physical endurance. This sensation was akin to Naruto in Sage Mode, yet constrained to combat with taijutsu, bereft of techniques such as frog kata. Moreover, her magical enhancement was somewhat inferior to Sage Mode, as she possessed only a quarter of her original magical and physical prowess. In terms of physical combat, she was utterly incapable of enduring a war of attrition. Boom! Amidst the deafening thunder, the third Raikage, enveloped in blinding lightning, charged forward once more. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, embodying the very essence of a thunderous onslaught. Gritting her teeth, Xiaobai resolved to abandon the notion of continuing the taijutsu contest. It dawned on her that during her previous encounter with Kakashi Hatake, he had undoubtedly held back. Otherwise, given her current stamina, it would have been impossible to engage in a protracted sparring session with the White Fang. Just as the Raikage's fist was poised to strike her face, Xiaobai abruptly raised her left hand. An invisible wave of magical energy erupted as if materialized, causing the air to tremble. Caught off guard, the third Raikage was thrust back as if struck by a colossal wave, hurtling over 10 meters and carving deep furrows into the ground. What is this? The third Raikage knelt on one knee, stabilizing himself, his lightning armor crackling ominously, sporadically emitting electric sparks. He glared at Xiaobai, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his eyes. Without granting him the luxury of contemplation, Xiaobai elegantly flicked her right hand, summoning what appeared to be an ordinary wooden staff. With a deft twist of her wrist, the staff traced a graceful arc through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of white attack spells erupted forth with sudden ferocity. These beams seemed to possess a life of their own, twisting and turning in midair as they approached the third Raikage from various angles. His expression grew increasingly grave. The chakra coursing through him surged violently, the blue electricity nearly materializing as he desperately dodged between the beams. Yet the beams relentlessly pursued him. And in a fleeting moment of distraction, a cunning beam, shielded by others, stealthily approached from the side and struck the Raikage's ribcage with precision. In the next instant, the remaining beams converged upon this rare opening. Boom, boom, boom. The successive attack spells detonated against the Raikage's lightning armor, the thunderous roars causing the leaves within 100 meters to tremble. Amidst the blinding white light, Xiaobai's voice rang clear. Physical attacks may falter against you, and a single agile magical attack may also prove ineffective, but with so many strikes landing simultaneously. As the brilliance began to fade, the third Raikage knelt, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. His lightning armor flickered ominously, on the brink of collapse. Just when it seemed he would succumb, the seemingly wavering lightning surged dramatically. Lightning release. Hell stab. One-fold piercing strike. The Raikage and Appo's index finger rose like a sword, the gathered lightning at its tip blindingly brilliant. Forsaking defense in a bid to obliterate Xiaobai with absolute offense. Simultaneously, Xiaobai felt a significant depletion of her magical energy, the immense beam erupting from the tip of her staff racing towards him. Boom. The two cataclysmic forces collided head-on, a blue-white shockwave radiating outward in a circular expansion, sending the surrounding cloud ninjas tumbling. The blinding light rendered all momentarily sightless, the acrid scent of ozone permeating the air. When vision returned, a harrowing scene unfolded. The third Raikage's right arm had vanished, the severed end charred and blackened. He collapsed to the ground, his lightning armor completely dissipated. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had vanished from her previous position. In a flash, a glimmer of cold light appeared as Xiaobai teleported, her other hand wielding a dagger that precisely sliced across the Raikage's throat. Before blood could even spatter, she retreated 10 paces, sheathing her blades and lightly tapping her staff against the ground. As the surrounding cloud ninjas regained their sight from the blinding flash, they beheld the fallen form of the third Raikage. Even Minato Namikaze and the A brothers, engaged in their fierce battle, found themselves involuntarily gazing towards Xiaobai, the battlefield descending into a brief silence. In the realm of magic, attack spells are deemed the most agile, with some wielders achieving the pinnacle of magical proficiency solely through such spells. They can diminish attack power for increased agility or directly amplify output, significantly enhancing offensive capabilities. The ability to adapt to the evolving battlefield is crucial, a skill well within Xiaobai's training repertoire. The method she employed against the second Raikage was merely one of many strategies. Yet, Xiaobai seemed to have overlooked the existence of a unique system of counters within the ninja world. For instance, wind release techniques inherently counter lightning release. In the original narrative, Naruto effortlessly shattered the Raikage's armor using the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Nevertheless, such levels of offensive power are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary ninjutsu and must also be accurately executed. Xiaobai gazed intently at the lifeless form of the third Raikage, her dagger quivering slightly, the magical energy enveloping it rippling like water, instantly purging the bloodstains without a trace. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xiaobai strode purposefully towards Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki instinctively retreating a half-step, his eyes narrowing behind his sunglasses. "Father, what do you intend to do?" A exclaimed, his voice resonating with fury as he summoned a surge of lightning, attempting to charge forward, only to be intercepted by Minato and Appo's instantaneous movement. The golden-haired youth flipped his kunai, his tone gentle yet laced with lethal intent. "Your opponent is me." Xiaobai raised her staff, the swirling magical energy coalescing into a chilling star before Killer Bee and Appo's nose. "Transform into your tailed beast form," she commanded, tilting her head, the glimmer of magical light flickering through her hair, threatening. "Or do not force my hand to beat you into that transformation." Chapter 62, Shadows of Fear. Cursed fiend. Scoundrel. With every step took towards, the latter instinctively retreated, and the surrounding cloud ninjas dared not intervene. Before them stood not merely a ninja, but a figure of chilling dread, akin to a sorceress of nightmares. In that moment, the eight-tailed beast within spoke. "Let us transform. We must confront her. She seeks something beyond mere confrontation. Is it truly wise?" And Appo's voice wavered, recalling the prowess of even the Raikage. The beast responded solemnly, "Precisely because of that, we have no path of retreat now." With that, erupted with a torrent of tailed beast chakra, morphing into the colossal eight-tailed beast. Nodded with satisfaction, the light from her staff dimming slightly. Yet her tone remained icy. "Very well. Will you sever your own tails, or shall I do it myself?" "Do not push your luck," roared in fury, understanding her intentions. Its vacant beastly eyes surveyed the cloud ninjas around them, ultimately giving a reluctant growl, though it longed to retaliate. A single-tailed beast bomb would indiscriminately devastate the nearby ninjas. With a soft sigh, staff erupted in a blinding violet light. Amidst the swirling magic, the tip of her staff coalesced into the form of a grand scythe, exuding a disquieting energy. "It seems I must act myself." Instinctively, eight appendages coiled defensively, revealing only its eyes that locked onto her. Before it could utter another word, the purple scythe gracefully traced an arc. A crescent of sharp energy flashed, severing the thick appendages with precision. No blood gushed forth, no cries of agony echoed. It was as if those limbs were destined to fall away at that moment. With a casual flick, the severed tails vanished into her storage pouch. With a clatter, the staff dissolved into nothingness. Cast a lingering glance at her before retreating sharply into a motion so swift it resembled an escape. Moments later, only the unconscious remained. In the distance, was enveloped in raging lightning chakra, rendered helpless as he witnessed this unfolding horror. The surrounding flying thunder god Kanai stood like an invisible prison. Any motion on his part would summon in an instant. Her eyes shimmering with a blue light, contemplated the fallen. "Indeed, the eight tails. Even I cannot discern whether this is the real body or a mere substitute," she murmured before shaking her head. The magical array beneath her feet flared brightly and vanished without a trace. Gazed at the fallen third Raikage, then turned to, saying, "You are a worthy adversary. When we next meet, perhaps we shall both have ascended to the status of our respective villages' leaders." "Scoundrels! I shall never forgive you." Furious roar reverberated across the battlefield, offered a bittersweet smile, but before he could speak, he vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving only a few kunai glinting coldly in the sunlight. After a considerable time, the cloud ninjas, frozen in shock, began to awaken from their stupor. Trembling, they surveyed their surroundings. The blood of the third Raikage had yet to dry, and the air still crackled with the suffocating aura of that witch. In that moment, fear was etched into the very marrow of every cloud ninja. The figure that had cut through their stronghold, forcing even the eight tails to retreat, would haunt their dreams forever. Stepped heavily towards the place where had fallen. The instant he made contact, her form twisted and transformed into a writhing octopus tentacle. The severed end pulsated with astonishing regenerative speed. Among the nine-tailed beasts, the eight tails possessed remarkable healing capabilities. "Big brother." A familiar voice drifted from the woods as staggered forth, the mirth of his previous demeanor replaced by the pallor of survival. Even having lost its eight tails, would require a substantial amount of chakra to recover immediately, and Appo's clenched fists finally relaxed, only to tighten once more upon seeing the third Raikage and Appo's body, his nails digging deep into his palm. "Retreat," he commanded, his voice hoarse and strained, as the cloud ninjas bore the body of the third Raikage away. The outer forces remained engaged with the Konoha ninjas, oblivious to the upheaval within their camp. Yet, within half a day, the astonishing news spread like wildfire throughout the army, causing the cloud ninjas to retreat like a receding tide, scarcely able to recover their laid traps. At the border, only Konoha ninjas remained, exchanging puzzled glances, though some upper ninjas understood that the two had jointly slain the third Raikage. This devastating defeat would leave an indelible scar on the history of the hidden cloud village. Days later, within the Hokage and Appo's office in Konoha. What? The third Raikage is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's pipe clattered to the desk, ash scattering across the surface. He gazed incredulously at his aged face, a canvas of shock. He had believed it a stroke of luck to halt the cloud ninjas and Appo's advance, never anticipating such triumphant news. Hiruzen slowly sank back into his chair, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. That man was known as the Appo's strongest spear and Appo's, and the Appo's strongest shield and Appo's, he muttered, recalling the imposing presence of the third Raikage during the Five Kage summit. Stood at the threshold of light and shadow, sunlight illuminating half of his face. From what I witnessed, Senior executed the kill with almost effortless grace. His voice was calm, yet the astonishment within it was palpable. Hiruzen reignited his pipe, taking a deep inhalation. As the smoke swirled, his gaze grew complex. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had heard tales of single-handedly annihilating 700 foes. But with Flying Thunder God technique, such feats were not beyond reach. During the First Shinobi World War, due to differing missions, he had never witnessed this sorceress in her full glory. Yet, he understood well that the power disparity between the second and third Raikage was significant. To proclaim the third Raikage as the strongest ninja of the present was no exaggeration. Hiruzen and Appo's fingertips gently tapped the desk, his gaze piercing through the curling smoke, as if traversing back to an afternoon decades past. No wonder the second Raikage was so determined to have me approach her, he whispered, reflecting on a time when he had been too young to comprehend why the second Raikage insisted he study under that seemingly indolent sorceress. Chapter 63. The passage of time. He raised his gaze to the golden-haired youth before him, his voice steady yet imbued with a sense of gravitas. Minato, it appears we are on the brink of a protracted struggle against the Rock Village. We must also remain vigilant of any movements from the mist. Minato Namikaze nodded in acknowledgement, responding, yes, Lord Hokage. Outside the window, the piercing cry of a hawk reverberated through the air. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose and approached the window, observing the training grounds in the distance where the new generation of ninjas diligently honed their skills. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly, at least, for the time being. We need not worry about the Cloud Village. With a gentle tap of his pipe against the window frame, ash scattered into the wind. As the third Hokage turned, his eyes regained the wisdom and decisiveness of yore. You should lead your team to train near the land of Earth. It is time for the youth to showcase their abilities. Minato was taken aback, but replied, understood. More than a year had passed since the Third Great Ninja War. Yet the offensive from the land of Earth showed no signs of abating. Kakashi Hatake and Minato remained active on the front lines, staunchly resisting the overwhelming numbers from the Rock Village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having received the heartbreaking news of Nagato and his companions, had resumed his travels. A few days prior, in the land of rain, cold raindrops lashed against Nagato's pale visage, as Yahiko's once vibrant body lay lifeless within his reach. The sharp sound of kunai slicing through the air pierced the rain's cadence, dozens of glinting blades hurtling towards the motionless red-haired boy. If this world is to be perpetually engulfed in chaos. Yahiko's voice reverberated in Nagato's mind, as the patterns of his Rinnegan erupted in an eerie lavender glow. Clang, clang, clang. All the kunai inexplicably halted 3 feet from Nagato, as if they had collided with an invisible barrier. Raindrops splattered against the kunai and Appo's tips, reflecting the sudden constriction of Hans and Appo's pupils. Those eyes, indeed, Danzo, lurking in the shadows, flickered with a hint of greed. Nagato and Appo's figure abruptly vanished from sight. As the rain ninjas searched for their target, he had already appeared beside the bound Conan. Hans leapt back swiftly, triggering a series of explosive tags concealed in the surroundings, sending dirt and blood flying amidst the flames. Nagato, your leg. Conan and Appo's exclamation was drowned by the aftermath of the explosion, but Nagato silently severed the ropes binding her, his Rinnegan shimmering with a disquieting light. Suddenly, root ninjas emerged like phantoms from the downpour. Just as the kunai were about to pierce Nagato's back, the ground trembled violently. A colossal outer path golem erupted from the earth, dozens of obsidian tubes piercing Nagato's back, lifting him into the air. Aya! Amidst the agonizing wails, the golem unleashed a torrent of chakra dragons. The rain ninjas, unable to even scream, were drained of their life force, becoming mere husks. Hans had long retreated 100 meters away, his expression shifting between rage and despair. As the last enemy crumbled to dust, Nagato fell heavily from the golem. When Conan rushed to catch him, she was startled to find a strange smile on his face, the ripples in his Rinnegan brighter than ever. We must go. Nagato and Appo's voice was raspy, almost inhuman. Behind him, the outer path golem slowly sank into the ground, leaving a grim tableau of lifeless corpses to rot in the rain. In the distance, Danzo and Appo's silhouette melted into the shadows. And further still, deep within the land of water, a solitary figure with silvery hair, seemed to transcend distance, quietly observing the unfolding events. The Rinnegan has awakened. It is time to select the executor. Within my bokuzen, morning mist enveloped the verdant mountains. Yumari had not practiced for 6 months, not out of negligence, but because the final step of her companion magic had caused her internal mana to stagnate. And despite her efforts, she could not grow even a fraction more powerful. Why is this happening? In truth, the ancient tomes contained cryptic entries. Draw forth its essence. Navigate the surrounding malevolent energies. When desires awaken, shatter the barriers of the mind. Essentially, this meant that her training mana had fully surged into her companion. And to continue her practice, she would have to wait until her companion awakened sentience. But could Yumari comprehend this? She could not. Today marked the final day of her training on my bokuzen, and over the past 6 months, she had explored every corner of the mountain. Standing once more before the toad oil waterfall, her golden hair danced in the breeze as she gazed at the splashing water. Sighing softly, "It seems I must leave for now." Sage Fukasaku sat on a nearby rock, hesitant to speak. In Konoha village, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the bustling streets. "Toby, congratulations on becoming a nin." Minato smiled as he patted Uchiha Obito on the shoulder. The aroma of grilled meat wafted from a nearby restaurant, where Kakashi leaned against the door, his mask still in place, yet his gaze softer than before. Rin Noera stood by, smiling as she handed Obito a specially prepared rice ball. In the past year, Kakashi had rarely returned to the village, spending most of his time stationed at the borders. His white-fanged short sword had claimed the lives of 2,000 to 3,000 rock ninjas, each sortie instilling fear in the enemy. Yet, such a toll had taken a toll on his own health, and with each passing year, he deteriorated further. The era of Konoha's White Fang was drawing to a close. Minato frequently traversed to the Hokage's office, where the Third Hokage had expressed intentions to groom him as the next leader. By night, in a secluded corner of Konoha, a 2-story traditional Japanese structure stood quietly, its interior adorned in a medieval style. In the first-floor bedroom, moonlight streamed through the window, casting silvery beams upon the dark walnut floor. Fuhaku sat at the edge of the bed, her gray hair cascading over her purple magical robe, holding a hefty tome. The gilded title shimmered subtly in the moonlight. On the bed, Shiro sat in a standard meditation pose, diligently cultivating her magical energy. "If I were to summon creatures using the chakra of the 9 tails and 8 tails, what would emerge?" Fuhaka suddenly inquired, her voice cool yet her gaze fixed upon the pages. "Are you asking me?" Shiro slowly opened her eyes, staring back at Fuhaku. Fuhaka gently closed the book, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Just think about it. After all, we are inseparable." After a moment of contemplation, Shiro replied, "Essentially, they are all parts of the 10 tails." Raising her hand, Shiro conjured 2 orbs of magical energy in different hues, the 9 tails fox combined with an octopus. She paused, adding, "However, the chakra of the 9 tails is too potent. It may summon a fox spirit." Fuhaku gazed thoughtfully at the moon outside, pondering the fox spirit and Appo's lifespan, which seemed to be 500 years. Shiro closed her eyes once more, magical energy swirling around her. "Indeed, that is the premise you wrote." Chapter 64. The unexpected summoning of the contract. After a moment, the previously tightly shut eyes of Xiaobai slowly opened, her body sitting slightly upright. A flicker of complex emotions passing through her gaze. "You must be aware, although Mingly has never mentioned it, she surely knows her origins." Furubai, lost in her thoughts, paused her fingers that were flipping through the pages. She realized that Xiaobai was exhibiting a greater sense of rationality than herself. For Furubai, the past decades spent with Mingly had gradually awakened memories of her emotions from the reality before she traversed into the world of Naruto. "Indeed," Furubai murmured softly, letting out a gentle sigh as she lifted her head slightly. "Mingly must have known all along that it was I who summoned her into this world." According to the established rules of contract summoning, Mingly was an exception, not only because she was an angel, but also because she was merely a child at the time of her summoning. Furubai chose to guide her rather than control her, allowing her the freedom to grow. At that moment, Xiaobai climbed off the bed, her feet dangling at the edge before firmly planting them on the ground. She casually brushed off her clothes and sat beside Furubai, leaning slightly towards her, softly inquiring, "Aren't you going to use it?" Furubai turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she playfully tapped Xiaobai and Appo's nose, stating, "Having you and Mingly to accompany me through the lonely days ahead is more than enough." After a brief pause, Furubai straightened her posture, hands folded on her lap, gazing into Xiaobai's eyes, jesting, "Could it be that you wish to find someone to assist you in your tasks?" Xiaobai quickly waved her hands, shaking her head insistently. "I do not require assistance." Furubai and Appo's smile widened, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Oh, come now. Do you think I am unaware of your desires?" After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Furubai continued, "Rest assured, the likelihood of what happened with Mingly is exceedingly low, akin to Furubai encountering her kin in the magical realm." Xiaobai rolled her eyes in exasperation, lifting a hand to her forehead, stating, Your analogy is truly hellish. After all, the total number of elves in the magical world barely exceeded 100. The chance of encountering one was indeed lamentably slim. Fubai retracted her hand, spreading her arms wide with a sly smile. Moreover, utilizing tailed beast chakra is merely an experiment. You and I both understand that contract summoning requires blood, but what constitutes blood for a tailed beast? Xiaobai stood up, resting her chin on her hand. Her eyes narrowing as if recalling the original content, nodding at Fubai. It must be the chakra within them. In the original story, tailed beasts bleed. Yet that blood should also be a part of their chakra. Fubai, as if her plan had succeeded, gently closed the book and placed it on the nearby table. Expressing her intrigue, the chakra of the ninja world is truly remarkable. Both of their thoughts shifted towards attempting to use the chakra of tailed beasts for contract summoning. Curious about the potential success of the endeavor, Fubai lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before retrieving 30 chakra crystal orbs from her storage pouch. Handing them to Xiaobai. This time, you shall take charge. If your magical energy proves insufficient, I shall assist you. Half of these 30 crystal orbs contained the chakra of the 9 tails, while the other half held the chakra of the 8 tails. Upon receiving the crystal orbs, Xiaobai and Appo's expression transformed from confusion to realization. She widened her eyes, a hint of chagrin directed at Fubai, exclaiming, "Wait a moment, have I been led into a trap?" The following morning, Xiaobai felt a tumult of emotions, her steps somewhat sluggish as she exited her home. Fubai remained silent, quietly trailing behind her. They chose the area directly in front of their home to inscribe the contract magic circle. Xiaobai paused at the entrance, taking a deep breath to steady herself. At that moment, a faint purple magical glow began to swirl around the tips of her fingers, its luminescence akin to lively threads, gently quivering. Drawing in another deep breath, her gaze sharpened with determination as she stated resolutely, "Let us begin." As time passed, an hour later, the magic circle on the ground began to take shape, its intertwining lines exuding a mysterious aura, nearing completion. "Sister Fubai," a clear voice rang out. Fubai looked up to see Uzumaki Kushina approaching, a bag of snacks in hand. Bouncing over to visit. Not inquiring further upon witnessing the scene, Fubai simply smiled and nodded gently. Kushina curiously surveyed her surroundings, observing that the purple light on Xiaobai and Appo's fingers grew ever brighter. As her fingers traced the ground, it resembled a shooting star streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a vibrant purple trail. At that moment, Xiaobai was wholly concentrated on inscribing the center of the magic circle, her gaze so focused that it seemed as though the world had been reduced to that solitary patch of ground. Kushina tiptoed cautiously to Fubai and Appo's side, tugging at her sleeve, softly asking, "Sister Fubai, what is Xiaobai doing?" Fubai glanced at the busy Xiaobai, gently explaining in the language of the ninja world, "She is summoning." Kushina nodded, seemingly understanding, having grown up enough to realize that Fubai was unlike ordinary ninjas, resembling the legendary figures with mysterious and formidable powers. After a while, Xiaobai finally halted her actions. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, exhaling with relief, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, stating, "It is complete." Xiaobai retrieved the 30 crystal clear chakra orbs from her storage pouch, each radiating a faint glow. She raised her right hand, the tips of her fingers swirling with light blue magic as she deftly maneuvered the orbs toward the various nodes of the magic circle. The chakra orbs of the 8 tails gradually settled into the inner circle and Appo's nodes, their deep blue energy swirling within. Meanwhile, the chakra orbs of the 9 tails hovered above the outer nodes, the crimson chakra pulsating as if alive. Xiaobai stood at the center of the magic circle, her gray hair billowing as if caught in a windstorm, her very being melding with the magic circle. Uzumaki Kushina gazed at the familiar crimson chakra of the 9 tails, instinctively touching her abdomen, murmuring softly, "The chakra of the 9 tails, and the other is also tailed beast chakra, right?" "It begins now," Xiaobai softly declared, her right hand gracefully pressing downward. 30 drops of blood, as if guided, accurately fell upon the corresponding nodes. Without hesitation, she bit her finger, allowing a drop of her powerful, magical blood to fall at the very center of the circle. In an instant, Xiaobai's magic surged into the circle like a tidal wave. Yet, unexpectedly, the brilliance of the magic circle remained unchanged. According to past experiences, at this moment, the circle should have begun to gradually shift in color, revealing the distinctive hues of the summoned entity. Chapter 65. The fox demon Fubai rested her chin on one hand, her eyes filled with curiosity and contemplation. Igniting her desire for research, she gradually crouched down, drawing closer to the magic circle, her gaze meticulously scanning each rune as if she were a scanner, occasionally extending her finger to gently touch, feeling the flow of magical energy within the runes. The patterns were correct, and the magical input was stable. Fubai muttered to herself incessantly. Then, she rose to her feet, her eyes sweeping over the various nodes of the magic circle. Her expression suddenly sharp as she confidently declared, "The issue must lie with the sacrifice." Indeed, The chakra of the tailed beast could not completely substitute for blood. Fubai turned her head to glance at the focused Xiaobai, who was maintaining the magical energy, her eyes filled with inquiry. Upon sensing Fubai's gaze, Xiaobai quickly looked up, meeting Fubai's eyes, and they exchanged a tacit nod. Without hesitation, Fubai gracefully approached Kushina, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she spoke. I need to borrow 15 drops of your blood, Kushina. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina instinctively looked at Fubai, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to articulate something. Observing this, Fubai reassured her with a soft smile. It won and Appo's. Hurt, just trust me. As she spoke, she gently patted Kushina and Appo's shoulder. Bright purple light began to emanate from Fubai and Appo's fingertips, enveloped in a mysterious aura. She delicately took Kushina's hand, their fingertips touching. As the purple light flickered, 15 droplets of vivid red blood were gently extracted from Kushina's fingertips. Slowly hovering in the air, Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment as she curiously examined her fingers, then gazed at the suspended droplets, exclaiming in surprise. It really doesn't hurt at all. However, it seemed too late to fetch blood from Karabi now. While maintaining the magical energy, Xiaobai calmly analyzed. The positioning of the teleportation magic is not precise enough, and we are unaware of his current location. If we teleport to the wrong place, we could waste even more time. Fubai let out a helpless sigh and shook her head, saying, then we shall use fairy blood as a substitute. It must be done. With that, she extended her finger, pointing into the air, and 15 droplets of blood swiftly flew from her fingertip. Watching the hovering droplets, Fubai slightly raised her hands. The droplets of Kushina's blood gracefully flew towards the outer nodes, while Fubai and Appo's fairy blood descended into the inner circle and Appo's nodes. At the moment the blood entered the nodes, the magic circle erupted with dazzling purple light, so bright that it was almost blinding. The previously distinct runes began to dissolve gradually, as if being rewritten by some powerful force, and a mysterious aura enveloped the magic circle. Xiaobai fixed her gaze on the radiant purple light at the center of the magic circle, her eyes betraying tension and unease. Furrowing her brows, she murmured to herself, there are too many uncertainties. The chakra of the 8 and 9 tails, the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the fairy blood, all these forces combined. Who knows what will emerge? No sooner had Xiaobai spoken than the magic circle began to slowly dissipate, the bright runes fading like melting snow. Yet, the rich purple magical energy did not vanish. It did not change color as anticipated. Instead, it seemed drawn by an invisible force swirling around Xiaobai, forming a vortex of magical energy. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The purple magical energy surrounding Xiaobai, as if endowed with life, rapidly coalesced before her, gradually taking on a humanoid form. The outline of this figure became increasingly distinct, adorned with a pair of fluffy fox ears that stood out strikingly in the illuminated purple glow. Fubai stood by, her expression revealing little surprise. She narrowed her eyes slightly, murmuring, indeed, it is a fox demon. The signs from before have foretold this outcome. At that moment, Xiaobai gazed at the fox demon figure before her, a spark of realization flashing in her eyes. She rested her chin on her hand, organizing her thoughts. Then softly mused, I see now, because Kushina and Appo's and the Ninetales and Appo's blood have deeply fused, while the fairy blood and 8 tails and Appo's power do not align. Xiaobai lifted her head to regard the fox demon figure, continuing, thus, in this intricate fusion, the power of the 9-tailed fox has dominated, manifesting as the final form. After a while, the dazzling purple light completely faded. The magical energy within Xiaobai came to a halt, leaving only a trace behind, and as she focused, she discerned the face of the fox demon figure. This visage bore a striking resemblance to Fubai, with equally exquisite features and an aura of cool elegance. Moreover, her chest was slightly more pronounced than Fubai's. Xiaobai involuntarily smirked, casting a glance at Fubai, her lips curling into a playful smile as she teased, indeed. Your blood has altered something. Fox demon females are typically voluptuous maidens, yet your blood seems to have suppressed that. With a hint of sarcasm, she added, have you forgotten? You are my creation. How can one be flat in a world that demands balance? Fubai crossed her arms and shot Xiaobai a disapproving look, retorting, this fox demon possesses long, pink hair, smooth and lustrous, gently swaying in the air. Those adorable fox ears rest obediently atop her hair, occasionally twitching to sense the surrounding atmosphere. She stood a tad taller than Xiaobai, her posture erect, and without any clothing to cover her. Her skin appeared as smooth and delicate as a newly born maiden, radiating a gentle sheen. How beautiful! Uzumaki Kushina unconsciously took a half step forward, gazing at the fox demon girl with a sense of inexplicable familiarity rising within her. After all, her blood flowed within that body. As if sensing Kushina's gaze, the fox demon girl opened her eyes, revealing red pupils that exuded an enchanting allure. Xiaobai deftly retrieved a set of beige casual attire from her storage pouch and tossed it over, saying, "Put this on." The newly formed fox demon girl gracefully extended her hand, catching the offered clothing securely, her fingertips still shimmering with residual magical glow. She tilted her head slightly, resembling a curious creature, her gaze resting on Kushina. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile directed at Kushina. Upon closer inspection, this smile carried a hint of Kushina's distinctive vitality, brimming with life. Chapter 66. Returned to the familiar place, the fox demon maiden slowly donned her casual attire, the soft fabric embracing her form. Once fully dressed, her demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. She became more subdued, exuding an air of earthly warmth. With a light step, akin to a well-behaved fox spirit, she approached Xiaobai. Bowing her head slightly, her gaze filled with reverence, she softly called out, "Master." Xiaobai nodded gently, reaching out to stroke the soft pink tresses of her hair, smiling as she replied, "You may call me Xiaobai." The fox demon maiden tilted her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity, fixating on Xiaobai. "Xiaobai?" she murmured, her expression revealing her innocence and confusion. Fubai, observing from a distance, pondered quietly, why does each summoned being seem like a child newly introduced to the world? Could it be an influence of the shinobi realm? She had been silently watching the fox demon maiden's every move, and the scene before her evoked memories of when Mingly first arrived in this world. In the depths of their eyes lingered a shared bewilderment about existence. Was it the law at work, or was there a deeper reason? Fubai lowered her head, lost in thought. In truth, she held little interest in the fox demon maiden, as she was merely a child summoned by Xiaobai. Her contemplation revolved around the discrepancies in the summoning contract magic, which seemed to deviate from her original design. At that moment, Kushina returned to her senses, her face radiant with a smile as she turned to Xiaobai, saying, "Sister Xiaobai, why not give her a name?" Xiaobai gazed into the fox demon maiden's ruby-like eyes and whispered, "Let us call her Sakuyu." "Sakuyu?" The fox demon maiden softly repeated the name, her large eyes sparkling as she nestled closely beside Xiaobai, displaying the affectionate nature typical of her kind. She was loath to part from Xiaobai, manifesting the true essence of a fox demon's devotion to its master. Soon, Sakuyu caught a whiff of a unique fragrance in the air, her keen sense of smell directing her attention to a small treat wrapped in oil paper at Kushina's feet. Her bright red eyes lit up with curiosity and anticipation. Kushina, noticing Sakuyu's gaze, bent down to pick up the snacks, gently unwrapping one package to reveal a dozen translucent, three-colored dumplings, emanating warmth. With a smile, Kushina gestured invitingly towards Sakuyu, saying softly, "Do come and taste." Before long, everyone gathered in the tea hall, laughing and sharing the treats brought by Kushina until they were nearly devoured. The warm atmosphere was filled with the lingering aroma of food, and satisfied smiles adorned every face. Afterwards, Kushina bid farewell to the group and left Fubai's home. The room Fubai arranged for Sakuyu was the very space Kushina had previously occupied. It had remained empty for some time, retaining faint traces of Kushina's presence. Meanwhile, Fubai reclined in a chair, perusing an old tome, and remarked, "The fox demon. I recall that this race possesses a limited number of magical abilities, perhaps 5 or 6. Xiaobai nodded in agreement, her gaze resting on the sleeping Sakuyu as she added, "And they are primarily associated with lightning." She then noted, "One such ability is quite similar to the Kirin of the shinobi realm." Time passed, and more than a year had gone by. Sakuyu gradually adapted to life in the shinobi realm. Xiaobai diligently taught her the knowledge and techniques of magic. Yet the unique abilities of the fox demon race would ultimately be for Sakuyu to comprehend and master. Fortunately, the fox demon's magical prowess fell within the realm of advanced magic, rendering it relatively easier to learn. Simultaneously, the situation of the shinobi world war deteriorated, reaching a peak of tension and intensity. The Mist Village dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, their confidence a mystery. However, the course of battle unfolded as anticipated. The Konoha Genin, Might Guy, exhibited extraordinary prowess, single-handedly confronting 7 opponents and successfully incapacitating 4 of them. Yet, the immense toll of opening the 8 gates ultimately claimed his life on the battlefield. With Might Guy's heroic act, the Mist Village's probing plan against Konoha was rendered futile. Nevertheless, the smoke of war in the shinobi realm persisted, with the fiercest battles raging on the battlefield of the Rock Country. Kazashi Hitaki became a nightmare for the Rock Ninja during this conflict. Wielding his blade, he maneuvered through the battlefield, collaborating with the Konoha shinobi to slay over 4,000 Rock Ninja. However, the prolonged strain of combat took a toll on his body, leaving him with hidden ailments. Fortunately, half a month prior, he had withdrawn from the front lines to receive the rest he deserved. Now, command of the front had shifted to Minato Namikaze, whose exceptional skill and astounding speed earned him the moniker of the Golden Flash, instilling fear in the hearts of the Rock Ninja. In a certain area of the Rain Country, Mingly returned to revisit familiar grounds, seemingly in search of something. Recently, her magical power had stagnated, and a portion of it dissipated into her body, preventing her from wielding multiple angel blades as she once did, resulting in a notable decline in her strength. However, Having spent considerable time away without engaging in significant battles, she felt no fear regarding her diminished prowess. Mingly approached the banks of a familiar river, where the gentle breeze tousled her golden hair, and her windbreaker concealed her distinct silhouette, the small sword pendant at her waist swaying gently. The riverside cottage had aged considerably, yet it had miraculously escaped the ravages of war, remaining unchanged. Mingly, sister. A voice called out, and Mingly turned to see Xiaonan standing on the opposite bank. Dressed in the Akatsuki robe, Xiaonan's pale blue hair contrasted sharply with her vacant expression, suggesting she had endured much. Xiaonan, Mingly softly called, her gaze fixed upon her. Xiaonan managed a faint smile as she approached, saying, Sister Mingly, it has been a long time. Mingly glanced behind Xiaonan, puzzled, and inquired, What of the other two little ones? Xiaonan stood a short distance from Mingly, her hollow gaze dimming further as she whispered, Yahiko is dead. Mingly's amber eyes widened slightly, and she sighed softly, You have borne much. She then listened as Xiaonan recounted the events of the years past. Yahiko had founded the Akatsuki to realize his vision of peace, but they faced oppression from the Rain Country and Appos, elite, who colluded with Konoha ninja to conspire against them, leading to Yahiko's demise. Nagato had fully awakened his Rinnegan, and now Xiaonan and Nagato intended to continue striving for Yahiko's dream. Chapter 67. The Intent of the Rock Ninja. Mingly slightly lowered her head, her brow unconsciously furrowing, and a contemplative expression flickered in her eyes as she murmured, The ninjas of Konoha. Xiaonan gently nodded, her previously calm demeanor now tinged with a hint of anger, her voice growing more intense. They are from the ninja village where teacher Jiraiya resides. Images of Fubai living in Konoha flashed through Mingly's mind, and a trace of doubt crossed her gaze as she tentatively remarked, Perhaps there are deeper reasons behind this? Xiaonan's simmering anger ignited further, her volume rising sharply as she retorted, What does that matter? They are ninjas, wearing the headband of Konoha, who have killed Yahiko and others who fought for their ideals. Mingly felt at a loss in the face of Xiaonan's vehement reaction, silently observing her with an expression full of helplessness. After all, Mingly had not personally experienced those events, nor had she encountered significant turmoil, leaving her without the standing to say much more. After a moment, Xiaonan gradually calmed down, taking a deep breath before looking at Mingly and asking, Sister Mingly, would you like to join our organization? Mingly gazed thoughtfully at the riverbank for a while before turning to Xiaonan and replying, Sure, I wish to see how you bring peace to the ninja world. War was no stranger to her, yet the concept of peace felt utterly foreign after her extensive travels through the ninja realm. But could their organization truly usher in peace? She felt compelled to witness it for herself. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan revealed a genuine smile for the first time, nodding in agreement as she led Mingly towards a location in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Appos' team was executing a mission at the border of the Land of Fire, soon to become entwined in Uchiha Obito and Appos' plans. Obito, take care of Rin. Uchiha Obito found himself pinned beneath a massive boulder, having removed his Sharingan and entrusted it to Kakashi as a token of his Jonin gift. In a decisive move, Kakashi swiftly detonated the Kanabi Bridge. According to the original storyline, the Rock Ninja should have been deprived of supplies, and this war should have come to a close. However, reality was altered by the butterfly effect. The Third Raikage did not engage in a fierce battle with 10,000 Rock Ninjas as depicted in the original narrative, despite Shumo's efforts to take many of their forces away and Minato's vigorous activity on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the Rock Ninjas' numbers remained formidable. Following the destruction of the Kanabi Bridge, the Rock Ninjas did not concede defeat. Skilled in earth release techniques, repairing a bridge posed no challenge for them. In the original story, the Rock Ninja had the capability to rebuild if they desired, yet at that time, they sought an opportunity to de-escalate the conflict. Now, however, the situation was drastically different. 4,000 Rock Ninjas lurked in the forest behind the Kanabi Bridge. They dispatched Reconnaissance ninjas to investigate and discovered the bridge and Appos' destruction. After deliberation, they sent forth dozens of ninjas, led by elite Jonin, stealthily advancing towards the Kanabi Bridge, prepared to commence repairs. The Rock Ninjas' presumed success was evident to Minato, who had intentionally let the Reconnaissance ninja escape earlier. After Kakashi blew up the Kanabi Bridge, he remained to observe for a few days, ultimately witnessing this scene. He observed dozens of Rock Ninjas quietly mending the bridge using earth release techniques, their movements subtle. Minato quickly realized that the Rock Ninjas had not abandoned their offensive plans. Without hesitation, he charged forward, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure flickering among the ranks of the Rock Ninjas. With the flash of the Rasengan, in the blink of an eye, the group of Rock Ninjas was entirely annihilated. After eliminating those Rock Ninjas, Minato and Appos' brow furrowed as he swiftly analyzed their intentions. This was the supply route behind the Rock Ninjas. Their rapid choice to repair indicated that many more awaited, likely preparing for an all-out assault. This is bad. I must report to the Hokage immediately. Minato's heart raced as he prepared to act, only to find that the deaths of those few ninjas had triggered a reaction from several hundred nearby Rock Ninjas. They quickly surrounded him. led by a small yet commanding middle-aged man, Inoki, the third Hokage. The third Hokage? What is he doing here? Minato concealed himself behind a large tree, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he understood the necessity of avoiding a direct confrontation with a formidable adversary like Inoki. Thus, he decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location. Inoki seemed to sense something amiss, slowly raising his head, his sharp gaze fixating on the direction where Minato had disappeared. He then spoke in a low voice, "It and Appos. S the yellow flash of Konoha. It seems we can no longer catch him off guard." Inoki turned to address his army, proclaiming, "First, repair the bridge. Coordinate with the frontline ninjas and launch an immediate attack. We must not give Konoha a chance to recover." Following his command, hundreds of ninjas marched forward with steady steps, expertly organized into groups, swiftly positioning themselves to perform their respective ninjutsu to reconstruct the bridge. After a few golden flashes, Minato appeared within Konoha village. The Flying Thunder God technique proved far more efficient than transportation magic. However, the long-distance application of the technique consumed considerable chakra, causing Minato's complexion to pale slightly. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would not have resorted to such a lengthy use of the technique. Soon, Minato hurriedly arrived at the Hokage and Appos' office. Without pausing to catch his breath, he promptly relayed the situation to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly and succinctly outlining the rock ninja and Appos' intentions and the presence of Inoki at the front line. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi and Appos' previously composed expression turned ashen, his hand striking the table with force as he erupted in fury. He had not anticipated such resolute determination from the enemy, nor that the third Hokage would take to the front lines. With the third Hokage joining the fray, it seemed they were prepared to gamble everything. This would be the decisive battle. Sarutobi rose and walked slowly to the window, gazing out at the prosperous yet tranquil Konoha village, his emotions gradually settling. He recalled Fubai, a bitter smile escaping his lips, it seems. At that moment, the office door burst open with a loud bang as Xiaobai stormed in, accompanied by a girl with pink hair. "There's no need for that, Minato. Let's go." Minato, startled by the commotion, instinctively turned to look back, shock evident in his eyes as he exclaimed, "What are you doing here, Xiaobai? Lady Fubai?" Sarutobi, however, seemed unperturbed. He turned to the newcomer and inquired, "Lady Fubai, who is the person behind you?" Chapter 68. The assault tactics of the Fox clan. Xiaobai let out a gentle sigh and explained, "Her name is Sakura, and she is my appointed aide." Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Sakura from head to toe, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He mused to himself, when did Konoha produce such a person? Why have I not received any news? "Sakura, I understand now," whispered Namikaze Minato, nodding at Xiaobai. "Let us depart. The IWA ninja army is on the offensive, and I cannot remain uninvolved." Xiaobai shook her head helplessly. The fact that IWA could mobilize such a vast number of troops was ultimately a consequence of Fubai and Appos' assassination of the demon clan, triggering a butterfly effect. However, prior to this, Fubai had received no word of any impending IWA assault. Surely, the IWA ninja would not be as reckless as the Kimobikure? Yet, given that these two were bitter rivals, reckless behavior was to be expected. The third Hokage felt confident, believing that with Xiaobai having slain the third Raikage, Konoha would be sufficient for the ensuing challenges. However, as the situation unfolded, according to the intelligence provided by Danzo, the IWA forces numbered at least 5,000, and they were preparing for a full-scale assault. Before long, Minato departed the Hokage and Appos' office, accompanied by Xiaobai and Sakura, who remained silent throughout. Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated that he would promptly send support to the Konoha shinobi on the front lines. As the Hokage, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the village. For expedience, Xiaobai utilized teleportation magic, transporting Minato and Sakura along their journey. However, bringing along two companions consumed more magical energy than when she traveled alone. In a flash of brilliance, the teleportation array materialized. Mere seconds later, they found themselves in a serene forest, not far from the shinobi bridge. Is this also a form of space ninjutsu? Minato pondered, furrowing his brow in astonishment as he gazed at the mystical array beneath his feet. One could say so. Xiaobai replied calmly, her gaze profound, with deep blue light flickering in her eyes as she surveyed the depths of the forest. Where are the Konoha ninja? They are stationed at the border, deterring the IWA forces, who are overwhelming in number, Xiaobai noted, her expression serious. Konoha needed to remain vigilant against incursions from other nations. Their forces were woefully insufficient, or else Konoha's White Fang would not have been under such strain. Minato followed Xiaobai and Appos' gaze, attempting to discern any threats concealed within the forest. After a brief moment, Xiaobai withdrew her gaze and lowered her voice, stating, "Not far ahead, a few hundred IWA ninja are repairing the shinobi bridge." Sakura nodded slightly, as if receiving a battle command. In an instant, her fox ears twitched, and her magical energy surged within her, transforming into a dazzling purple radiance. Her form became a streak of purple lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow of violet light. A lightning-style user? Minato deduced swiftly, recognizing that Sakura had utilized lightning chakra to enhance her physical speed, achieving near-instantaneous movement. However, for the Fox Demon clan, this was merely one of their many skills. Complementing her speed was the blade she wielded, shimmering with electrical brilliance, forged entirely from pure lightning, exuding a chilling aura. Who goes there? A booming voice shattered the tranquility of the forest. The violet lightning. Is it the bloodline limit of the lightning release? Several seasoned IWA ninja, with keen eyes, swiftly detected the anomaly. The flickering purple lightning inadvertently revealed her location. The next moment, Sakura emerged from the lightning. Gripping the lightning-forged blade, its surface glowing with a violet hue. With a sharp whistle, she lunged at several IWA ninja ahead. The ferocity of her strike was overwhelming. In an instant, the IWA ninja were rendered defenseless against her onslaught, cleaved in twain, blood splattering and staining the earth. After her successful strike, Sakura transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, disappearing from sight, leaving behind only a trace of electrical energy in the air. At last, I am free from that golden-haired stranger, Sakura muttered softly as she sped toward the other IWA ninja. Honestly, I couldn't and amp, Oppos, to even dare to speak freely. This was her first encounter, aside from Fubai, Xiaobai, and Kushina, with a stranger. What incredible speed! An IWA ninja exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Is it a Kumogakure ninja? Another rebutted immediately. Impossible. How could they appear within the land of fire? Quickly, use ninjutsu to make the surrounding terrain uneven. To hinder her speed, barked an IWA ninja leader, issuing orders rapidly. Upon receiving directives, dozens of IWA ninja reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with practiced precision. They pressed their palms firmly against the ground, channeling chakra into the earth. Instantly, the terrain trembled with a dull roar, the hard ground heaving violently, rocks rising and falling chaotically throughout the area. Sakura, observing this, swiftly leaped to a higher rock, stabilizing herself. She then spread her arms wide, fingers splayed towards them. In the next moment, 10 slender lightning projectiles surged forth from the tips of her fingers. These rays, like agile vines, flickered with purple electricity, propelled by immense power and speed, charging directly toward the group of IWA ninja. The lightning projectiles pierced through the foreheads of one IWA ninja after another, leaving trails of blood in their wake, with hardly anyone able to react in time. Even the earth-style ninjutsu proved futile against them. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Use kunai to defend yourselves. Don't use earth-style ninjutsu. Are you fools? You can't counter lightning with earth. The lightning rays belong to elemental magic, possessing less destructive power than offensive magic. However, they were nimble and consumed minimal magical energy, particularly when wielded by the Fox Demon clan, often serving as a substitute for offensive magic. As the lightning projectiles pierced through the ranks of IWA ninja, a brilliant light suddenly erupted not far away. Dozens of white beams surged forth with the might of thunder, crashing into the IWA forces, stirring clouds of dust as the ninjas scrambled to evade, their formations thrown into disarray. Simultaneously, golden flashes darted through the battlefield at incredible speed, nearly too swift for the eye to follow. Each time a golden flash streaked by, another IWA ninja's head would fall in an instant, blood splattering. The golden flashes instilled fear. In less than 10 minutes, what had been a formidable force of several hundred IWA ninja had been utterly vanquished, leaving behind a scene of chaos and scattered corpses. As the battle concluded, the air was thick with the stench of blood. What agile tactics! They rival those employed by my esteemed predecessor, Xiaobai, Minato mused, recalling Sakura's combat style with admiration. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, her eyes shimmering with deep blue light, remained focused, gazing deeper into the battlefield. There lay the hidden stronghold of the IWA army. After a brief moment, she coolly remarked, the main force is behind, led by the Third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Minato furrowed his brow, contemplating before interjecting. Should we wait for reinforcements, or? Xiaobai decisively interrupted him. Let and Oppos alter our strategy. You and Sakura will confront the Hokage, while I will swiftly eliminate the remaining IWA ninja. Minato glanced at Sakura, nodding in agreement. Understood. Sakura refrained from expressing her thoughts, as she was somewhat socially anxious. The presence of outsiders inhibited her from revealing her true nature. Chapter 69. The reappearance of the elven statue. Who is it? The diminutive yet imposing figure of Noki floated gracefully in the air, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Surrounding him were hundreds of vigilant rock ninjas, all poised for action. Further back, concealed in the shadows, 3,000 rock ninjas lay in wait, ready for the command to strike. At that moment, two figures streaked through the still air like meteors, a man and a woman charging directly toward the rock ninjas. Behind them, a shimmering purple teleportation magic circle dissipated. Xiaobai had utilized the teleportation spell, appearing silently amidst the throng of rock ninjas nearby. At this juncture, the previously silent Sakayuki finally spoke, her voice ringing clear, yet laced with an enchanting allure. You handle the ninjas beside him, and I will hold off that Tsukikage. Her gaze was as frigid as alabaster. As soon as she finished speaking, bluffing Minato nodded slightly, without hesitation, dashing toward the nearby rock ninjas, his figure leaving an afterimage in the air. Meanwhile, Sakayuki mirrored his actions, her fox ears quivering as she opened her palm again. Lightning flickered at her fingertips, and 10 slender rays of lightning surged forth, carrying immense power and authority, directly aimed at Noki. Observing this, Noki remained unfazed. He swiftly brought his hands together, his movements fluid and practiced, forming the initial hand sign for dust release. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Dust release, technique of the original world as separation." With that fierce proclamation, a powerful wave of energy radiated from him. A deafening roar echoed. The 10 rays of lightning were instantly devoured as if by a black hole, vanishing without a trace. Yet the force of the dust release did not dissipate. It continued its relentless advance towards Sakayuki, unstoppable. Sakayuki's pupils constricted sharply as she transformed into a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading the attack. With a resounding crash, the dust release struck the spot where she had just been, leaving behind a massive circular crater. Gazing at the crater, Sakayuki Kuden and Appos, helped but exclaim, "What a monstrous means of attack! If I had been hit, I would have perished." In the distance, near the encampment of the rock ninja army, Xiaobai stood quietly, her gaze traversing the makeshift camp constructed from earth release. Observing the busy ninjas who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, a subtle ripple stirred within her otherwise tranquil heart. Unbeknownst to her, the act of killing had ceased to be a source of inner turmoil and struggle. Even now, faced with the imminent demise of 3,000 rock ninjas, she felt only a fleeting ripple within her, quickly fading. She gently closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to rise slowly into the air. Her right hand firmly grasped the long-unused staff, its shaft glowing with a verdant light. Her lips parted slightly as she recited an ancient and obscure incantation, each syllable imbued with formidable magical power, resonating in the air. As she uttered the spell, an exquisite green light began to envelop her, soft yet radiating an awe-inspiring force. Suddenly, a colossal golden magic circle materialized above the heads of the 3,000 rock ninjas, its brilliance blinding and illuminating the forest even in daylight. The golden elven statue emerged slowly from the circle, exuding an aura of inviolable strength that instilled profound fear and reverence in the hearts of the rock ninjas. "What is that?" a rock ninja exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with panic. "Is this a deity?" Another ninja gasped, disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible. This is not the power of a ninja," murmured others, seeking a rational explanation. "The elven statue, the final sacrifice," Xiaobai intoned, her voice ethereal, as though it emanated from another realm, cold and unfeeling. Her ears trembled slightly from the extensive use of magic, a sign of its considerable expenditure. Yet she paid it no mind. The elven statue could consume a limited number of souls, absorbing a maximum of 5,000 to fulfill its requirements for action. Without such limitations, before the Demon King could enact his slaughter, other races would also be compelled to annihilate the elven race through this magic. However, there were restrictions on the absorption of souls. If the magical power within was potent enough, the ninja's chakra could grant immunity to the spell. Nonetheless, this magic was exceedingly tyrannical, capable of instantaneously absorbing the souls of 5,000 beings in merely one phase of collection. Previously, on the battlefield of the Land of Waves, Xiaobai had commanded the power of the elven statue to gather the souls of over 2,000 mist ninjas. Now another 2,000 lives would be extinguished beneath this magic. In an instant, the massive elven statue hovered in midair, obscured by heavy clouds that shrouded its head, preventing any glimpse of its gaze. A brilliant golden light flashed between its brows, slicing through the tranquility of the forest like a laser. In the blink of an eye, the souls of 2,565 rock ninjas were severed from their bodies. They had no time to scream as they collapsed, their lives abruptly halted. "Ah, what is this?" One rock ninja shrieked in horror, his frantic gaze darting around, his voice laden with despair. "It's impossible. I must be dreaming. Kill me." Another ninja, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, shook his head frantically, desperate to awaken from this nightmare. "Lord Tsukikage, save me." Some collapsed to the ground, drooling and gasping for breath, pleading for the Tsukikage's protection. The remaining few hundred rock ninjas knelt, their faces etched with confusion and terror. They were utterly bewildered, watching helplessly as their companions fell, powerless to intervene. Fear, excitement, and sorrow intertwined within their hearts, a tumult of emotions surging forth. As the required number of souls for the elven statue was met, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing golden orbs that looked down upon the world with disdain. Legend spoke of this statue as the first of its kind in the magical realm. An elven statue could only be summoned once every 1,000 years, should it be destroyed. The next summoning would require another millennium, making it the most prolonged cool-down magic. Yet, for the elves, A millennium might be an acceptable span of time. What is that? Noki and Appo's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the mysterious statue, its eerie aura unsettling him. Yet at that moment, Sakayuki, wielding her lightning blade, moved like a shadow, her strikes swift and agile, making it difficult for him to divert his attention to uncover the statue's secrets. Chapter 70. The power of dust escape before long. Ohyuki swiftly formed hand seals, his movements a blur, and shouted, "Earth release, stone giant." As his voice echoed, the ground trembled violently, and the hard rock seemed to come alive, rapidly accumulating and solidifying. In the blink of an eye, a towering stone giant, several meters high, materialized before Sakuyo. This colossal figure emanated a formidable sense of oppression, blocking her path forward. Seizing the opportunity, Ohyuki lightly tapped the air with his toes and shot towards the direction of the 3,000 troops like an arrow. He understood that the threat posed by the mysterious statue far exceeded that of this young girl, and he needed to reach the army post-haste to discern what was truly transpiring. Before long, cracks began to form on the surface of the statue, as if a tremendous force was surging from within, ready to break free. Following this, a massive purple magical energy conglomerate appeared in the statue's right hand, radiating a chilling glow that distorted the surrounding air. "This magic truly consumes power. Merely summoning it has exhausted 1/3 of my magical energy," murmured Shiro. Although she had only inherited a quarter of Fahaku's magical power, it was still considerable within the magical realm, comparable to that of an orange mage. Nevertheless, casting the spell imposed a significant strain upon her. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. "Dust release, limit removal technique." Ohyuki formed hand seals, and in an instant, his chakra rapidly dissipated. A colossal white rectangle materialized out of thin air, enveloping the elven statue tightly. This white rectangle exuded potent waves of power, capable of stripping and disintegrating all matter upon impact. "This is not good," Shiro thought in alarm. With no time to ponder, she swiftly pointed her staff at the elven statue, and a beam of light flashed by, causing the statue to disintegrate into countless motes of light that vanished into the air. Seeing the statue disappear, Ohyuki immediately withdrew his hands to prevent further chakra loss. Among the myriad of jutsu in the ninja world, the destructive power of dust release ranked just below the legendary truth-seeking orbs. This Kekii Tita, formed by the fusion of 3 chakra natures, was so potent that it could obliterate even Susanoo in an instant, let alone an elven statue. Thus, Shiro dared not test her luck. At the prime of his life, Ohyuki and Appo's mastery of dust release was not surprising. Shiro felt a surge of gratitude for having previously engaged Sakuyo and her companion to restrain the Tsukikage. Had she attempted to summon the elven statue earlier and been struck by dust release, she would have had no chance to teleport away. In the original work, the elderly Ohyuki could achieve such feats, having consecutively executed over 20 techniques, although he had borrowed chakra from other Kage. However, casting just one was no challenge for the youthful Ohyuki. Gazing at the desolate battlefield, Shiro sighed softly, her emerald eyes fixated on the small, yet imposing figure ahead. If anyone in the ninja world embodied the style of a sorcerer, it would be Ohyuki. Dust release, original world removal technique. A blinding white light sliced through the air. While its speed did not match that of offensive magic, it was still formidable, hurtling towards Shiro. The dazzling radiance left a scorching trail in the air, causing the surrounding space to slightly warp due to dust release. "It is Lord Tsukikage. He has come to our aid." The rock ninjas, previously steeped in despair, suddenly felt invigorated, their gazes lifting towards the small yet majestic figure suspended in midair, their eyes rekindling with hope. In the face of this lethal strike, Shiro and Appo's eyes flickered with an unusual glint. She felt an urge to study it. Raising her right hand, she summoned dozens of arc-shaped shields composed of azure diamond crystals, which instantly unfurled, refracting a dreamlike radiance under the sunlight. Yet, to be prudent, she slightly shifted her position, for no one could assert that defensive magic would fully withstand dust release. Boom. The deafening sound of collision echoed as dust release violently impacted the magical shield. In that instant, the blinding white light intertwined with the azure shield, erupting into a dazzling radiance that left onlookers momentarily dazed. Did it hold? Shiro squinted slightly, but soon noticed something amiss. The edges of the shield were visibly disintegrating into blue motes of light. No, it merely mitigated the impact, but cannot stave off the disintegration effect. She analyzed calmly, as her internal magical energy flowed away like a breached dam. The outermost layer of diamond crystals had completely disintegrated, and the entire defensive magic began to show spiderweb-like cracks. Ohyuki and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead, his mouth slightly agape. Throughout his decades as a ninja, dust release had always been an unstoppable killing move. In his experience, no one had ever withstood it head-on. They all chose to evade. Yet today, this young girl had withstood it with a technique reminiscent of crystal release. Thus, he understood that this blue crystal was not comparable to crystal release. It was at least a power beyond the realm of Kekii Genkai. Moments later, the defensive magic finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered with a resounding crash. However, Shiro had already anticipated this. She had retreated to a safe distance, thoughtfully observing the shattered blue fragments. At that moment, Sakuyu and Minato Namikaze swiftly approached Shiro. They had successfully dealt with the remaining rock ninjas. After defeating the stone giant, Sakuyu and Minato had worked in perfect harmony, easily exterminating the remaining rock ninjas. Shiro nodded in satisfaction, particularly pleased with her experiment on the collision between defensive magic and dust release. In high spirits, she smirked at Ohyuki and remarked, "Third Hokage Ohyuki. Are you not leaving? Do you wish to perish here?" Ohyuki's expression darkened as he surveyed the three in front of him, realizing the dire situation he faced. After a moment of silence, he understood that if he continued to fight, not only would he fail to secure victory, but he could also lead the remaining rock ninjas to their unnecessary demise. Ultimately, he sighed helplessly and called out to the remaining rock ninjas below, "Retreat." Under the watchful eyes of Shiro, Sakuyu, and Minato, Ohyuki swiftly withdrew with the remaining rock ninjas. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a profound silence. Thus, Shiro successfully resolved the butterfly effect triggered by Fahaku's massacre of the Demon Clan's rock ninjas. However, such measures were unavoidable. Allowing the Demon Clan to rampage freely in the ninja world would only provoke an even greater butterfly effect. Chapter 71. Do you wish to become a ninja? However, in her heart, Shiro was acutely aware that within the Demon Clan, there existed numerous masters capable of entirely concealing their presence. At this moment, it was entirely possible that demons were stealthily lurking in some corner of the ninja world, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Minato Namikaze surveyed his surroundings, and his eyes fell upon the scattered corpses of rock ninjas strewn across the ground, a sight that caused him to gasp in astonishment. Slowly, he remarked, "Is this the effect of that colossal statue? To eliminate so many rock ninjas in an instant?" At this juncture, Sakura Moon approached Shiro, casting a gentle glance toward Minato before exhaling softly. With a serious expression, she said to Shiro, "I wish to become a ninja." Upon hearing this, Shiro's face instantly reflected a look of confusion. She found it difficult to comprehend the motivations behind Sakura Moon's desire. Nevertheless, Shiro's true essence was Fubai, and she adhered to the principle of not overly interfering in the choices of others. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shiro faced Sakura Moon and calmly said, "If you wish to pursue this path, then do so freely. I will not pry further." Sakura Moon, too, had her own considerations. Over the past year, she had received meticulous care from Fubai and Shiro. Unlike Dream Lee, who had to wait until adulthood to depart, Sakura Moon had already reached maturity upon her summoning. Deep within, she yearned for change, driven by curiosity about the outside world, and sought to break free from her social anxieties. She aspired to achieve personal growth and genuinely assist them. To her, becoming a ninja was undoubtedly the most effective means to reach her goal of rapid development. Her aspiration stood in stark contrast to Dream Lee's. One sought growth through relentless trials, while the other craved freedom and a life unbound. Shiro turned to Minato and earnestly stated, "Did you hear that? Typically, to become a genin, one must attend the Ninja Academy, but as you know, she does not require that." Minato cast a glance at Sakura Moon and replied with a wry smile, "I will bring this matter to Lord Hokage's attention." Before the Leaf Ninja's reinforcements could arrive, they were swiftly transported back to Konoha and entered the Hokage's office. The entire process from their departure to their return had taken less than half a day. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato, Shiro, and the others, a puzzled expression on his face as he inquired, "Is there something that has not been clarified? Why have you returned?" Minato sighed softly and responded, "Over 3,000 rock ninjas have been eliminated, leaving only a few hundred, and the third Hokage has fled." It took a while for Sarutobi Hiruzen to recover from his astonishment before he incredulously asked, "How could this happen in less than half a day?" His gaze involuntarily settled on Shiro, and he found himself at a loss for how to express his mixed emotions. Turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shiro softly stated, "Sakura Moon is entrusted to you. I have completed my business." She then walked gracefully to Sakura Moon's side, her lips curving into a warm smile as she gently patted Sakura and Appo's head, saying softly, "Stay safe, and remember to return home." Sakura Moon and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the underlying meaning of their exchange. Once Shiro's figure vanished beyond the door, Minato respectfully addressed, "Lord Hokage, Miss Sakura Moon wishes to become a ninja." At this, a sharp light flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he scrutinized Sakura Moon, noting her distinctive fox-like ears, and inquired with keen interest, "I see. What type of ninjutsu do you excel in?" Sakura Moon took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. From this moment forth, she resolved to embark on a new journey independently. With unwavering determination, she met Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's gaze without flinching and replied clearly, "Lightning." "Lightning, you say? Please wait a moment. Minato, tell me in detail what transpired just now." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze returned to Minato, studying him intently. Minato, unwilling to conceal any details, recounted their encounter with the rock ninjas, the battle involving Sakura Moon, and the astonishing power displayed by Shiro in its entirety. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in silence on his chair, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Meanwhile, Shiro had returned home, where she informed Fubai of Sakura Moon's desire to become a ninja. Fubai shook her head in bewilderment, asking, "What exactly are you thinking? Did you not intend for her to be your assistant?" Shiro's expression remained tranquil as she replied nonchalantly, "You should understand my intentions." Fubai fell silent, simply gazing at Shiro. Rather than being merely a fragment of herself, Shiro felt akin to an alternate version of herself from a parallel universe. Since the creation of her doppelganger in the ninja world, Shiro had undergone subtle transformations over time, much like Fubai herself had changed after encountering Dreamly. Despite this, Shiro continued to heed Fubai's guidance, yet she refrained from interfering in her own affairs. With this thought, Fubai chuckled softly and mused, "Ah, I see. They are fundamentally the same, as long as one does not shut oneself off. Even as a member of the fairy race, one can effectuate slight changes." Soon, the following day arrived, and Minato solemnly awarded Sakura Moon her Leaf Village headband, which she donned upon her forehead, officially becoming a Leaf Ninja. After much contemplation, Sakura Moon decided to rent an apartment to live independently. Although she lacked funds, Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to Fubai and Amp, Appo's influence, was more than willing to assist her with housing. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's careful arrangements, Sakura Moon began her journey of ninja missions alongside Minato. The group of Leaf Ninjas that had intended to support Minato had already joined forces with the frontline Leaf Ninjas firmly stationed there, ever vigilant against further incursions from the Rock Ninjas. Meanwhile, Shiro returned to her previous leisurely routine, falling into a deep slumber at home. Fubai, on the other hand, immersed herself in her research laboratory, dedicating all her energy to the study of magical artifacts, as if everything had reverted to its original state. Sakura Moon's presence felt like a beautiful yet fleeting dream, lingering in their lives for but a moment. For the fairies, a year was merely a fleeting instant, and 10 years felt no different. In a secluded area of the Rain Country, Dreamly accompanied Conan to a quiet spot, where a young man with orange hair clad in an Akatsuki cloak awaited them. "Yahiko?" Dreamly questioned, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she softly called out. "Yahiko is no more," the boy replied slowly, his voice deep and calm. It was none other than Pain of the Akatsuki. Chapter 72. The Shackles of Battle. Mingly and Amp, Appo's gaze was drawn to the Rinnegan in the eyes of Nagato, filled with perplexity, and Shikuden and Amp, Appo's help but inquire, Rinnegan, "Are you Nagato?" But Nagato has already perished a year ago. Nagato's voice remained tranquil. Mingly was momentarily taken aback. Her naive heart could not comprehend the dual meanings of death that were spoken of. One signified the true cessation of life, while the other implied the death of the spirit. Nagato and Amp, Appo's heart had long shattered through various past ordeals, and the essence that now beat within this shell was merely the will to fulfill Yahiko and Amp, Appo's ideals. Before long, Nagato tossed a ring towards Mingly, which flew accurately into her hands. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a character for South inscribed upon it. Instinctively, her fingers brushed against the ring given to her by Fubai, the one that obstructed prophecy. Subsequently, Nagato began to elaborate on the ring and Appo's purpose. After a short while, Conan approached, holding a set of Akatsuki robes and presenting them to Mingly. Mingly nodded gently, accepting the robes with both hands. Nagato then regarded Mingly with calm eyes and said, "Now you are also a member of the Akatsuki, Mingly." Conan glanced at Nagato with a hint of helplessness, then shifted her gaze back to Mingly, seemingly hesitant to speak. Then, Nagato, his expression grave, addressed the two. "Next, we shall prepare to end Amp, Appo's, reclaim and Amp, Appo's, Amigakure." Conan abruptly turned around, concern etched in her eyes, exclaiming, "Are you going alone?" Nagato nodded again, his tone resolute as he replied, "Just leave it to me, but we must wait a few more days." In truth, the other 5 bodies of the 6 paths of pain were not yet complete, and Nagato understood that without absolute certainty, he would not act recklessly. Mingly and Amp, Appo's mind involuntarily drifted to their past encounters, and the instigator of all this turmoil, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, was undoubtedly a principal factor. Mingly recalled Fubai and Appo's words, "Do not casually intervene in the battles of strangers. If you feel it is necessary, then do not hesitate." Essentially, Fubai's admonition was an attempt to suppress the combative nature of angels, as she was aware of their martial inclinations. However, after her extensive travels, Mingly had learned discernment between when to fight and when not to. Her eyes flickered with determination as she fixed her gaze on Nagato, declaring, "No need to wait any longer. I shall go." Nagato maintained his calm demeanor, responding steadily, "No, Hanzo is quite formidable." Mingly waved her hand lightly, a confident smile gracing her face as she asserted, "Though you have not witnessed my strength, I assure you, I am quite powerful." If you have reservations, we can go together. After a moment of silence, Nagato finally conceded, very well. Conan watched the two prepare to challenge Hanzo with a soft sigh, though she felt unease. She knew that dissuasion would be futile. 3 days later, they arrived at Hanzo's residence deep within Amigakure. The area was bustling with activity, numerous Reinin patrolling with vigilant expressions. The air thick with tension as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a flash of golden light darted past, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. The patrolling Reinin fell, one by one, as a small hole appeared in their hearts, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The golden light swiftly transformed into a 3-foot-long sword. Returning to Mingly's hand, this golden blade was the small sword ornament she wore at her waist. In truth, Mingly's magical energy was not in an optimal state. It had stagnated and was gradually depleting. Nevertheless, with her current abilities, she could still deftly manipulate several swords without issue. Moreover, the rate of her magical depletion was not excessively rapid. With 3 to 4 hours of daily training, she could replenish the energy lost in a day. Meanwhile, Nagato seized one of the Reinin, tossing him aside with a calm demeanor. Soon, Nagato and Mingly stood before the door of Hanzo's chamber. In an instant, a violet blade sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the entrance. The two reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly evading the strike. Nagato decisively extended his right hand. Shouting, "Shinra Tensei!" A powerful gravitational force erupted instantaneously, drawing the figure within the chamber towards it, momentarily halting his movements. However, the figure was quick to respond. Using the very force of the pull to reveal himself, swinging a blade with fierce intent, the wind of the strike carrying a palpable murderous aura. Mingly, recognizing the imminent danger, commanded her golden sword to dart towards the figure's head with the swiftness of an arrow. The figure, sensing Mingly's attack, swiftly retracted his blade and drew an explosive tag, shouting, "Detonate." In that moment, a violent shockwave surged forth, engulfing the area in a fiery torrent. Reminiscent of a raging tide, Mingly, quick to react, evaded the impending danger in an instant. The explosion reverberated like thunder, startling the surrounding Reinin, who were gripped with terror. Faced with the onslaught of flames and shockwaves, Nagato remained composed, raising his hand and commanding, "Shinra Tensei." An invisible, formidable repulsive force erupted, pushing the surrounding flames and shockwaves back as if they had collided with an unseen wall. At that moment, Mingly's eyes gleamed with golden light, keenly detecting Hanzo's presence. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, she infused a portion of her magical energy into the blade and swung it forcefully. A dazzling golden blade shot forth, exuding an aura of unstoppable momentum as it raced towards Hanzo. Despite the close-range impact of the explosive tag, Hanzo sustained minor injuries, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as he regained his footing, he beheld the golden blade hurtling towards him like a shooting star. There was no time to evade. His eyes widened in shock, teeth clenched, hands gripping the scythe he had wielded through countless battles. He swung with all his might to meet the light blade. Clang! The sound reverberated throughout the chamber, a crisp yet haunting echo. The radiant light blade shattered into countless golden specks upon colliding with the scythe. However, Hanzo and Appo's weapon was also not spared, severed cleanly with a mirror-like edge. Hanzo and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, panic spreading across his face, his voice trembling with incredulity. How is this possible? With a sudden resolve, Hanzo and Appo's demeanor shifted. He swiftly placed his finger in his mouth and bit down hard, crimson blood spilling forth. In quick succession, he formed a series of hand seals. Yet, his adversaries would not grant him this opportunity. At the moment he completed his seals, a powerful gravitational force surged forth like a torrent. As the smoke began to clear, Nagato stood, hand raised and aimed at Hanzo, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. Chapter 73. Slaying Hanzo. A sense of foreboding gripped Hanzo of the salamander as he felt an overwhelming dread wash over him. But it was too late. Under the influence of an immense gravitational force, his body was uncontrollably propelled towards pain of the 6 paths, moving with such swiftness that he had no chance to resist. At that moment, a flash of golden light streaked through the air like lightning. Dream had approached with remarkable speed, her golden long sword piercing directly into Hanzo and Appo's heart. In an instant, blood gushed forth, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief and despair as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The Rain Shinobi, gasping for breath, hurried to the scene, only to find their leader lying lifeless on the ground, eyes shut, face pale, devoid of breath, surrounded by chaos. At this moment, Pain's expression was stern, his gaze sweeping across the area. Calmly, he addressed Dream. "You should leave now. I will handle this." Dream nodded, and as a teleportation magic circle shimmered beneath her, she vanished in a flash of light within mere seconds. Pain gazed at the fading magic circle for a moment, murmuring to himself, "What a remarkable space-time ninjutsu." He then turned to the surrounding Rain Shinobi and coldly proclaimed, "It is time for a change in leadership for the Hidden Rain Village. In just a week, The Akatsuki organization had made significant strides in the Hidden Rain village, far surpassing the timeline of the original story. Pain also commenced the urgent assembly of the remaining 6 paths of Pain, with the necessary bodies already in his possession. Concurrently, the ninja world approached a pivotal juncture, as Kakashi and Rin were on a mission in the Hidden Mist village. Under the meticulous scheme orchestrated by Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha successfully awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, poised to take over the Moon Eye plan from Madara. Tragically, Rin met her demise at the hands of Kakashi. A scene reminiscent of the original narrative and Appo's cruelty, pulling Kakashi back into that abyss of darkness, leaving him utterly alone once more. After burying Rin, Obito confronted Madara, his single Mangeki Sharingan slowly revolving, emanating a chilling aura. "Teach me the Yin-Yang release," he demanded. Madara scoffed, his voice laced with the weight of age. "Have you come to see the world for what it truly is? I shall reshape this false reality." In the forest bordering the Hidden Mist village, a cool morning breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper. Minato, Namikaze, and Sakura traversed the dense underbrush, suddenly discovering Kakashi unconscious on the damp ground. His forehead protector askew and his face marred by several minor abrasions. What happened here? Minato knelt, gently placing his fingers on Kakashi and Appo's carotid artery, concern evident in his tone. Sakura did not respond immediately. Instead, she perked her fox-like ears, her sharp gaze scanning the trampled grass. "There's a peculiar scent, like that of wood." "Wood?" Minato echoed, perplexed as he surveyed the lush forest surrounding them. Without further elaboration, Sakura utilized her clan's heightened sense of smell, detecting the unique scent of Obito, intermingled with the essence of Hashirama and Appo's cells. At that moment, she declared, "Minato-sensei, I must step away for a moment. Please take him back to Konoha." Before her words fully settled in the air, a purple glowing teleportation magic circle emerged beneath her, and in just 5 or 6 seconds, she vanished from sight. Minato observed the spot where she had disappeared, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Carefully adjusting his posture, he hoisted Kakashi onto his back. Brandishing a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, and with a flash of light, he departed from the scene. Minato had never doubted Sakura and Appo's prowess. After all, she indeed possessed the strength of a Kage. Over an hour later, Sakura arrived at a secluded cavern, the towering rock walls casting mottled shadows, the air thick with damp mildew and a faint metallic scent of blood. This place lay beyond the borders of the Land of Water, situated near the Land of Grass, close to the Land of Fire. "Who goes there?" A raspy shriek echoed as a deformed white Zetsu sprang forth from the crevices of the rocks. Its pallid body contorted, the right arm transformed into a sharp bone blade, glinting ominously in the dim light. Unfazed, Sakura remarked, "I am merely curious as to how one could possess both yin and yang attributes simultaneously." She tilted her head slightly, her fox ears twitching. "Moreover, it seems there is more than one presence here. However, one life force appears to be waning." She keenly sensed the mingling essences of Obito and Madara within this space. Both had implanted Hashirama's cells, endowed with the unique yin-release chakra of the Uchiha clan. Obito relied on the formidable vitality of Hashirama's cells to wield the power of the Mangeki Sharingan without restraint, confident of recovery. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Die!" White Zetsu screeched, launching itself at her with a sudden burst. It swung its bone blade, slicing through the air with chilling speed, intent on cleaving Sakura in two. Sakura and Appo's fox ears perked up, her right hand erupting with blinding lightning, crackling energy coalescing in her palm, swiftly transforming into a radiant blue-white lightning katana. With a swift motion, she dodged, her lightning blade carving a flawless arc through the air, catching White Zetsu off guard and slicing its body cleanly in half. "This is impossible." White Zetsu's severed form slid to the ground, the wound emanating charred edges. To her astonishment, instead of red blood, a foul-smelling green ooze seeped from the wound. Sakura did not falter as she cast a cold glance at the twitching remnants of White Zetsu. The lightning katana in her hand dissipated into a flurry of sparks as she strode deeper into the cavern, undeterred. In the dark underground chamber, Madara sat poised upon a stone chair, his pale Sharingan fixated on the boy practicing would release. "Obito Uchiha, someone is tailing you." Madara's deep voice resonated within the cave. Obito halted his hand signs, the branches formed from would release instantly withering. "Impossible," he replied, his voice cool. "I have eliminated everyone present. Kakashi Hitaki still lives." Madara stated meaningfully, his gaze penetrating Obito and Appo's form. Obito and Appo's body stiffened momentarily, a complex emotion flickering in his lone eye. "I intend for him to endure in this cruel world." Chapter 74. The Glass Tree. Uchiha Madara's profound gaze lingered on Obito for a moment before he merely stated, "Do as you wish. Go take care of the Jinchuriki." Obito nodded in silence, his figure gradually melding into the Kamui dimension. The next instant, he abruptly appeared before Sakura, his Sharingan slowly rotating behind the mask's eye hole. "Halt!" Uchiha Obito's icy stare fixated on Sakura as he spoke in a low tone. "Who are you?" Sakura paused, her pink hair faintly glowing in the dim cavern. She met the crimson gaze of his Sharingan and retorted, "Are you a member of the Uchiha clan?" Obito offered no reply, instead scrutinizing the girl before him with caution. Clad in ordinary leisure attire and adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, her striking pink hair and the fox ears atop her head signified she was no ordinary human. "What exactly are you?" Obito and Appo's voice was laced with suppressed murderous intent, his right hand morphing into a wooden spike. The air within the cave grew tense, each breath becoming distinctly audible. At that moment, Sakura recognized the strange scent that had been swirling around Kakashi. It emanated from this very individual. A brilliant violet lightning erupted around her, crackling arcs of electricity coalescing in her right hand, transforming into a lightning katana pulsating with ferocious energy. "I am Sakura, of the Fox Demon Clan," she declared softly, her voice imbued with a chilling malice. Before her words faded, a bolt of purple lightning cleaved through the darkness. Sakura's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing mere inches from Obito. The lightning katana, accompanied by a piercing hum, swept through the air, crafting a flawless crescent arc aimed directly at Obito and Appo's throat. In a critical moment, Obito's Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing the katana to pass through his neck unimpeded, leaving him unharmed. Sakura's pupils constricted as she deftly sprang backward, maintaining her grip on the lightning blade, her eyes warily observing the adversary capable of distorting space. The violet lightning gradually dissipated within the cavern and Appo's shadows, and Sakura's fox ears twitched, capturing the faintest sounds around her. Such acute intuition, Obito mused, his brow furrowed beneath the mask, his crimson eyes locked onto Sakura. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed considered using Kamui to pull this enigmatic foe into another dimension, yet her extraordinary speed compelled him to proceed with caution. Sakura contemplated inwardly, realizing that while Shiro had only imparted basic knowledge of the ninja world, her time was predominantly devoted to mastering the unique magic of the Fox Demon Clan. In the realm of magic, while there existed a plethora of professions, most were related to spellcasting. Even swordsmen needed to grasp foundational healing and defensive spells. Yet, due to her unwavering confidence in her own speed, Sakura seldom employed defensive magic. After a lingering gaze at Obito, she exhaled softly, allowing the lightning katana to dissolve into a flurry of electric sparks in the air. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Obito stood silently, watching the mysterious adversary depart. Sakura understood that with her current strength, defeating this Uchiha, who wielded space manipulation, was beyond her reach. Simultaneously, Obito recognized that without fully mastering the Mangeki Sharingan and Yin-Yang release, pursuing such a swift opponent would be a daunting task, fraught with the risk of falling into a trap. The cave fell silent once more, save for the lingering scorch mark on the ground, a testament to their brief clash. Sakura leaped several hundred meters to ensure her safety before activating her teleportation magic. A violet magic circle illuminated beneath her feet, the space slightly warping, and mere moments later, her figure vanished, leaving behind a few swirling leaves. Simultaneously, in the forest surrounding Konoha, a similar magic circle flared to life. Sakura and Appo's form gradually solidified, and she glanced up at the distant silhouette of Hokage Rock, finally relaxing her taut nerves. In the dark underground cavern, Uchiha Madara and Appo's fingers lightly tapped against the armrest of the stone chair as his Sharingan observed the returning Obito. "Did you not resolve the matter?" Obito, shrouded in shadow, his lone eye glimmering beneath the mask, candidly replied, "I lacked certainty." Madara and Appo's tapping faltered momentarily. Who was she? She claimed to be Sakura of the Fox Demon Clan. Fox Demon? Madara and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his wrinkled visage. He had not heard of this ninja clan before. However, it reminded him of the Ninetales. Though he could not fathom any connection, how could a tailed beast have descendants? Indeed, Obito responded tersely, his mind replaying the image of the lightning and Appo's swift violet arc. The two fell into a brief silence, the only sound in the cavern being the rhythmic dripping of water. Suddenly, Madara chuckled lightly, for reasons unknown. He found himself reminiscing about Fubai. In a gravelly tone, he remarked, "It seems the ninja world still harbors many intriguing entities." He slowly rose to his feet, his white hair cascading over his shoulders. "Let us relocate. This place is no longer safe. There are other strongholds in the land of grass." Time flew by, and 2 months had swiftly elapsed. Sakura informed the Hokage of the Uchiha presence near the land of grass, although a reconnaissance team was deployed subsequently. They found the area deserted, the scent having dissipated with time. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. In Konoha, within Fubai and Appo's research laboratory, she was fully engrossed in the final stages of crafting a magical artifact. Her delicate fingers glided gently over the surface of the glass tree, each groove shimmering with a faint green magical glow. This was a translucent glass tree, exuding a pristine white crystalline quality. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless micro-runes intricately etched within the crystal and Appo's depths, arranged in a specific pattern. "We have finally reached the last step," Fubai murmured to herself, carefully channeling her magical energy to inscribe the final transformative spell into the core of the glass tree in runic form. As the runes illuminated with an ethereal blue glow upon completion, they quickly returned to tranquility. This magical artifact, named the glass tree, had been a project she meticulously worked on for over a year. Its function was to automatically collect natural energy within a 1-kilometer radius, with a storage capacity approximately equivalent to 1/10 of the God Tree. Though it could not rival the true God Tree as a portable energy collection device, it was remarkably proficient. Fubai stretched, reflecting on her initial plan to journey directly to my Bokuzen for training, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Procrastination had caused her to postpone this plan repeatedly, until a millennium later. After acquiring the Ninetales and Appo's chakra, she suddenly recalled the glass tree artifact. According to her design, she intended to regularly use the glass tree to gather natural energy from my Bokuzen. Subsequently, by employing the method she had previously developed to extract energy from the God Tree, she could transform it into chakra pellets, thereby facilitating efficient training at any time and place. Given her current familiarity with natural energy, she need not worry about the side effects of interrupting her training due to unforeseen circumstances. After approximately an hour, Fubai retracted her hands, nodding in satisfaction. She picked up the roughly 20-centimeter tall glass tree, examining it for a moment before stowing it away in her storage pouch. Now, it was time to embark on the journey to my Bokuzen for practical testing. Chapter 75, The Toad Pill. After a brief moment, Fubai turned to Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, I must step out for a while." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished without waiting for a reply. Stretching lazily on the bed, Xiaobai muttered with a pout, "And she says she has a tendency to procrastinate. This is hardly the case." Deep down, she understood that Fubai simply despised remaining in one place for extended periods of cultivation. If Fubai were to immerse herself in my Boku Mountain, it would likely be a decade or more before she emerged. Spirits often lose track of time in such a manner. Outside, as Fubai stepped beyond the threshold, she produced an aged scroll, its corners slightly curled. The scroll bore the blood imprint of Jiraiya, which Fubai had previously requested of him to facilitate her use of Reconnaissance magic to locate him. With one hand, she unfurled the scroll while the fingertips of her other hand glimmered with a violet light. She directed her finger at the blood mark, and with a flick of the purple glow, a faintly quivering red thread was drawn forth. Closing her eyes, she focused intently on the thread until it indicated a specific direction. Soon, she opened her eyes, maintaining her magical stance, and whispered, "I and Appos, we found you." In the land of T, a purple magical circle materialized beneath her feet. Within mere seconds, the teleportation spell activated, transporting her directly into a forest within the land of T. Fubai glanced at the red thread to confirm her course, and with a flash of white light, she gracefully ascended into the air, soaring towards the destination indicated by the thread. Before long, Jiraiya's figure emerged amidst the trees. Fubai flickered and instantly appeared behind him, gently tapping his shoulder. Jiraiya jolted, instinctively turning to unleash a Rasengan in a sudden attack. The resounding explosion echoed, sending dust spiraling into the air. As the light from the Rasengan dissipated, a blue diamond-shaped barrier stood firmly before Jiraiya. "Your method of greeting is rather unique," Fubai remarked. Standing behind the barrier with an unruffled demeanor, that strike capable of splitting mountains felt like a mere breeze to her. Only then did Jiraiya recognize her presence. Exhaling in relief and sheepishly scratching his head as he chuckled, "Oh, it and Appos, SU, sensei. Your sudden appearance startled me quite a bit. Is that so? Perhaps next time I shall simply materialize before you," Fubai replied, her expression slightly serious. Jiraiya hastily waved his hands, shaking his head with a pained smile. No. That would be equally alarming." The blue diamond barrier before Fubai transformed into a flurry of azure light, dissipating into the air. She gazed at Jiraiya, speaking directly. "Take me to my Boku Mountain." Jiraiya and Appos' expression grew solemn as he recalled an old promise made to Fubai, and he nodded. "Very well." Using the same method he had employed with Minma, he transported Fubai to my Boku Mountain. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the lush forests of this ethereal realm. Fubai unconsciously touched the prophetic prevention ring on her finger, letting out a soft sigh. "Master, let me take you to see the great sage Toad," Jiraiya stated respectfully as they walked. Fubai remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, they stood before the great sage Toad. Fubai looked up at the colossal creature, reminiscent of a small mountain, and a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she chuckled softly. "Time truly flies. Who would have thought that Toad from years past has grown so large?" Despite her words, the great sage Toad was indeed older than Fubai. "What, little Jiraiya, is this the master you often speak of?" Daizoku and Shima exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with confusion as they scrutinized Fubai. The great sage Toad slowly opened his drowsy eyes, and upon fixing his gaze upon Fubai, those murky eyes widened slightly. "It's you, that girl, Fubai." Fubai was momentarily taken aback before her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You still remember events from 1,000 years ago?" The great sage Toad chuckled. "Of course. I remember that aura of an outsider about you, though I sense it has faded now." This was due to Fubai having absorbed the natural energy of the ninja world to enhance her magical power, aligning herself with the world's natural essence. Remarkable. Your appearance and demeanor remain unchanged from those days. Yet I find myself in the twilight of my years. The great sage Toad and Appo's voice carried a sense of age and weariness. Fubai could not help but smile wryly, shaking her head as she replied calmly. It is by observing you that I truly feel the passage of time. The great sage Toad studied her, his aged voice heavy and distant, yet in you. I sense no passage of time, as if time itself has come to a halt in your presence. Fubai crossed her arms and allowed a mischievous smile to grace her lips. That is only natural. After all, I am a spirit. The great sage Toad paused, then erupted into a coarse laugh. Haha. It seems you have not changed completely. His gaze shifted to Jiraiya, then back to Fubai, his tone suddenly somber. What a surprise. Why has this scene never appeared in my prophecies? At this, Fubai furrowed her brow slightly. Logically, even with the prophetic prevention ring, there should have been scattered prophecies about her prior to this. Could it be because I have scarcely interfered with the ninja world? She gently stroked her chin, deep in thought. Yet this did not imply she would refrain from intervening in the future. However, the fragments the great sage Toad had seen were notably limited, as no one could have predicted Kaguya and Appo's resurrection. His prophecies predominantly pertained to recent events, concerning not only the six paths and Appo's brothers facing Kaguya but also the destined child, Naruto, and the subsequent foretelling of Kawaki slaying Naruto during the great sage Toad's demise. For him, most of these occurrences were events that transpired shortly after the prophecies were made. At this moment, Jiraiya and the two Toad sages stood in stunned silence. Jiraiya mechanically turned his head, his gaze darting between Fubai and the great sage Toad, grappling with the realization that his seemingly youthful master had lived for a millennium. This revelation left him reeling, as though he had plunged into an absurd dream. Fubai gently shook her head, casting aside her distractions. She looked up, directly addressing the great sage Toad, stating plainly, "The purpose of my visit is to gather some of my Boku Mountain's natural energy." Daizoku and Shima, awakened from their stupor, instinctively turned their gazes toward the great sage Toad, awaiting its response. "Very well," the great sage Toad slowly uttered, before closing his eyes once more. A faint smile of satisfaction surfaced on his wrinkled face before he slipped into slumber. As purple light erupted beneath Fubai and Appo's feet, the teleportation spell was swiftly enacted. When the radiance faded, her figure had vanished, leaving Jiraiya standing in stunned disbelief. In an instant, Fubai found herself deep within an ancient forest of my Boku Mountain. Chapter 76. Unfailing certainty. Fubai inhaled deeply, allowing the rich essence of nature to fill her lungs, invigorating her spirit. She deftly cast a meticulously crafted teleportation anchor point, a triangular crystal of palm size, which was her first creation of a high-level magical artifact. Next, she retrieved the translucent lioli tree from her storage pouch and placed it in a clearing within the forest. With her hands raised, the palms glowing with a verdant light, the lioli tree was activated, rapidly growing to the height of a young adult, absorbing the abundant natural energy around it at a visible pace. The tree and Appo's crystalline body began to shimmer with a vibrant green glow, resonating harmoniously with the natural energies of the forest. That will suffice, Fubai thought with a satisfied smile. After surveying her surroundings, she elegantly raised her right hand toward the lioli tree. In an instant, 5 pure white magic circles unfolded beneath the tree, enveloping it in transparent barriers. Yet Fubai and Appo's motions did not cease. Her fingertips danced with magical energy, summoning another emerald magic circle above the lioli tree. With a flicker of green light, the tree's form and essence vanished completely. Subsequently, a golden magic circle emerged on the ground, perfectly concealing the flow of natural energy around it. Only then did Fubai gradually withdraw her magical power, exhaling a sigh of relief. With 5 layers of protective sequences, complemented by 2 synergistic concealment magic circles, she felt assured of absolute safety. Taking another teleportation anchor point from her sleeve, she held it gently in her palm, sensing the one placed beside the lioli tree. As if invisible threads of magical energy connected the two, she thoughtfully caressed the smooth surface of the anchor, recalling the limitations of teleportation magic. The greater the distance, the more challenging it became to control the landing point. The deviations experienced during previous long-distance transports served as evidence of this. With her refined control over magical power, teleportation within the Fire Nation was manageable, provided she had previously visited the destination. For others, the range for precise teleportation would scarcely extend even to Konoha. The last time Xiaobai managed to teleport accurately to the Hokage's office was due to her being a clone created by Fubai. In contrast, the teleportation anchor point perfectly resolved this issue, enabling flawless pinpoint teleportation regardless of distance. Perhaps I shall return in a year to observe how much can be stored. Fubai mused as she tucked the anchor away, her feet illuminated by a purple teleportation magic circle. Moments later, she found herself within the borders of the Fire Nation. Now, she could directly utilize teleportation magic to enter Boku Mountain, although the positioning would be significantly off. However, with the anchor point, that mattered little. After a brief conversation with 2 toads, Jiraiya returned to the shinobi world, continuing his journey. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Over 6 months had elapsed since the conclusion of the prolonged Third Shinobi World War. This conflict, which had swept across the entire shinobi realm, had severely depleted the vitality of the major ninja villages, yet it also ushered in a rare period of peace. During this time, Sakura and Appo's growth had been remarkable. With astounding talent and perseverance, she rapidly evolved into an elite ninja capable of standing on her own, successfully passing the assessments to join the Umbu. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took special interest in this young prodigy, not merely due to her connection to Fubai but primarily because of her formidable strength. An intriguing tidbit arose as well. The moniker of Uchiha Shursui, known as Shunshin Shursui, had spread throughout Konoha. Uchiha Itachi had reached the age to attend the Ninja Academy. In the aftermath of the war, Konoha was in a state of reconstruction. Days later, the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen announced his abdication due to health concerns, ardently recommending Minato Namikaze as the successor to the position of the fourth Hokage, with Orochimaru's defection occurring earlier than in the original timeline. And Shimura Danzo recognizing his lack of popularity compared to Minato, the transition of Hokage proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Within a week, amidst great anticipation, Minato Namikaze officially received the conical hat and ceremonial robes symbolizing the Hokage position. As the news spread through the streets of Konoha, the village erupted in celebration. Villagers took to the streets, their cheers resounding in waves, rejoicing in the emergence of their young and capable new Hokage. Fubai stood quietly among the jubilant crowd, gazing up at the spirited Minato on the platform. Her expression was as tranquil as water, yet a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes. Orochimaru and Appo's early defection she mused internally, it seems even the slightest intervention can alter the course of destiny. Nearby, Xiaobai was blissfully indulging in the discounted delicacies offered by a food stall due to the celebration, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she remained oblivious to the surrounding excitement. On the surface, Konoha appeared unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, countless subtle transformations were quietly unfolding. Akin to ripples beneath a seemingly calm lake stirred by the spring breeze, amidst the verdant pines of the Konoha cemetery, Kakashi Hitaki knelt before the graves of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, softly sharing the news of Minato's ascension to the fourth Hokage. Morning dew dampened his black mask, yet could not conceal the melancholy in his voice. Not far off, his father, Tsukumo Hitaki, stood silently. Once feared as the white fang of Konoha, he had now aged with graying hair. The passage of time etched wrinkles into his resolute face, while countless hidden wounds had rendered his form less upright than in his youth. He gazed at his son's back, his eyes filled with a complex blend of sorrow and affection. Some pains could only be healed by time, and as a father, the only gift he could offer was unwavering companionship. If Tsukumo had been aware of Kakashi's solitary burden of fate in the original tale, would he have chosen to end his own life? A gentle breeze caressed the wildflowers between the gravestones, carrying a faint fragrance. Tsukumo stepped forward, resting his hand upon his son's shoulder. No words were exchanged, yet that warm touch spoke volumes beyond mere speech. In a shadowy forest along the border of the Fire Nation, Dreamly stood alone amongst the mottled tree shadows, her black Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. Her golden hair shimmered like flowing molten gold against the dark fabric, and her amber eyes reflected the menacing figure before her. "It is you, Dreamly. Long time no see." Orochimaru extended his elongated tongue to lick his lips, his serpent-like gaze fixated on Dreamly's form, glimmering with a sickly desire. Dreamly remained unfazed, casually tossing the scroll given to her by Pain. He had instructed her to use the Rinnegan as bait. Orochimaru would surely be drawn to join the Akatsuki because of this. Pain himself, however, was indifferent, possessing absolute confidence in his own strength. Having slain the demigod who seized control of Amigakure, he had begun to consider himself a god. Simultaneously, on the distant borders of the land of waterfalls, Conan's paper wings glided across the sky, searching for the renegade ninja Kakuzu, who had survived a confrontation with the first Hokage. Chapter 77. Am I also a child of prophecy? Orochimaru, with his pale, elongated fingers, took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. In the dim light, his serpent-like eyes narrowed with malevolent excitement as he absorbed its contents. Moments later, his fervent gaze locked onto Mingly. The Eye of the Six Paths? His voice was laced with a dangerous rasp, and his slender tongue instinctively flicked across his lips. Mingly's crimson cloud-patterned robe billowed gently in the breeze as she calmly replied, "Join the Akatsuki. You will find it intriguing." A chilling, spine-tingling laugh escaped Orochimaru's lips, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He deftly tucked the scroll into his ninja tool pouch, his movements so swift they seemed almost ethereal. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp rush of air, he appeared behind Mingly. A chilling aura of chakra enveloped her, reminiscent of a serpent's coldness. However, it was at that moment that Orochimaru's south voice slithered close to her ear, laden with perilous delight. "I find myself far more interested in the daughter of Fubai. You." In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru's pupils abruptly constricted. Mingly, who had stood before him just seconds ago, now appeared to waver and dissipate like a reflection in water. Before he could focus his serpent-like gaze, a cold sensation gripped his neck. A gleaming golden sword, radiant as sunlight, was poised dangerously against his throat. The blade's shimmering light cast a stark reflection upon his somewhat stiff visage. You have quite the confidence in your speed? Mingly's voice, laced with disdain, drifted from behind him. Orochimaru's throat tightened slightly as he finally retracted his flippant demeanor. He cautiously tilted his head, maintaining a precarious distance from the blade. Interesting. Are you also invited to join the Akatsuki? Is it for the Eye of the Six Paths? With a flick of her wrist, Mingly arched the golden sword in a dazzling arc, resting it behind her. No, she replied softly, her tone calm. I merely wish to observe what changes they will enact for the sake of peace, having witnessed countless wars. It was precisely this that compelled Mingly to join the Akatsuki, to discern the transformations they would bring to the ninja world in pursuit of harmony. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's lips. Her ease in revealing her thoughts suggested that her solitary travels had left her somewhat naive in the ways of human interaction. Nevertheless, this experience with the Akatsuki might well serve as a pivotal moment in her growth. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his tongue licking his lips. Fascinating. I shall join. His interest lay not in lofty ideals of peace, but rather in the intelligence surrounding the Eye of the Six Paths. Mingly said nothing further, turning toward the land of rain, with Orochimaru silently trailing behind her. Meanwhile, Conan had successfully recruited Dato. Members of the Akatsuki were gathering one by one, reminiscent of a scene from another time and place. In the home of Minato and Namikaze in Konoha, warm yellow light poured through the windows, illuminating the porch. Kushina Izumaki, 7 months pregnant, eagerly opened the door to welcome our guests. Sister Xiaobai, Sister Fubai, welcome to our home. Her red hair gleamed as a hairpin sparkled in the light. Fubai's gentle gaze fell upon Kushina's rounded belly, and a nostalgic smile graced her lips. Time flies, doesn't it? That little girl who loved to cause mischief is about to become a mother. Just then, Sakuyu hurried out from within, the dark attire of the umbu draped casually over her shoulders. Fubai, Lord Fubai. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy, clearly indicating that she too had been invited. Xiaobai nodded slightly, a subtle ripple of emotion crossing her calm gaze. The group entered Minato's warm abode, where the sounds of cooking filled the air. Sakuyu rolled up her sleeves, deftly assisting Kushina in preparing dinner. Her knife skills were swift and steady, her movements practiced, allowing the expectant Kushina to conserve her energy. In the living room, Fubai engaged Minato in discussion about recent village affairs. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and Jiraiya, his wild white hair tousled, appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing Fubai, he paused momentarily. Master, you're here too? Fubai set down her teacup, casting him an exasperated glance. Why shouldn't I be here? Ha. It's just a bit unexpected. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, his eyes scanning the quiet figure of Xiaobai in the corner before eventually taking a seat at Minato's signal. At that moment, Kushina emerged from the kitchen, carefully balancing a platter of freshly cooked fish, golden and garnished with vibrant green scallions. She gently placed the dish on the dining table, supporting her back with one hand. Jiraiya's gaze softened as he looked at her rounded belly. Time really does fly. Minato retrieved a beautifully bound book from his chest, Jiraiya's novel, and began to discuss it with him, while Fubai sat quietly nearby, her fingers absently tracing the rim of her teacup, lost in their conversation. She recalled her own abandoned fantasy novel, the meticulously crafted outline, detailed character designs, and various world-building elements forever tethered to her previous existence. Now, she had become the protagonist of her own narrative. Then I suppose I too am a child of fate. Fubai mused inwardly, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. Minato gently closed the book, his fingers grazing the spine as he offered a warm smile. Jiraiya-sensei, may I name my future son after the protagonist in this book? Jiraiya's body stiffened momentarily, his fingers tightening around the wine glass. The visage of Nagato flashed through his mind, dimming his gaze as his voice quivered slightly. Is that really permissible? Since learning of Nagato's demise, he had embarked on a journey not solely to seek out the child of prophecy, but also to escape the shadows of his own failures. Of course, Minato assured him, his tone gentle yet resolute. Naruto, that is a splendid name. His gaze drifted over the table, landing on Kushina, who was arranging the utensils, as if he could already envision Naruto's future within his azure eyes. Fubai lifted her teacup to her lips, a soft smile gracing her features. Indeed, it is a fine name. Kushina lovingly caressed her belly, her fingertips gliding over the fabric, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. Naruto, remember to thank Jiraiya-sensei, okay? Her voice was soft, yet it brought a hush over the room. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Kushina's belly, his expression softening into a bittersweet smile. A blend of pride and sorrow. Now, I too have become an important part of this little one's life. He raised his glass and drained its contents, as if to mask the moisture welling in his eyes. Sakuyu emerged from the kitchen with the last steaming dish, having shed her umbu uniform for a simple, comfortable outfit. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. The group gathered around the dining table, laughter and chatter mingling with the fragrant aroma of the meal, filling the cozy home with warmth. Chapter 78. The chaos of the Ninetales. The guardian of Xiaobai. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed, marking the day of childbirth for Uzumaki Kushina. The night in Konoha village is enveloped in an unusual atmosphere of tension, causing even the patrolling ninjas to unconsciously quicken their pace. At this moment, Fubai stands alone by her window, The moonlight seeps through the glass, casting a silvery glow upon her gray hair. She retrieves the teleportation anchor point, her fingertips emanating a faint purple light. It is time to check on the progress of the glazed tree, she murmurs softly, recalling that nearly a year has passed since her last visit to Myaboka Mountain. As she channels her magical energy, the runes on the anchor point gradually illuminate. The space around her slightly distorts, and in an instant, Fubai's figure vanishes. The next moment, the night breeze of Myaboka Mountain caresses her cheek. Before her, the glazed tree radiates a lustrous sheen under the moonlight, with two concealed magical formations above it still pulsating with a gentle glow. The glazed tree presents an extraordinary dual-colored appearance in the moonlight. The lower half has entirely transformed into a shimmering light green, while the upper half remains a translucent white crystal, displayed in a 6:4 ratio. As the night wind rustles, the tree emits a subtle hum. Fubai slowly extends her right hand, gently pressing her palm against the cool surface of the tree. Magical energy flows like a gentle stream, allowing her to sense the internal reserves of natural energy. A slight frown crosses her face. The glazed tree has already accumulated 60 of its natural energy. While its overall capacity pales in comparison to the god tree, the efficiency of absorption is surprisingly high. Perhaps in about 2 years, I will be able to harvest it. She muses, noting that the collection speed will slow considerably as the tree approaches 95 capacity. The moment her hand withdraws, a complex magical formation suddenly illuminates beneath her feet. The ancient runes swirling in the moonlight. This is the enhancement magical formation she created a millennium ago to extract chakra from the god tree, now repurposed for the glazed tree. Pointing her right hand toward the tree, 2 beams of light erupt from her palm, simultaneously activating the separation and compression magics. Under the enhancement of the magical formation, the separation magic escalates in rank. Thanks to the conversion magical formation inscribed within the glazed tree, a crucial step has been bypassed. However, the extraction speed of natural energy is exceedingly slow, akin to drawing thick honey. A flicker of surprise crosses Fubai's eyes as she wonders what is happening. Unconsciously, she amplifies her magical output. Logically, it should be easier than with the god tree, and she bites her lip, her curiosity as a researcher thoroughly piqued. In truth, the god tree possesses a unique conversion system that can transform natural energy into chakra for the Otsutsuki clan's use. However, the quality of chakra does not match that of natural energy, which is why Fubai could directly extract energy from within the god tree. Reflecting on this, Fubai shakes her head, murmuring softly, "No, what I extracted back then was indeed chakra particles formed from natural energy. The only plausible explanation is that the god tree collected natural energy and stored it within, but had not yet converted it into chakra before Fubai extracted it. The god tree's vastness, combined with its capacity to gather the loose natural energy of the ninja world, makes it an easily drained vessel, allowing Fubai to extract 1/5 of its energy in just an hour and a half. Conversely, the glazed tree is merely collecting and compressing natural energy within itself, making this energy more challenging to extract. Nonetheless, even with this added difficulty, it merely prolongs the process for Fubai. Shortly after her departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen stealthily arrives. Upon sensing his chakra, Xiaobai's heart tightens. Could it be today? She sighs helplessly, rising to open the door. Outside, the third Hokage, clad in a dark cloak, wears a grave expression as he speaks to Xiaobai. Kushina is about to give birth. I implore you, Lady Fubai, to assist. Without hesitation, Xiaobai activates the purple magical formation beneath her feet. Moments later, she appears before a concealed stone hut on the outskirts of Konoha. The Umbu stationed there instantly become alert, kunai glinting in the moonlight before they recognize her and promptly sheath their weapons. Lady Fubai, they greet. Nodding, she glances at the barrier seals adorning the stone hut and strides directly inside. Within, Namake's Minato is half kneeling beside the birthing bed, his hands firmly pressing on the sealing technique over Kushina and Appo's abdomen. The midwives, Sarutobi Bawako and Sakura, are busy at work. Upon seeing Xiaobai and Appo's sudden appearance, Sakura exclaims in delight. Sister Xiaobai. Kushina, drenched in sweat, does not respond to Xiaobai and Appo's presence, her legs drawn up as she breathes heavily under Bawako and Appo's guidance. Minato looks up to see Xiaobai, his tense expression softening slightly. Xiaobai stands quietly to the side, refraining from intervening. She understands that healing magic should not be used carelessly during childbirth. She must wait for the child to be safely born. To apply magic on Kushina now would only prolong the labor. With a loud cry, a newborn's wail fills the air, and Sarutobi Bawako cradles a rosy infant in her arms. Xiaobai immediately steps forward, her hands glowing with a soft white light as she gently places them on Kushina, alleviating her pain and the wounds inflicted by childbirth. Ah, Sister Xiaobai. Thank you. Kushina exhales with relief, her complexion improving significantly. Although Sakura wishes to assist, she currently lacks healing magic and can only stand by and watch. Meanwhile, Minato remains in a daze, staring at the infant, muttering, "Am I a father now?" Biwako shoots him a glance, carefully bringing the baby Naruto before Kushina. Come. Let your mother see the child. Naruto. Welcome to this world, Kushina whispers, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. As Biwako gently cradles Naruto, Preparing to take him to the adjacent room, a sudden scream pierces the air, and she collapses heavily to the ground. In midair, space distorts and twists ominously, forming a pitch-black vortex. A mysterious figure in an orange mask cradles the wailing Naruto in one arm, while the other brandishes a kunai against the infant's delicate neck. Everyone step back, away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, his voice is cold and piercing as he continues. Otherwise, this child will only live for a minute. Naruto. Kushina's anxious gaze locks onto the masked man holding her child, the infant's cries growing louder. What? Sakura's expression hardens at the unfolding scene, her body erupting with purple lightning. None of them grasp how this intruder gained entry. Xiaobai's pupils constrict, yet her healing magic remains uninterrupted. Her memory of the original story is now hazy, only vaguely recalling that Uchiha Obito would come to wreak havoc, though she never anticipated his approach would be so blunt and ruthless. Minato glares fiercely at the intruder, his mind racing. The barrier remains intact. How did this person breach it? Sakura, Xiaobai calls without lifting her head, the white light still enveloping Kushina's abdomen. Sakura comprehends and transforms into a bolt of lightning, charging forward. Seeing this, the masked man shows no hesitation, thrusting the kunai with lethal intent toward the infant in his grasp. Chapter 79, The Chaos of the Ninetales, the Demon Clan of Mikawa Whoosh. A violet beam of light swiftly pierced through the masked man's arm, its speed so astonishing that even an afterimage was indiscernible. What? Before he could react, Naruto, whom he held, vanished without a trace, and he hadn't even had the chance to affix an explosive tag. The masked man immediately activated his Kamui, phasing out of existence to evade the blade strike conjured by the thunder of Sakura Moon. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura retreated, safely delivering Naruto back to Kushina's side. She fixed her gaze on the masked man, her fox ears quivering slightly, her right hand still grasping the violet lightning blade, and coldly stated, "You are that Uchiha." The masked man looked at the signature fox ears atop Sakura's head and scoffed. "Indeed, I am Uchiha Obito." His voice echoed in the vast delivery room, his right hand pressing against the wound pierced by the beam, blood seeping through his fingers. The healing spell in Shiro and Appos, as hands continued unabated, while her peripheral vision remained vigilant on the battlefield. Minato had already assumed a combat stance, kunai spinning between his fingers, regardless of who you are. "You shall not harm my family today." With a sigh of resignation, Shiro realized that her presence alongside Sakura had emboldened Minato beyond what was depicted in the original narrative. She maintained her healing magic and calmly instructed, "Minato, first use the Flying Thunder God to take Naruto away." Minato glanced at the weakened Kushina and the wailing Naruto. Nodding solemnly, understood. He bent down to plant a gentle kiss on Kushina's forehead. "Wait for me a moment." In a flash of golden light, the father and son disappeared from the spot. The white light in Shiro and Appos, as hands suddenly transformed into countless delicate feathers of light, gracefully drifting down upon Kushina. "Sakura, hold him off," she said without lifting her head. "Hey." Uchiha Obito let out a low chuckle, the Sharingan beneath his mask slowly rotating. "As long as I maintain this phasing, none of you can harm me." His figure flickered in and out of existence, as if navigating the crevice between reality and another dimension. Sakura, upon hearing this, concentrated the lightning in her palm into a blade. She fixed her gaze on the elusive enemy, her pink hair dancing with the breeze as she sought the optimal moment to strike. Strands of barely perceptible lightning flickering in the air, the entire atmosphere charged with tension. Suddenly, Obito's figure vanished from the air, prompting Sakura to alertly scan her surroundings. In the next instant, Obito appeared out of thin air behind Shiro. Sakura, detecting Obito's presence through the surrounding strands of lightning, swung her lightning blade. But it merely passed through his form. Meanwhile, Obito's hand rested upon Shiro's shoulder. "Got him." Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, several golden chains erupted from the ground, binding Obito tightly. This is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, the green magic circle beneath Shiro's feet suddenly lit up, and an elf wielding a green bow materialized beside her, white runes swirling throughout the room. Seizing the moment, Sakura again swung her blade at Obito, yet she was still a fraction too late. Obito had already phased out of existence once more. It seems spatial sealing is ineffective against Kamui. Shiro mused softly. In truth, she had already healed Kushina. Her earlier actions were merely a ruse to lure Obito in. Kushina had cooperated seamlessly, attempting to ensnare him with the adamant and chains. The magic Shiro had deployed was indeed elven magic, but she merely borrowed its spatial sealing capabilities. However, the earlier situation had made it evident that it could not prevent Obito from entering Kamui and Appos as space. This also implied that if Kagaya were to resurrect, her ability to shift between dimensions could not be sealed either. Shiro pondered quietly. At that moment, the glow of the green magic circle beneath her began to dim, and the once glimmering white runes around her dissipated like dandelion fluff scattered by the wind, along with the elf. It appears that the distinctions between chakra, magical power, and natural energy are still at play. Natural energy techniques can inflict damage on those of the six paths level, but perhaps magical power could also pose a threat, albeit not specifically targeting their spatial abilities. Shiro contemplated, her gaze filled with contemplation, as the adamant chains beside her clattered and fell apart. "Sister Shiro, are you all right?" Kushina, now sitting up, looked at her with a puzzled expression. Just then, a sinister aura from the demon clan enveloped the once peaceful Konoha like ominous clouds. A civilian named Mikawa began to transform into a demon, his body twisting grotesquely. Black demonic energy wafting around him like thick smoke. In an instant, the civilians surrounding him screamed in horror and collapsed, their bodies rapidly desiccating, devoid of life. Shiro's elven ears twitched, immediately detecting the demonic presence. She quickly glanced at Sakura and Kushina, noting that Kushina's complexion had improved significantly, and with Sakura by her side, they were sufficiently capable of self-defense. Sakura seemed to sense the terrifying aura of the demon clan as well, her body instinctively trembling, her grip on the lightning blade tightening. Sakura, take care of Kushina. Sakura nodded, her grip on the lightning blade firming slightly as she lightly stepped closer to Kushina. No sooner had she spoken than the magic circle beneath Shiro illuminated, activating the teleportation spell, and moments later, she vanished from the scene. The clearing outside the stone house lay in ruins, the bodies of Umbu ninjas sprawled haphazardly across the ground. A figure clad in an Akatsuki cloak stood at the center of this chaos, scanning the corpses with a glint of disappointment in his eyes. What a pity. There are hardly any hearts suitable for my use. At that moment, Uchiha Obito emerged slowly from the surrounding void. He walked directly towards Kakuzu and spoke, Kakuzu, help me hold off 2 individuals. Oh, you can't handle them? Kakuzu replied, somewhat surprised. It's a bit troublesome, there are too many of them. Obito frowned. Kakuzu shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, just don't forget my payment. With that, he retrieved a heart from a nearby Umbu corpse and continued, I'm quite curious. How did you convince Orochimaru to target the 4th Hokage? Arin and Appos, are you afraid he might kill him? And Appos, it's not so simple to kill the 4th. Unless he seeks his own demise or uses space ninjutsu against him, Appos, is simply unfeasible. For some reason, as he mentioned this, a confident expression surfaced on Obito and Appos' face. Currently, Obito was far more cautious than in the original tale, having been repeatedly warned by Uchiha Madara about the necessity for vigilance regarding Fubai. Moreover, with Sakura's presence, he was compelled to bring along 2 additional individuals. Although Orochimaru might not necessarily kill Minato, he could certainly stall him. The crucial factors remained Sakura and Shiro. However, Shiro was currently heading to Konoha to confront the demon clan, while Fubai was still in Myoboka Mountain. And Minato was being held up by Orochimaru. This was indeed Konoha and Appos' most vulnerable hour. Chapter 80. The Chaos of the Ninetales, the demon clan hidden in the ninja world. At that moment, Sakuya assisted Kushina Izumaki out of the stone hut. The sight before them, filled with the lifeless bodies of the Umbu, rendered them momentarily speechless. It seemed the barrier had shielded them from the massacre occurring outside. Kushina Izumaki gazed at the 2 in front of her and spoke slowly. Sakuya's eyes widened in shock, her fox ears quivering, her gaze fixated on Obito Uchiha as she exclaimed, You haven't left. My plan is not yet complete. Obito surveyed the surroundings before locking his gaze onto Kushina's abdomen, then remarked, It appears your other companion has left. Kakuzu, go intercept the pink-haired woman. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu swiftly shed the Akatsuki cloak, revealing a body marred by numerous stitches, an odd sight indeed. Immediately thereafter, Obito Uchiha's form began to rotate slowly, vanishing into the void. Sakuya watched Kakuzu with caution, her mind alert to the possibility of Obito's sudden reappearance. Kushina exhaled sharply. Standing tall as she instructed, Sakuya, you handle that peculiar individual first. But Sakuya hesitated slightly. Kushina shook her head, saying, I would only hinder you now. You must eliminate the enemy first. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sakuya nodded firmly, her body enveloped in flickering lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she surged towards Kakuzu, her lightning blade poised for a strike. Such speed. Kakuzu was taken aback, hastily drawing a kunai to defend himself. A resounding clang echoed as the kunai was effortlessly severed. However, this brief defense mitigated some of the force, and Sakuyu's lightning blade embedded itself over an inch into Kakuzu's shoulder. In an instant, the electric surge coursed through Kakuzu's body, turning him a charred black, as if scorched by fierce flames, before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Sakuya let out a sigh of relief, believing she had dispatched the enemy with such ease. Yet, the fallen Kakuzu began to writhe, and 4 earth grudges erupted from the ground. Kakuzu's 5 elemental hearts remained intact. Her recent attack had not inflicted any substantial damage. Observing this, Sakuya quickly retreated a few steps, her hands glowing with electricity as 5 bolts of lightning shot towards the earth grudges from different angles. Simultaneously, a spiral distortion appeared in the space behind Kushina, and Obito Uchiha emerged from the void. At that moment, several golden chains shot forth, attempting to ensnare Obito. However, he reacted swiftly, phasing out of existence to evade the chain's grasp. Following this, Obito pressed a hand against Kushina's shoulder, a whirlpool of void slowly opening as he attempted to take her away with him. Nevertheless, Kushina remained remarkably composed, her concealed right hand striking suddenly at Obito's body. A sealing technique spreading rapidly like ink, enveloping him. What? Obito exclaimed in astonishment, yet he did not cease his actions. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, dragging Kushina into the Kamui dimension before the sealing technique could fully encase him. Sakuyu caught sight of this out of the corner of her eye and inwardly cursed her misfortune as she looked at the black tentacles before her. Although her lightning had penetrated their forms, these creatures seemed impervious to pain, continuing to writhe endlessly. Your attacks have no effect on me, Kakuza declared. Though he still felt a lingering fear from the earlier strike, his heart had nearly ceased beating due to the electric shock, but fortunately, the lightning chakra lingering within him had saved him from defeat. On the wide streets of Konoha, the scene was heart-wrenching. Civilians lay sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their bodies shriveled and devoid of vitality. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confronting a mysterious demon. He glared fiercely, demanding, "What manner of creature are you?" Daring to invade the bodies of the innocent. The demon, known as Mikawa, offered no reply, merely twitching his nostrils as he inhaled the surrounding air. He murmured, "Other kin are present in this world, their auras so faint. Have they all hidden away? Why?" Mikawa belonged to a subset of demons skilled in reconnaissance. His combat prowess was not particularly remarkable, yet his ability to scout was unparalleled. Utilizing this talent, he had evaded numerous deadly crises within the magical realm. Their innate ability to erode life was a trait of their clan, which comprised various distinct races. However, for those with moderately high magical power, such erosion could easily be disregarded, and chakra offered similar resistance. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Suddenly, Mikawa's pupils constricted sharply. He executed a teleportation spell, vanishing from his location. In the next instant, dozens of white beams of light came hurtling from all directions, crashing into the spot he had just vacated. In an instant, dust billowed as the ground was blasted into a massive crater. Stelbai surveyed the lifeless, desiccated civilians around him and remarked calmly, "To react to such a rapid magical attack, coupled with your life-eroding characteristics." Mikawa paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "How do you know my identity? And you? You are an elf, which complicates matters." Upon seeing Stelbai's signature-pointed ears, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. In a tranquil grove far from the land of fire, a black-haired maiden calmly entered a wooden house. Her deep purple eyes expressionlessly regarded the man seated and reading. She softly spoke, "Shang." I sensed Mikawa's presence. Shang set down his book, his gaze devoid of any sparkle. After a moment, he quietly observed the girl before him and replied steadily, "I sensed it as well, but regrettably, he is in that location. We must abandon him." Understood. The black-haired maiden did not hesitate further. After a simple acknowledgement, she turned to leave the wooden house. Had it not been for Mikawa's exceptional reconnaissance skills, the black-haired maiden would not have come specifically to hear his thoughts. After all, for the demon clan, their gatherings often served merely to exploit each other's abilities. No longer could they remain passive. Was there a means to infiltrate that village and gather intelligence on the enemy? Shang murmured to himself, watching the demon maiden's departing figure. He then closed his eyes in contemplation, a flurry of methods flashing through his mind. In the forest of Konoha, the trees were lush and verdant, yet a tense atmosphere loomed. Mikawa darted through the woods like a startled bird, muttering curses under his breath. So that's how it is, to be summoned into the elf's territory. Which fool orchestrated this? As he fled, he pondered, others must have sensed my predicament. Yet not one has come to my aid. At this moment, Mikawa was wholly focused, using his agile form to evade wave after wave of magical attacks. Dozens of white beams pursued him relentlessly, whistling sharply as they sliced through the air, severing trees in their wake and kicking up clouds of dust. Chapter 81. The Chaos of the Ninetales. Obito's demise within the realm of Kamui. Kushina Izumaki felt a momentary whirl of chaos, unable to sustain herself, and collapsed to the side. Similarly, Obito Uchiha found his condition dire, struggling to maintain the activation of his left eye Sharingan. The intricate sealing technique, like a tangled mass, stirred the chakra within him into disarray. Trapped in this space, even his Mangeki Sharingan was rendered useless, akin to a bird confined in a cage. Without the removal of the sealing technique, escape was impossible. His brow furrowed, teeth clenched as he muttered, "The five-element sealing. This technique can only be undone by the five elements release. With my chakra in such turmoil, I cannot possibly break it on my own." Surveying the vast Kamui realm, he realized that aside from the unconscious Kushina, there was no one to aid him in breaking the seal. Yet, he could not kill Kushina to lift the seal, for that would also result in the demise of the Ninetales, thwarting his plan to attack Konoha. Gazing at Kushina, fury ignited within his eyes as he cursed. Damn it! Damn it! With that, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eye began to rotate, emanating an eerie glow. Without hesitation, he drew a kunai and slashed his own throat, blood gushing forth immediately. As he activated Izanagi, his chakra began to uncontrollably drain from his body. Although his chakra remained chaotic, it could not halt the loss. In the next moment, Obito gasped for breath, appearing a short distance away. Utilizing the power of Izanagi, he rewrote reality, erasing the existence of the sealing technique and his own demise. That wretched woman, he whispered bitterly. Soon, Obito returned to the shinobi world with Kushina. They materialized in a desolate, secluded area, overgrown with weeds and enveloped in silence. He gently laid Kushina on the ground, placing his right hand on her abdomen. Moments later, the sealing technique binding the Ninetales was undone. "Come forth, Ninetales." Kushina and Imp, Amp, Apos, eyes turned pale, as if an invisible force was tugging at her soul. Subsequently, a torrent of crimson chakra erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly saturating the clearing. The chakra coalesced rapidly, forming an immense nine-tails beast. Its body towered like a mountain. 9 robust tails thrashing in the air, each movement creating a tempest. Uchiha. The moment the 9 tails manifested and beheld Obito, an enraged roar erupted like thunder. Its colossal claws rose high, striking towards Obito with the force of a natural disaster, tearing through the air with a piercing howl. However, Obito was prepared. He widened his eyes, the eerie light of his Mangeki Sharingan revealing a frenzied intent. In an instant, the eyes of the 9 tails transformed into the shape of Sharingan. Its movements abruptly halted, its massive form ensnared by an invisible force, stripped of its autonomy. Simultaneously, Obito retrieved a nutrient chamber from his sleeve. Within, a 3-tomo Sharingan floated gently in the nutrient liquid. Without hesitation, he extracted his own eye, now rendered completely blind from using his Inagi, blood trickling down his cheek. Swiftly, he replaced it with the 3-tomo Sharingan, a glimmer of light returning to his gaze. Let it begin, 9 tails, he commanded coldly. Obito glanced at the weakened Kushina, who was struggling to lift her head, her eyes filled with animosity towards him. Truly, the Uzumaki clan is resilient, he mused. Yet you are but a flickering candle in the wind. You will soon perish without my intervention. Casting a dispassionate glance her way, Obito transformed into a spiraling void, departing from the scene. His primary objective was to assault Konoha. In another location near Konoha, Minato Namikaze was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. The two moved like shadows, their weapons clashing, the flying thunder god Kunai against the Kusanagi sword. Rasengan colliding with the Rashomon gates, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, beads of sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead. A moment's lapse could lead to his swift demise at the hands of Minato. Many forbidden techniques were rendered ineffective due to Minato's elusive close-quarters combat style, forcing Orochimaru to concede the extent of Minato and Amp, Apos, combat prowess. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The 9 tails had been summoned to Konoha by Obito using summoning techniques. The roar struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all who heard it. As they looked on, the 9 tails wreaked havoc in the village, leaving destruction in its wake, screams and cries resonating throughout. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood high above, composed and commanding, directing Konoha's ninja to orderly evacuate nearby civilians. Armed with his Rui Jingu Bang, he charged at the 9 tails, attempting to delay its assault. Minato cast a deep, penetrating glance at Orochimaru, a flicker of cold light in his eyes. Now that Konoha is under attack, will you still attempt to hinder me, Orochimaru? Orochimaru, gazing towards the distant 9 tails, took a deep breath, his expression complex. He slowly licked his lips, saying, the time has been sufficiently delayed. Good luck, 4th Hokage. With that, Orochimaru turned and retreated. For his task from Obito was merely to postpone until the 9 tails emerged, while he sought to obtain what he desired. Filled with murderous intent, Minato focused on the 9 tails, fully aware that Kushina was in peril. Firmly gripping the flying thunder god Kunai, his aura exploded forth. In the next instant, he transformed into a dazzling golden light, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at a pre-designated kunai location within Konoha. I found you. Just then, the space behind him seemed to tear open as if gripped by an invisible hand, an eerie vortex slowly unfurling. Minato reacted swiftly, instinctively thrusting the kunai backward. The sharp weapon pierced through the opponent and Apos' skull, yet it felt as though it had struck nothingness, passing straight through. Meanwhile, a cold hand grasped his arm. A deep voice echoing, I and Amp, Apos, V got you. The vortex widened, threatening to engulf Minato into the realm of Kamui. Fortunately, he reacted with remarkable speed, activating the flying thunder god seal. In an instant, his figure transformed into golden light, teleporting to a clearing outside Konoha. There, he noticed a figure lying in the distance. Kushina. Obito observed the glimmer, the Mangeki Sharingan in his eye beginning to rotate slowly. How swift, he marveled. A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before a cold smile crept across his face. In the blink of an eye, he followed Minato, reappearing before him. Chapter 82. The Chaos of the Ninetales, slaying Mikawa Naruto and Amp, Apos. Minato Namikaze gazed intently at the masked man before him, his deep eyes aflame with murderous intent. His hands instinctively clenched tightly, emanating a terrifying aura. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Minato inquired of Uchiha Obito the purpose of his actions. Yet, the response was no less brutish, merely a fleeting one. Minato and Apos' gaze sharpened further, silently vowing to eradicate this threat once and for all. As for the village, it would have to rely on Sarutobi Hiruzen for the time being. Soon, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Just as depicted in the original tale, Minato, employing his keen insight and the Rasengan, successfully marked Obito and Amp, Apos' back with the flying thunder god technique. In an instant, he teleported before Obito, severing the contractual bond between him and the Ninetales. Obito stumbled back, cursing under his breath, ultimately retreating in defeat. However, despite appearing foolish, he had succeeded in inflicting pain upon Konoha. Minato swiftly approached Kushina Uzumaki, gazing tenderly at her, his eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Minato, stop the Ninetales. Kushina weakly urged, her gaze resolute. Minato turned his eyes toward the rampaging beast in the distance, his lips pale from tension, and steeled his resolve. Kushina, I'm sorry. He murmured, his voice heavy with reluctance. He gently lifted Kushina and invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting near the Ninetales. There. He swiftly pressed the Flying Thunder God seal onto the frenzied creature, and in the next moment, he transported both himself and the Ninetales to a location designated for Naruto. This place, far from the village, was the last refuge of his Kunai. Minato had no choice but to move the Ninetales here. Allowing it to continue its rampage would surely reduce Konoha to ruins. Upon landing, Kushina, despite her weakened state, hastily formed hand signs, summoning powerful adamant chains to ensnare the Ninetales firmly. Her breath was faint, her voice trembling as she spoke to Minato. The flame of life may extinguish at any moment. Seal the Ninetales within me. Thus, even in death, it shall perish alongside me. Minato gazed at his frail wife, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. His heart ached, and his voice cracked as he implored, Kushina, there is no need for us to perish together. Use your remaining chakra to reunite with Naruto in the future. In another corner outside Konoha, Shiro had already sensed the disturbance from the release of the Ninetales. However, at that moment, the threat posed by the demon clan loomed larger. The innate abilities of these demons were specifically designed to counter humanity. Merely approaching could silently claim a life. The rampant demonic energy escaping their grasp was easily detectable by the elves. Damn it, why is the main body taking so long? Shiro and Appo's gaze locked onto the swiftly flying Mikawa, a cunning plan forming in her mind. With a flick of her wrist, a flurry of attack spells shot towards Mikawa like meteors from all directions. Although pursuing agility diminished their potency, the full force of these spells could decisively alter the course of battle. Yet, Mikawa moved with astonishing speed, wielding a black dagger that emitted an eerie light, deftly slicing through the incoming spells. The pressure Shiro exerted came in relentless waves. Meanwhile, Shiro's eyes remained fixed on Mikawa, rapidly calculating his movements. She raised her hand again, unleashing another barrage of spells. Simultaneously, she summoned her staff, a brilliant golden light flashing from its tip, while Mikawa evaded the spells with all his might, unbeknownst to him. He was being subtly guided by the seemingly chaotic barrage. As the onslaught of spells began to wane, a golden magical circle suddenly illuminated beneath him. Not good. Control magic. Mikawa gasped, realizing he needed to teleport away. However, as he looked to the distant sky, terror gripped him. Shiro was flanked by 4 elves, and the surrounding forest was suffused with mysterious white runes. This is elf magic. Wasn't he yet destroyed by the Demon King? Despair washed over Mikawa as he beheld Shiro, feeling utterly powerless. The space around him had been completely sealed, rendering teleportation and escape magic futile. The golden magical circle blazed brightly, and several chains resembling adamantine sprang forth, ensnaring Mikawa tightly. Concurrently, the 3 elves in the air gathered their power. It's over, Shiro stated coldly. Before her words could fully register, 3 arrows glowing green shot forth, swiftly piercing Mikawa's body. Damn, this world. What? His gaze fell upon the moon, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, yet his expression remained one of defiance as he transformed into black motes, dissipating into the ninja realm. Upon witnessing this, Shiro decisively cast her teleportation magic, appearing near the Ninetales in an instant. However, the scene before her tightened her heart. Minato had already executed the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing half of the Ninetales and Appo's chakra within himself. Shiro's gaze first fell upon the colossal, fearsome form of the Ninetales, then shifted to Kushina, who sat on the ground. Though pale as death, Kushina gritted her teeth, binding the Ninetales with adamant chains, each link seeming to draw on her last vestige of strength. I'm too late. Shiro sighed inwardly. Just then, the Ninetales appeared to sense Minato's intent to seal the remaining chakra into Naruto, its eyes flashing with ferocity as its massive claws lunged toward Naruto. Not good. Minato shouted in terror, his voice steeped in despair. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived, could only watch helplessly, too far away to intervene. In a critical moment, a dazzling white beam shot forth like a meteor, flawlessly severing the Ninetales and Appo's arm. The Ninetales let out a pained roar, shaking the very air around it. Though its body was composed of chakra and could regenerate, for reasons unknown, this strike inflicted unprecedented agony upon it. Kushina turned her gaze towards the source of the light, her previously unfocused eyes gradually sharpening until she recognized Shiro. Her lips moved slightly as she softly called out, Shiro, sister. Shiro shook her head helplessly, slowly retracting her right hand as she calmly stated, Minato, do what you must. Minato nodded heavily, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body and the anguish of his soul being pulled apart as he sealed the remaining half of the Ninetales chakra within Naruto. Chapter 83, The Key to Healing is Natural Energy. Xiaobai slowly approached Kushina and Minato, standing quietly as she observed the couple carefully sealing their remaining chakra into Naruto's body. After this, she gently extended her hand, softly pressing it against Kushina's form. In an instant, a flicker of white light emanated from her palm, the gentle and warm glow flowing into Kushina's being. This was high-level healing. She lifted her gaze, catching sight of the ominous figure of the Shinigami lurking behind Minato, her expression turning serious. The Shinigami. I cannot save you, Minato. You have forged a contract with him. Yet, Minato and Appo's S resolve remained unwavering as he gazed intently at Kushina, asserting firmly, "Then, can you save Kushina?" Xiaobai's eyes fell upon the weakened form of Uzumaki Kushina, slowly shaking her head, her voice heavy with foreboding. The situation is grim. The relationship between a tailed beast and its Jinchuriki is fundamentally symbiotic. Once the tailed beast departs, the Jinchuriki, akin to a flower bereft of nourishment, will swiftly wither away. To remedy this, an immense amount of life energy is required, a feat far from simple. In the original narrative, only Uchiha Obito survived after the extraction of the Ninetales, and that was due to his possession of the unique Six Paths physique. Subsequently, her gaze shifted back to the Shinigami behind Minato. Curiosity and a thirst for exploration gleaming in her eyes as thoughts began to swirl within her mind. I wonder if I can attack it. I recall that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are necessary to unearth the soul of the contracted individual. Minato gazed affectionately at Naruto. His eyes filled with reluctance as he stated, "I have no regrets about my decision before using the Reaper Death Seal. Do not worry about me." Kushina, struggling to sit up, her hands trembling from weakness, nonetheless grasped Minato's hand with determination. "If you can continue to live, take my place and care for Naruto." Minato slowly closed his eyes, a hint of peace and contentment washing over him as he collapsed into Kushina and Appo's embrace. Meanwhile, Xiaobai remained silently behind Kushina, her right hand gently resting on her shoulder, continuously channeling healing magic. Life energy. Perhaps it can be replaced with natural energy. No. I must extract Kushina and Appo's chakra. Otherwise, the fusion of both chakras will lead to petrification. No, chakra in the shinobi world equates to life. If it is extracted, she will die immediately. Xiaobai's brow furrowed as she regarded Uzumaki Kushina, her mind racing to devise a method of saving her. Currently, she was solely using healing magic to provide Kushina with life energy, but should she cease, Kushina might perish in an instant. Fubai, having spent nearly 2 hours attending to matters in Mount Myaboku, finally returned. The moment she set foot in Konoha, the scene before her caused her to frown. The once vibrant and orderly village now lay in ruins, buildings toppled, debris scattered, and the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. A sense of unease flashed through her mind as a hypothesis took shape. Could it be that tonight was the night of the Ninetales and Appo's rampage? To confirm her suspicion, she swiftly cast a sensing spell, powerful waves of magical energy radiating outward. Within this village, she not only detected residual demonic energy, but also discerned the aftermath of a fierce battle between Sakura and Kakazu. At that moment, Sakura radiated formidable lightning power, embodying the essence of a thunder god, as dark clouds enveloped the sky and lightning flickered. Kakuzu, accompanied by the 2 remaining Earthgrudge Fear, fled in disarray. Seeing that battle had concluded, Fubai did not linger and continued scanning the village until she spotted Xiaobai, with a flash of purple light beneath her feet. She activated teleportation magic and appeared before Xiaobai and the others in mere seconds. Upon witnessing the lifeless Minato, the frail Kushina, and the sleeping Naruto in her arms, Fubai could not help but let out a soft sigh, murmuring, "I did not expect it to be tonight. I miscalculated." Kushina and Xiaobai turned to Fubai at the sound of that familiar voice. For reasons unbeknownst to them, upon seeing Fubai, both felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fubai hastened to Xiaobai's side, gently caressing her cheek. In that instant, memories of the past 2 hours flooded her mind, swiftly illuminating the sequence of events. The Reaper Death Seal, the Shinigami, how intriguing. So his soul was sealed. After a moment in Appo's contemplation, Fubai approached Kushina, proposing her thoughts, asserting that the immediate priority was to resolve Kushina and Appo's predicament. Shall we attempt to inscribe a transformation spell on Kushina, allowing her chakra to be entirely converted into natural energy? Xiaobai looked at her incredulously, retorting, "Are you experimenting on Kushina? What if she cannot endure the transformation from chakra to natural energy?" Fubai met Xiaobai's gaze. Speaking gravely, "Is there any other option? We both know that true resurrection magic does not exist in the magical realm." In this moment of urgency, disputes arising from differing opinions were far from novel. Although she was a fragment of Fubai, she felt more like a long-time confidant, engaging in a spirited exchange of viewpoints. "If you and Appo's worried, you can maintain the high-level healing while I handle the transformation," Fubai calmly suggested, striving to dissipate the tension in the air. Xiaobai hesitated but ultimately nodded in resignation. Time was of the essence. They could not afford further debate and must attempt Fubai and Appo's approach. As her words fell, Fubai swiftly moved to stand before Kushina. Kushina gazed at Fubai, her eyes reflecting a yearning for life and a fear of death, yet more prominently, a steadfast determination. "Sister Fubai, please proceed without hesitation. Whether in life or death, I am content." Fubai looked into Kushina and Appo's eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of that desire. Smiling as she said, "Your eyes do not betray a sense of fulfillment. Trust me to handle this." She laid Kushina down gently upon the ground, while Xiaobai continued to sustain her healing magic, and Minato was respectfully placed to the side. Fubai's fingers shimmered with mysterious purple light as she glided through the surrounding air, tracing a perfect arc of purple. She guided the natural energy around her, carefully gliding over Kushina's abdomen, shoulders, legs, and head. 6 magical runes gradually etched themselves onto Kushina's body, while the surrounding natural energy was drawn towards these symbols. These runes possessed not only the ability to transform, but also the capacity to sense the natural energy around them, thereby converting the chakra within Kushina. Without this step, the energy present within Kushina would not be natural energy, but rather magical energy. Chapter 84. The possibility of resurrection through necromancy. In an instant, a formidable force surged forth. The chakra within Kushina rapidly transformed into natural energy. Simultaneously, the surrounding natural energy seemed to respond to an unseen summons, gradually drifting towards Kushina's being. Was it successful? Xiaobai observed Kushina, her thoughts mirroring the actions of Fubai. However, she had not anticipated such a smooth resolution, deeming it a flawless experiment. After all, this was the first instance of employing energy conversion magic within another's body. At that moment, Kushina had her eyes tightly shut, her face contorted in agony. As the chakra underwent its transformation, it felt as if she were undergoing a baptism of the soul, confronting an emptiness from the depths of her spirit. Yet, almost immediately, a wondrous sensation washed over her. She could distinctly sense that her once strong bond with the Ninetales had been severed entirely. Fubai gradually withdrew her hands. Her gaze fixed intently on the flow of natural energy within Kushina, musing aloud, it seems that with the loss of the Ninetales, certain unique elements within Kushina have also been taken away. Otherwise, this transformation from chakra to natural energy would not have proceeded so effortlessly. The biological characteristics of the three great sanctuaries indicate that natural energy indeed provides a rich source of life energy. Thankfully, the conversion of natural energy occurred directly within Kushina's body without mingling with chakra, thus avoiding any adverse effects such as petrification. From that moment, Kushina had undeniably ascended to the status of a sage within the ninja realm. Subtle changes began to manifest in her body. Her hair, previously dulled by the extraction of the Ninetales, now regained its vitality, shimmering with newfound brilliance as if infused with life itself. Within the depths of her pupils, a golden glimmer emerged, and she radiated an unprecedented sense of strength. Slowly rising to her feet, Kushina turned to Xiaobai and said, "Sister Xiaobai, I'm fine now. There is no need for further treatment." After a moment's hesitation, Xiaobai finally withdrew her hand. Kushina took a deep breath. Savoring the unusually fresh and invigorating air surrounding her, she approached the slumbering Naruto, gently lifting him and bringing him before Minato. Tears welled in Kushina's eyes as she gazed at the sleeping Naruto, whispering softly, "I thought I would only see you for the last time. Naruto, let us live our lives to the fullest together." Kushina surveyed the surrounding environment, her gaze falling upon the dilapidated state of their home, and she lamented, "Our home is gone." Fubai and Xiaobai had been closely monitoring the condition within Kushina, and upon hearing her words, Fubai finally snapped back to reality. "Come stay with me for now. Once your home is rebuilt, you can return. Monkey, you have no objections, do you?" Fubai remarked, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen nearby. "Not at all, Madam Witch. How could I possibly object?" Sarutobi sighed, casting a forlorn glance at Minato and Appos, as remains, as if he had aged significantly in that instant. "I will continue to serve as Hokage and ensure that the aftermath is properly managed." He stepped forward to personally carry Minato's remains, turning to Kushina with solemnity, "I will ensure Minato receives a proper burial. He is a hero of Konoha." Kushina looked upon Minato, her heart heavy with sorrow, and nodded gently. At that moment, Fubai interjected, "Wait." Kushina, Sarutobi, and Xiaobai turned their attention to her. "First, let us preserve his remains, and after 10 years, we shall visit the Uzumaki ruins." Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback before quickly regarding Fubai. "Are you suggesting we utilize the Necromancer clan and Appos' magic to guide Minato and Appos' soul back into his body?" Fubai nodded. "Indeed, the souls of ninjas possess remarkable strength, and the soul guidance spell can indeed facilitate the possibility of resurrection, provided we carefully preserve Minato's remains." After a brief pause, Fubai continued, "We must keep his remains intact for 10 years. The soul guidance spell is the pinnacle of the Necromancer clan and Appos' magic. For other races, it is a highly paradoxical form of magic. Not only must the body remain undamaged, but the soul must also be detached from the physical form for a decade. Given the nature of magic in this realm, a soul adrift for 10 years would typically dissipate. Additionally, a body left unattended for a decade would decay into mere bones. However, due to the unique attributes of the Necromancer clan, their souls have already met the necessary criteria. These restrictions were established to prevent other races from exploiting it. The Necromancer clan possesses no fixed corporeal form, and their souls exhibit a strength beyond that of ordinary beings, allowing them to linger for extended periods and even inhabit other bodies. Yet, this is the ninja realm, and it is evident that this magic can counteract the Shinigami and Appos' sealing technique, as the soul is imprisoned within the Shinigami and Appos' form, preventing it from reincarnation or dissolution. To adapt this magic for the souls of the ninja realm, Fubai invested 80 years in revising it, making it accessible to magic users as well. Now, it merely requires the preservation of the body for 10 years, a task that is quite manageable for Fubai. Thus, this is not resurrection in the truest sense. It merely allows the soul to return to its rightful vessel. After contemplating for a moment, Fubai produced a coffin that appeared to be crafted from walnut wood. Known as the Coffin of the Sky, this magical artifact is designed to maintain the body in a state of preservation for an extended period. It is classified as a mid-tier magical item, one of the artifacts Fubai crafted during her idle years over the millennium. Requiring the infusion of magical energy into the walnut would to shape it in inscribed runes. Fubai, channeling her magical energy, lifted Minato's body and placed it within the coffin, which then shrank and returned to Fubai's storage pouch. Kushina, cradling Naruto, approached Fubai and said, "Is it truly possible to bring him back?" Xiaobai sighed, "It's not that simple. How do we compensate for the 10 years of Minato's absence? Moreover, in what manner shall he return after a decade?" Xiaobai was referring, of course, to the societal pressures of public opinion. After all, Minato was a Hokage. "I will continue to serve as the third Hokage. We will have to announce that Minato has perished, and when he returns in 10 years, we shall concoct some plausible excuse." Sarutobi spoke slowly, as long as the excuse is reasonable. Even Jiraiya and Appo's prolonged absence from Konoha did not lead to him being branded a rogue ninja. Fubai disowned the third Hokage and Appo's thoughts and calmly remarked, "Kushina, you should return for now." Kushina, carrying the sleeping Naruto, appeared fatigued yet resolute as she followed the footsteps of Xiaobai and Fubai back to their warm abode. The soft glow of the lights within the house enveloped them, offering a modicum of solace to the weary pair. On the morning of the third day following the Ninetales incident, the sky bore a faint, somber grayness as the ninjas and civilians of Konoha gathered at the cemetery. Within the cemetery, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow as people silently came to pay their respects to those who had perished during the Ninetales turmoil. Fubai, Xiaobai, and Sakura stood quietly to the side, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the graves. Kushina approached Minato's gravestone, cradling Naruto. And as she beheld the familiar name etched upon the stone, a pang of sorrow welled within her. And tears streamed down her cheeks despite the possibility of resurrection lingering in her mind. However, the surrounding civilians and some ninjas regarded Kushina and Naruto with wary eyes, filled with fear and suspicion. Although Sarutobi had explained the events, the lingering impact of the Ninetales incident was profoundly ingrained. Kushina felt the weight of their stares piercing her back, a sharp pain resonating within her heart. Yet, she held Naruto tightly, using her own body to shield him from the hurtful gazes. At this moment, the Uchiha clan had vanished without a trace, having been entirely isolated by a unanimous decision from the higher echelons of Konoha. In the wake of this calamity, seeds of suspicion and distrust were quietly sown within the village. A few days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen officially announced his return to governance. His calm and resolute voice resonated through the skies of Konoha, infusing this war-torn land, ravaged by the Ninetales, with a renewed vigor. Under his leadership, Konoha temporarily stabilized the situation, as both ninjas and civilians united in a concerted effort to reconstruct the homes devastated by the Ninetales. The village was alive with industrious figures, each individual striving to breathe life back into their shattered homeland. Chapter 85, Captain of the Dark Forces? Are you jesting? Time flies, and a year has swiftly passed. During this time, the Hidden Leaf Village has been meticulously rebuilt, and Kushina Izumaki has moved back into their new home with Naruto. However, the Uchiha clan remains shrouded in an ominous cloud. Within the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere is particularly oppressive. A group of clan members surrounds their leader, Fugaku Uchiha, fervently clamoring for action. "Leader, when shall we commence our assault on the Leaf Village?" A young clansman exclaimed, his face flushed with agitation. "Indeed, they send spies to monitor us daily. We and Appo's been driven into the corners of the village. What more do they desire?" Another echoed, his voice brimming with anger and resentment. Fugaku Uchiha gazed at the impassioned crowd, his brow furrowed in concern. "No," he replied solemnly, "despite the death of the fourth Hokage, the strength of the leaf remains beyond our reach. Let us not forget that which still resides within the village." His voice, though low, resonated with an undeniable authority. Beside him, Shursui Uchiha sighed in resignation, deeply disappointed by the chaotic and absurd meeting. Silently, he withdrew from the tumultuous gathering, accompanied by a small figure. "Itachi?" Shursui turned to the young Uchiha, whose clear eyes reflected an unusual maturity for his age. "Brother Shursui, why have you come out?" Itachi inquired, tilting his head slightly. Shursui looked up at the sky, a flicker of confusion and helplessness in his eyes. Why can't the village and the Uchiha coexist harmoniously? Itachi pondered for a moment, his youthful face betraying a wisdom beyond his years. Perhaps it is due to suspicion. Is it not said that the Ninetales was controlled by our Uchiha? Moreover, rumors abound, and the villagers trust us not. Shursui regarded the boy with surprise, impressed by Itachi and Appo's clarity in understanding such intricate matters at such a tender age. Itachi Shursui began, but was interrupted. "Brother Shursui, I must return to fetch Sasuke. Let us converse later," Itachi stated, turning toward home, his small silhouette appearing somewhat solitary. Within Kushina's home, everything seemed unchanged. During the reconstruction, craftsmen adhered strictly to the original layout, each corner imbued with memories of the past. Kushina diligently cared for Naruto, and in her leisure, she would take him to visit Fubai. Over the course of the year, the disdainful gazes of the villagers toward Kushina and Naruto had waned, largely due to the Uchiha absorbing considerable enmity. The news of the Ninetales incident spread like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling throughout the ninja world. Yet, nations struggled to recover from the wounds of war, none daring to recklessly target the leaf. Particularly, The Cloud Village had been tempered in ambition by the formidable prowess of Shiro during the Third Ninja War. Meanwhile, Fubai was engrossed in her training at home. She had extracted a total of 8 elixirs from the lapis tree. The process took her 2 hours to modify the conversion runes, enhancing the extraction speed, though it still required time. Each elixir took approximately 2 minutes to extract and could only be taken one at a time. Compared to the extraction at the Divine Tree, the pace was significantly slower, yet the efficacy remained unchanged. Consuming 1 elixir, combined with training, would yield results equivalent to a year's worth of effort in just 2 months. This not only saved considerable time but also had diverse applications. Over the year, Fubai consumed 3 elixirs for her training and gifted 2 to Shiro, reserving the remaining 3 in her storage pouch. Ah, it has been so long since I trained. How familiar this sensation feels. Fubai slowly opened her eyes, exhaling softly. As the radiant green aura enveloping her dissipated, she transformed back into an ordinary girl devoid of any magical fluctuations. Is that so? Shiro lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. This was typical of Shiro, a trait inherent to her kind, often drifting into reverie. What of Sakayuki? Fubai inquired, settling beside her and casually retrieving a book on magical artifacts from her pouch. Shiro closed her eyes, her tone languid. What else could it be? To the people of the Leaf, Sakayuki is, after all, an outsider. The village cannot grant her much power. She is merely an ordinary Umbu ninja at present. Fubai replied nonchalantly, I believe she will not settle for this. Are we to grant her the title of Umbu captain as well? Shiro remarked, observing Fubai's peculiar smile with a sigh, rising from the bed in a languid manner. She deftly put on her shoes and ambled to the bedroom door, turning her head to say, I shall take a stroll. Fubai remained absorbed in her magical tome, offering no response, merely nodding gently. Once Shiro's footsteps faded into the distance, Fubai closed the book and stood up, carrying it to her research room, filled with various tools and materials for studying magical artifacts. The table was cluttered with notebooks, each meticulously documenting the intricate details of her artifact crafting process. Past failures had instilled in her a heightened caution and meticulousness with each step. The crafting of the lapis tree required exceptional precision and focus. Moreover, the majority of the artifacts she created were functional and supportive in nature, with relatively few offensive high-tier artifacts. This was due to the broader applicability of functional artifacts in daily life and training, coupled with her own extensive knowledge of magic, rendering offensive artifacts less necessary. In the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, Shiro strolled leisurely. The passing villagers immediately recognized her familiar visage, directing their warm and grateful gazes toward her. During the harrowing disaster of the Ninetales incident, countless civilians suffered at the hands of Mikawa. The gruesome scenes left an indelible mark on the populace, overshadowed only by the devastation wrought by the Ninetales. As Shiro relentlessly pursued Mikawa, she became an object of reverence among the villagers. Hiruzen Sarutobi had privately approached Fubai to discuss matters regarding the demon clan. To his surprise, she responded, there is no pattern. Consider it a natural disaster. Nonetheless, she provided him with a copy of a book detailing the 100 members of the demon clan, enabling them to observe weaknesses based on appearance and abilities in the future. Meanwhile, she suggested verifying the names of the villagers. Although the threat posed by the demon clan was significant, they were still in the initial stages, and perhaps they could resolve the matter independently. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, aware that widespread dissemination of this information would undoubtedly incite panic among the villagers. To prevent escalation, he decided to seal off related information. Fubai found his approach perplexing but refrained from interference, having already voiced her concerns. Her sole task remained the eradication of the demon clan from the ninja world. As Shiro acknowledged the villagers' kind gazes with a slight nod, she headed toward a snack shop. Her so-called stroll was merely a pretext for her craving a treat. Upon entering the shop, she immediately spotted Itachi Uchiha with Sasuke, alongside Kushina with Naruto. These 2 little ones have just begun to walk. Their adorableness is undeniable. Strangely, upon meeting, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances filled with mutual disdain, as if this antagonistic sentiment had been indelibly imprinted deep within their souls. Witnessing this scene, Itachi Uchiha and Kushina could only smile wryly in resignation. At that moment, Kushina's keen eyes spotted Shiro, and she immediately approached with a beaming smile, taking Naruto by the hand. With genuine warmth, she presented Shiro with some snacks, exclaiming, Shiro, try this, it's absolutely delicious. Sister, sister. Naruto called out in a sweet, innocent tone, his polite demeanor evoking an irresistible fondness. Simultaneously, Itachi led Sasuke over, observing Shiro's distinctive hair color and ears, and tentatively inquired, Are you, Fubai? Meanwhile, Shiro was preoccupied with eagerly accepting the snacks offered by Kushina, savoring each bite and responding with a muffled acknowledgement. Chapter 86, not an official member, but a candidate. After satisfying her hunger, Xiaobai gently lowered her head and tenderly stroked Naruto and Sasuke's heads. She then lifted her gaze to meet Itachi Uchiha's eyes, her expression calm and profound as she spoke softly, You are the genius of the Ninja Academy, Itachi Uchiha, who graduated at the tender age of 7. Itachi slightly bowed his head, a hint of shyness gracing his features before he raised his gaze, admiration shimmering in his eyes as he replied, No, it is you, Fubai. Who is the true genius? Defeating the Third Raikage single-handedly and assisting Lord Shuaimo in dismantling a sand ninja stronghold. He recounted a multitude of Xiaobai's accomplishments, evidently a testament to the illustrious tales chronicled in the history lessons of the Ninja Academy. Listening to Itachi's praises, Xiaobai felt somewhat speechless. She smiled helplessly and affectionately patted Itachi's head, treating him like an adorable younger brother. Then she stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, and departed from the eatery alone. Itachi's expression suddenly grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Xiaobai's retreating figure, deep in contemplation. At that moment, Kushina had turned back to purchase more snacks, affectionately ruffling Naruto's hair before leading him away from the eatery. Naruto glanced back occasionally, perhaps still savoring the moments spent with Sasuke. Sasuke stood beside Itachi, his small hand cautiously clutching his brother's garment. However, Itachi soon noticed Sasuke's gaze, and his expression softened immensely. He gently bent down, lifting Sasuke into his embrace, and ordered a portion of Sasuke's favorite snack. Sitting in his brother's arms, Sasuke beamed with satisfaction, his hands joyfully gesturing in delight. In the vast and desolate desert of the Land of Wind, the scorching sun pierced the earth like a merciless blade, raising clouds of dust that made breathing nearly impossible. Mingly and Orochimaru trudged through the harsh environment, as if in pursuit of something. Suddenly, Mingli's keen eyes caught sight of a figure slowly moving nearby. Her eyes brightened as she gazed ahead at the approaching silhouette and spoke, "Scorpion." Orochimaru halted beside her, his elongated eyes narrowing like those of a serpent as he intently regarded the advancing red-haired man. Upon closer proximity, Scorpion scrutinized Mingly and Orochimaru with a cold demeanor and asked, "Do you know me? Are you ninjas sent by the Sand Village to hunt me down?" Mingly smiled gently and shook her head. "No, we are here to invite you to join the Akatsuki organization." Scorpion furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Akatsuki? I've never heard of it." Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice dripping with temptation. "Akatsuki is a gathering place for rogue ninjas, where you can freely pursue your desires as long as you fulfill the tasks assigned by the organization." A glimmer of interest flashed in Scorpion's eyes, but he quickly resumed his indifferent facade. "That sounds appealing, but how do I know you possess the strength to allow me to join?" As soon as he finished speaking, Scorpion swiftly produced a scroll inscribed with the number 3 from his robe and hurled it to the ground before rapidly forming hand seals. With a swirl of dust, the third Kazekage puppet emerged slowly from the earth, hovering in midair. This puppet exuded a chilling aura, its black cloak unable to conceal the dignity it once held in life. "The third Kazekage? Did you kill him?" Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise at the sight, though he quickly regained his composure. He formed hand seals with haste, reciting incantations. Edo Tensei. A coffin slowly rose from the desert, adorned with a large character. Scorpion did not respond to Orochimaru's inquiry, his gaze fixated with curiosity on the coffin. As the lid of the coffin gradually descended, revealing the figure within, Scorpion's face turned as pale as parchment. It was a man clad in the attire of the Warring States period, wearing a red vest and donning a Konoha forehead protector, the first Hokage. Scorpion instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. The legendary reputation of the first Hokage had long left an indelible mark on the ninja world, just like Fubai. Orochimaru regarded Scorpion coldly. "Now, do you still wish to test our strength?" At that moment, he exerted his full control over the Edo Tensei of the first Hokage. Although unable to utilize the sage techniques, he could still harness most of Hashirama Senju's formidable power. Injecting Hashirama's cells into the corpse and using a serum to suppress it served as a sacrificial offering for Edo Tensei. This method posed less risk than using a living person, as Hashirama's cells only exhibited their overwhelming absorption and division abilities when within active cells. Furthermore, it could unleash most of his former strength, albeit requiring more focused control. Scorpion inhaled deeply, gradually retracting the third Kazekage puppet, his tone tinged with resignation and concession. "I will join the Akatsuki organization." No matter how arrogant he was, he could not believe that his third Kazekage puppet could contend with the first Hokage. Once intent on avenging himself against Kakashi Hitaki, Scorpion had abandoned that notion upon hearing of Fubai's exploits and subsequently eliminated the third Kazekage. As Mingly and Orochimaru successfully invited Scorpion to join the Akatsuki organization, Konan and Kakuzu were traversing the coastline of the Land of Water, their objective to recruit Akatsuki JZ as a candidate. The intelligence regarding him was provided by Uchiha Obito, who had long infiltrated the upper echelons of the Mist Village with his abilities. Manipulating the third Mizukage, Yagura, like a marionette, he enforced heinous policies. The Blood Mist policy enveloped the Mist Village like a nightmare. The graduation exams for ninjas transformed into a brutal game of slaughter, where students were compelled to kill their comrades to pass. Families possessing bloodline limits became targets for extermination. The Mist Village subsequently isolated itself, severing all diplomatic ties with the outside world. Commoners lived in fear, while ninjas lost their former dignity and faith. The bloodline limit clans were nearly annihilated in this calamity, and the once thriving Mist Village fell into despondence. Yet, amidst this abyss of despair, the Akatsuki organization welcomed many ninjas who could no longer endure the oppression and chose to defect. Uchiha Obito's primary objective was to recruit members for the Akatsuki organization in this manner, weakening the Mist Village's strength and plunging the once powerful ninja village into chaos and decline. However, behind this facade lay his personal vendetta, a flame of revenge burning fiercely. Perhaps it was the experiences he endured in the Mist Village or the resentment towards certain individuals that propelled him to pursue this conspiracy at any cost. Obito did not disclose this to the Akatsuki organization, although they ultimately located Akatsuki JZ and successfully persuaded him to join. Conan began to harbor doubts about Uchiha Obito and was reluctant to categorize Akatsuki JZ as an official member. Chapter 87. 5 years have passed, 5 springs and autumns have quietly slipped away, and the ninja world once again welcomes a brief period of peace. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, there lurks a turbulent undercurrent, as the Akatsuki organization continues to grow stronger over these 5 years. In Konoha Village, Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, through their innate talent and relentless effort, have both joined the Umbu, with Shursui having awakened his Mangeki Sharingan. Surprisingly, Sakura has indeed become the captain of the Umbu. For Fubai, all of this seems to have been anticipated. Naruto must have already started at the Ninja Academy, Fubai murmured, gazing out at the forest from her home. At that moment, Kushina sat opposite her, while Shiro leisurely sipped coffee beside them. Upon hearing Fubai's words, Kushina lifted her cup and took a gentle sip, reflecting, indeed. Time flies so swiftly. Fubai chuckled softly, her gaze warm as she looked at Kushina, saying, you will be able to accompany Naruto throughout his life. Kushina was momentarily taken aback, setting down her coffee with curiosity in her eyes. What do you mean by that? Fubai patiently explained, you have become a sage. And your lifespan will naturally be extended, though not to the extent of those beings who rely solely on natural energy for survival. Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy crossed Kushina's eyes. Ever since the Ninetales incident, her appearance had remained unchanged, as if time had come to a standstill for her. This is not good news for me, but I have no regrets. It was the only way at that time. Quickly regaining her composure, Kushina resumed her former enthusiasm, taking another sip of her coffee. Fubai looked deeply into Kushina's eyes, understanding that, deep down, Kushina did not wish to witness her son age and perish before her. After all, she remained human at heart, not an immortal being. Yet, the human body ultimately struggles to fully adapt to natural energy. This was precisely why Kage Akatsuki transformed natural energy into chakra, without her intervention. Humanity might not even have been able to harness ninjutsu. Although Kushina could extend her life, it would only be by a century at most. Nonetheless, that would be sufficient for her to witness Naruto and Appo's entire life. Shiro, observing Kushina, smiled and remarked, Naruto has grown up. You can take it easy now. Indeed, but I wonder if he can bear the peculiar stares of others, Kushina mused, her brow slightly furrowed as memories of the Konoha villagers and Appo's odd glances towards her and Naruto resurfaced. Fubai gently patted Kushina's shoulder, smiling reassuringly, do not worry, Naruto is very strong. Meanwhile, in a classroom at the Ninja Academy, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the desks. Naruto stood at his seat, earnestly introducing himself and expressing his innermost aspirations. Despite the occasional strange looks from his peers, he did not falter, resolutely articulating each word. I want to become Hokage. His resounding voice echoed through the classroom, leaving a profound impression on each child and Appo's heart. Even Irika-sensei could not help but regard the determined child with newfound respect. Behind Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha smirked slightly, disdainfully muttering, fool. What did you say? Naruto instantly turned around, wide-eyed, as the two engaged in a silent standoff. No one anticipated that, in the next moment, an incident akin to the original story would occur, resulting in their first kiss being inexplicably lost. In a corner of the classroom, Hinata Hyuga blushed, shyly watching Naruto. For some reason, she seemed to harbor even greater affection for him than in the original narrative. For years ago, when the Cloud Village came to sign a peace treaty, there was no incident of her abduction, allowing Hayashi Hyuga to survive. Although Niji Hyuga still bore the stigma of a caged bird, his father's survival prevented his character from descending into extremity as in the original tale. He treated Hinata well, which was partly due to Naruto having previously protected her. That moment in a snow-covered field, as pristine snow fell silently, young Hinata was bullied by several children. In her time of need, Naruto stepped forward without hesitation, acting as a solid wall between her and her tormentors. He drove away those bullies, and that scene became indelibly etched in Hinata and Appo's heart, marking the moment she fell for Naruto. In this timeline, with Kushina still alive, the seal within Naruto has grown even more robust. Under Kushina's formidable sealing techniques, the Ninetales could hardly stir up much turbulence, especially considering that what resided within Naruto was merely half of the beast. In this stable state, Naruto and Appo's talent began to emerge. Now, he was significantly stronger than his counterpart in the original story. At just 6 years old, he had already mastered the body flicker technique and even learned the shadow clone technique. The Uzumaki clan naturally possessed a vast amount of chakra, and even as a child, his chakra levels were nearing that of a genin. Naruto has truly grown, Hiruzen Sarutobi mused softly as he gazed into the crystal ball before him. The figures of the children in the Ninja Academy were vividly visible within the orb, though several noticeable cracks marred its surface. Recalling earlier, when he attempted to use the crystal ball to spy on Fubai's household, it had inexplicably shattered. This sudden occurrence startled him, prompting a swift change of perspective. The root cause of this disruption lay with the magical artifact Fubai had been developing to prevent others from prying into her home. She specifically designed this device to thwart that shameless monkey. Simply placing it anywhere within her home would effectively obstruct any attempt at surveillance. While there were also spells to prevent eavesdropping, they were too exhausting to maintain. Thus, the magical artifact provided a more permanent solution. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen quickly retracted the crystal ball, clearing his throat and stating, "Come in." The door opened slowly, revealing Itachi Uchiha, who entered with a tall, composed stature and a solemn expression. "How did the mission go?" Hiruzen inquired with concern. "The mission was completed, but one teammate was lost." "I am truly sorry," Itachi replied, lowering his gaze, guilt evident in his voice. Hiruzen let out a soft sigh, offering words of comfort. "Casualties are a natural part of missions. You should go and rest now." "Understood," Itachi replied, and turned to leave. However, he harbored a secret within his heart. He had successfully awakened the Mangeki Sharingan during this mission. This secret was one he had no intention of revealing to Hiruzen.